Warning. The atmospheric pressure is plummeting. Warning. The life support system is offline. The sound is not merely heard. It pierces straight into the bones. A piercing shriek like the rasp of a rusted saw repeatedly tore at Sumo's eardrums. He suddenly opened his eyes as a wrenching pain seized his lungs, as if a burning thicket of thorns had been forced into his chest. Cold. An icy chill reminiscent of absolute zero crept down his spine. Meanwhile, strobing red light transformed the dilapidated Worker B-class transport ship's cockpit into a scene resembling hell. Every console pulsated wildly, while streams of data cascaded like waterfalls, all emblazoned in jarring red. Cockpit pressure 35 kilopascals continuously falling. Estimated time to loss of consciousness 45 seconds. Estimated time to death 170 seconds. Sumo's vision grew dim, an ominous sign of oxygen deprivation. Yet he did not panic or scream like a novice. Such reflexes would only hasten oxygen depletion. In barely 2 seconds he had scanned his surroundings. The cockpit lay in utter disarray. The control panel had been violently pried open with exposed cables hanging like dead snakes. The cargo hold monitor displayed nothing but impenetrable darkness. Those damned scavenger pirates hadn't even left him a single screw. The most lethal danger, however, loomed straight ahead. The once indestructible military-grade polymer windshield now bore a fist-sized hole at its center, likely wrought by a stray bullet. Hiss! The scant air inside the cabin surged desperately out through the breach into the void of space. The sound resembled the Reaper's whistle. Sumo attempted to raise his hand, yet gravity seemed to vanish while his seatbelt bit painfully into his ribs. Enduring an almost bursting pressure in his eyes, he freed himself from his restraints, drifting like a solitary leaf in zero gravity. He snatched a floating alloy plate and pressed it forcefully against the breech. Boom. The severe pressure differential instantly sucked the plate to the opening, momentarily softening the hissing sound. But it was only for an instant. The alloy plate was not perfectly flush, air still ferociously escaped through its gaps, its swift flow producing an even sharper keening wail. Damn it. Sumo's lips had turned purple, his voice rough, as if scraped on sandpaper. It was futile. There was no sealant, no welding torch, not even a piece of chewing gum. The unyielding laws of physics are a cold tyrant indifferent to one's will to survive and governed solely by pressure differentials. Black spots began to mar his vision. His heart pounded wildly, its blood seemingly about to boil in the low-pressure environment. Was this the sensation of death? At the edge of a dark forest, he felt like an ant crushed underfoot, silently transforming into a desiccated husk. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion, the world itself ground to a halt. There were neither angelic hymns nor the flickering reminiscence of past memories. Only an icy blue stream of data burst abruptly onto his retina, cold, precise, and imbued with an uncharacteristic absolute rationality. A line of minimalistic text emerged in the lower right of his field of vision, even overshadowing the wildly flashing red alarms. Material Reconstruction Module loaded. There was no voice prompt, no damn newbie guide. Yet in that moment, a vast, frigid torrent of knowledge was directly infused into Sumo's cerebral cortex. In that instant, he no longer felt like mere flesh and blood, but like a meticulously calibrated instrument freshly powered on. He understood it. This was not magic, but authority, mental energy used to forcibly reverse local entropy in an ever-disordering universe. Molecular-level transport. Constraint: nothing may arise from nothing. The conservation of mass must be obeyed. Sumo's unfocused gaze suddenly contracted into a needle-like precision. He fixed his gaze intently on the leaking windshield before him. If he could not conjure a patch from nothing, then he would dismantle it. This Shun-Dun-IV polymer glass had a standard thickness of 50 millimeters 5 centimeters. Engineered to resist micrometeorite impacts, its strength was colossal, and so was its thickness. Yet that fatal breach measured a mere 8 centimeters in diameter. A mad yet impeccably logical calculation instantly took shape in his mind. The total area of the cockpit's glass was 2.5 square meters. If the overall thickness were reduced by 10 millimeters 1 centimeter, the material obtained would be enough to fill that breach 100 times over. Tear down one wall to mend another. In this despairing vacuum prison, it was his only path to survival. Huff. Sumo expelled the last murky breath from his lungs. In this near-death, oxygen-starved state, his mind entered a state of extraordinary, almost clinical calm. He raised his right hand, trembling yet resolute, pressing it against the cold glass surface. Initiate. At that moment, a marvel unfolded. In Sumo's perception, the hard, transparent solid vanished, replaced by billions of tightly arranged lattice structures. Those once fixed molecular chains upon the touch of his will shattered and suspended, as if obeying the command of a sovereign. Were a microscope present, one would witness an absurd spectacle. The rigid surface of specialized glass flowed like mercury. Pain. His brain churned as if stirred by red-hot iron pincers. This was the price for overtaxing his mental energy. Yet Suemo, not even so much as furrowed his brow. Like a surgeon performing microscale operations, he deftly manipulated the invisible torrent of molecules. Disassemble. From the pristine glass surface, he uniformly peeled away a thin layer of material. Transport. Guided purely by thought, these transparent particles coalesced like a river surging toward the whistling breach. Reassembly. Molecules' interlocked lattices meshed. That fist-sized hole was visibly healing at a speed perceptible to the naked eye. It was as if the reverse button on reality had been pressed. Hiss, hiss. The grating, near-piercing wail rising in pitch as the hole diminished grew ever more acute until abrupt silence. Clack. The final delicate sound signaled the brittle chime of molecular locking. The once rampant air collided with the newborn barrier and in resignation came to a halt. The alarms were silenced. Cabin pressure began to recover 40 kPa. 45 kPa. Sumo's hand fell limply. He slumped in the pilot's seat, his body as if just pulled from water, with sweat instantly soaking his tattered coverall. The excruciating pain in his chest gradually subsided as he greedily inhaled the thinning air that no longer escaped. After a long moment, a death-like silence reigned within the cockpit. Only the faint hum emitted by the reactivated life support system broke the silence. Suemo slowly raised his head and gazed forward. The windshield remained transparent and sturdy as ever. The only difference was that it had been uniformly thinned by 1 centimeter. At the site of the former breach, it now lay smooth and pristine without a trace of crack, as if the fatal bullet hole had never existed. A perfect repair. Or perhaps, a perfect alteration. Suemo extended his hand, his fingertip gently caressing the thinned glass. Cold and smooth, he saw in the glass's reflection his own face, pale, gaunt, and exuding the indifferent aura of one freshly emerged from hell. He turned his head and glanced at the energy meter on the control panel. Energy reserves 3A, food reserves 0, water reserves 0. The pirates had looted everything thoroughly. They spared his life because along this desolate Channel 9, a supply-deprived spaceship is little more than an iron coffin. Suemo gazed out at the deep, boundless, all-consuming cosmos, a wry smile tugging at his lips. I survived. His hoarse voice echoed in the empty cockpit. Yet in this dark forest with neither fuel nor food, dying is a slower fate than mere suffocation. He withdrew his gaze and looked at his still trembling right hand, where a residue of the earlier molecular manipulation tremor seemed to linger. If one could repair a breach by disassembling the glass, then what of the other components aboard this derelict vessel? Or even the countless pieces of drifting debris in this starry realm? In this universe governed by the conservation of matter, as long as there is enough raw material, he would be the sole creator. Suemo closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the last trace of fear in his gaze had been devoured by an insatiable lust for survival. The warning red light finally ceased its flashing, leaving only the monotonous hum of the life support system in the cockpit. Suemo slumped in the pilot's seat. It took a full 5 minutes before his once numb limbs regained sensation. The burst of activity moments ago had nearly drained all his strength. Now even the twitch of a finger felt like a Herculean task. But rest was not an option. In space, rest often meant eternal slumber. System, Suemo silently intoned in his mind. His throat was as parched as if he had swallowed a handful of gravel, rendering him mute, yet he knew the system could still hear him. Sure enough, with a subtle shift in his will, that familiar icy blue light screen unfolded before his eyes. It was not projected onto his retina, it acted directly upon his visual nerves, remaining vividly clear whether his eyes were open or closed. Unlike the minimal alert during the previous crisis, this time the light screen displayed a detailed stream of data. Host Suemo race: carbon-based, human, genetic defects, malnourishment, vital signs, weak, mild hypoxia, after effects, muscle strain, mental threshold 145-150, on the brink of danger, current loaded module, material reconstruction level 1. Ability analysis, material reconstruction type, regulatory interference. Description: grants the host the ability to manipulate matter's molecular structure. You can dismantle the chemical bonds of matter, reducing it to its fundamental particles, and rearrange them according to your will. Current energy level, microscopic scale, maximum operational precision 10 micrometers, maximum operative mass per action 10 kg. Cost: each joule of entropy reduction operation demands an equivalent amount of mental strength. Excessive use will result in brain death. Iron law: conservation of matter. You cannot create matter, you can only alter its form. Suemo fixed his gaze on that line, the iron law, as a slight twitch played at the corner of his mouth. Can't create something from nothing, he murmured softly. After all, if matter could be conjured from thin air, wouldn't that make one a god? This damned universe has never dealt in fairy tales. Though tinged with regret, his exhilaration was overwhelming. As a space scavenger apprentice at the very bottom of this interstellar age, Su-Imo knew the true value of this ability. In this resource-depleted cutthroat wasteland of stars, the ability to alter the very nature of matter was akin to possessing the alchemy to turn trash into treasure. Merely thinning the windshield and patching a crack earlier were but rudimentary applications. What if? Could scrap iron be transmuted into a high-strength alloy? What about filtering polluted wastewater into pure water? Su-Imo drew a deep breath, forcing himself to calm the exhilaration that came with his newfound golden finger. The system was formidable, yet it couldn't put food on the table. The stark reality was that he remained aboard a decrepit vessel adrift in the vast cosmos, without nourishment, while energy reserves dwindled. Struggling to sit upright, he rapidly tapped on the oil-stained control panel, pulling up the star chart navigation. The holographic projection flickered briefly, casting a dim model of a starfield. A red dot flickered at the center of the screen. It marked his current position at the edge of the ninth corridor, the famed bone field. Here, remnants of ancient wars, shipwrecks, and space debris littered the expanse, where chaotic magnetic fields made it a favorite hunting ground for pirates. The nearest supply point. Sumo's eyes scanned the star chart. Greystone Space Station 0. For light years away. 0. For light years. For a formal starship armed with a warp engine, this would be but a trivial distance. Yet for this aging worker B-class transport, it was an insurmountable chasm. Moreover, the ship's thrusters had long suffered from neglect. Su-Imo stole a glance at the energy gauge. Remaining energy 3 at conventional cruising speeds. Reaching Greystone Space Station would take at least 200 hours. But this meager energy would top out at 6 hours. A chill sharper than the frigid space wind pierced Sumo's heart. It was a deadlock. Even if he were to repair the ship's hull, even if he possessed an otherworldly system, the overwhelming physical distance and energy deficit left him facing a singular bleak path. Death. The pirates had seized all the spare fuel cells, not even sparing a backup oxygen canister for the life support system. It was deliberate, a plan to trap him here like a cat toying with its prey. I can't just wait to be killed. Sumo's gaze hardened. Growing up in the slums, where fighting over a moldy scrap of bread against stray dogs was routine, the word give up was never in his vocabulary. Since conventional methods had failed, he decided to turn to the unconventional. His eyes once again fell upon the system panel's material reconstruction. The system indicates that the chemical bonds of matter can be dismantled, reducing it to its fundamental particles. Su-Imo turned his head to regard a heap of discarded metal parts in the corner of the cockpit. These were the remnants discarded during previous ship repairs, once destined for the trash compactor. What if their molecular structures could be shattered and converted into propellant for the thrusters? The worker B-class transport employed an old-fashioned ion thruster, operating by ionizing the propellant gas and accelerating it via an electric field to generate thrust. Typically, xenon or argon is used. The ship's propellant tank might still harbor a trace, but it was woefully insufficient. Yet the core principle of the ion thruster lay in ejected mass. In theory, as long as matter can be ionized, anything could serve as propellant. Even metallic vapor. Sumo's mind raced at lightning speed. His remaining mental strength was scant. Any task requiring delicate precision was out of the question. But what if he brutally pulverized the metal chunks into micron-scale dust, even directly fracturing their crystal lattice to make them more susceptible to vaporization at high temperatures? It was a gamble, betting on whether his mental fortitude could endure and whether the old thruster might blow up. At any rate, we were all doomed. Su-Imo unbuckled his seatbelt and staggered, drifting toward the heap of scrap metal. In the weightlessness, he resembled a frail specter. Yet when he grasped a rusted transmission shaft, the light in his eyes shone with a terrifying brilliance. It was the look of a predator who in desperation has found its prey. In this cold universe, if you refuse to be prey, you must become the fiercest hunter, even if that means being ruthless with yourself. Come on. Su-Imo closed his eyes, his right hand clenching the chill of the metal. Material reconstruction activate. The disintegration of metal was silent and unnoticeable. Under Su-Imo's will, the solid alloy drive shaft did not break. Instead, it crumbled like rocks weathered for millions of years, instantly disintegrating. The originally tightly locked metallic lattice was forcibly dismantled at the microscopic level, and countless micron-sized metal particles exploded in the weightless environment, transforming into a shimmering cloud of silver-gray dust. Ugh! Su-Imo let out a muffled groan as a warm liquid surged from his nostrils. Two streams of blood floated up in the weightless environment, resembling two red serpents. Warning: mental threshold fluctuation. Current 142150. The red text flashed across his retina. Merely crushing this 10-kilogram hunk of scrap metal consumed 3 points of his mental energy. This consumption was far greater than repairing glass, as it was a complete destruction. But he had no time to wipe the blood away. This cloud of metallic dust was extremely dangerous. In the cockpit filled with precision electronic devices, if these conductive microdust particles floated into the control panel, it would trigger a catastrophic short circuit. Go. Suemo gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He forcibly overdrawn his mental energy, wrapping the floating metal cloud, with his will cautiously guiding it toward the maintenance port of the propulsion chamber at the rear of the ship. The structure of the worker B-class transport ship was simple and crude. The propulsion chamber was just behind the cockpit. Suemo floated over and yanked open the maintenance cover of the thruster propellant filling port. Originally, this should have been connected to a high-pressure gas tank, but now he was going to feed it sand. As he relaxed his will, the cloud of silver-gray metallic dust surged into the reaction chamber through the pipeline. This was completely chaotic. The ion thruster accelerated ions using an electric field not to burn iron dust. Under normal physical rules, this metallic dust would either clog the nozzle or blow the ion chamber to smithereens. But Suemo had no other choice. He could only gamble, betting that this antiquated thruster was durable enough, and that his ability of material reconstruction could create miracles. He floated back to the pilot's seat and tightly strapped himself in. His trembling fingers hovered over the engine start button. Either it becomes fireworks, or I survive. Suemo took a deep breath. The air mixed with the smell of rust and blood filled his lungs. He pressed down. Boom. It was not the faint hum typical of a conventional ion engine startup. Instead, a dull explosion sounded from the back of the ship, as if a giant beast had slammed against the hull. The entire ship shook violently, and the warning lights in the cockpit flashed frantically again. Warning. Propulsion chamber pressure overload. Temperature surge. Warning. Illegal propellant detected. Ionization efficiency abnormal. Stabilize it for me. Suemo gripped the handrail tightly, his knuckles turning white. He couldn't see the scene at the tail of the ship, but if someone were observing in space at that moment, they would witness an astonishing sight. The back of this dilapidated transport ship was no longer emitting the ethereal blue ion stream, but a violent plasma flame interspersed with fiery red sparks. Those metal particles that Suemo had shattered to micron size were instantly vaporized and ionized in the high-temperature arc, transforming into a high-density plasma. Although this crude propellant was extremely unstable, it not only possessed mass, but also generated a violent thrust far exceeding that of inert gases under high-temperature expansion. This was Suemo's plan, to forcibly convert the ion thruster into a metal vapor jet engine. The acceleration hit him instantly. The worker B-class ship, which had originally moved slowly like an old cow, now surged forward like a mad bull, with its tail on fire amidst the creaking metal sounds. Suemo was pressed hard against the seat, feeling as though a massive stone was weighing down on his chest. Yet he was smiling, coughing up blood while laughing. He looked at the navigation screen. The originally displayed estimated arrival time, 198 hours, was flickering wildly. 190 hours. 180 hours. 160 hours. The speed at which the numbers decreased quickened his heartbeat. But it was still not enough. The cloud of dust created from the drive shaft was consumed at an astonishing rate under such violent combustion. Within just 3 minutes, the roar of the thruster began to weaken, and that feeling of being pushed back disappeared. Propellant exhausted. Thruster on standby. The ship's body regained calm and re-entered inertia gliding. Suemo gasped for breath and glanced at the navigation. Distance to Greystone Space Station 0. 38 light-years. Estimated remaining time, 185 hours. That drive shaft had saved him over 10 hours of travel. Useful. Suemo wiped the blood from his face, his eyes shining with terrifying brightness. Although this propulsion method caused significant wear on the engine and was far less efficient than conventional propellants, it proved a path. Material can be transformed. As long as there is material, there is fuel. He unfastened his seatbelt like a hungry wolf, scanning the narrow cockpit. The pirates took the cargo and supplies, but they couldn't take the ship itself. This ship weighed several hundred tons. The seats were metallic, the floor was metallic, the walls were metallic. Even aside from the cockpit, which was necessary for survival, all other parts were burdensome. Since I need to reduce weight for acceleration, let's do it thoroughly. Suemo floated toward the co-pilot seat, which weighed 50 kilograms and was made of cast steel. He reached out, pressing his hand against the cold back of the seat. Material reconstruction activated. Under the wash of icy blue data flow, the sturdy seat began to disintegrate, turning into countless fine particle streams. This was a mad sacrifice. For the brain to survive, the body must burn its own flesh and blood. For this ship to reach its destination, it must first burn away part of itself. In this cold, silent, dark forest, Suemo was attending the most brutal survival class. Burn. He dragged the freshly harvested metal cloud and swam back toward the propulsion chamber. His silhouette was resolute, like an Ouroboros devouring itself. Time had lost all meaning. The cockpit chronometer read 48 hours since that reckless ignition. In those 48 hours, Sumo had reduced himself to an unceasing machine. Wake. Scavenge for detachable metal. Activate material reconstruction to pulverize it into micron-scale dust. Feed the volatile thruster, then collapse into unconsciousness. Cycle upon cycle. The worker B-class freighter now stood hollow, a skeletal frame stripped bare. To sustain that savage acceleration, he had dismantled crew bunks, storage cabinets, bathroom partitions, even the metallic flooring of the corridors. Only a few structural keel beams remained precariously bridging the cockpit and engine bay. A misstep would send him plummeting straight into the exposed tangle of conduits below. This was a ship of bones, and in the pilot's seat, Sumo was in worse shape than his vessel. Cough. His violent coughs sent sharp pulses hammering behind his temples. Nosebleeds had ceased, not from recovery, but because his body had desiccated past the point of yielding moisture. His lips were cracked and flaking, his eye sockets sunken, ringed with bruises as dark as ink blots. The world before him occasionally doubled, ghostly afterimages flickering at the edge of vision. Sometimes he even saw the metal seats he'd torn away still seated in place, occupied by indistinct figures. Hallucinations. Warning: mental threshold 135150. Immediate cessation of ability use advised. The system's crimson alert buzzed like an irritable fly before his eyes. Shut up. Sumo rasped, voice raw as crushed gravel. He wasn't dead, not yet. And so long as he drew breath, the furnace must burn on. Boom. The hull convulsed violently once more, this time laced with the grating shriek of tearing metal. The thruster nozzle had finally given way. Sustained ejection of superheated metal vapor had long exceeded the thermal tolerance of its ordinary alloy. It was melting, warping. Thrust output destabilized wildly. The ship staggered drunkenly through the void. Damn it, now of all times. Sumo forced his leaden eyelids open, fixing his gaze on the NAV screen. There a dull ashen star swelled rapidly in the display. Greystone Space Station. It hung motionless in the black, a colossal rust-veined iron ring. A swarm of tiny lights orbited it, mining shuttles and cargo vessels darting in and out. They had arrived. At last they had arrived. But crisis followed hard upon arrival. Warning: excessive relative velocity. Immediate deceleration required. Impact alert: contact in 120 seconds. Sustained overthrust had accelerated the ship to projectile velocity. Without sufficient reverse thrust, he would strike the station's outer hull like a meteor, shattering into a brief, brilliant firework. Decelerate. Sumo's fingers trembled over the control console. No conventional propellant remained. The reaction control system RCS nozzles were inert relics. His sole recourse was to pivot the ship and fire the main engine in reverse. Yet at such speed, forcing a structurally compromised vessel to flip and Dovran risked tearing its skeletal frame apart under sheer force. No choice. A flash of ruthless resolve ignited in Sumo's eyes. He wrenched the control yoke backward. Hydraulic actuators groaned in protest. The ship began its agonizing rotation under inertia. Crushing centrifugal force slammed Sumo into his seat, his bones grinding audibly. A sickening snap echoed within the hull, perhaps a keel beam snapping. He paid it no mind. His field of view spun 180 degrees. The space station once ahead now filled the rearview display. The final feast. Sumo turned his head. Floating beside him was the last piece of fuel, a reinforced panel he'd just pried loose from the console's flank. Material reconstruction. Light flared. The panel disintegrated into dust. Focused intent guided the feed, loaded the chamber, ignited the charge. Roar. The metal vapor engine roared anew. Ferocious thrust collided heat-in with overwhelming inertia. Sumo felt his organs compress into a single searing mass. His retinas flooded with blood, his vision drowned in crimson. Decelerate. 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 Numerals on the NAV screen leapt frantically. Distance 10 km, 5 km, 1 km. Velocity 3000 ms, 1500 ms, 500 ms. The ship shuddered violently, as if poised to tear itself apart at any second. Unidentified vessel. This is Greystone Control Tower. You are approaching at hazardous velocity. Immediate. Static-laced voices crackled over the comms channel. Sumo lacked the strength to reply. His gaze locked onto the colossal structure rushing toward him. Closer. Closer still. That vast docking aperture gaped like the maw of some primordial beast. Stop, for me. Sumo roared, wrenching the last sliver of mental energy from his crumbling consciousness to stabilize the faltering thruster plume. Thud. The landing gear slammed onto the docking deck. Sparks erupted, blinding, incandescent, while a piercing metallic shriek tore through the entire port. Inertia dragged the ship hundreds of meters across the deck, scattering cargo crates, until, amid a horrifying symphony of twisting steel, it slammed into the terminal buffer net. Silence. The world finally stilled. Engines died. That ear-splitting roar vanished, leaving only the soft, brittle pop-pop of cooling metal. Alarms wailed throughout the cockpit. Suemo slumped in his seat, chest heaving. Every bone felt shattered, every muscle writhed in spasms. Yet he lived. He turned his head, peering through the spiderwebbed windshield. Yellowish light, whirring mechanical arms, and several dock security officers in exoskeletal armor, weapons drawn, advancing with wary precision. The air reeked of grease, industrial waste, and cheap lubricant. To Suemo it smelled unmistakably of life. Hiss. Pressure equalized. The hatch was forcibly breached from outside. Person inside. Hands up. Failure to comply authorizes us to. The officer's brusque command cut off abruptly, because what emerged from the smoke was not a man, but a specter, or rather a ghost. Suemo leaned against the hatchway, drenched in sweat and dried blood. His threadbare jumpsuit hung off his frame like a rag. He was emaciated beyond recognition, yet his sunken eyes burned with a feral, unnerving flame. And behind him, the sight of that ship made every officer inhale sharply. Stripped entirely bare, only ribs of metal remained. The thruster nozzle had melted into a grotesque lump of slag. This was no vessel. It was a picked clean carcass. I am a survivor. Sumo's voice scraped like sandpaper. Gazing at the muzzle flashes of their rifles, he managed a faint, strained twist of his lips. I need water. And, do you buy scrap metal here? The moment those words left his mouth, darkness swallowed his vision, and he collapsed forward, rigid as a fallen statue. Yet even as he fell, his hand remained clenched, white-knuckled, around the half-panel of metal he had not yet consumed. That panel was his lifeline. In this dark forest, a hunter never loosens his grip. Pain, as though countless ants gnawed within his veins. When Suemo opened his eyes, he did not behold the suffocating void of deep space, but a grimy metal ceiling streaked with stains. A dim yellow fluorescent tube buzzed overhead, flickering intermittently and casting fractured shadows across the room. The air hung thick with the acrid tang of cheap disinfectant overlaid with rust and mildew. Unpleasant, yet undeniably real. Awake! A cold, detached voice cut through the silence from beside him. Suemo turned his head with great effort. His neck creaked like corroded gears. The speaker was a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, bald, wearing a mechanical ocular implant that glowed faintly red as it scanned Suemo up and down. He held an electronic notepad, scribbling briskly upon its surface. Lucky you. Severe dehydration, electrolyte imbalance, multiple soft tissue contusions, and mild radiation sickness. Without looking up, the man added, another half-hour delay, and you'd have gone straight to the organic fertilizer converter. Suemo parted his lips. The dryness in his throat remained, yet the searing agony had vanished. He felt the cool sting of an IV needle in the back of his hand, the icy fluid trickling steadily into his veins. Where am I? He asked. Greystone Station, Sector 7 Clinic. The bald doctor tapped his notepad once, then pivoted and thrust the screen towards Suemo. Since you're conscious, settle your bill. Suemo narrowed his eyes, focusing on the figures displayed before him. Emergency treatment invoice. Basic life-sustaining fluid 500 ml, 200 credits. Anti-radiation injection type I, 350 credits. Medical bed fee 6 hours, 120 credits. Oxygen consumption fee 50 credits. Total 720 credits. 720. Suemo stared at the number. No tremor stirred within him. On the 9th transit corridor, air was a commodity, life a wager. Here there were no philanthropists, only merchants. I have no credits, Suemo said calmly. The doctor seemed to have anticipated the reply to his mechanical I word softly as it rotated. I know. We searched you thoroughly. Aside from that tattered work uniform, more rag than garment, you carried not a single credit chip. He withdrew the notepad, folded his arms, and gazed down at Suemo with detached authority. However, the vessel that delivered you, scrap iron, still sits impounded at the port. Port authority confirms ownership has been formally transferred to you. Sumo's gaze flickered, barely perceptible. That ship. If you insist on calling that skeletal wreck a ship. The doctor scoffed. It's astonishing you managed to land it at all. Inside, it's stripped cleaner than a corn cob gnawed bare by rats. Not a gram of surplus metal remains. Suemo remained silent. His masterpiece, it seemed, had left a lasting impression. It was raided by pirates, Suemo remarked evenly. A flawless cover. Pirates. The doctor arched a brow. Then those pirates possess remarkably sharp teeth, having devoured floor plating and bulkheads alike, yet leaving behind only the keel and engine. That defies logic. Though skeptical, the doctor clearly had no intention of probing deeper. In this lawless star sector, every soul guarded secrets. Secrets that, if unearthed, invited trouble, and trouble meant losses. Enough. I don't care what you endured, the doctor waved dismissively. Port Authority Salvage Division is currently appraising that heap of scrap. Per Greystone Station regulations, derelict or unpaid vessels automatically enter mandatory auction or dismantling procedures. Your debt will be deducted directly from the proceeds. As he spoke, the clinic's automatic door slid open. A burly security officer strode in, clad in Greystone Station's gray and black uniform. He carried a shock baton, a heavy-caliber kinetic pistol strapped to his hip, his face a landscape of hardened muscle. Awake. He glanced at Sumo, his tone even sharper than the doctor's. Good. Salvage Division's appraisal just came through. He tossed a crumpled printout on his Sumo's chest. With difficulty, Sumo raised his hand and lifted the sheet. Salvage Appraisal Report Ref. GS 9982. Item Worker B Class, Transport Vessel Wreck. Structural Integrity 5 extremely compromised. Primary Components. Keel Structure Age Titanium Alloy 12 tons valued at 2400 credits. Ion Propulsion Unit Severely Damaged Melted Scrap value 150 credits. Cockpit Hull Polymer Light Armor Composite 300 credits. Deductions. Mandatory Towing Fee 500 credits. Berthing Occupancy Fee 200 credits. Port Infrastructure Repair Impact Dampening Net Damage 800 credits. Decontamination Fee 100 credits. Final Settlement 1250 credits. Sumo studied the final figure. His lips curved faintly upward. 1250 credits. Slightly more than anticipated. Though he'd gutted the vessel, its titanium keel remained. Solid, valuable, unassailable currency. Subtract your 720 credit debt, the doctor interjected, jabbing the paper sharply. You retain 530 credits. Sign here. The security officer extended a stylus. Once signed, fees are deducted and the balance deposited into your neural chip. Then you're free to leave. Port Authority doesn't subsidize idlers. Sumo grasped the stylus. His fingers still trembled, but his signature was steady, precise. This vessel had been his lifeline, and now in its final act it had delivered not only sanctuary, but his first capital. Sentiment. To a scavenger, objects possessed only 2 attributes, useful or discarded. This wreck, converted to credits, was now supremely useful. As his name settled onto the page, the doctor nodded approvingly and yanked out the 4-line. Welcome to Greystone Station, kid. He slapped a rudimentary hemostatic patch over Sumo's bleeding puncture site, his tone laced with wry amusement. A word of caution. 530 credits won't last long here. Unless you wish to return on a stretcher or be fed straight into the fertilizer furnace. Find work. Fast. Sumo swung his legs off the cot. Dizziness lingered, but the solid weight of the floor beneath his bare feet grounded him. System. He summoned it inwardly. An ice blue interface bloomed before his mind's eye. Host Sumo. Status weakened, recovering. Mental threshold 148150 restored. Current assets 530 credits. His mental energy had returned. That was the best news of all. So long as his mental energy endured, he held the sole true advantage in this merciless world. Sumo rose, his tattered work suit hanging loosely, absurdly oversized. He did not glance at the doctor nor at the guard, only walked silently toward the exit. Wait. The doctor's voice halted him. Sumo paused, turning back. The doctor tossed a small vial. Sumo caught it instinctively. Cheap, high-calorie nutrient paste. Consider it my gift. The doctor shrugged. Given how artfully you dismantled that ship, the cuts were smoother than laser-severed alloy. If you're a scrapping technician, you'll scrape by just fine. Sumo closed his fingers around the vial, its gentle warmth seeping into his chilled palm. Thank you. He murmured it low and pushed open the door, stepping into the clamorous, chaotic streets of Greystone Station. Outside, neon lights stabbed his vision. A cacophony of voices, clanging machinery, and distant sirens swallowed him whole. The air reeked, hundreds of times stronger than in the clinic, of hot oil and pungent spices. This was the civilized world of the 9th Transit Corridor. Filthy, chaotic, ruthless, yet brimming with refuse, with scrap metal, and with infinite possibility. Sumo twisted open the nutrient vial and drank it in one swift motion. The syrupy sweet liquid burned down his throat, then unfurled as radiant warmth through his limbs and core. He licked his lips, gazing upon the surreal steel jungle before him, where emerald fire reignited in his dark eyes. 530 credits. He whispered. More than enough to buy mountains of scrap. In this universe governed by conservation, this was his first fortune, and his alchemy had only just begun. The air in the Greystone space station is hardly more pleasant than that in the dilapidated spaceship. As Sumo stepped out of the corridor in Sector 7 of the clinic, he was met by a visible wave of heat. Above him, a tangle of complex pipes twisted together, occasionally releasing a plume of white steam. A gigantic holographic advertisement hovered in midair, showcasing a heavily made-up woman promoting a psychedelic drink called Elysium water. The flickering lights cast bizarre reflections on the crowded masses below. This is the lower district. In this circular space station with a diameter of 20 kilometers, gravity is generated by centrifugal force. The closer one gets to the outer ring, the greater the gravity and the better the environment, which is where the wealthy and officials reside in the upper district. Near the axis, the gravity is only at a standard value of 0.6 times. In the areas of lower gravity, slums and black markets are concentrated. Suemo walked on the grease-stained metal floor feeling as if each step was weightless. Most of the people around him were gaunt and shabby, dressed in patched clothing, their eyes revealing both vigilance and numbness. There were also some thugs with cheap mechanical prosthetics pushing past pedestrians without care. Suemo tightened the ragged coverall around him, trying to appear less conspicuous. Though he was currently destitute with only 530 credit points, to some desperate individuals, even a healthy kidney would be worth the knife. I need to get some tools, or raw materials, he thought to himself as he walked. 530 points. In the overpriced space station, this amount of money could at most buy 2 doses of anti-radiation injections or a few meals of synthetic meat paste. To turn things around, he must make good use of his ability of material reconstruction. His gaze swept across the stalls along the roadside like radar. This place is renowned as Recycling Alley, the largest garbage distribution center in the entire Greystone space station. Countless scavengers brought items dragged from nearby wreckage to undergo preliminary sorting and trading here. High-energy batteries. 2 slots of energy left. Only 50 points. Shield-class armor fragments. Though only as big as a palm, it's a good item for blocking bullets at the chest. Unopened pre-war canned food. Want to taste the beef from 200 years ago? The calls of the vendors rose and fell. Suemo stopped in front of a stall filled with mechanical parts. The stall owner was an old man with only one arm, deftly wiping a greasy piston with his lone arm. What are you looking at? Don't block the way if you're not buying, he said without looking up. Suemo ignored his attitude, crouching down to focus on a pile of discarded parts carelessly stacked in a plastic basket. To others, these items were utterly worthless scrap: broken gears, charred circuit boards, deformed hydraulic rods. Their only fate was to be sent to the furnace and remade into low-grade alloys. But in Suemo's eyes, they were countless arrangements of molecular clusters. The system interface quietly appeared. Material analysis activated as Suemo's gaze focused. Those scraps began to appear transparent before him. Item: damaged hydraulic actuator composition, high carbon steel 9/8 trace, titanium condition, structurally broken, unrepairable value, extremely low. Suemo shook his head. This kind of item isn't worth repairing, and it consumes mental energy. He continued his search. Item: burnt logic circuit board composition, silicon base, copper trace, gold condition core, transistor, melted value low, can extract trace gold, still not good enough. Extracting gold is too slow and easily attracts attention. Suemo's fingers rummaged through the basket, feeling the cold metal, a rough texture, transmitting through his fingertips. Suddenly his fingers stopped. It was a black cylinder the size of a thumb, mingled among a pile of rusty screws, looking inconspicuous. Item: high precision injector nozzle, key type, source military shuttle, high-end racing boat composition, tungsten titanium alloy, synthetic sapphire nozzle, condition decommissioned, details: internal flow channels have 3-micron level cracks, leading to uneven fuel atomization. Invisible to the naked eye, difficult to detect with conventional instruments, but flagged as defective by the fire control system. Suemo's heartbeat quickened slightly. The MKII injector nozzle. This is a high-end product usually used in modified spacecraft or military shuttles that pursue the ultimate speed. A new market price is at least over 3,000 credit points. However, due to the internal microcracks, to ordinary repairmen, it is just scrap. Because such a one-piece tungsten titanium alloy part cannot be welded from the inside. Except for him. Suemo calmly pinched the injector nozzle in his palm, then casually grabbed a handful of nearby rusty screws and a few broken gears to present them to the old man. How much for these? Suemo asked. The old man glanced at the pile of junk, his gaze lingering on the black injector nozzle for less than half a second before moving away. To him, it was just an ordinary connector. For this pile, the old man snorted, calculated by weight. Scrap metal, 10 credit points per kilogram. You have only about 2 to 3 kilograms here, take it for 20 points. 20 points. Suemo pulled out the recently warmed chip from his pocket and transferred 20 points. Thanks. He tucked the pile of scrap into the large pocket of his coverall and stood up to leave. After walking a distance, Suemo turned into a dim corner unnoticed. This is the gap between 2 ventilation ducts, with only a 3-legged mechanical dog curled up in the garbage pile, its red electronic eye flickering twice before losing interest in him. Suemo leaned against the wall, taking a deep breath of the murky air, and pulled out the black injector nozzle from his pocket. He tossed the other screws and gears aside at his feet. Tungsten titanium alloy. Suemo's fingers gently brushed over the smooth surface of the injector nozzle. This material has extremely high hardness and is heat-resistant, making it an excellent industrial material. System: analyze the internal crack structure. constructing 3D model. A complex perspective diagram appeared in his vision. On the inner wall of the flow channel at the center of the injector nozzle, three almost imperceptible cracks stood out like red scars. It was these that disrupted the fluid dynamic structure, turning this precision part worth thousands of points into trash. Repair it. Suemo closed his eyes, concentrating. Material reconstruction activated. The familiar cold sensation flowed down his arm once again. In his perception, the hard tungsten titanium alloy in his hand became as soft as dough. But this was not merely kneading dough. This required delving deep into the object's interior without damaging the external precision and performing suturing at the micron level. This was much harder than the previous rough disassembly, requiring extremely high micromanipulation skills. Cold sweat trickled down Sumo's forehead. He felt his consciousness transform into a probe drilling into the interior of the injector nozzle. I see you. His mind touched the three cracks. The surrounding metal atoms began to migrate and diffuse under his guidance. The broken lattice rejoined the existing gaps, were squeezed, filled, and fused by the material from both sides. It was like a wound healing, but a billion times faster. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suemo suddenly opened his eyes, exhaling a sigh of relief. The injector nozzle in his hand appeared unchanged, still dark. But he knew it was different now. Item: high precision injector nozzle, key type condition perfect, refurbished, completeness 100. The cost of 20 credit points, including those scraps, plus about 5 points of mental energy consumed. In exchange for a perfect component worth over 3,000 points. This is alchemy. In this garbage-strewn world, the disparity of information and ability represents the greatest profits. But he couldn't just sell it like this. A shabby scavenger producing a brand new military-grade part would be like a beggar holding a large diamond, which would only bring about his demise. It needs to look older. Suemo thought, activating his ability once more. This time he only created some subtle wear marks on the surface of the injector nozzle, making it appear as if it were a used part removed from a scrapped engine. Old yet fully functional. Perfect. Suemo tucked the processed injector nozzle back into his pocket, his gaze drifting towards a shop at the mouth of the alley with a sign that read Old John's Repair Shop. That was the most legitimate repair shop he had observed in the area. For my first business, I hope to get a good price. Suemo dusted himself off and stepped out of the shadows. The three-legged mechanical dog behind him emitted a short electronic sound, as if bidding farewell to this young alchemist. The facade of Old John Repair was narrow like a shriveled mouth that would never open. Pushing aside the glass door hung with a rusted bell, a thick whiff of machine oil mingled with the acrid bite of cheap tobacco and hit him immediately. Inside, the space stretched far deeper than the exterior suggested. Shelves ran into the dark, piled with all manner of mechanical limbs, power cores, and odd metal lumps whose purpose could not be guessed. Some of them hissed and spat tiny electric sparks. Behind the counter sat an old man with graying hair. As Suemo had expected, he sported a red mechanical eye and a heavy industrial-grade mechanical right arm. The hydraulic hoses on it whispered with each small movement. What needs fixing? Pay the inspection fee, first 50 credits. Old John's voice was as if sandpaper had been dragged across it. He did not even look up, instead using that nimble mechanical hand to fiddle with a complex electronic lock. Suemo said nothing. He walked to the counter, and from the oil-stained pocket of his work jacket drew out the black fuel injector he had artificially aged and set it down gently upon the glass scarred with scratches. The sharp metallic clack made Old John pause mid-motion. His normal left eye glanced over carelessly, but the instant it rested on the black cylinder on the counter, the red prosthetic eye contracted sharply, emitting an almost imperceptible focusing sound. Old John put down the electronic lock. He extended his mechanical right arm, and with two metal fingers like tweezers precisely pinched the injector and raised it to eye level. The red electronic eye cast a fan-shaped scanning beam that swept the injector's surface back and forth. Suemo stood quietly at the counter, hands in his pockets, his gaze as still and calm as a stagnant pool. He watched Old John's reactions while guarding against any sudden danger. MKII model. Old John muttered, a trace of surprise in his tone. This is a good piece. Usually only reckless street racers or shuttle crews would use such parts, he thought. He raised his head, and the red eye fixed on Suemo as if trying to see through the ragged young man's exterior. Where did you get it? Picked it up. Sumo's answer was terse. I picked it up. Old John snorted a derisive laugh, clearly unconvinced. Such precision components usually sat deep within an engine. Even a shattered ship might not yield one unless someone had dismantled it deliberately. Still, he did not pry further. On the Huisher space station, asking about a part's origins was a frowned-upon line of inquiry. The exterior's badly worn, Old John said, scratching at the contrived scratches with his fingernail. Looks like it was buried in a scrap heap for 50 years. You can test its interior, Suemo said lightly. Old John narrowed his eyes and regarded him intently. He turned and grabbed a handheld diagnostic rig from a shelf behind him, a device bristling with probes, and fitted one into the injector's port with practiced ease. A few electronic beeps, and the rig's display sprang to life with a string of green data. Old John's eyebrows rose. Flow channels, perfect. He read the figures again in disbelief. The instrument showed the internal channel geometry at factory-grade precision, and a vaporization simulation reported an astonishing 99.8% efficiency. It made no sense. The exterior was ruined, yet the interior was like new. Maybe the kid got lucky and found a part that fell out right after being replaced in a crash, or else. Old John considered a notion and swiftly dismissed it. That level of restorative refurbishment belonged only to top laboratories in the upper districts. It could not plausibly have appeared in the hands of a lower district scavenger. Make an offer, Suemo interrupted his musing. Old John folded his surprise away and reverted to the cautious cunning of a merchant. He tossed the injector back onto the counter with a crisp clack. The casing is badly worn, the coating gone. Though the internals are functional, the lifespan is certainly reduced. Old John held up 3 fingers. 300 credits. That's already generous given its rarity. 300 credits. If Suemo were the person he had been before, he might have accepted with grateful tears. After all, his entire fortune barely exceeded 500 credits. But now his mind ran on cold arithmetic. The MKI's market price is 3,200 credits, Suemo said calmly. A second-hand one in good condition fetches 1,800 on the black market. This injector may look worn, but you know the core is flawless. He reached to take the injector back. If you want take it ill, try the Chiluan Brotherhood over the street. Wait. Old John's mechanical arm slammed down and held the injector fast. Those barbarians at the Chiluan Brotherhood don't know a thing about tech. They'd melt this down for scrap. Old John muttered. All right, kid, since you know your stuff, no games. 800 credits, and that's it. 1,500, Suemo refused to budge. Are you insane? At 1,500 I could buy a new low-end piece. Old John goggled. 1,000. That's my bottom line. 1,200, Suemo said, staring into Old John's mechanical eye. And he'll pay in cash now, plus he'll buy some supplies. Old John was silent for a few seconds. The red prosthetic gleamed with calculated light. He knew full well that with a little polishing and a fresh coat, he could flip the injector to black market racers for at least 2,500 credits. Buying for 1,200 would still double his profit. Done. Old John ground the word out through his teeth, sounding pained, but he opened the cash register with swift hands. With the chip connections chime, Suemo watched his account figures flicker. Balance 1710 credit points. This was the largest sum he had seen since arriving in this world. Yet no joy showed on his face. In this money-devouring space station, that amount would only suffice for about a month. You said you wanted more supplies. Old John packed the injector away in a better mood. What do you need? A prosthetic. Stimulants. I want a micro-repair tool kit, Suemo said. Just the basic set, but with a high magnification loop. Also a cutting dagger. How going to become a technician, are we? Old John pulled a dust-covered toolbox from under the counter. Old model, but the probe precision is adequate. With the dagger, 200 credits. This time Suemo did not haggle. He paid and tucked the palm-sized toolbox and a cold, glinting alloy dagger into his coat. Thanks. Suemo turned toward the door. Hey kid. As his hand reached the handle, Old John's voice called out from behind him. Suemo stopped and looked back. Old John toyed with the injector in his mechanical hand and said meaningfully, if you ever find something like this again, remember to come to me. No matter where it comes from. He'll take it. Suemo offered no reply. He opened the door and stepped into the clamorous steam and neon outside. Only after the glass door closed again, blotting out the street noise, did Old John look up from his work. Interesting, he murmured. He picked the injector up again and increased the prosthetic eye's magnification to maximum. Under the micron scale view, he saw lattice lines that had once been fractured and then been repaired perfectly. It was not merely repair, it was healing. Old John's expression turned grave. He suddenly realized he might not have just made a tidy profit. He might have encountered someone extraordinary. Suemo did not return to the clinic or his lodgings after leaving the repair shop. He kept the dagger tucked inside his coat. It was for self-defense. Although he possessed the system ability matter reconstruction, when his spiritual energy was depleted or his reactions lagged, physical methods remained the most reliable safeguard. The repair kit, however, served as a cover. He needed a plausible identity to explain why he could produce or fix superior parts. A gifted itinerant mechanic would be far safer than a freak with supernatural powers. Current assets 1510 credits. Suemo walked through the bustling crowd, his mind racing. Having solved the immediate survival problem, his next concern was increasing his strength. The system's matter reconstruction was only at a rudimentary level able to manipulate microscopic structure and small quantities of matter. To upgrade or unlock more functions required more spiritual energy. According to the system, spiritual energy could grow naturally, but it could also be stimulated by analyzing higher-grade material structures. In other words, he had to come into contact with more and better materials and technology. Suddenly, a violent commotion erupted ahead. The crowd scattered like a school of startled fish as several thugs in black exoskeleton armor shoved past, careless of the pedestrians, wreaking havoc down the crowded street. "Out of the way. All of you move," the leader roared. He swung an electromagnetic rifle recklessly. The stock struck an unlucky passerby in the face and blood spurted. Suemo melted into the shadows at the curb and watched coolly. He recognized the outfit from the original occupants' memories, the Heish gang. They were a major local faction in the lower district, specialists in protection rackets and trading contraband. They did not linger. They hurried toward a shop a short distance away. Suemo read the sign, and his pupils narrowed. It was the Taileyuan apothecary. The leader kicked the apothecary's door open. The crack of breaking glass rang out. "Hand over all the ether crystals. The boss needs them now." Suemo had not intended to interfere, but when he heard the words ether crystal, his feet froze. A system entry flashed unbidden across his retina. Item: ether crystal, low purity. Description: a refined product of high-energy psychoenergetic or commonly used to power advanced psychoenergetic devices. Note: direct contact or absorption of its radiative energy carries a very small chance of stimulating an increase in a biological subject's spiritual energy threshold. Sumo's eyes sharpened instantly. A stimulus to spiritual energy growth. This was exactly what he needed now. He watched the thugs ransacking the apothecary, his fingers lightly brushing the hilt of the dagger in his pocket. A hunter had found a new prey. Suemo did not panic and flee like the others. He moved with the calm precision of a gecko, gliding silently along the damp, greasy wall until he reached a thick metal support column beside the storefront. This was a blind spot. Deep shadows swallowed the space. Through narrow gaps in the crowd, he observed the interior of the apothecary shelves, toppled, debris scattered across the floor. Several Black Serpent gang thugs were roughly stuffing sealed vials, each emitting a faint cerulean glow, into a silvery metallic briefcase. Ether crystals. Sumo's gaze flickered imperceptibly the instant that blue light vanished. 3 vials in total. These were no ordinary cargo. They were fuel, the very substance that would allow him to survive in this world, and perhaps even thrive. Yet he stood alone. His adversaries were 4 fully armed thugs clad in exoskeletal armor and armed with electromagnetic weaponry. In a direct confrontation, he would not last even 0.1 seconds. A hunter never wrestles beasts. A hunter sets traps. Suemo lifted his eyes, tracing the rust-pitted metal column beside him upward. This column supported a massive holographic billboard overhead. The sign weighed nearly half a ton. Decades of neglect had loosened its rivets, and with every tremor from the nearby air conditioning unit, it groaned ominously, on the verge of collapse. It hung directly above the apothecary's entrance, a perfect sword of Damocles. Suemo lowered his gaze and gently pressed his right palm against the cold metallic surface of the column. No one noticed the young man crouched in the corner, seemingly paralyzed by fear. In the chaotic Undercity, such trembling, hollow-eyed figures were ubiquitous. "System analyze structural load-bearing points," he murmured inwardly. "Constructing structural model. Target load-bearing column aged. Material low-carbon steel. Critical stress points, 3M40 height-tensile bolts at junction. Status severe corrosion, fatigue level 85. A faint, almost invisible curve tugged at the corner of Sumo's mouth. Since the structure was already fatigued, he would simply help it rest. Material reconstruction activated. His spiritual energy surged forth like liquid mercury, flowing from his palm deep into the column's core. This time he performed no intricate repair, only deliberate destruction. Destruction, after all, is always easier than creation. At the microscopic level, those onset-tightly threaded colossal bolts began accelerating rapidly into decay under Sumo's intervention. Metallic atomic bonds were forcibly severed, hardened steel crumbled within seconds into brittle honeycomb structures, and finally disintegrated into fine iron dust. This consumed far less spiritual energy than repairing a fuel injector. Done. Suemo withdrew his hand and tapped lightly once on the column with his fingers. The formerly solid load-bearing structure emitted a hollow, muffled thud, as if the heartwood of an ancient tree had long since rotted away. He turned instantly, hunching his shoulders, and melted into the tide of panicked civilians retreating outward, then ducked behind a dumpster 10 meters away, snatching up a torn cardboard sheet to shield himself, leaving only his eyes exposed. 3 seconds later. "Get the hell out of my way." With a thunderous bellow, the Black Serpent thugs strode triumphantly out of the store, clutching their metallic case. Their leader, a hulking man with coarse, fleshy features, wore an arrogant smirk, utterly oblivious to the strange creaking sound now emanating from above. It happened precisely as they stepped across the threshold. Snap. The column Su-mo had sabotaged finally surrendered. All 3 bolts shattered simultaneously with a sharp pistol-like report. Then came a grating, teeth-rattling shriek of tortured metal. The half-done holographic billboard suddenly unmoored, plummeted like a colossal descending palm, howling through the air before crashing down with brutal finality. Wah! The lead thug managed only a single syllable before lifting his head, his pupils reflecting an expanding, inescapable shadow. Boom! The explosion of sound was deafening. Dust billowed skyward. The massive sign struck with uncanny precision, crushing all 4 men just as they emerged from the doorway. Its immense kinetic force pinned them instantly beneath its weight. Even their exoskeletal armor proved pathetically fragile against such raw physical devastation. Their screams choked off mid-cry. The surrounding crowd erupted, shrieking, scattering in every direction. "They're dead! Run!" The billboard collapsed. Chaos was the finest camouflage. Amidst the swirling dust and cacophony, Su-mo moved. He did not flee. He surged against the current, a gray wraith darting into the churning cloud of dust. Visibility was near zero, but for him, that posed no obstacle. His objective was clear. At the edge of the rubble, an armored arm jutted out, still rigidly gripping the silvery metal case. Su-mo lunged forward without hesitation. His alloy dagger flashed coldly, its blade prying open the exoskeleton's wrist joint with surgical precision. Powerless, the mechanical fingers slackened and released. Su-mo seized the case, but he did not carry it away, not yet. It was too conspicuous, emblazoned with the Black Serpent Gang's insignia. Carrying it openly would be tantamount to shouting, "I did this." He crouched low, pressing his fingers against the case's electronic lock. Material Reconstruction, Disassembly. At the microscopic level, the complex lock mechanism was pulverized outright. Click! The lid sprang open. A fleeting cerulean luminescence shimmered through the settling dust. Nestled within shock-absorbing foam lay 3 thumb-thick glass vials, each containing swirling nebula-like blue crystals. Su-mo snatched up the 3 vials and swiftly stowed them inside the inner pocket of his coveralls, pressing them flat against his chest. Then he snapped the empty case shut and tossed it back into the wreckage. He completed the entire sequence in under 5 seconds. Dust still hung suspended in the air. Su-mo rose, reverting instantly to the role of a terrified bystander, and stumbled away with the fleeing crowd feigning disorientation. Cough, cough. So terrifying. As he ran, he covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, eyes wide with manufactured terror, convincingly portraying nothing more than an innocent, shaken civilian. Behind him, piercing alarm sirens finally wailed to life. Several belated security drones buzzed toward the ruins, attempting to extract the mangled bodies of the Black Serpent thugs buried beneath. But none of it concerned Su-mo anymore. He wove through 2 congested avenues, then slipped into the labyrinthine depths of the recycling alleys, pausing only in a dim, deadened cul-de-sac. Once he confirmed no eyes followed him. Leaning against the wall, Su-mo caught his breath. His heart hammered fiercely, not from fear, but from exhilaration. He slid a hand over his chest. There 3 cool, hard protrusions pressed against his ribs. 3 low-purity ether crystals. On the black market, each fetched no less than 5,000 credit points. 3 meant 150,000. Yet he had no intention of selling them. This was immense wealth, but for him power outweighed currency always. In this devouring cosmos, self-evolution alone was eternal capital. An accident. Su-mo glanced back toward the distant commotion and whispered softly. Just an unfortunate accident, caused entirely by structural decay and neglect. No one would suspect a malnourished scavenger with only rudimentary psychic abilities. People would merely lament the Black Serpent Gang's ill fortune or blame the facility maintenance department's negligence. That was the secrecy he required. Su-mo pulled his collar up to conceal half his face and vanished into the deeper darkness of the alley. The dim, narrow alley offered only fleeting concealment, not a suitable place to process spoils of war. Su-mo knew well that the Black Serpent Gang's influence in the lower district spread like a spiderweb, dense and inescapable. Though the accident had been executed flawlessly, the thugs' deaths would inevitably trigger a frenzied manhunt. Those 3 missing ether crystals were more than enough to make the Black Serpent Gang tear this entire district apart, twice over. He needed a space utterly sealed, secure, and free from interruption. Su-mo lowered the brim of his hat and melted into the trembling crowd, crossing 3 blocks before stopping before a dilapidated building on the fringes of Sector 9. Its facade was choked with tangles of pipes, air conditioning units, and fractured neon signage. Only the word "and" remained legible. Sleep. Nest flickered weakly, its letters gasping for life. This was a bargain-rate capsule hotel, or more accurately a morgue for the destitute. Su-mo stepped into the shadowed lobby. The air hung thick with the acrid tang of antiseptic mingled with damp mold. Behind the counter sat a reptilian subhuman, a lizard-head clerk idly flicking his forked tongue while watching holographic news. A room. Suemo tossed an unregistered temporary ID card onto the counter, the kind he'd salvaged from a dead crewman aboard his former vessel. Only Class C sleep pods available, drawled the lizardman, lifting one heavy eyelid. His vertical pupils swept over Suemo. 10 credits per hour. 50 credit deposit. No contraband inside. And don't die in there. Cleanup fees are steep. 10 hours. Suemo swiped 150 credits. Clutching his access card, he threaded through a narrow, cavernous corridor. On either side stretched rows of metallic cells, honeycomb-like, cramped and identical. From some drifted thunderous snores, from others muffled groans or eerie rhythmic thuds. He found his unit C404. He slipped inside the tucubiqumeter chamber and sealed the heavy metal hatch behind him. Silence descended instantly. Inside a rigid cot, a single amber reading lamp overhead. Crude, but perfectly sealed. The walls packed with dense acoustic insulation to mute sound were not bulletproof, but they were profoundly private. Suemo leaned back against the cool metal, exhaling deeply. From his inner pocket he withdrew 3 vials, each pulsing with a faint cerulean luminescence. In the gloom of the pod, those 3 points of blue light glowed with hypnotic oceanic lethality, like venomous jellyfish drifting in abyssal dark. System, deep analysis of target. Suemo fixed his gaze on one vial. Analyzing. Item, low purity, ether crystal. Energy tier, hazardous. Structural stability, poor molecular bonds destabilized by ambient radiation. Composition, psionic polymer 3,5, inert impurities 6,5. Warning, direct ingestion is invariably fatal. Recommendation, use only with neutralizing agents, or extract via certified equipment. Sumo's brow furrowed faintly. He possessed neither neutralizers nor professional extraction tools. But he did possess matter reconstruction. What if I could excise the impurities and channel pure psionic particles directly into my nervous system? Suemo asked silently. The system paused, then flashed a stark crimson warning. Warning, theoretically viable, but risk is extreme. Operational complexity microscopic, requires atomic-level precision in impurity removal. Mental load severe. Failure, consequence psychic backlash, potentially resulting in cerebral death or descent into disqualified state, irreversible psychosis. Suemo stared at the blood-red warning, his gaze unwavering. In this merciless world, weakness was itself a capital offense. Without power, he would be dismantled and devoured, just as his ship had been. Moments earlier in the salvage alley, even his mastery of terrain and timing had barely saved him. Against overwhelming firepower, technique alone was a death sentence. He needed strength, now? Immediately. Begin. Suemo unscrewed the vial seal and tipped out a crystal no larger than a grain of rice. The moment it met open air, its cerulean glow intensified, flickering volatile as if straining to dissipate. Suemo held it between thumb and forefinger, closed his eyes, and drew a slow, deep breath. Matter reconstruction engaged. His consciousness plunged once more into that luminous geometric microcosm woven from light and line. The crystal dissolved before his mind's eye into a chaotic lattice. Azure motes pulsed with high-energy psionic particles, gray-black clots, deadly impurities, clung to them like tar. They adhered, inseparably fused by molecular glue. Sumo's mental force coalesced into a scalpel, exquisitely precise, and sliced into the chaos. Strip away. With infinite care, he severed the bonds tethering azure motes to their gray-black anchors. This was tenfold harder than repairing a fuel injector. A fuel injector was inert metal, static, predictable. But this ether crystal thrummed with turbulent, volatile energy. Every contact felt like caressing live high-voltage wire. ZZZT. A searing lance of pain pierced Sumo's skull, as if white-hot needles had been driven deep into his temples. Ugh. He grunted low in his throat, muscles locking, rigid sweat erupting across his skin like monsoon rain. Yet he did not stop. One tremor, one misstep, and the crystal would detonate in his grasp, vaporizing his hand and skull alike. Jaw-clenched, teeth grinding, he forced his psychic scalpel onward, delicately, relentlessly, peeling away the gray filth layer by microscopic layer, as though performing neurosurgery on a living star. Time dilated, stretched into infinity. 1 second became a year. At last, the final filament of impurity parted. What remained was a sphere of flawless, heart-stopping sapphire light, hovering in his inner vision, radiant and pure. Absorb. Suemo commanded inwardly. The azure sphere flowed from his fingertip, straight into his body. Boom. As if a dying star had ignited within his chest. A torrent of raw power surged through his limbs, bones, and marrow, finally converging upon his brain. His spirit, long parched and exhausted, drank ravenously, like cracked earth swallowing monsoon rain. Ecstasy and agony intertwined, exquisite, unbearable. Suemo felt his soul swell, straining against the fragile vessel of flesh. The world warped before his eyes. He saw the metal walls breathe, watched dust motes pirouette in sunless air, heard the electric current sing its jubilant hymn along the corridor's wiring. This was perception ascending, transcending dimension. Psychic threshold breach in progress. 148, 150, 155. How long passed? No one could say. Suemo snapped his eyes open, gasping lungs heaving as if breaking surface after drowning in the abyssal deep. His body was drenched, his bedding soaked into a perfect silhouette of sweat. Coppery blood filled his nostrils. His nose had bled unnoticed, staining his tunic with rust-colored blooms. Yet he felt better than ever before. His mind was terrifyingly lucid, every detail around him crystalline absolute. He could hear the labored breathing of the man in the next pod, and the whirring of a cleaning drone rolling down the hall 30 meters away. Suemo wiped the blood from his upper lip and summoned the system interface. Host Suemo. Status psycho-stimulated side effect mild neural dissonance. Psychic threshold 162-16214. Skill matter reconstruction novice. New trait microscopic insight passive. Description absorption of high-purity ether energy has amplified your perceptual acuity, granting heightened sensitivity to structural flaws at the subatomic level. 14 points gained. Suemo clenched his fist, feeling the new weight of control. It seemed modest, but those 14 points meant he could now manipulate far more complex matter, sustaining operations longer, deeper, with greater fidelity. Repairing that injector had nearly shattered his reserves. Now, he judged he could repeat the feat 3 times over. More crucially, there was the passive trait microscopic insight. He glanced at the vial in his hand. What once required activating his skill to perceive now revealed hazy contours, simply by focusing his will. This would conserve immense reserves of mental energy. Suemo looked at the 2 remaining vials, and the heap of gray-black residue he'd excised. He would not proceed further. Such forced ascension was tightrope walking over oblivion. That single attempt had brushed his absolute limit. Excess bred ruin, greed the gravest sin in survival. Suemo carefully stowed the remaining vials. He lay back on the narrow cot, gazing up at the amber glow of the ceiling lamp, his eyes fathomless. In this cosmic dark forest, he had finally kindled his own torch. Faint, yet bright enough to illuminate the path ahead. Black Serpent Gang. Suemo murmured the name softly. He had stolen their property. He had killed their men. He remained undiscovered, for now. But the debt was sealed. By their nature, such gangs hunted like rabid hounds. If they couldn't find a killer, they'd maul everyone nearby. This place was no longer safe. But first, he must transmute this windfall into tangible power. Suemo closed his eyes and surrendered to slumber, cradled in the drug's lingering resonance. Outside the pod, an electronic bulletin echoed down the corridor. A catastrophic industrial accident occurred this evening at TerraSource Pharmacies in the lower district, claiming 4 lives. Preliminary findings point to infrastructure decay. The Harbor Authority urges all merchants to conduct routine maintenance inspections. In this slumber, Suemo slept deeply but uneasily. His dreams were filled with burning spaceships and twisted metal alongside a pair of abyssal eyes he had seen in space, seemingly capable of devouring everything. Upon waking, the digital clock displayed that he had slept for 9 hours. Suemo sat up and stretched his neck. Though his muscles still ached, the mental fatigue had dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. The passive ability known as microscopic insight had been functioning all along. When his gaze fell upon the metallic wall, he could see the minuscule pits and oxidation layers that were imperceptible to the naked eye with just a slight focus. This sensation was marvelous, as if the world had suddenly transformed from 480p to 4K ultra-high definition. A heavy banging echoed from the end of the corridor, accompanied by coarse shouts. Black Snake Gang opened the doors. Sumo's eyes narrowed. They were arriving sooner than expected. He quickly packed his belongings, carefully stashing the 2 precious ether crystals, lowered the brim of his work attire, and pushed the hatch open to step outside. The corridor was in chaos. Several thugs clad in black exoskeleton armor were kicking doors one by one. The exoskeletons looked intimidating, encasing the wearer like a tin can with hydraulic tubes and steel plates, but to Sumo's current vision, they were riddled with flaws. The one on the left had a visible wear on the hydraulic tube at the knee joint, the rubber layer already aged and cracked. The one on the right had loose screws at the chest armor connection. With a bit of finesse applied at that point, the entire armor would fall off. Was this the combat assistance provided by microscopic insight? Suemo withdrew his gaze, not lingering on the 2 men, but instead crouched down, utilizing his bodice slenderness to slip along the wall like an inconspicuous fish towards the safety passage on the other side. The 2 thugs were busy dragging an unfortunate resident out of bed, completely oblivious to the fleeting gray silhouette behind them. After leaving the sleep nest, Suemo did not rush to exit the lower district. but turned around and dove into the more chaotic free trade zone. Now he was like a child walking into a wolf pack with a wooden stick. Though he possessed extraordinary abilities, he lacked direct means of infliction. He needed weapons. Firearms were strictly regulated at the Greystone space station, accessible only to gangs and security teams. While they were available on the black market, the prices were exorbitant, often several thousand credit points, and once fired the noise could easily attract trouble. Suemo preferred cold weapons, or rather some more discreet and lethal tool. He wove through the noisy stalls, his gaze scanning over the mountains of discarded parts. Suddenly his steps halted in front of a stall selling scrapped industrial equipment. "Boss, how much for this?" Suemo pointed at a black cylindrical object crushed beneath a pile of rusty gears. It was a small pneumatic piston typically used in the grasping modules of industrial robotic arms. The stall owner was a one-eyed man who glanced over and said, "That's a scrapped Hercules pneumatic actuator. The seal is blown and the pressure won't build up. If you want it, 80 credit points." 50, Suemo calmly countered. "Deal." The stall owner agreed, too readily, clearly considering it merely scrap metal. Suemo paid for the item and spent 120 credit points at a neighboring stall for several high-pressure nitrogen tanks and a broken tungsten drill bit. With these items, he arrived at a self-service repair station deep in the recycling alley. It charged by the hour, providing basic machine tools and equipment, a refuge for many down-on-their-luck technicians. Locking the doors, Suemo spread the parts out on the oil-stained workbench. System scanned the structure. Analyzing. Item: damaged pneumatic actuator type, I fault, micron-level tear in the main seal, where on the inner wall of the cylinder. Suemo took a deep breath and placed his hands on the cold metal cylinder. Material reconstruction initiated. His consciousness dove once more. In that microscopic world, the imperceptible crack on the seal became clearly visible. Suemo controlled the surrounding rubber molecules, stitching the crack bit by bit, smoothing it out. Next, he manipulated the metal particles to repair the wear on the inner wall of the cylinder and even optimized the originally rough polishing process. This was just the first step. The next was modification. He dismantled the actuator's originally bulky casing, retaining only the core cylinder and piston structure. Then he reshaped the broken tungsten drill bit. Under the influence of his mental force, the hard tungsten was stretched and thinned like Play-Doh, eventually becoming a triangular spike about 20 centimeters long, completely black. The edges of the spike were sharpened to a molecular level of sharpness. It was no longer a drill bit, but a bloodletting spike that could slice through muscle and bone with a mere touch. Finally, he perfectly fused the spike with the pneumatic piston and fashioned a simple yet sturdy wrist brace from old belts. 2 hours later, Suemo looked at the device strapped to his right arm. It was hidden beneath the wide sleeve of his work attire, snug against his forearm, completely undetectable. He approached a scrap steel plate in the corner of the repair station, which was about 3 millimeters thick. Suemo raised his arm muscles, tense, triggering the mechanical switch hidden in his palm. Whoosh! A barely audible sound of released air echoed. In the next instant, the black tungsten spike shot out like a venomous snake from its hole. Clang! Sparks flew. The hard steel plate was instantly pierced, as if it were paper, the spike embedding itself completely, leaving only the tail slightly trembling. There was no recoil, as Suemo had designed a clever airflow buffer chamber within the internal structure. There was no noise thanks to the use of high-pressure nitrogen and perfect sealing. This was a perfect assassination weapon. I shall name you Sleeve Sword. Though its principle is that of a pneumatic pile driver, Suemo felt this retro name suited it better. Moreover, due to the use of material reconstruction for molecular level hardening, the strength of this spike was enough to penetrate the weak points of the Black Snake Gang's inferior exoskeletons. Suemo retracted the spike, locking it back into standby mode. He glanced at his account balance, 1190 credit points. Not a significant expenditure, but his combat capability had undergone a qualitative leap. Now he was no longer a prey to be slaughtered. Suemo exited the repair station. The outside had already darkened, though in the space station it was merely the lighting dimming. He touched the cold metal block under his sleeve, feeling a newfound confidence in navigating this steel jungle. Just then his personal terminal vibrated suddenly. It was a strange encrypted communication request. Suemo hesitated for a moment before connecting. Old John. The raspy, metallic-tinged voice came through the background noise, chaotic, as if he were next to some large machinery. Your skills are impressive, kid. Old John wasted no words. I have a job here that requires someone who understands fine work. The compensation is substantial, but if you don't want to die, don't ask about the source. Suemo narrowed his eyes. Old John was a shrewd man. His proactive contact indicated two things. First, he had recognized the extraordinary nature of that injector nozzle. Second, he was indeed in trouble or dealing with a big business. Location. Suemo was terse with his words. Zone 7, abandoned cargo rail, entrance B12. Bring your tools. See you in half an hour. The communication ended. Suemo stared at the darkened screen, his fingers gently brushing over the switch of the sleeve, sword beneath his sleeve. If it were before, he would never venture to such a place that sounded like a trap. But now, he needed more money to acquire resources and enhance his strength. Moreover, if he could get connected with Old John, perhaps he could gain access to higher-level channels and even obtain legitimate identification. Fortune favors the bold. Suemo tightened his collar, his figure vanishing into the complex shadows of the recycling alley. The abandoned freight track of Zone 7 entrance B12 resembled a massive rusted beast's maw. There were no neon lights of the upper city, only the harsh flicker of emergency lights. The air was thick with the acrid scent of leaked coolant mingled with the stale odor of old engine oil, a unique rotting smell that permeated the gut of the Greystone space station. Suemo stood in the shadows, instinctively pressing his right hand against his left sleeve. Inside the cuff, the newly modified pneumatic sleeve sword lay snug against his forearm. The chill of the tungsten steel three-edged blade seeped through the thin fabric, oddly grounding him with a sense of cold reality. Punctuality is a precious virtue, especially in the lower city. A hoarse voice emerged from behind a container deep within the track. Old John was clad in a heavy oil-stained exoskeleton maintenance suit, holding a still-burning synthetic cigarette. He did not look at Suemo, but instead stared at a half-man-high metal box at his feet. This box was not a common civilian model. Its surface was coated with a light-absorbing layer, and its corners displayed clear military reinforcements. Your delicate work. Suemo took 2 steps closer and stopped at a safe distance. His gaze swept around as micro-insight quietly activated. On his retina, the details of the surrounding environment were magnified to madness. The flow of dust in the air, the corrosion patterns on the container's metal skin, the slight tremor of Old John's exoskeleton hydraulic tubes. No ambush detected. At least within a 50-meter radius, only Old John was present. This thing was taken from a recently cleaned smuggling ship. Old John exhaled a puff of smoke and pointed at the metal box with his prosthetic finger. Black box level security lock with an internal self-destruct device using strong acid. Once violently breached, or if the password is entered incorrectly 3 times, the contents will turn into a puddle of waste liquid. Suemo squinted. You want me to open it? I've consulted 2 advanced technicians. They both said it's impossible. The internal structure of this lock is dynamic and changes every second. Old John turned his head, his high-power prosthetic eye gleaming with a dark red light fixed intently on Suemo. But you fixed that mkii fuel injector. That was not ordinary maintenance, it was reconstruction. Sumo's heart sank slightly. Indeed, that fuel injector had revealed too much information. In the eyes of the seasoned scavenger, perfect repairs were a flaw in itself. He'll just give it a try? Suemo neither denied nor affirmed, simply squatting down. He pressed his palm against the cold surface of the metal box. In an instant, his mental energy surged into the lock's depths like tendrils. In the vision of micro-insight, the originally dark lock core transformed into a complex microscopic maze. Countless tiny hydraulic pins throbbed wildly under the influence of some algorithm, their frequency astonishingly fast. As Old John had said, this was a dynamic maze. But for Suemo, as long as it was material, there were gaps to exploit. Material structure analysis. Locking onto the high-density alloy lock tongue. Molecular gaps confirmed. It was as if data streams rushed through the depths of Sumo's pupils. He did not attempt to unravel the complex algorithm. That was the realm of computational power, not his strong suit. He chose a more violent shortcut, deceiving the physical rules at the microscopic level. Material reconstruction activated. His mental energy erupted from his fingertips, consuming about 2 units of scale. On the microscopic level, tiny metallic protrusions suddenly grew on the surface of the rapidly pulsating hydraulic pins. These protrusions precisely jammed the rebound path of the pins, turning the originally chaotic dynamic lock into a static one in an instant. Click. A faint mechanical engagement sound echoed in the silent track area. Old John's fingers holding the cigarette trembled violently, ash falling onto his exoskeleton. He looked incredulously at the green indicator light displaying unlocked. It had taken no more than 10 seconds. No complicated tools, no decryption terminal. This young man merely placed his hand on it and felt for a moment. The box lid slowly popped open. As the white mist of liquid nitrogen dissipated, the contents were revealed. It was neither gold bars nor weapons. Instead, it was a black chip imprinted with a double helix symbol Suemo had never seen before. Beside the chip, 3 neatly arranged test tubes emitted a faint blue glow. High-purity ether extraction liquid. Old John's voice became somewhat hoarse, greed flashing in his prosthetic eye. But he quickly restrained himself, slamming the box shut. I understand the rules. Don't look at what you shouldn't. Suemo stood up, brushed off the dust from his hands, his expression as calm as if he had merely repaired a toaster. Old John looked deeply at Suemo, his expression turning complex. At that moment, he was convinced that the young man before him was definitely not a mere fallen victim. Such absolute control over precise materials was something he had never witnessed in his 20 years at Greystone Space Station. This is your reward. Old John pulled out an anonymous credit card from his exoskeleton's waist pouch and tossed it over. 2,000 credit points. Also that secret. Stays buried. Of course. I'm just a repairman. Just as Sumo turned to leave, Old John suddenly spoke, "Be careful lately. The Black Snake gang has gone mad. They're looking everywhere for the person who made the billboard fall. Although there's no evidence anyone who was there at that time is on their cleaning list." Sumo paused slightly, not turning back. "Thanks for the reminder." Stepping out of entrance B12, Sumo exhaled a breath of turbid air. Cold sweat had already soaked his clothes. At the moment he unlocked it, he distinctly felt the miniature cannon on Old John's exoskeleton arm in a state of preheating. If he had failed, or appeared too curious the moment that cigarette but hit the ground could have been the signal to fire. This was the survival rule of the lower city. Value was the only talisman, while secrets dangled above like the sword of Damocles. Sumo glanced at the credit card in his hand, and then felt the tungsten steel three-edged blade in his cuff. 2,000 points combined with the previous balance was enough for him to proceed with his next plan. But more importantly, he had passed Old John's test. In this wasteland world filled with lies and betrayal, he had finally obtained the first ticket to a deeper trading network. System display current status. Sumo silently recited in his mind. Host Sumo mental energy threshold 162 current available mental energy 145 abilities material reconstruction beginner micro insight passive assets held 25-30 credit points. Not enough. Sumo gazed at the brilliant lights of the upper city in the distance, his eyes cold. To survive here, I need to become stronger. After leaving the abandoned freight rail zone B12, Sumo did not immediately return to the dormitory nest. Old John's warning pierced his taut nerves like a thorn. 2,000 credit points was a fortune, enough to buy a life in the lower sector or purchase a stretch of relative peace. To Sumo, however, it was merely the bare minimum required to stay alive. He lowered the brim of his hat, evading surveillance cameras along the main thoroughfares, and deliberately chose narrow, damp maintenance conduits shrouded in shadow. Microscopic insight not only revealed the structural composition of matter, but in this gloom heightened his perception of subtle disturbances rippling through the air. A cacophony erupted at an intersection ahead. Sumo pressed himself against the wall and slipped silently behind a heap of discarded ventilation ducts. Peering through a narrow gap in the ductwork, he witnessed a chilling scene. 6 or 7 men clad in black leather jackets, each bearing a coiled black serpent tattoo on their forearms, had cordoned off the intersection. They brandished modified iron rods and electroshock batons, roughly interrogating every passerby. Not him either. A burly bald thug with a face carved from granite kicked a gaunt scavenger to the ground. The man's arms spilled a cascade of rusted scrap parts clattering sharply across the pavement. "Boss, the guy near the apothecary shop. He matches this build," wore a gray hoodie. A subordinate murmured, waving a grainy holographic still. It was Sumo's retreating silhouette. Disguised, yes, but these hounds were hunting without restraint. Better to slaughter 1,000 innocents than let one slip away. "Take him." His eyes darted like a cornered rat. "Something's off." The bald enforcer spat onto the ground, then jabbed his crackling electrobaton hard into the scavenger's neck. The scavenger convulsed violently, then went still, slumped like discarded refuse as 2 Black Serpent gang members dragged him into a nearby alley. Sumo observed coldly, his breathing utterly unchanged. Rage was a luxury reserved for the weak. In this world, fury only hastened death. What he needed now was icy calculation. The Black Serpent gang's response had surpassed even his grim expectations. That accident at the apothecary left no direct evidence, but the loss of 3 ether crystals and 4 elite operatives was a brutal slap across the gang's face. Returning to the dormitory nest now would likely lead him straight into their net. Even if he evaded immediate detection, repeated comings and goings would raise suspicion. Sumo withdrew from behind the ductwork without a whisper. If hunters had unleashed their hounds, then prey must grow fangs. He changed course, heading deeper into the lower sector, to the Rust Nail Bazaar. One of Greystone Station's largest black market hubs, the Rust Nail Bazaar dwarfed Old John's shop in both chaos and scope. Here credits could buy anything, even fragments of decommissioned federal military power armor. Sumo's current assets totaled 2,530 credits. After reserving 500 credits as emergency survival capital, he had exactly 200 credits to arm himself. He entered a shop bearing a sign that read, "Industrial Supplies." Its proprietor, a cyborg with a single mechanical eye, was polishing a rust-pitted laser cutter with his prosthetic hand. "What do you need?" Without looking up, the shopkeeper asked. "ZK-7 grade ultra-high-strength monomolecular filament. Industrial grade, Su-Mo replied, voice low and gravel thin. The shopkeeper paused his solitary optic scanning Su-Mo from head to toe. That's regulated material, the raw stock for bladed weapons. Industrial grade, or not, it slices flesh faster than tofu. How much? 2 spools. And a canister of high-concentration acid cleaner, one that eats through polymers. 800 credits total. Su-Mo said nothing, only swiped his credit chip. 7 Zambian kwacha monomolecular filament was typically used to cut through the reinforced hulls of derelict starships, though less refined and far more visible than military-grade nanowire. Under the influence of material reconstruction, Su-Mo knew he could transform it into a lethal trap. Next, he visited a neighboring electronic salvage stall. Among piles of circuit board rubble, he activated microscopic insight. In his vision, the junk ceased to be scrap. It became a symphony of microcircuits and precision components. This thermal sensor module is still functional. This piezoelectric ceramic wafer remains intact. Su-Mo selected several ostensibly dead sensor modules and a few high-output battery cells. They cost him only 150 credits. The vendor saw them as irreparable trash. To Su-Mo, they would become deadly triggers. Armed with his purchases, Su-Mo retreated to a secluded corner of an abandoned warehouse, once used to store compressed gas cylinders, now littered only with dust and hollow shells. He sat cross-legged, laying out his acquisitions in precise alignment. System, material reconstruction. His spiritual energy surged once more. The monomolecular filament in his palm began shifting at the microscopic level. Su-Mo smoothed away infinitesimal surface imperfections, amplifying its edge to razor lethality. Simultaneously, using reconstruction, he reforged fractured sensor circuits and sealed them tightly within compact housings alongside the high-energy batteries. Half an hour later, Su-Mo examined the finished product, 3 compact, brutally efficient, triggered cutting traps. Any disturbance, be it infrared motion or physical vibration, would instantly release the taut filament, delivering kinetic force sufficient to sever an unprotected limb. Having expended roughly 10 units of mental energy, Su-Mo felt a faint weariness, but his gaze burned sharper than ever. Then he performed one final act. He concentrated and purified the acid cleaner, using material reconstruction to separate and discard its diluting agents, leaving behind a vial of under 50 milliliter hyper-concentrated corrosive solution. He transferred it into a modified aerosol canister. Preparations complete. By then, Greystone Station's artificial night had fallen. Su-Mo returned to the fringe of Sector 9, not approaching the dormitory nest, but ascending an abandoned cooling tower. From that vantage, his microscopic insight extended far beyond human limits, revealing the entrance to the dormitory nest with crystalline clarity. As expected, 2 men in civilian clothes sat smoking on the steps opposite the inn, their eyes never straying from its entrance. Their waists bulged, weapons concealed beneath loose jackets. The inn's portly, avaricious front desk clerk stood beside one of them, bowing obsequiously, gesturing repeatedly towards Su-Mo's room. Betrayal. A cold, mirthless smile flickered across Su-Mo's lips. Predictable. In the lower sector, loyalty was merely the price of betrayal, yet unpaid. His position was perilous. If he failed to eliminate those 2 watchers, he wouldn't just lose access to his room. He risked being trapped and slaughtered in his sleep. Su-Mo glanced down at the labyrinthine alleys beneath the cooling tower, twisting, pipe-choked, and drowned in absolute darkness. An ideal ambush site. He descended the tower like silent shadows, slipping into the depths of the gloom. "Let me give you a gift," he whispered into the dark. Then, deliberately, he kicked an empty tin can. Clang. The sharp, ringing echo reverberated through the hushed alleyway. Instantly, the 2 men outside the inn stiffened. They exchanged a glance, crushed their cigarettes, and slid their hands toward their waistbands, moving swiftly toward the source of the sound. The hunt begins. Hidden in the blackness, Su-Mo's finger rested lightly upon a hair-thin filament. The darkness in the alley was thick and viscous, like ink that refused to dissolve. Only a faint refracted neon glow from the distant main road barely outlined the silhouettes of abandoned pipes. The 2 enforcers from the Black Serpent gang were clearly no strangers to this kind of dirty work. Back to back, they held kinetic pistols with safeties disengaged, their barrels sweeping warily across the surrounding shadows. "That sound came from over there," whispered the leaner man, his left eye a cheap cybernetic implant pulsing with dull red light. "Be careful, the kid's not right." "What's there to fear? He's alone, and armed with nothing more than a rusted blade." "Humph," the burly enforcer sneered, though his footsteps grew unnervingly light. "Once we've got him, I'll break both his legs first. Payback for Lao Si and the others." Su-Mo held his breath, pressed flat against the underside of a pipe 3 meters above the ground. Microscopic insight, fully engaged. Within his enhanced vision, the 2 men ceased to be mere flesh and bone. They became shifting thermal signatures and structural maps. He could discern the precise tension in their muscles, and even hear the rhythmic thud of their heartbeats. Thump, thump. A countdown, silent, inevitable, as prey stepped toward the trap. The lean man's toe hovered just above the first tripwire. It was no ordinary wire, but a piezoelectric trigger Su-Mo had rigged himself. 1 step, 2 steps. Click, a near inaudible surge of current. Then, a softer, sharper snap. The sound of 7 Zambian Kwacha monomolecular filament slicing air propelled by a high-tension spring. It spanned the alley at precisely 1.5 meters, exactly at the man's throat level. He kept walking, then froze rigid as stone. He tried to speak, mouth opening, but no sound emerged. In the next heartbeat, his head slid slowly, unnaturally from his shoulders. The cut was mirror smooth. Only when the skull struck the ground did blood erupt, like a pressurized geyser, from the severed neck. Lauer. The hulking enforcer recoiled, hot liquid spattering across his face. Instinctively he turned, just in time to see the headless corpse. His pupils contracted to needle-fine points. Blind terror shattered his composure. His kinetic pistol roared into the darkness, trigger pulled in frantic, uncontrolled bursts. Bang! 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 Flares of muzzle fire flared violently in the narrow alley. Bullets ricocheted off metal pipes, scattering showers of sparks. Come out. Show yourself, or I'll carve you apart, he bellowed back, pressed hard against a wall, unaware that this very wall concealed Su-Mo's second trap. The instant his spine struck the surface, a thermal sensor, hidden inside a derelict power box, activated. This time no filament shot forth, only a dense cloud of high-pressure corrosive mist. A shriek tore through the silence. Clutching his face, he collapsed, writhing. The custom-formulated acid ate through skin, seeped between his fingers, and burned deep into eyes and airways. Agony screamed up every nerve ending, leaving him utterly defenseless. Su-Mo dropped from the pipe like a silent bat, weightless and precise. Without hesitation, he lashed out with his right arm. Shunk. A tungsten carbide, trident concealed within his sleeve, pierced the enforcer's back, slipped between ribs, and pulverized his heart. The scream died mid-breath. Silence rushed back, absolute, suffocating, broken only by the distant thrum of passing starships and the slow, wet spread of blood pooling across the alley floor. Su-Mo rose, expressionless, flicking droplets of crimson from his sleeve blade. It was his first direct kill. No nausea, no fear, not even a tremor of emotion. When the adrenaline ebbed, only cold stillness remained. In this world that devoured the weak, killing was merely one step in the machinery of survival. He knelt, swiftly stripping the bodies. Speed was essential. Gunfire and screams would soon draw patrol drones, or rival gangs. 2 Viper kinetic pistols, crude knockoffs from black market workshops, yet worth several hundred credits on the underground market. For spare magazines. Rifling through their pockets, Su-Mo retrieved 2 anonymous credit chip cards and scattered cash. System, scan the chips. Decrypting, low-grade encryption, decryption complete. In total balance, 850 credits. In poppers. Su-Mo muttered under his breath, tucking away the cards and weapons. He glanced at the monomolecular trap on the ground, the expensive filament stained with blood, yet he carefully retracted it nonetheless. A one-time weapon of devastating precision, never to be wasted. As for the corpses, he eyed the nearby sewage grate. It led straight down to the station's lower-tier organic fertilizer converters. With grunting effort, he dragged both bodies to the grate, pried open its rust-fused grating, and kicked them in one after the other. Perhaps they'll nourish the mushroom farms of the lower sectors. Having finished, Su-Mo did not return to his sleep pod. It was compromised. Though he'd eliminated the tail, the greedy landlord would sell him out again without hesitation. Pulling up his hood, Su-Mo melted into the deeper shadows at the alley's far end. A hunter, having made his kill, must seek a new den. Half an hour later, Su-Mo stood at the frayed edge of Sector 11. More chaotic than Sector 9, and far more concealed. Derelict industrial skeletons loomed everywhere, interwoven with haphazard shanties of corrugated iron. He settled temporarily inside an abandoned ventilation fan room, where constant noise and vibration reigned. Precisely as he preferred sound-masked movement, tremors disrupted high-sensitivity scanners. Sitting cross-legged on the cold concrete floor, bathed in the faint glow of indicator LEDs, Su-Mo reviewed his spoils. Not just the 850 credits and dual pistols, but something deeper stirring within. That chilling calm during slaughter. That instinctive, almost preternatural command over his surroundings. System, display mental capacity status. Host Su-Mon mental threshold 165 minor increase induced by combat stimulus and current, available mental energy 120 in passive trait, microscopic insight, proficiency upgraded. Su-Mo stared at the warm grip of the Viper pistol in his hand, his gaze sharpening, glinting like tempered steel. If the Black Serpent gang wished him dead, then he would churn their waters until they boiled over. "This is only the beginning," he murmured, voice barely a whisper in the humming dark. The abandoned machine room in Zone 11 was filled with a tremendous low-frequency noise. Each rotation of the massive industrial ventilation fan blades caused the entire metal roof to tremble slightly. Such an environment was tormenting for an ordinary person, but for Sumo, it was the perfect cover. The corners of the machine room were piled high with rusty spare blades and oil barrels. Sumo cleared a space and attached the only lighting device, a flickering magnetic work light, to the pipes above. Under the harsh white light, the workbench in front of him held the two recently confiscated Viper kinetic handguns. At this moment, both guns had been completely disassembled with scattered springs, firing pins, and cylinders strewn across the floor. Crude and shoddy. Sumo picked up a barrel and narrowed his eyes as micro insight activated instantly. In his vision, the inner wall of the seemingly smooth and shiny metal tube was riddled with pits resembling the surface of the moon. The rifling's grooves were extremely uneven, with one serious deviation reaching as much as 0.5 millimeters. This meant that at a distance of 50 meters, the bullet's point of impact could deviate from the target by half a head's length. Moreover, the barrel was made of inferior reconstituted steel, which if not addressed would slightly deform after firing more than 2 magazines due to overheating, resulting in a total loss of accuracy and the risk of bursting. For those gangsters who only knew how to shoot at each other on the streets, this kind of gun was sufficient as long as it made a noise and could intimidate people. However, for Sumo, who was accustomed to calculating every detail on the edge of life and death and pursuing ultimate control, this was unacceptable scrap metal. Since he was going to use it, he intended to use it to its fullest extent. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and summoned the mental energy that had just begun to recover. His fingertips lightly pressed against the cold barrel as material reconstruction was initiated. This time he did not proceed with a heavy hand like he did when repairing the spacecraft, but instead performed a precise surgery at the microscopic level. His mental energy flowed into the metal like water, and he could feel the vibrations of the metal atoms. He began to smooth out every tiny burr on the rifling, as if caressing silk. Then he adjusted the density distribution within the alloy, forcefully compressing and reorganizing the originally loose and porous casting structure, making it dense and uniform, instantly enhancing its hardness and heat resistance by 2 grades. After finishing the barrel, he turned to the firing pin. He performed a nanometer-level hardening treatment on the tip of the firing pin and corrected its geometric center to ensure that each discharge was as stable as possible. Next came the return spring, trigger linkage, and ejection hook. Time flowed amidst the roaring sound of the massive fan blades. Sweat beads formed on Sumo's forehead. This high-precision micro-reconstruction consumed more mental energy than simple disassembly. Half an hour later, with a crisp click, of Viper that still appeared old and greasy, but had undergone a complete transformation, was reassembled in his hands. Sumo raised the gun and pulled the trigger towards the darkness in the distance. Click. The sound was sharp and brief, like the crack of ice breaking. The trigger travel had been reduced by 40, with an extremely linear recoil force devoid of any stiffness. The sliding of the bolt was as smooth as gliding on ice. If one ignored the worn outer shell, the mechanical performance of this gun had already approached that of the military-grade sidearms used by the Upper District Security Forces. Consumed 28 points of mental energy. Still within acceptable limits. Sumo felt a slight sting in his mind of feedback from the expenditure of mental energy. He did not pause, picking up the second gun and proceeding to replicate the process. In this perilous night, the more precise the weapon in hand, the greater the chance of survival. When both guns were modified, Sumo sighed in relief and leaned against the cold wall to rest. Now he possessed 2 precise weapons capable of hitting any target within 50 meters. After resting for a moment, he fished out the black chip he had confiscated from the track in Zone 7. It was the mysterious object bearing the double helix emblem. Previously, due to the urgent situation and Old John's ambiguous attitude, he hadn't examined it closely. Now, aided by the dim light and micro-insight, he finally discerned the true nature of this object. At an exceptionally high visual precision, Sumo was astonished to find that there were minuscule wear marks on the chip's pin contacts. These were not scratches left by mechanical insertion and removal, but rather some form of biological corrosion. What shocked him even more was that through the semi-transparent packaging layer, the internal circuit structure displayed was not the traditional etched lines, but rather a complex network resembling blood vessels that seemed to be still growing. The tiny nodes even refracted an eerie purplish red glow under the light. Biological chip. Sumo felt a chill in his heart. In the Greystone space station, anything related to biological technology was often connected to the major conglomerates of the Upper District or those rumored secret laboratories conducting human experiments. How could such a thing appear in a smuggled military black box? Old John was coveting the ethereal extraction liquid in that box, but was completely tight-lipped about this chip, not even mentioning it at the time. This alone was an extremely dangerous signal. This thing was very hot. Moreover, it could be even hotter than he imagined. Just then the old-style communicator on his wrist vibrated. It was a public channel broadcast forcibly pinned to the top, even bypassing his silent mode. Suemo looked down, and the screen flashed with glaring red text. Black Snake Gang Bounty Notice. In response to the recent violent attacks and murders of gang members in the lower district, the Black Snake Gang is currently offering a bounty of 500 credit points for the capture of the perpetrator. Suspect characteristics: male, solitary, slender build, skilled in using unknown traps and cold weapons, extremely dangerous. Anyone providing valid information will receive a reward of 100 credit points. Those who kill or capture the suspect will receive a bounty of 500 credit points. Postscript: this is a private matter of the Black Snake Gang. You unrelated personnel should stay clear or bear the consequences. Suemo stared at the screen, his fingers gently stroking the grip of the newly modified gun. A cold smile devoid of warmth crept onto his lips. 500 points. His value was rising swiftly, surpassing what he earned from risking his life to deliver goods. This notice not only signified the anger of the Black Snake Gang, but also meant that the entire lower district's outlaws, bounty hunters, and even civilians looking to make a quick buck would become his potential enemies. The entire lower district was about to turn into a massive trap targeting him. Want to play a hunting game? Suemo turned off the screen, holstering the two Vipers back into his waist. His gaze flickered in the dim machine room, glinting like a beast's. The hunter had sharpened his fangs. Since there was no escaping, let's see who the true prey would be in the end. The shift between hunter and prey often occurs in the blink of an eye. Suemo departed the abandoned server room in Sector 11, deliberately avoiding the main entrance. Like a gecko clinging to stone, he slid down the severely corroded ventilation duct along the exterior wall, landing silently in a shadowed alley 2 blocks away. It was now the deep night aboard Greystone Space Station. The overhead artificial lights had dimmed, leaving only the ghastly pallor of emergency fixtures. Yet for the lower city, night was not an end, but the beginning of revelry. Tonight's revelry, however, carried a sharp metallic tang of blood. System, activate passive scanning. Microscopic insight remained in low-power standby. To Suemo, every ripple in the air, every tremor beneath his feet, within a 50-meter radius, was laid bare. He could even smell the faint, acrid scent of murderous intent lingering in the air. 3 heartbeats pulsed from the left side junction ahead. Rapid, erratic, adrenaline surging. Clearly they were in the feverish grip of the hunt. That signal vanished right around here. A hushed voice drifted on the wind. The kid must be carrying some kind of signal dampening device, but I saw the thermal sensor flicker over there just now. Tread carefully. This is a 5,000 credit bounty. Don't let those rabid dogs from the Black Serpent Gang get there first, another voice replied, thick with greed. If we take him alive, well, my retirement's secured. Suemo remained concealed in the gloom, a cold razor-thin smile curling at the corner of his lips. Indeed, where reward ran deep, courage bloomed swift and reckless. Barely an hour had passed and bounty hunters were already closing in. He did not retreat. Instead, he advanced toward the source of the voices, his footsteps as silent as a black cat's tread. The 3 hunters moved forward in a triangular formation. Their gear was formidable, lightweight exoskeletons uniform across the board. Their leader gripped a heavily modified shotgun, a configuration bordering on elite for the lower city. Alas, they had drawn the wrong quarry. At 10 meters distance, Suemo halted and casually plucked a metal nut from the ground. His fingers tensed. Matter reconstruction flared instantly. The smooth, rounded nut elongated, twisted, and reformed into a jagged, barbed metal projectile. Go! His wrist flicked. The projectile sliced through the air and struck the valve of a nearby steam pipe with surgical precision. Ding! The sharp, ringing clang pierced the stillness of the alley like a shard of ice. Over there. The lead hunter reacted with lightning reflexes. His shotgun pivoted instantly, barrel swinging toward the sound's origin before firing. Boom! Buckshot erupted, shredding the hapless pipe into 1,000 perforations. Scalding high-pressure white steam gushed forth, swallowing the entire alley in a blinding, suffocating shroud. Cough, damn it. Can't see a thing. Hold your fire. Don't hit each other. Amidst the churning chaos of white mist, a gray figure slipped in, silent, spectral, inevitable. Suemo held his breath. Microscopic insight rendered every contour, every twitch of motion visible, even within that milky fog. He closed in from the flank upon the shotgun-wielding leader. His right hand rose. Mechanisms beneath his sleeve whirred to life. A muffled whisper swallowed by the hiss of escaping steam. A black tungsten carbide trident blade flashed, piercing the man's throat with lethal grace, severing both vocal cords and carotid artery in one motion. Sumo wrenched the blade free using the recoil to spin his body aside, evading the arterial spray, while his left hand snatched the Viper pistol from his hip in one fluid motion. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, strangely muted like blows against damp timber. A testament to Sumo's meticulous modifications suppressed barrel precision-tuned firing pin. Before the remaining 2 hunters could register what had transpired, twin crimson blossoms erupted at their temples. Each round had pierced the thinnest point of the skull. No time for neural transmission, no time for pain. All 3 bodies collapsed nearly in unison. As the steam gradually dissipated, Sumo stood motionless among them, smoke curling faintly from the barrel of his pistol. This was technological supremacy. With microscopic insight augmenting his perception, their movements were nothing but gaping flaws, delayed exoskeletal joints, blind spots in their field of vision, rhythmic breathing patterns. All fatal vulnerabilities laid bare. Sumo crouched methodically, searching the corpses. Poppers. Beyond the shotgun, moderately valuable, the trio collectively carried fewer than 300 credits. Clearly desperate low-tier mercenaries gambling everything on one reckless score. Sumo disassembled the shotgun, extracting its critical firing module and high-energy battery. The full weapon was too bulky to carry, but its core components would fetch a fair price from old John. Having finished, he rose and glanced at the communit strapped to his wrist. The Black Serpent Gang's bounty notice continued scrolling across its screen. "Since you're so eager to find me." Sumo stared at the pulsing crimson skull emblem, a flash of savage intensity igniting in his eyes. "Then allow me to oblige." He tore a strip of cloth from a corpse, dipped it in fresh blood, and scrawled a single line on the adjacent wall. "Prey located in Sector B7. M. The initial of Sumo's given name. Sector B7 housed one of the Black Serpent Gang's most vital strongholds in the lower city, their largest gambling den and narcotics emporium. This was no mere message. It was a declaration of war. An allure. Sumo knew precisely how the Black Serpent Gang operated, enraged, impulsive, and ravenous for any lead, no matter how slender. And when they realized they'd been deceived, that fury would burn away all restraint. Chaos. That was the perfect tide in which to swim unseen. Sumo discarded the blood-stained rag and melted into the darkness. If this was to be a game, then let it be played on grander terms. Half an hour later, atop a derelict signal tower on the periphery of Sector B7, Sumo lay prone across the frigid steel lattice, his modified Viper pistol raised. At this range, a standard kinetic handgun would be little more than a noisy paperweight, but his was different. Its reconstructed barrel boasted flawless rifling, its hardened firing pin guaranteed consistent muzzle velocity. Coupled with windrift corrections supplied by microscopic insight, this pistol had become a short-range sniper rifle. Below, the gang's stronghold blazed with garish light. Dozens of customized motorcycles lined the entrance. Gang members lounged, smoked, bragged, utterly oblivious to the Reaper hovering above. "They're here." Sumo watched as several armored off-road vehicles screeched to a halt before the gate. From the vehicles spilled a squad of fully armed enforcers. Their leader unmistakable, the scar-faced lieutenant Sumo had encountered earlier at the apothecary shop. The scar-faced lieutenant had clearly followed Sumo's clue, furious, impatient, dragging his men back in haste. "Search everywhere. That vermin is close. I can feel it." He brandished his chainsaw, sword roaring into the night. Chaos erupted instantly. At that moment, Sumo squeezed the trigger. Bang! A muffled report echoed. The massive floodlight hanging above the gate detonated in a shower of glass. Shards rained downward like lethal hail. The brilliant illumination vanished, replaced by absolute, suffocating darkness. Ambush! Screams, curses, the metallic clack of bolt actions, all fused into a deafening cacophony. Blind with panic, the Black Serpent Gang opened fire indiscriminately into the night. Tracers crisscrossed the dark like a web of fire. But Sumo was already gone. The instant the shot left the barrel, he had launched himself via rappel line onto the opposite rooftop. Second shot. Sumo aimed with glacial composure. This time his target was not flesh, but the fuel tanks of the armored vehicles below. Through narrow gaps between chassis, he locked onto the precise, vulnerable seam. Bang! Sparks erupted. No explosion followed. Not yet. This was high-yield incendiary fuel. It required a fraction of a second to ignite. Sumo didn't linger. He holstered the weapon and turned away. 3 seconds later. Boom! A colossal fireball erupted at the gates of Sector B7, hurling flaming debris and shockwave outward in all directions. Roars of rage dissolved into shrieks of agony. Sumo sprinted across the rooftops, backlit by the inferno, each detonation behind him sounding like a triumphant cannonade heralding his passage. He was no longer a fleeing quarry. He was the blade wielder in the dark, calmly, deliberately unraveling their net, thread by thread. System, log combat data. Combat assessment complete. Spiritual energy expended 12 points. Targets eliminated 3 bounty hunters. Level of induced chaos moderate. Spiritual threshold. Minor fluctuation 166166. Sumo scanned the readout, then vanished into the night. The night was far from over. This was merely the first installment of his reply. The explosion in Sector B7 did not merely obliterate the Black Serpent Gang's front facade. It was like striking a match inside a methane-saturated underworld. A fireball surged skyward, licking at the station's rust-pitted dome. Thick, roiling smoke snaked through ventilation ducts into every corner, while wailing alarms tore through the deathly silence of Channel 9's midnight. Sumo crouched low atop a billboard frame 3 blocks from the blast site, elevated yet nestled precisely within the blind spot of shadow. Microscopic insight in his field of vision, distant chaos dissolved into cascading streams of data. He watched Black Serpent Gang members surge from every crevice towards Sector B7 like startled ants, some dousing flames, others firing wildly into the darkness, still others bellowing frantic orders in search of the attacker. Fear spreads faster than any virus. That single detonation incinerated at least 500,000 credit points worth of their supplies. Sumo assessed the outcome with icy composure. Those armored off-road vehicles were not mere transport. They were the gang's very license to dominate the Undercity. Now they were nothing but smoldering scrap. His wrist comms suddenly pulsed, a forced encrypted channel connection request. Sumo's gaze flickered faintly as he accepted the call. "You're insane," rasped old John, his voice frayed by static and the clamor of background interference. "Did you just set off a fireworks display in B7? The entire Undercity's security level has just jumped 2 tiers. Even the Harbor Authority slackers have been roused. Isn't that ideal?" Sumo replied, voice flat and unruffled, as if he hadn't orchestrated the blast himself. "Only in murky water can one catch fish." "Catch fish? You've blown up the whole damn pond." Though John's tone brimmed with exasperation, Sumo detected unmistakable exhilaration beneath it. "The Black Serpent Gang's bounty on you has surged to 8,000 credits. And they've classified M as an extreme threat, suspecting you're a cleanser dispatched from the upper city. Let them speculate." Sumo severed the transmission. Explanation was unnecessary. Fear thrives on uncertainty. The more the gang doubted, the deeper their internal fractures widened. Below, 2 modified motorcycles screamed past, drawing his attention. Their riders wore Black Serpent insignia and raced not toward B7, but in the opposite direction. That path led straight to Warehouse District 11. Sumo narrowed his eyes. While the gang's main force rushed to B7, these 2 veered away, panicked, breathless, with heavy metal crates lashed to their rear seats. A textbook asset evacuation. The diversion is already bearing fruit. A cold, razor-thin smile curved his lips. His purpose in sowing chaos had never been mere destruction. It was to provoke movement, to fracture even the most impregnable defenses with panic. When terror cracks open the armor, the hunter strikes. In one fluid motion, Sumo dropped from the billboard's height. He adjusted midair, landing soundlessly upon impact thanks to the shock-absorbing pads embedded in his exoskeletal boots, then vanished into the labyrinthine alleys like a streak of black lightning. Those 2 slip thrusts had no inkling they were already marked for death. At the jagged border between Districts 11 and 12 sprawled a sprawling industrial ruin. The motorcycles weaved through collapsed pipelines. "Hurry. The boss said this cargo must not be compromised. If that lunatic M gets wind of it, we're finished," shouted the lead rider over his helmet comm. "Shut up. M is definitely locked in combat with the main force at B7. He couldn't possibly." His words died mid-sentence. A slender silver filament flashed, gone before the eye could register it. The lead motorcycle abruptly lost balance, its front wheel bearing disintegrated mid-spin, sending the handlebars crashing violently to the ground. Boom. The bike tumbled headlong into a nearby wall. The rider was flung free like a ragdoll, slamming hard onto the pavement, knocked unconscious on impact. The trailing rider recoiled in horror, slamming his brakes. SCRECH. The tires carved long black scars across the concrete. Frantically, he drew his sidearm, scanning the void with wild, terrified eyes. "Who's there? Show yourself." Only silence answered, save for the muffled, distant echoes of B7's detonations. Damn it. His hand trembled violently. Just as he twisted the throttle to flee, a faint, chilling sensation brushed the nape of his neck. It was the subtle compression of air right before impact. A soft thump. An ice-cold palm clamped over his mouth. Then, with surgical precision, a tungsten carbide trident pierced his cervical spine, severing neural pathways instantly. His body went utterly limp. No strength left even to squeeze the trigger. Sumo caught the corpse, gently lowering it noiselessly to the ground. The sequence flowed like liquid, effortless, economical, flawless. He approached the overturned motorcycle. Its rider groaned weakly, struggling to rise. Sumo planted his boot squarely atop the man's wrist. A sharp, brittle crack echoed. "Aaa." The scream choked off as a gun barrel pressed cold and unblinking against his lips. "Be silent." Sumo's voice was glacial, devoid of inflection. The rider stared wide-eyed at the masked figure before him, breathing mask fogged, clothes reeking of iron-rich blood. "What's in the crate?" Sumo asked. It's... The rider stammered, eyes darting wildly. Bang. Sumo fired without hesitation. The round shattered the rider's thigh. "Next shot goes to your skull. It's element. Raw red spider element." The rider shrieked, unraveling. "Don't kill me. I'm just the courier." Red spider. Sumo's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. The most pervasive and most vicious, addictive compound flooding the Undercity. An element. The ultra-refined foundational precursor used in its synthesis. Diluted and distributed, this single crate would fetch over 50,000 credits. So the gang's first instinct after attack wasn't retaliation, it was safeguarding their most valuable asset. Truly unexpected fortune. Sumo ended the rider's suffering with a single clean shot. Then he strode to the motorcycle and unlatched the heavy metal crate. Its biometric lock posed no barrier. Before Sumo's matter reconstruction ability, no mechanical system held secrets. He pressed his palm to the lock core. His spiritual energy seeped inward, at the molecular level metal atoms rippled, bent, and reconfigured themselves. Click. The lid sprang open. A hazy roseate luminescence bathed his visor. Inside, 10 slender glass vials, each the width of a finger, held a viscous, pulsating crimson fluid alive with eerie vitality. High-energy biochemical substance detected. Threat level high. Value assessment exceptional. The system's chime resonated silently within his mind. Sumo closed the crate and hoisted it onto his back. Tonight's hunt had only just begun. The B7 explosion was mere overture. The disappearance of this element would hurl the Black Serpent gang into utter, irrevocable frenzy. He gazed into the consuming dark, where countless unseen eyes seemed to watch, waiting. In this brutal, lawless wasteland, chaos was hell for the weak, but paradise for the strong. Sumo turned and dissolved into the tangled shadows of corroded pipes, leaving behind only 2 corpses and the smoldering wreckage of a motorcycle. A low murmur drifted on the wind. Since disorder has already taken hold, let it burn deeper. The aftershock of the explosion in Sector B7 was far more violent than Sumo had anticipated. A towering plume of black smoke rose in the distance, coiling like a colossal serpent around the low, suffocating ceiling of the lower city. Piercing alarm sirens wailed incessantly, interwoven with the enraged roars of Black Serpent gang thugs from afar, churning the very air of the district into a feverish, volatile haze. Sumo moved like a wraith, threading silently through a labyrinth of corroded maintenance corridors and narrow ventilation ducts. He avoided main thoroughfares, and even bypassed his usual shortcuts. The lower city now resembled a hornet's nest struck with a club. Any moving figure on the streets would instantly become a target for the gang's unbridled fury. Microscopic insight activated, at full capacity. Before Sumo's eyes, the world dissolved into infinite granular detail. Nearby dust motes drifted erratically at the alley's corner. A telltale ripple left by someone's swift passage, faint vibrations trembled through the overhead conduit, heralding the approach of a heavy motorcycle squadron above. He crouched lower, tightening the tactical pack strapped across his back. Inside lay 10 vials of red spider essence. Light in weight, yet to Sumo it felt like carrying a nuclear warhead primed to detonate at any moment. 10 minutes later, he slipped undetected into the concealed entrance of the abandoned ventilation fan room in District 11. With a sharp metallic click, the heavy, airtight door sealed shut, cutting off the city's chaos, as if severing a thread. Sumo did not relax. Not yet. First, he inspected the triggered cutting trap he'd laid at the threshold, confirming no disturbance. Only then did he exhale deeply, sliding down the frigid wall to sit on the floor. This operation had carried an absurdly high risk-toward ratio. After steadying his breath, he rose and approached the workbench, retrieving a sleek metal briefcase from his pack. The case itself was a marvel of industrial craftsmanship, unmarked, featureless, secured only by a mechanical cipher lock. To Sumo, whose ability material reconstruction rendered physical barriers obsolete, it was little more than ornamental. He pressed his palm against the latch. His spiritual energy flowed inward like molten mercury, instantly reconstructing the lock's microstructure in his mind. 5 brass tumblers, 3 anti-pick grooves. Click. The lid sprang open with a soft, resonant chime. A surreal rose-hued luminescence flooded Sumo's pupils. Nestled within black shock-absorbing foam lay 10 slender, transparent vials, each no thicker than a human finger. Inside swirled a crimson liquid, luminous, not turbid, alive almost, rippling and churning with languid grace, occasionally effervescing with infinitesimal golden bubbles. This was red spider essence. In this desolate lower city, It was a euphoric poison men would sell their organs to obtain, and the root of countless atrocities and bloodshed. System analyzed, Su-mo commanded inwardly. Material analysis initiated. Target high-activity alkaloid polymer, codename Red Spider Alpha. Composition ether residue, extract 15 neurotoxin 32 active bioenzyme 20 unknown stabilizer 33. Properties extremely unstable. Exerts potent neurostimulatory effects, forcibly exhausting biological potential. Prolonged use induces irreversible genomic collapse. Alert high-energy resonance detected. Substance is at critical stability threshold. Impact or thermal exposure may trigger sympathetic detonation. Su-mo stared at the crimson warning flashing across his retinas. His eye twitched, barely perceptible. He'd just spent half an hour crawling through cramped ducts with that strapped to his back, and endured two riders' reckless high-speed chase moments ago. This wasn't a drug, it was liquid dynamite. No wonder the Black Serpent gang guarded it so fiercely, and assigned armed escorts. Su-mo murmured, reaching out to lift one vial with deliberate care. The vial was ice-cold. Through microscopic insight, he could see the liquid's molecular chains snapping and reforming in furious cycles, like a microscopic cauldron boiling at its core. Then, without warning, the black biotech chip tucked inside his chest pocket flared searingly hot. He set the vial down and withdrew the chip, retrieved earlier from Old John's mission. Once inert and matte-black, it now pulsed faintly in his palm. Its surface, etched with vein-like circuitry, glowed with an eerie violet red luminescence, flickering in sync with the vial's subtle sway, as though breathing. Or thirsting. Sumo's gaze sharpened, razor-edged. Holding the chip in his left hand and the vial in his right, he began drawing them slowly together. At 10 centimeters, the chip's violet red radiance erupted, so intensely that heat pierced his glove, stinging his skin. Simultaneously, the crimson liquid surged violently toward the chip, slamming against the glass walls as if drawn by an invisible magnetic field. A resonance bloomed between them. This isn't merely raw material for narcotics, Su-mo observed, eyes locked on the two trembling artifacts, his mind racing at lightning speed. The Black Serpent gang's desperate pursuit of Red Spider essence, and the mysterious client of Old John who sought this very biotech chip, were linked by some hidden vital thread. Could Red Spider essence be a form of bioenergy, or perhaps fuel for the chip? Su-mo refrained from direct contact. Without understanding the consequences, such reckless experimentation could vaporize him and the entire machine room into oblivion. He returned the vial to the case and closed the lid. Instantly, the resonance vanished, and the chip cooled, reverting to its silent obsidian stillness. Fascinating, Su-mo murmured, a cold, knowing smile curling at his lips. He had quite unintentionally seized the tail end of a vast, unfolding conspiracy, and now that tail rested firmly in his grasp, becoming his most potent leverage in this deadly game of shadows. Just then the comm unit on the workbench lit up. An encrypted channel from Old John. Su-mo accepted the call. The old man's voice crackled through, aged and distorted by static, far more urgent than usual. "Kid, you still breathing?" "Thanks to you, I'm thriving," Su-mo replied, calmly wiping oil from the blade of his sleeve-mounted dagger with a rag. "Then bury yourself deeper." Old John's voice dropped to a hush. The whole lower city's gone berserk. The Black Serpents didn't just lose a stronghold, they lost cargo. Very, very important cargo. "Oh," Su-mo responded nonchalant. "That cargo must be worth a fortune." "It's not about money." Old John paused, his tone thick with implication. "Word reached me someone powerful in the upper city is furious. The Black Serpents didn't just break the rules, they tore a hole in the sky. If that cargo's in your hands, you're sitting atop an active volcano right now." Su-mo glanced at the metal case beside him, his expression serene, untroubled. "Relax, I'm just a mechanic earning honest sweat money." "Let's hope so," Old John grunted. "And stay away from my shop, for now. It's under surveillance. If you do happen to be holding something you shouldn't, don't move to sell it. That's suicide." The transmission ended. Su-mo stared at the darkened screen, fingers tapping rhythmically against the metal tabletop. Old John's words confirmed his suspicion the cargo was incendiary, but precisely because it burned so fiercely its value was immeasurable. The situation was now starkly clear. The Black Serpents raged openly while he remained unseen, holding both their lifeline and that enigmatic biotech chip. Since he wanted so badly, Su-mo rose, stepping into the shadowed corner of the machine room. He concealed the metal case within a pre-carved hidden compartment, then using material reconstruction, fused the outer metal panel seamlessly back into place, leaving no trace of intrusion. When finished, he returned to the workbench and retrieved his two Viper pistols. Closing his eyes, he let his spiritual energy rise once more, spreading like liquid silk over the gun barrels. Sector 11 of the Greystone space station, the abandoned ventilation fan room. The air hung thick with the stale scent of old machine oil and a faint creeping mildew. Towering, motionless fan blades lay like slumbering leviathans, cleaving the space into fractured pools of light and shadow. Suemo sat cross-legged deep within the room's gloom, twirling an exquisitely fine metal filament between his fingers, a fragment he had severed from a monomolecular wire now writhing with serpentine agility across his fingertips. A translucent interface shimmered across his retinas in soft cerulean light. Mental threshold 166. Status calm. As Suemo had anticipated, a 5-member squad, more disciplined and heavily armed than any mere gang enforcers, was advancing silently along Sector 11's periphery. They wore matching matte gray tactical vests and full-face filtration masks. Their weapons were not crude jury-rigged firearms, but black-market-issue submachine guns, Vespidii models. This was the Black Serpent Gang's elite sanitation squad, a blade reserved only for the most intractable threats, deployed solely at the behest of their leader Viper Fong. The squad leader signaled with a flick of his hand, and instantly the unit dispersed with surgical precision. Their boots bore custom silent-soled treads, striking the metal grating without a whisper. Unbeknownst to them, 50 meters away in the abyssal dark, a pair of eyes, glowing faintly, had already locked onto their every movement. Microscopic insight activated. Within Sumo's vision, their thermal silhouettes blazed with crystalline clarity. Even the subtlest disturbance in airborne dust revealed the precise orientation of each weapon's muzzle. Tactical coordination is exceptional. Their gear includes infrared and night vision systems, and likely even life detection sensors, Suemo analyzed coolly. Direct confrontation would be unwise. If force could not prevail, then let them walk willingly into oblivion. Sumo's gaze swept across the surrounding environment. Sector 11 was a derelict industrial zone, its ceiling crisscrossed by a labyrinth of aging conduits, high-pressure steam lines, waste fluid, drains, coolant circulation pipes. Decades of neglect had left them pitted with rust. Many valve joints were brittle, teetering on collapse. To the untrained eye, this was merely ruin. To Suemo, whose mastery of material reconstruction reshaped reality at the atomic level, it was a vast, dormant arsenal. He ascended soundlessly into the overhead maintenance catwalk. His movements were feline, fluid, weightless, utterly silent. He paused beside a primary steam conduit marked with yellow hazard stripes. Half a meter in diameter, its surface bore visible weld repairs, within surged, scalding high-pressure thermal energy reserved for upper-tier sectors. Suemo extended a finger, pressing lightly against a severely corroded flange bolt. Material reconstruction engaged. At the microscopic level, the metallic lattice began to unravel. The rust-fused threads under his precise manipulation rapidly degraded, not into dust, but into a brittle, crumbly matrix resembling desiccated biscuit. He did not shatter it entirely. Instead, he preserved a thin, fragile shell, vulnerable to the slightest vibration or pressure fluctuation, poised to detonate instantaneously. With identical precision, Suemo installed 3 such calibrated failure points along the 30-meter stretch directly above the squad's inevitable path. Having completed his work, he retreated into the high darkness, a spent micro-battery pinched between his fingers, salvaged from earlier spoils. Below, the sanitation squad had reached the fan room's outer threshold. The leader studied his life detector, its display flickering with chaotic interference naturally masked by Sector 11's ambient high-intensity magnetic field. He frowned, gesturing sharply toward the narrow corridor ahead, ordering 2 operatives to advance in tactical formation. They advanced with glacial caution, muzzles trained on every shadowed recess, fingers resting taut upon their triggers, nerves drawn razor-thin. 1 step, 2, 3. As they passed directly beneath the first failure node, Suemo released the micro-battery, expressionless, deliberate. It arced cleanly through the air, striking the tampered flange with flawless accuracy. Clang! The sharp metallic ring pierced the silence like a shard of ice. The 2 operatives snapped their heads upward, weapons rising instinctively. But faster still came the white demon, long held in check. Brack! The compromised bolt sheared apart, then the second, then the third. Unmoored by the violent release, the high-pressure flange exploded outward under torrential steam pressure. Boom! Scalding white vapor erupted downward like a ravenous dragon, roaring forth in a searing 100-degree torrent that engulfed both operatives whole. Their shrieks died mid-breath, choked off as superheated vapor flooded their throats, twisting into guttural, suffocated groans. Fall back! Retreat! It's a trap! The squad leader roared in panic, dragging the remaining 2 men backward in desperate flight. But this was only the beginning. The violent steam discharge triggered cascading tremors. Above them, the ancient, trembling conduit, already on the verge of collapse, shuddered violently, triggering Sumo's 2nd and 3rd failure nodes in rapid succession. In an instant, the corridor transformed into a white-hot inferno, blinding vapor, swallowing all sight, heat blistering the very air. The two operatives caught in the blast lay motionless on the floor, skin burned a livid crimson, their protective suits curling at the edges like scorched parchment. The surviving trio stumbled back around a corner, breath ragged, hearts hammering against ribs. Damn it. Intel was wrong. There's heavy ordnance here. The leader bellowed into his comlink. Request immediate backup. Medical team now. Only static answered. Harsh, unrelenting, and absolute. Suemo stood atop a steel beam, observing the chaos below with glacial detachment. He had severed the local relay amplifier's circuitry hours earlier, using physical reconstruction to melt its internal copper traces clean through. This was no heavy weapon system, merely a few loosened screws. 3 remain, Suemo murmured softly. Though the steam veiled his enemy's vision, it did not obscure his perception. Through microscopic insight, their 3 crimson thermal signatures burned vividly against the milky white void. Suemo dropped from the beam, without a whisper, landing precisely at the vapor's hazy edge. He raised his right arm. The pneumatic sleeve blade slid forth silently, its tungsten carbide tri-blade gleaming with lethal coldness. One rearguard operative stood braced, rifle aimed intently into the churning mist, searching desperately for any sign of movement. Suddenly a hand shot from the flank shadow, clamping over his filtration mask. In the same breath, a flash of steel pierced the narrow gap in his neck's armor. Uffed. No wasted motion. Suemo withdrew the blade, caught the collapsing body, and lowered it gently to the floor. The sequence flowed like water, utterly silent save for the thunderous roar of escaping steam, the perfect acoustic veil. The remaining 2 still sprayed blind bursts into the fog, oblivious to death standing behind them. Suemo did not rush. He retrieved the fallen operative's Vespid II submachine gun. He needed no shot. Gripping the weapon firmly, he activated material reconstruction, targeting the structural integrity of its breechlock mechanism. Then he hurled the sabotaged firearm across the metal floor toward the survivors. Its clattering slide immediately drew the leader's attention. There, the leader pivoted instinctively, unleashing a full burst at the sliding silhouette. BRRT, BRRT, BRRT. Sparks erupted as bullets slammed into empty metal. Cease fire. It's just a gun, shouted the other operative. Paranoia had turned them hypervigilant. The leader stared down at the weapon lying at his feet, his comrade's own Vespid II. Sanai. He barked into his mic, receiving only silence in return. Fear, cold, and serpentine coiled up their spines. That enemy, the one known only as M, had not shown himself, had not fired a single round, and yet had already claimed 3 lives. This was no scavenger. This was a master hunter, cold, precise, and utterly remorseless. Withdraw? Now. The leader's resolve shattered. He spun and fled. But Suemo waited on his path of retreat. He wielded neither gun nor blade. Across the corridor, tension to knife-edge tautness, hung a nearly invisible monomolecular filament, suspended at perfect neck height. Sumo's final lock laid during the earlier chaos. Mid-stride, the leader glimpsed only a fleeting glint, a silver flash across his vision. The next instant his world spun violently. Then he watched, detached and horrified, as his headless torso lurched forward 2 more steps on sheer momentum. The last operative watched his leader decapitated before his eyes, then collapsed backward, legs pedaling frantically, his weapon clattering away. Don't kill me. The vapor began to thin. From the dissipating mist, Suemo emerged, calm, unhurried, inevitable. He wore a salvaged, rudimentary gas mask, his face obscured, expression unreadable, yet his eyes gleaming in the dimness radiated a chilling, absolute indifference. He approached the cowering survivor and picked up the fallen communit. The signal jamming was localized, functionality resumed beyond this radius. Before the terrified man's eyes, Suemo brushed a fingertip across the device's interior, reconnecting the previously severed circuitry with seamless molecular precision. ZZZZT. Report status. Sanitation squad. Why did your signal drop? A low, gravel-throated voice crackled from the speaker, the Black Serpent Gang's leader, Viper Fong. Suemo depressed the transmit button. He spoke no word. Instead, he raised his sleeve blade, and in the survivor's wide, petrified gaze drove it straight through his heart. Irk! A final ragged gasp escaped the man's throat, then silence. Suemo released his grip, the body slumped lifelessly to the floor. On the other end of the comlink, a silence fell so profound it felt like vacuum. Viper Fong had heard the dying breath. Suemo lifted the unit to the mask's voice modulator. The finest hunters often wear the guise of prey. His voice, filtered through the respirator, emerged distorted, low, metallic, and utterly devoid of warmth. How do you find this gift? He crushed the comm unit in his fist, metal screaming as circuits splintered. Mental threshold minor elevation detected. Current 167. Suemo did not linger in victory. He swiftly stripped the corpses of ammunition, high-capacity batteries, and intact filtration masks, then melted into the tangled shadows of Sector 11's pipe labyrinth, a phantom dissolving into darkness. All that remained was devastation, and 5 cooling bodies, now indelible proof of the legend growing around the codename M. And this hunt had only just begun. This is the sewage treatment area at the lowest level of the Greystone space station, where a nauseating chemical odor perpetually lingers in the air. Massive drainage pipes rumble like the intestines of this steel behemoth, echoing day and night. There is a reason why Su-Mo chose this place as a temporary resting point. The environmental noise here reaches up to 90 decibels, and the magnetic field is extremely chaotic due to the operation of heavy purification equipment. Any precise detection instrument brought here would turn into scrap metal. He leaned against a dry maintenance corridor, the metal plate beneath him still vibrating slightly. The simple post-war cleanup had been completed. Aside from significant physical exhaustion, he bore no obvious wounds. The makeshift gas mask had already been removed and tossed aside. Su-Mo opened a lead-sealed box he carried with him. Under the dim emergency lighting, 2 items lay quietly in shockproof foam. On the left there were 10 glass tubes emitting a bizarre crimson glow, red spider essence. This liquid, which drove countless addicts in the lower districts mad and attracted gangs like moths to a flame, now appeared as a dangerous work of art. On the right was the mysterious black chip extracted from a military black box. Sumo's gaze fell upon the chip. He had sensed something unusual back in the machine room of Zone 11. At that time the situation was urgent, and he had no time to examine it closely. Now in this relatively safe corner, he could finally verify his suspicions. He picked up a tube of red spider essence and cautiously approached the black chip. There was no direct contact, a 2-centimeter gap of air separated them. But then an anomaly occurred. The previously silent black chip suddenly flashed with a faint purple light on its surface. Immediately after, the patterns on the chip's surface, resembling a circuit board, began to pulse slightly, like veins. Sumo's pupils constricted. Microscopic insight activated. In his vision, the world was instantaneously magnified countless times. This time he saw clearly. What he saw was not an electrical reaction. From a microscopic perspective, the black material on the chip's surface was expanding and contracting like living cells. They extended countless microscopic tendrils invisible to the naked eye, greedily probing towards the red spider essence vial in the air. Meanwhile, the minuscule energy particles escaping from the well-sealed vial were being voraciously consumed by these tendrils. As the energy was absorbed, the spiral core mark within the chip began to emit a pulsating glow akin to a heartbeat. "This is not an electronic component," Su-Mo murmured to himself, his voice nearly drowned out by the roaring pipes. "This is alive. This is a biological entity cloaked in a chip shell. Or rather, a carbon-based life sample forcefully encapsulated in a silicon-based carrier. It feeds on high-energy biological energy. And the red spider essence is precisely a carrier of some biological energy." Su-Mo attempted to condense his mental energy into threads, cautiously probing towards the chip. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his brain, as if someone had thrust a glowing needle into his nerves. Su-Mo let out a muffled grunt, quickly retracting his hand as a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The system interface flashed with red alerts. Warning: high-risk mental contamination source detected. Warning: target exhibits reverse erosion characteristics. Suggestion: prohibit deep mental linking until mental energy threshold reaches 200. Su-Mo gasped, the shock in his eyes gradually calming, replaced by a more fervent interest. Reverse erosion. Mental contamination. This indicated that this chip possessed independent consciousness or some form of intense mental imprint. No wonder the forces behind the Black Snake Gang were so anxious about this thing. This was by no means a mere confidential data disk. It could be an unhatched monster or a key to higher dimensions. At that moment, Su-Mo's communicator vibrated on his wrist. He adjusted his breathing and pressed the answer button. "I thought you were dead." Old John's voice came through, crackling with static and sounding somewhat distorted. There was quite a commotion in Zone 11 just now. A steam explosion, 5 corpses, all elite members of the Black Snake Gang. That lunatic venom is roaring in the black market, threatening to skin you alive and turn your skin into a sofa cover. That was their bad luck. They made a mistake while fixing the pipes, Su-Mo replied indifferently. A silence fell on the other end of the communicator for a few seconds, followed by Old John's unique laughter that sounded like a broken bellows. "Hee. A mistake. What a mistake. Young man, I must admit I misjudged you. You are not only a craftsman, but also a butcher." The laughter abruptly ceased, and Old John's tone turned serious, even tinged with suppressed tension. "Listen, M. The situation has changed. If before it was merely gang violence, now the nature has escalated. Is it because of that chip?" Su-Mo gently rubbed the edge of the lead box with his fingers. "Don't mention that word over the communicator." Old John interrupted him urgently. "People from the upper city have arrived. They are not ordinary security officers, but special forces from the company's security department. They have taken over the Black Snake Gang's intelligence network and are conducting a comprehensive sweep of the entire lower district. Although the recent explosion covered the traces, they brought biological tracing devices. Biological tracing devices. A military tool that can pinpoint targets by analyzing residual biological pheromones in the air, skin flakes, sweat, blood. Suemo glanced at the spot where he had just been. Though he had been very careful, the earlier clash of mental energies had made him break out in a cold sweat. How long before they reach Zone 11? They have already sealed off all the main gates from Zone 11 to Zone 15. They are catching turtles in a jar, old John said. Your current situation is not much better than falling into a meat grinder. You specifically contacted me not just to inform me of my impending doom, right? Smart old John lowered his voice. I have a private smuggling route that can bypass the blockade and lead directly to the core of the black market in Zone 4. Though it's dangerous there too, at least there are no dogs from the company. Conditions. I want half of the things in that box. Old John seemed to swallow hard. Not that black thing, that's too hot for me to touch. I want the red spider essence. 50-50. Suemo smirked coldly. This old fox clearly didn't realize that the chip was the real core. In his eyes, the red spider essence worth 50,000 credit points was already a fortune. 70-30, Suemo said. You take 3, I take 7. You're crazy. Right now I'm the one saving your life. No, you need this windfall for retirement. And if you don't help, can blow up all this essence and no one will get anything. Suemo spoke calmly, as if discussing the weather. You know this stuff is unstable. The yield is enough to send half a block sky high. Heavy breathing came from the other end of the communicator, clearly indicating that old John was engaged in a fierce psychological struggle. Suemo was not in a hurry. He knew that this old hand who had survived in the lower city for a lifetime could not resist the temptation of easy money laid before him. Fine. Deal, old John gritted his teeth. But I have an additional condition. You need to help me with something. There's a troublesome electronic lock at the entrance of my passage that I can't handle. Send the coordinates. Coordinates have been transmitted securely. Remember, you only have half an hour. After half an hour, the company's drones will sweep the area. The call was disconnected. Suemo looked at the faint red dot glowing on the map. It was not far from here, about 3 kilometers away. He closed the lead box and put the gas mask back on his face. With a soft click of the airtight lock sealing shut, Suemo's demeanor once again turned cold and dangerous. Regardless of what kind of demon was concealed within that chip, and regardless of how powerful the company in the upper city was, the game board was no longer at their mercy. For a variable that did not play by the rules had entered the chessboard. Suemo picked up his backpack and turned to disappear into the roaring darkness of the pipes. Behind him, a sewer rat cautiously peered out, only to be startled back into its hole by the lingering killing intent. For Suemo, who had activated his microscopic insight to navigate around obstacles, the 3-kilometer distance took less than 15 minutes. Yet he still found it agonizingly slow. A faint low-frequency hum emanated from the ventilation duct overhead, the distinctive sound of the corporation's swarm drones skimming at low altitude. Like mechanical flies drawn to the scent of blood, they were tightening their encirclement inch by inexorable inch. Suemo pressed himself against the base of a wall, executed a sharp stop, slid into a crouch, and slipped through a narrow fissure between piles of abandoned shipping containers. Seconds later, a ghostly blue scanning beam swept across the spot where he had just stood. Immediately afterward, 2 disc-shaped black drones shrieked past, red indicator lights on their undersides streaking twin lines of death through the darkness. The biotracing scanner's radius is still expanding, Suemo murmured, steadying his breath and glancing at the countdown ticking silently in the corner of his vision. 12 minutes remained until old John's promised ground sweep. He surged forward once more, a gray wraith threading effortlessly through the labyrinthine ruins of industry. At last he halted before an unremarkable load-bearing wall. This was the sublevel of the waste compaction center straddling the boundary between Sector 11 and Sector 12. All around lay cubic blocks of compressed domestic refuse reeking of nauseating decay. According to the coordinates, this was the place. Suemo ran his fingers over the oil-smeared surface, searching until his fingertips brushed against an almost imperceptible recess. With firm pressure, a soft click echoed, and a nondescript metal panel sprang open, revealing a military-grade electronic cipher lock heavily modified by brute force engineering. Its circuit board lay fully exposed, crisscrossed by a chaotic tangle of over a dozen jumper wires. So this is the lock old John couldn't crack. He leaned in, scrutinizing it closely. To any ordinary hacker, this device would be impenetrable, no data interface, fully physically isolated and secured by a randomized key-hopping algorithm, leaving even seasoned specialists helpless. It wasn't merely a matter of password decryption. A high-sensitivity vibration sensor was wired directly into the mechanism. Any forceful attempt to pry it open would trigger either an alarm or an irreversible lockdown. But to Sumo it was nothing more than a slightly intricate microstructural puzzle. Microscopic insight activated. His field of vision contracted instantly. What had appeared as chaotic wiring now resolved into a luminous crystalline network, a veritable interstate highway of energy flow. He traced currents pulsing along micrometer-thin conductors. He watched the central chip generate fresh cryptographic logic in real time. He didn't need to crack the code. He only needed to make the current take a wrong turn. Extending his right index finger, he placed it gently upon the most densely packed node of the circuit board. Matter reconstruction initiated. His spiritual energy lanced inward like a scalpel wielded by a master neurosurgeon. Precise, incisive, unwavering. At the subatomic level, two copper traces, previously parallel, shifted infinitesimally under his will, their atomic lattices drifting ever closer until they made contact. FZZT. A minuscule, nearly invisible spark flickered across the junction. The password display, once flickering madly through its randomized sequence, stuttered then froze. Its complex algorithm collapsed into an infinite loop crippled by physical short-circuitry at the hardware level. Every defensive protocol failed simultaneously. Without hesitation, Sumo swept his finger sideways, bypassing the digital lock entirely, and engaged the mechanical bolt it had been holding fast. Click. With a deep groaning shudder, the massive load-bearing wall rolled inward, unveiling a narrow pitch-black passage. Almost before the aperture fully opened, Sumo slipped inside and slammed his palm hard onto the control panel. The damaged circuits fused instantly. Hydraulic pistons roared as the door sealed shut behind him with brutal finality. Boom. At the exact instant the last sliver of light vanished, a series of thunderous explosions erupted outside. The corporation's drone swarm had begun indiscriminate bombardment. Had he delayed by 2 seconds, he would now be nothing but charred remains buried beneath rubble. That was close. Sumo leaned back against the frigid wall, exhaling slowly. No lights illuminated the corridor. Only faint, intermittent strips of phosphorescent glow spaced every few dozen meters along the walls. The air here was drier than outside, thick with the scent of ancient dust. This was likely a forgotten maintenance shaft, unmarked even on official space station schematics. Perhaps one of the earliest conduits laid during the original construction of Greystone Station. Old John, the wily old fox, had somehow acquired knowledge of a passage of this caliber. Sumo wasted no time. He moved swiftly down the corridor. The passage did not run straight, but coiled downward, piercing deep through the station's core structural layer. That explained why it evaded detection above. Dozens of meters of lead-reinforced concrete and ultra-dense alloy plating formed a perfect natural Faraday cage. After roughly 20 minutes of descent, the tunnel abruptly opened into a vast cavernous space. At its far end stood a rust-eaten iron gate, and beyond it shimmering neon lights and a surging tide of human voices. The sound was familiar to Sumo, the cacophony of chaos, desire, and currency colliding headlong. Sector 4 of Greystone Station, the heart of the Undercity, and the largest black market nexus in the entire orbital habitat. If Sectors 7 and 11 were lawless slums, Sector 4 was a glittering metropolis built atop that very anarchy. Here anything could be purchased for the right credit balance. Sumo pushed open the gate and stepped into a dim, narrow alley. Just beyond the alley mouth stretched the main thoroughfare. Towering holographic billboards flashing overhead, seductive dancers shedding garments, veiled advertisements for prohibited neuroenhancers and synthetic stimulants. The air hung heavy with the aroma of grilled synth meat, cheap perfume, and the acrid tang of machine oil. Crowds thronged the streets, most bearing visible cybernetic augmentations. Some sported massive mechanical claws in place of arms, others had replaced their eyes with flickering high-resolution prosthetics. A few even bore additional articulated manipulators grafted onto their backs. Here no one gave a second glance to a lone traveler wearing a respirator mask and carrying a backpack. Sumo melted into the current of bodies, pulling his cap lower. He was safe, at least for now. Even the corporation's reach had limits. Sealing off all of Sector 4 would ignite riots too large to contain. Too many vested interests converged here. Even the elite of the upper sectors relied on this district to launder their darkest operations. Sumo glanced at his wrist. Comm signal strength had returned to full bars. A new coordinate blinked into existence automatically. Old John's true den, not the ramshackle repair shop in Sector 7, but his genuine stronghold in Sector 4. A cunning hare digs 3 burrows. Sumo's lips curled into a cold, knowing smile. He tightened his grip on the backpack strap and strode purposefully toward the designated location. Deep within the lead-lined case nestled in his pack, the enigmatic black chip lay utterly still, like a dormant artifact. Yet in Sumo's heightened perception, it emitted the faintest ripple of resonance, as if stirred awake by the ambient storm of chaotic electromagnetic radiation flooding this sector. This thing, it seemed, thrived amid disorder. Sumo vanished into the kaleidoscopic haze of Sector 4's neon-lit alleys, swallowed whole by its restless radiant pulse. Far behind him, in distant Sector 11, the manhunt for M had ended in empty corridors. But the ripples it had set in motion were only just beginning to spread. In District 4, the air was permeated with the scent of expensive synthetic spices deliberately sprayed to mask the unique stench of decay from the underground world. Following the coordinates, Sumo stopped in front of a shop named Deep Diver Heavy Industries. Unlike the small repair shop in District 7, which was covered in grease and had a sign with peeling paint, this establishment was spacious and impressive, with several polished power armor components displayed behind two heavy blast-resistant glass doors. At the entrance stood two bodyguards equipped with implanted muscle fibers, their fierce eyes scanning the passers-by. So this is the true foundation of Old John. Sumo reassessed the capabilities of this partner in his mind, opting not to enter through the front door, but instead circled around to a particularly deep alley at the side of the shop. There was an inconspicuous iron door with an old yet extremely sensitive biometric iris scanner installed above it. Sumo came to a stop, removed his gas mask, revealing a slightly pale face. A red light swept across his pupil. Beep. Identity confirmed. Welcome, Mr. M. As the electronic synthesized voice sounded, the iron door slid open silently. Behind the door was a corridor filled with a metallic texture leading to a spacious studio. Old John was seated behind a massive holographic workbench, toying with a finely crafted gear with his signature mechanical prosthetic hand. Seeing Sumo enter, a meaningful smile creased Old John's wrinkled face. I knew you would arrive on time. Did those dogs from the company fail to catch your scent? Their noses aren't too keen. Sumo replied, casually tossing his backpack onto the workbench with a dull thud. Moreover, your passage worked quite well. Of course. That cost me a pretty penny back in the day. Never mind, let's not dwell on past glories. Old John waved his mechanical arm, his gaze falling on the backpack, a fleeting glimmer of greed in his eyes. Did you bring the goods? Without wasting words, Sumo unzipped the backpack and pulled out a box meticulously wrapped in lead layers. Opening the box, 10 test tubes emitting a strange red glow lay quietly within the shockproof foam. Even through the glass, the unstable energy fluctuations could induce a sense of unease. The red spider element, and it's of the highest purity. Old John donned a monocle, carefully lifting one test tube to observe it under the light. The red liquid flowed slowly within, almost as if it were alive. Perfect merchandise. The Black Snake Gang is such fools to use this treasure as explosives, it's a waste of resources. Old John clicked his tongue in wonder, then placed the test tube back down, looking at Sumo. As per our agreement, it's a 70-30 split. This entire box of goods had soared to a purchase price of 60,000 credit points in the black market. Your share is 42,000. Sumo raised an eyebrow. Higher than expected. How will payment be made? Sumo inquired. No rush. Old John waved his hand, retrieving a bottle of amber liquor from under the workbench and pouring 2 glasses. Before we discuss money, I think we need to redefine our relationship. Sumo did not reach for the glass, merely gazing coldly at him. Whether it's a business relationship or a partnership, the premise is clear: cash for goods. Cautious little devil. Old John was undeterred, taking a swig from his glass. You've stirred up quite a commotion this time. Eradicating the Black Snake Gang's cleanup crew and blowing up their hideout has now attracted the company from the upper city. Do you know what that means? It means my worth has increased. Sumo replied calmly. Huh, exactly. Old John slammed the table, excitement shimmering in his artificial eye. In the lower city, there are many who can fight, but to emerge unscathed while under the watchful eyes of the company and still come knocking with spoils is rare. You have brains and means. That's precisely what I need. Old John leaned forward, lowering his voice. The Black Snake Gang is just a mad dog in the lower city, but its master, some individuals within the company, are looking for something. It's said to be a sample leak from a certain laboratory. You're being hunted not only because you took down the Black Snake Gang, but also because they suspect you have that sample in your possession. Sumo's heart stirred slightly. That mysterious black biological chip. But he remained nonchalant, even showing a hint of sarcasm. If I had that, I should be negotiating terms with the company right now rather than here selling illegal drugs. That's true. Old John stared into Sumo's eyes for a few seconds, seemingly trying to discern something, but Sumo's gaze was as still as a stagnant pool devoid of any ripples. In any case, whether you have it or not, you're already on the list. Just this sum of money isn't enough for you to live comfortably in District 4. Old John operated a few commands on the holographic screen. Ding. Sumo's communicator vibrated. Account credited 420 credit points. Watching the string of numbers, Sumo's heartbeat quickened. This was a fortune he had never possessed before. The money's yours. Additionally, Old John called up another interface displaying a list of various high-tech equipment. As a new partner, I can grant you access to my private arsenal. If you want to live a little longer, you should exchange those worn-out trinkets in your hands. Sumo's gaze swept over the list, his pupils narrowing slightly. The items here are on an entirely different level than what he had seen at the stalls outside. Ghost Optical Camouflage Cloak Military Defect priced at 1200 credit points. High-frequency oscillating monomolecular blade cybernetic plugin handheld duelist priced at 800 credit points. Subdermal implanted bio armor lightweight priced at 15000 credit points. Electromagnetic adhesive gloves priced at 3500 credit points. Each item could directly alter the course of battle. What do you need me to do? Sumo withdrew his gaze, knowing Old John wouldn't grant such permissions for no reason. Smart. Old John grinned, revealing a set of uneven metal teeth. Recently, there's a batch of goods that needs to be transported through the underground pipeline of District 4. But there have been some mutated dirty things recently, and my transport team can't get in. I need someone skilled in infiltration and trouble clearing to pave the way. Compensation. 10 of the value of that batch of goods, or a 50 discount on any item from the list. Sumo paused for a moment. His mental strength had already reached a bottleneck, making it difficult for ordinary battles to offer any improvement. Facing an impending greater crisis, he needed to upgrade his equipment as soon as possible. Deal. Sumo said, but I want to make a purchase right now. Of course you have cash. Old John gestured invitingly. Welcome to the world of Adult Sam. Sumo stepped forward, his finger gliding across the holographic screen, finally stopping at a piece of equipment. With this money, his tactical system would undergo a qualitative leap. His finger hovered over the option for the Phantom Optical Camouflage Cloak, a hint of blue light flickering in Sumo's eyes. Material analysis has been initiated. Although he could not directly touch the physical object through the holographic screen, the detailed technical parameters and holographic anatomical diagram were sufficient for him to make a judgment. This military-grade equipment was marked as a defective product and ended up on the black market because its core optical refraction array would generate rippling thermal disturbances after operating for more than 15 seconds due to uneven heat dissipation, leading to a failure in invisibility. For regular military forces, this was a fatal flaw. However, for Sumo, who possessed material reconstruction, it was merely a problem of imperfect microscopic structure arrangement. Good eye. Old John exhaled a puff of smoke, which was quickly drawn away by the ventilation system, but this thing has a flaw. Its durability is lacking. After 15 seconds, it will make you flicker like a faulty light bulb. But for a quick shooter, 15 seconds is enough to kill many. I'll take it. Sumo's voice remained flat. He continued to scroll down the list. He didn't lack offensive means for now. The pneumatic sleeve sword and the modified Viper were sufficient to handle the current intensity. His current weaknesses were defense and mobility. In the previous battle, if it hadn't been for his quick reflexes, the stray bullets from the Black Snake gang would have sent him to the morgue. Subcutaneous implanted biological armor lightweight, and that pair of electromagnetic adhesive gloves. Sumo made a quick decision. I want these two as well. Old John raised an eyebrow, his mechanical eye rotating as if calculating the total price. Cloak, 100 armor, 100 gloves, 3500. A total of 30500 credit points. Quite a splurge. Can it be installed? Sumo pointed to his chest. Of course. Deep Diver Heavy Industries provides a full suite of services. Old John pointed to a device in the corner of the studio resembling a standing coffin, industrial-grade automated surgical table. While it's not as comfortable as the medical center in the upper city, it excels in efficiency and leaves no records. Without hesitation, Sumo transferred the funds. As his account balance instantly shrank to 13930 credit points, the wrinkles on Old John's face deepened in a smile. He pressed a few buttons, and the surgical table in the corner emitted the hissing sound of hydraulic pumps starting up, the cabin door slowly opening to reveal an interior filled with mechanical arms and probes. Let's start with the implantation surgery. It might hurt a bit, after all, I don't have expensive nerve blockers here, only cheap industrial anesthetics. Old John said maliciously. Bear with it. Sumo took off his shirt, revealing a slightly lean but well-defined upper body. Old scars mingled with newly healed wounds like some sort of silent metal. He lay down in the cold surgical cabin, and as the door closed, the sharp smell of disinfectant assaulted him. The sound of mechanical arms operating filled his ears, followed by countless micro-injection needles piercing his skin. The anesthetic took effect quickly, but it was a brutal kind that did not completely cut off the pain nerves, instead dulling his sense of touch in a strange manner. Immediately after came the sensation of cutting. This process lasted a full 2 hours. When Sumo opened his eyes again, the surgical cabin door had already opened. He was soaked in cold sweat, but the moment he sat up, he felt an added layer of resilient membrane beneath his skin. It was a biological armor woven from polymer materials tightly adhering to the muscular fascia. Normally soft, it would instantaneously harden upon impact through the principles of non-Newtonian fluids capable of withstanding direct fire from small-caliber kinetic projectiles and the cuts from most sharp weapons. Suemo moved his joints apart from a slight foreign body sensation. It did not affect his movements. Adapting quickly, Old John tossed a set of black clothing and what appeared to be an ordinary gray cloak at him. Your physique is better than I expected. An ordinary person would have to lie down for at least a day after such a surgery. Suemo didn't respond. He put on the electromagnetic gloves, and as his fingertips lightly touched the metal surface, a weak current instantly generated a powerful adhesive force, allowing him to easily suspend his body with one hand on any metallic surface. Finally, he picked up the phantom cloak. The moment he put it on, he activated the cloak's control button. Buzz. The air seemed to distort slightly, and Suemo's figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind only a pair of gloves suspended in midair on the surface. But in Suemo's field of vision, the system's microscopic perspective had delved deeply into the optical array within the cloak. Indeed, between the 130-second refraction unit and the heat dissipation substrate, there existed a micron-level fitting error. This was the root cause of the heat accumulation and the rippling. His mental power surged forth like mercury spilling out. Material reconstruction was initiated. From Old John's perspective, the invisibility that should have been perfect began to show unstable flickering after just 3 seconds. "See, I told you." Just as Old John was about to mock him, his voice suddenly caught in his throat. The flickering lasted only a moment, and then the ripples on the cloak's surface suddenly calmed, and Suemo's figure completely melted into the air as if he had never existed. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. No ripples, no thermal disturbances. Perfect invisibility. How is this possible? Old John stood up abruptly, his mechanical eye scanning frantically, trying to find a flaw, but apart from a blur of thermal imaging contours, optical vision was completely blank. Suemo deactivated the invisibility, his figure reappearing. His complexion was slightly pale. The precise repair just now had consumed quite a bit of his mental energy, but the results were astonishing. This defective product was now a true military-grade divine armor. "Looks like luck is on my side," Suemo said lightly, not explaining further. Old John looked at him deeply, retracting the contempt in his eyes. "Perhaps it's not just luck. And the secrets you hold are more than I imagined." He did not press further. In the black market, knowing too much often leads to a short life. "Now that you're equipped, let's talk business." Old John pulled up a structural diagram of the underground pipeline. "The main sewage channel in Zone 4 has recently been occupied by a swarm of mutated carrion giant rats. But I suspect it's not just rats. My transport team went missing at Node B19I, and I need you to clear a path and confirm the safety of the goods." Coordinates. Suemo was concise. "The data has been transmitted to your communicator." Old John sat back in his chair and waved his hand. "Go ahead. Don't die in the sewer, it will dirty my equipment." Suemo pulled up his hood covering most of his face and turned to walk towards the exit. The moment he stepped out of the door, he felt the resilient armor beneath his skin and the lightweight cloak on his back, a surge of unprecedented control swelling in his heart. In this predatory world, he had finally equipped himself with fangs and tough skin. Now he truly held the entry ticket to this survival game. Objective: underground pipeline. The entrance to the underground pipeline network of Sector 4 was concealed behind an abandoned cooling water recirculation station. As the rusted gate slowly sealed shut, the clamor of the surface world vanished, entirely replaced by the rhythmic plink of dripping water and a low guttural moan emanating from deep within the ventilation ducts. The air hung thick with the putrid stench of fermenting organic waste mingled with machine oil, a hidden underbelly to the gleaming facade of Sector 4, the final abyss for all filth. Suemo stood motionless on the slick corridor floor, not yet advancing deeper. He raised a hand and pressed the control node at his neck. Light warped faintly around his silhouette. Then he dissolved completely into invisibility. Phantom optical camouflage cloak activated. Through the lens of microscopic insight, he observed the photon refraction array on the cloak's surface operating flawlessly, bending ambient light around his form, with zero latency, redirecting it seamlessly to the opposite side of his body. No thermal distortion. No ripple in the air. He had become pure weightless void. He raised a hand and engaged his electromagnetic adhesion gloves. A soft hum of current filled the silence as he clung effortlessly to the rust-pitted metal dome overhead, suspended upside down, gliding smoothly into the darkness. The perspective was uncanny. Below him, the sewage river shimmered with an oily, viscous sheen in the blackness. In infrared, countless crimson heat signatures writhed like serpents along the pipe wall's shadowed flanks. Carrion megamice. These mutated beasts rivaled medium-sized dogs in bulk. Their ash-black fur matted with grime, their grotesquely enlarged incisors capable of shearing through thin steel plating. They ruled the subterranean realm in swarms. Yet now they remained utterly oblivious to the Reaper gliding soundlessly above them. Suemo hovered silently over a nesting cavity where a dozen megamice huddled below. He released one hand and drew the Viper from his hip. Its suppressor was already affixed. A whisper of displaced air. The largest megamouse skull erupted into a crimson mist. Only when its corpse collapsed and convulsed did the others panic, sniffing wildly, shrieking in piercing metallic squeals. They smelled the blood, but could locate no source. That was the terror of the Phantom. Suemo fired no further shots. Instead, he reattached himself to the ceiling and continued onward. Eliminating these vermin was never the objective. His quarry was the origin of Old John's transport convoy's disappearance. The deeper he advanced, the denser the megamice swarmed, yet strangely they recoiled in fear. Every colony fled outward as if driven by some unseen dread. Ahead lay Node B-19. Here the narrow pipes exploded into a vast subterranean cavern. 3 primary sewage conduits, meant to converge at this nexus, lay unervingly silent. Suemo spotted Old John's transport vehicle, a heavy-duty gravlift cargo hauler now overturned beside a stagnant pool of sewage. Its reinforced armor plating had been torn open with brutal force, revealing an empty hollow cargo bay. No bodies remained. Only spent shell casings scattered across the muck and long-dried bloodstains. Suemo disengaged his adhesion and landed without a sound beside the wreck. Microscopic insight activated. His gaze locked onto the jagged metal tear. The edges curled inward, rough and uneven. Not merely brute strength, but something more deliberate. There, clinging to the fractured surface, were traces of translucent viscous residue. The system returned its analysis, instantly highly acidic corrosive fluid laced with concentrated bioenzymes. Not mice. Mice produced no such acid, and certainly lacked the power to rend military-grade armor. At that moment his earpiece crackled with violent static, a sign of signal interference. This sector was a dead zone. Both radio frequencies and even rodent sensory perception appeared suppressed, dampened by some unseen presence. Suemo abruptly switched off his searchlight. Darkness swallowed him whole, and his hearing sharpened to preternatural acuity. Drip, drip, the thick viscous plop of liquid striking metal directly overhead. Suemo did not look up. Behind him the cloak billowed violently, and his body vanished from sight, leaving only a ghostly afterimage. Boom. A black shape slammed into the spot he'd occupied a millisecond before, shattering the concrete pipe wall with concussive force, sending shards of stone spraying outward. Suemo reappeared 10 meters away. Though still invisible, the violent motion had disturbed the air, betraying his approximate location. From the settling dust the figure rose slowly. By the faint, sickly glow of distant emergency lights, Suemo saw it clearly. A humanoid monstrosity, limbs grotesquely elongated, skin a cadaverous, light-starved pallor. Its eyes had atrophied into hollow, sightless sockets, instead a jaw split wide to the ears lined with serrated fangs dripping saliva that sizzled white-hot where it struck the ground, exactly as his earlier analysis had predicted. Stalker. The name surfaced in Suemo's mind. A legend whispered in the lower city, mutants born from vagrants exposed to extreme biochemical contamination. But this one was different. Embedded along its spine pulsed a crimson control module, glowing steadily. It was no accident of nature. It was engineered weaponry. The creature tilted its head slightly, as if listening to the subtle currents of air, then snapped its gaze towards Suemo and unleashed a shrill, bone-rattling shriek. It could sense air displacement, even through invisibility. Fascinating. A faint cold smile touched Suemo's lips. No fear stirred within him. Instead, dormant blood surged through his veins, quickening like a war drum. If stealth failed, then obliteration would suffice. He deactivated the cloak. His black trench coat flared in the damp, subterranean wind. Come. He beckoned with 2 fingers. The creature roared, and lunged a streak of pallid lightning hurtling straight at him. Suemo did not retreat. He stepped forward into the stench-laden gale, and raised his right forearm, not drawing his blade, but meeting the monster's claws barehanded. He was testing the subdermal biolaminate he'd paid 15,000 credits to implant. Clang. Claws raked across his forearm, not tearing flesh but striking with the dull metallic resonance of steel on steel. At the instant of impact, the non-Newtonian polymer beneath his skin hardened instantly, its rigidity rivaling alloy plating. The monster's talons left only faint white grooves upon his skin before shattering under recoil, its entire frame locking up for a single fatal heartbeat. For Suemo, that was more than enough. Defense protocol validated. His voice cut through the silence, flat and unyielding. Then light flashed. A tungsten steel pneumatic wrist blade shot forth, propelled by compressed gas. Guided by microscopic insight, it pierced the precise gap between the 3rd and 4th cervical vertebrae, the sole structural weakness in the creature's entire skeletal architecture. SSSHD. blade buried, spinal cord severed. The monstrous form crumpled instantly, collapsing like rotten timber at Sumo's feet. One strike, one kill. Sumo flicked the gore from his blade, didn't glance at the corpse and strode into the deeper darkness within the wrecked hauler. Their more hostile breaths drew near, stealthy predatory converging. Too slow, Sumo murmured low and calm. Let's accelerate the timeline. He drew two vipers in unison. Their muzzle emitters glowed faintly blue in the gloom. The hunt had begun. Gunfire illuminated the dark underground cavity, each flash accompanied by the fall of a stealthy figure. Sumo darted through the abandoned pipes, his movements swift as a black specter. The viper in his hands did not unleash a torrent of bullets, but maintained a suffocatingly stable rhythm. Bang, bang, bang. Every bullet was calculated with the precision of micro-insight, piercing through the gaps in the stealthy figure's tough skulls, shattering their brains. These bioengineered monsters, despite their astonishing speed and strength, were like targets willingly stepping into the gun's mouth, before Sumo, who was akin to a god in full view. 32. Sumo silently counted in his heart. The sewage beneath his feet had turned a dark red with corpses piled high. Yet he did not relax for a moment, for the hunger that made his heart race was growing stronger. Not his own hunger, but that of the mysterious black chip in his chest pocket. It vibrated, it heated up like a greedy beast smelling blood, frantically urging Sumo to approach the deepest part of the cavity. There lay a violently breached sealed door. Sumo replaced his magazine and kicked open the precarious door. The sight beyond the door made him frown slightly. It was a temporary laboratory, or rather a feeding ground. In the center of the room stood a massive transparent container filled with pale red liquid. And within the liquid a giant heart, still weakly pulsating, was submerged. It was not a human heart, it was the size of a grinding wheel, its surface covered in purple veins, each pulse pumping out a large quantity of high-energy particles delivered through conduits to the surrounding cultivation tanks. Those tanks housed the stillion awakened stealthy figures. So this is an arms factory. Sumo approached the container. The system alarmed wildly, indicating that the radiation levels ahead had exceeded the limits. This heart was a living reactor, and the fuel it used was high-purity red spider raw liquid. Just then the black chip in his chest erupted with a searing pain. Warning: high-energy biological source detected. Warning: unknown module forcibly activating. Before Sumo could react, the black chip suddenly manifested a layer of purple aura, even penetrating through his clothing. Immediately the giant heart seemed to sense the arrival of its nemesis, convulsing violently, the cultivation liquid boiling, alarms blaring. It wants to eat it. Sumo instantly understood the meaning of that hunger. If it were an ordinary person, they might recoil in fear. But the blue light in Sumo's eyes surged fiercely. Since it wants to eat, let it feast. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. He did not stop the chip's agitation, but instead reached out, pressing his hand against the thick glass container. Material reconstruction, full power activated. Open for me. With the infusion of mental power, the solid bulletproof glass rapidly aged and disintegrated at the microscopic level. Crash. The glass shattered, and the pale red liquid surged forth like a flood. The giant heart was exposed to the air, emitting a shrill wail akin to a baby's cry. The black chip shot out a purple energy tendril, piercing directly into the core of the heart. Glug, glug. The devouring began. The heart shriveled at a visible speed, the massive life energy flowing back through the tendril to the chip, and as the conductor, Sumo instantly felt a violent surge of energy wash over his entire body. Pain. A deep bone-aching pain. But accompanying the pain was the frenzied surge of his mental power threshold. 168, 175, 180, 190. Absorbing high-energy biological source. Mental power limit surpassed. Detected homologous energy gene lock loosening. Material reconstruction module charged, unlocking temporary overload mode. In just 10 seconds, the terrifying heart had turned to ash. Sumo collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily. His veins bulged, beads of blood oozed from his skin, yet his eyes shone with an alarming brightness. Mental power threshold 215. Not only had he replenished his previous depletion, but it surged by nearly 50 points. More importantly, after the black chip had eaten its fill, it finally quieted down, but its surface shimmered with flowing purple light, as if on the eve of some transformation. This is no mere chip. Sumo stood up, feeling the surging power within him, a manic smile creeping onto his lips. This is clearly a living demon. But he reveled in this power. Just then a slow and heavy applause echoed from the shadows deep within the laboratory. Impressive. Truly impressive. A man dressed in a white lab coat, but wearing a gas mask, stepped out. Behind him followed two heavy security mechs. I initially thought old John had merely sent a janitor to die, but I didn't expect to catch a big fish. The man's voice, processed through a voice changer, sounded particularly cold. To be able to absorb the energy of the mother body, that thing on you. Is it a prototype? Suemo slowly raised his head, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. If it had been a few minutes ago, he might have needed to maneuver around when facing the two heavy mechs. But now, he felt very hungry. Not for food, but the hunger of the recently surged power seeking release. So what? Suemo slowly raised his right hand, not drawing his gun, but directly aimed at the 2 tons heavy mechs. Material Reconstruction Overload mode, a sound akin to snapping piano strings, echoed in the air. Goodbye. As Sumo's hand closed into a fist, the seemingly indestructible alloy joints of the mechas instantaneously suffered structural failure at the microscopic level. Boom. The mechas crashed to their knees, raising a cloud of dust. The applause from the man in the white lab coat abruptly ceased, and fear filled his eyes behind the mask. Now Sumo's figure vanished in an instant, appearing before the man, the cold gun barrel pressed against his gas mask. It's time for you to satisfy my curiosity. Don't act rashly. The man in the white coat raised both hands, his voice distorted through a voice modulator, carried a tremulous electric hum. Those 2 heavy mechs, kneeling on the ground, billowing black smoke, shattered his elite superiority as an upper district citizen utterly. In this irradiated, blood-scented subterranean cavern, the man before him, shrouded in the afterglow of optical camouflage, was more monstrous than any creature that had ever crawled from a bioincubation tank. Sumo's viper remained unwaveringly aimed at the man's forehead, his gaze utterly devoid of fluctuation. Name, identity, purpose here. His voice was soft yet resonated with crystalline clarity across the vast laboratory. I am Dr. Victor, senior researcher in the company's bioengineering division. The man swallowed hard, attempting a negotiator's tone. Listen, you have no idea what trouble you've just provoked. What you've just destroyed is a prototype biological reactor worth 300 million credit points. The company will be here. Bang. A muffled report. Dr. Victor shrieked, clutching his thigh as he collapsed to the floor. The shot had pierced his thigh muscle with surgical precision, avoiding arteries entirely, yet rendering him immobile. I didn't ask about that. Suemo lowered the gun, stepped forward, and gazed down upon him with cold, towering disdain. My patience, and the bullets in this gun, are equally finite. Agony unraveled Victor's composure in seconds. He stared in terror at this lawless madman, this anomaly. Ordinarily uttering, the company should send lower district vermin groveling in abject surrender, shouldn't it? This is Biolab B-19. Victor gasped, sweat drenching his face beneath the mask. We're cultivating stalkers, biological weapons destined for sale to Interstellar Mercenary Corps. That heart, it's the filtration core of the primordial matrix, designed to purify red spider serum and suppress the creature's feral genetic impulses. Sumo's eyes narrowed slightly. That explained why the stalkers, though ferocious, exhibited eerie collective coordination. And this, Suemo pointed to his own chest. The black chip embedded there now lay dormant. But Suemo could feel it slowly metabolizing the immense energy it had just consumed, like a sated beast sinking into a deep, watchful slumber. Victor's gaze locked onto the chip's location, greed and dread flashing unmasked across his eyes. That's the key. I don't know its official designation. It's classified at the highest military tier. But I do know it's the sole control core capable of perfect synchronization with the Abyss sequence. Victor spoke in frantic bursts, terrified a single second's delay might draw a second bullet. We extract red spider serum, we cultivate stalkers, all merely to simulate its operational environment. You triggered its response, even compelled it to actively consume the primordial matrix's energy. That means your mental resonance. Know your genetic sequence. Victor abruptly fell silent. A dreadful realization struck him. He jerked his head up, eyes widening behind the mask until they seemed ready to burst from their sockets. You're a compatible subject. No, that's impossible. All compatible subjects underwent cerebral death during early-stage trials. Sumo's brow furrowed. 2 key terms seized and held: compatible subject. Cerebral death. Clearly the original owner of this body, or the transformation wrought by his own transmigration, had plunged him into a far deeper vortex than he'd imagined. Continue. Sumo's voice was glacial. I know nothing more. This is class intelligence. I'm only responsible for peripheral cultivation. Suemo activated microscopic insight. Within his enhanced vision, Victor's left hand, concealed behind his back, trembled faintly, his fingers bent unnaturally, as if pressing a microswitch. Simultaneously, pupil contraction patterns betrayed deception, or worse, deliberate stalling. You're waiting for reinforcements. Sumo's voice fell like a death sentence. Victor's entire body locked rigid. No, not reinforcements. A manic, hysterical laugh burst from him. Then his fingers slammed down. It's purge. With the reactor gone, all experimental data must be erased. No one leaves alive. Beep. A piercing red alarm shrieked throughout the underground chamber. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Countdown 30 seconds. A frigid synthetic voice echoed across the cavern. At once row upon row of massive incubation tanks hissed open, pouring out viscous pale green nutrient fluid. Dozens of incompletely calibrated stalkers stirred awake. Freed from the primordial matrix heart suppression, and goaded by the self-destruct protocol, they instantly descended into primal unbridled frenzy. Roar. A cacophony of guttural roars sent shivers down the spine. Ha ha ha. Let's die together, for the glory of the company. Victor held utterly unhinged. Suemo watched him expressionless. Fool. Bang. Gunfire flared. The laughter died mid-breath. A crimson hole bloomed on Victor's forehead as his corpse toppled backward. Suemo hesitated not a second. He lunged forward, swiftly searching the corpse. Microscopic insight instantly revealed a metal case concealed against Victor's chest and a black magnetic card. The moment he secured them, Suemo whirled and sprinted. Crunch. Far away, a load-bearing pillar, shattered by rampaging stalkers, collapsed under tons of rubble. The entire subterranean cavity convulsed violently. Debris rained from the ceiling. 30 seconds. For ordinary people, this was despair incarnate. But for Suemo now, it was enough. Overload mode. So this is the price. 2 steps into his flight, searing agony lanced through his muscles, as if bathed in caustic acid, followed by crushing exhaustion. That instantaneous strike, which annihilated 2 mechs, had been terrifying in power, but its physical toll was staggering. Had his subdermal bioarmor not reinforced his muscle fibers, his arms would already have been shattered beyond repair. Gritting through the weakness, Suemo activated optical camouflage. The phantom cloak shimmered. His form dissolved seamlessly into the air. The instant he vanished, over a dozen frenzied stalkers converged on Victor's corpse, ripping, tearing, devouring the senior researcher whole within seconds. Suemo held his breath, weaving silently through the chaos. He did not retrace his entry route. The path was certainly sealed. His gaze fixed instead on an emergency egress tunnel at the lab's far end, the very passage he'd spotted moments earlier when microscopic insight caught Victor's fleeting glance toward it. The door bore a high-tier electronic lock. Suemo slammed the black magnetic card, retrieved moments before, against the reader. Beep. A green light glowed. The heavy airtight door slid open with a hydraulic sigh. Suemo slipped inside, spun, and smashed the control panel with a single brutal punch. Boom. Almost simultaneously, a deep, thunderous detonation shook the chamber behind him. B-19 Lab's self-destruct charges had ignited. The concussive wave slammed into the door, rattling Suemo's eardrums. Yet he lived. Suemo leaned against the icy wall, breathing ragged and deep. Even with his psyche-enhanced resilience, those 10 minutes of relentless combat and flight had drained him to the very dregs of endurance. He looked down at his spoils. On the metal case's surface gleamed a familiar emblem, the double helix, identical to the one etched onto the black chip. A weary razor-edged smile curved Suemo's lips. This collapse, it had only just begun. At the end of the emergency passage was not a bright exit, but a rusty, grating door behind which a dull rumble echoed. It was the sound of the gigantic air circulation pump operating in Zone 4. Suemo leaned against the door, sliding down to the ground. The adrenaline that had propelled him forward was quickly fading, replaced by a tidal wave of excruciating pain. Every muscle screamed in agony, the price of the overload mode that forcibly drained his bodily functions. Although the bioarmored implants beneath his skin protected his bones and vital organs, the tearing sensation in his soft tissues was still painfully vivid. Cough. He covered his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. At this moment, Suemo looked extremely disheveled. The expensive optical camouflage cloak was covered in dust and oil stains. Although its function remained intact, its exterior no longer exhibited a hint of the ghost's elegance. He did not rush to go outside. Through the grating door, he activated his microscopic insight. His vision penetrated the darkness and murky air, scanning the environment outside. It was a maintenance platform located beneath the circulation pump, filled with various thick pipelines. There were no surveillance cameras and no patrolling guards. Only a few mutated rats scurried between the gaps of the pipes. After confirming safety, Suemo slowly stood up and silently severed the lock on the grating door using material reconstruction. Pushing the door open, humid and hot exhaust rushed towards him. He found a relatively dry and concealed corner, leaning against the still slightly vibrating ventilation pipe. The most important thing now was not to escape further, but to assess his loot and tend to his injuries. Suemo first fished out a strong analgesic he had pilfered from Victor's stash, hesitating not a moment before injecting it into his neck. The cold liquid surged into his veins, and after a few seconds the burning pain somewhat subsided. He then turned his gaze to the metallic box embossed with a double helix emblem. The box was small, only the size of a palm, made entirely of a high-strength aerospace aluminum alloy with no seams on the surface, only a raised double helix emblem. No keyhole. Sumo's fingers gently brushed over the surface of the box. In his microscopic view, the box's structure was astonishingly tight. This was a molecular-level interlocking technology. If not forcibly breached through specific verification methods, the internal self-destruct mechanism would instantly reduce its contents to ashes. Generally speaking, this required a fingerprint iris scan or some special electronic key. But Sumo had a more straightforward and brute force method. His mental energy extended like a thread, penetrating the surface layer of the metal box. Material analysis in progress. Structure: high-density interlocking lock. Embedded micro-thermite self-destruct layer. The feedback from the system emerged in his mind. Sumo did not attempt to decipher its logical circuitry, but instead focused his mental energy on the weakest molecular node of the interlocking lock. Open. With an extremely faint click, he directly erased the interlocking teeth of the lock from the microscopic level. The metal box popped open. There was no alarm, no self-destruction. Inside, it was lined with black, shock-absorbing foam, quietly cradling two items: a syringe filled with silver-gray liquid and a transparent crystal storage device. The moment the syringe was exposed to the air, Sumo felt a sudden jolt in his chest. The black chip that had remained dormant suddenly stirred again. But this agitation was not the greed he felt when facing the red spider essence. It was more like a tremor interwoven with desire and reverence. Sumo picked up the syringe, leaning in for a closer inspection. Detected high-purity biological agent. Component analysis: ether stabilizer 40, unknown active enzyme 30, abyss sequence suppression liquid 30, rating S-class, controlled substance suppression liquid. Sumo pondered. Victor had previously mentioned that the black chip was the key and compatible with the abyss sequence. The living heart was the mother body used to purify the red spider essence to control the stalker. So was this silver-gray liquid meant to stabilize the qualified state? He did not use it recklessly, instead carefully stowing it back in his waist pouch. This unknown substance should not be used carelessly before clarifying its side effects. He then picked up the crystal storage device. This was an encrypted data disk. Sumo's current equipment could not read it. He needed to find a terminal or go seek Old John. Thinking of Old John, Sumo glanced at the communicator on his wrist. The signal was still jammed. The self-destruction of the B-19 laboratory was clearly not just a physical explosion, but also accompanied by a strong electromagnetic pulse. The surrounding area was likely in a temporary state of disconnection. Boom! A dull sound echoed once more from deep within the rock layers above. It was the sound of secondary collapse. Sumo stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff joints. The analgesic had taken effect. Although his body still felt heavy, at least he could move without obstruction. He reactivated the optical camouflage. The light twisted around him, making that disheveled figure vanish from the air, leaving only a barely perceptible airflow. He had to leave this place. The explosion at B-19 would not remain concealed for long. The company's response team would soon seal off the entire underground network of Zone 4. He needed to blend into the crowd before the encirclement was formed. Half an hour later, Zone 4, in the alley behind the rusty nail bar at the edge of the black market. A figure clad in a plain hoodie emerged from the shadows. Sumo had deactivated his invisibility. In this place filled with various illegal modders and wanted criminals, the optical camouflage would only draw unnecessary attention. He casually borrowed a soiled jacket from a clothesline by the roadside, covering his somewhat tattered combat suit underneath. The bar was filled with deafening heavy metal music and the roars of men, the air thick with the stench of cheap alcohol and low-grade perfume. Sumo lowered his hat brim and moved through the crowd. Although he appeared steady on his feet, he remained vigilant of the surroundings with every step. The holographic projection screens on the streets were broadcasting an emergency news report. In the early hours of today, a severe gas explosion occurred in the underground network of Zone 4, causing multiple pipeline collapses. The company's security department has sealed off the relevant areas for repairs. Residents are advised to stay away. In the footage, fully armed company special forces were setting up a perimeter while several black attack drones circled overhead. Gas explosion. Sumo scoffed. The company's public relations tactics were as perfunctory and efficient as ever. He did not linger, heading straight for a public communication terminal at the street corner. Inserting an unknown hacker-modified card, Sumo skillfully entered a complex string of garbled characters. That was Old John's emergency contact frequency. After a few seconds of busy tone, the communication connected. Sumo's voice was hoarse. There was silence on the other end for a full 3 seconds. Damn it, you're still alive. Old John's voice sounded somewhat flustered, but more so a sense of relief. Do you know what chaos is happening out there right now? The Black Snake gang has gone mad, and the company has gone mad. Was that noise just now caused by you? Just encountered some unexpected trouble, Sumo replied blandly. B-19 is gone. A crisp sound of shattering glass came from old John's side, as if he had dropped a cup. B-19. That legendary. Damn it, what have you done? Forget it, don't say it over the comms. Where are you now? On the edge of Zone 4. Don't go to Deep Stalker Heavy Industries, it's being watched by 3 groups right now. Old John spoke rapidly. Head to the abandoned transit station in Zone B12. Oh, I know there's a safe house there. By the way, do you have something hot in your hands? Sumo touched the metallic box at his waist, his gaze turning cold. We'll talk when we meet. Okay, remember, don't leave a trace. Right now you're worth more than a ton of high-purity ether. Hanging up the communication, Sumo withdrew the card, his fingers exerting force to crush it into pieces, casually tossing it into the nearby trash bin. He looked up at the gray artificial dome. Unbeknownst to when the space station's simulated weather system had started to rain. The sour rain drizzled down, washing away the grime beneath the neon lights. Sumo tightened his collar and turned to blend into the vast curtain of rain. This storm had only just begun. The abandoned transit station in Zone B12 lies between the lower city and the outer wall. It was once a temporary unloading point for cargo spaceships abandoned 30 years ago due to a sealing accident and has since become a territory of mold and rust. Old John's safe house is located deep within the transit station in a pressurized control room. When Sumo pushed open the heavy lead door, the black muzzle of a large caliber shotgun was aimed directly at his forehead. It's me. Sumo disabled the optical camouflage, revealing his form. Seeing that it was him, Old John's tense shoulders relaxed, but he did not immediately lower the gun. Instead, his one eye fixed intently on Sumo, scanning the still-drying bloodstains and the tattered battle suit on him. If it were anyone else causing such a commotion in B-19, I would have shot him dead right now and tossed the body into the incinerator. You're a disaster, M. Old John exhaled a puff of stale air, lowering the gun. Likewise, Sumo stepped into the room. The space was small but crammed with various high-precision electronic devices and weapon parts, the air thick with the smell of machine oil and cigars. He found a chair to sit on and let out a weary groan. The pain relief from the analgesics was wearing off, and the excruciating pain of his torn muscles was returning. You need a doctor. Old John tossed him a bottle of strong liquor, but no doctor would dare take your case now. All the underground clinics in the city are being watched by the company's spies. I can handle it myself. Sumo took a swig of the liquor, the spicy liquid burning down his throat, slightly invigorating his nerves. He placed the double helix metal box on the table. Upon seeing it, Old John's expression instantly froze. He leaned in sharply, his mechanical eye adjusting with a faint focusing sound. Double helix. Damn, this is a specimen box from the company's core laboratory. Old John's voice turned dry. Did you really kill Victor? That madman may only have been a researcher, but his brother is a senior executive in the security department. Sumo replied, if he doesn't die, I will. Help me take a look at this. Sumo opened the box and pointed at the 2 items inside. Old John put on a pair of specialized identification gloves and carefully picked up the crystal storage device. Military-grade holographic crystal. This type of encryption is typically locked with quantum states. Old John inserted it into a super terminal that looked cobbled together. The screen instantly displayed numerous red warning boxes. Access denied, S-class biological key required, as expected. Old John shook his head, his fingers flying across the keyboard. This is a physical layer encryption. The light path inside the crystal is disturbed. Without the corresponding decryption light, key forceful reading will directly destroy the data. He attempted several decryption algorithms, but the progress bar remained stuck at 0. Can't open it. Sumo frowned. Unless you can get the main control light key from that laboratory, or... Old John paused. Or you can rearrange the internal refractive index of the crystal at the microscopic level to deceive the reader. Sumo's heart stirred at the words. Rearranging the refractive index. He stood up and walked to the terminal. Let me give it a try. You... Old John looked at him skeptically. This is a nanoscale light path matrix. If you mess up, this information worth hundreds of millions of credits will. Shut up. Sumo interrupted him. He took a deep breath and activated microscopic insight. The world instantly transformed in his eyes. The originally crystal-clear storage device appeared to him as an incredibly complex maze. Countless micrometer-level light paths crisscrossed, and at the entrance of the maze a chaotic lattice structure blocked the laser's entry. This is the physical lock. As long as these chaotic lattices are corrected so that the laser can pass through smoothly, the data can be read. Sumo extended his finger and pressed it against the surface of the crystal. Material reconstruction activated. His mental power, like an invisible hand, probed into the interior of the crystal. This was countless times more difficult than repairing a nozzle or modifying a firearm. He needed to simultaneously adjust the angles of tens of thousands of microlattices. Any slight deviation would cause data corruption. Sweat trickled down Sumo's forehead. His face was pale and his temples throbbed. Although this precise operation did not consume much mental power, the requirement for control was simply extreme. What? What are you doing? Old John stared at the faint blue light emerging from Sumo's fingertips, his mechanical eye wide open. A very faint crisp sound came from inside the crystal. The red warning box on the screen suddenly flickered and transformed into an appealing green. Access granted decrypting. Old John dropped the cigar in his hand. Damn, how did you do that? Are your hands blessed by the machine god? Sumo did not answer. He leaned back against the chair, gasping for breath. On the screen, a torrent of data began to cascade, eventually converging into several core documents. Old John immediately lunged at the screen, greedily browsing through the top-secret information that could shake the entire lower city. Abyss sequence. Eligible person project. Damn these madmen. Old John's face darkened as he read. They aren't making drugs, they're creating gods. Focus on the key points. Sumo reminded coldly. Found it. Old John clicked on a document titled Sample 073 Observation Report. Victor has been tracking an escaped sample coded 073. The report states that 073 carries a biological chip called Abyss Key. Wait. Old John suddenly turned to Sumo, his eyes filled with horror. That chip. Is it on you? Sumo remained silent, effectively confirming it. Old John took a deep breath and pointed at a line on the screen. Look here. The Abyss Key continuously devours the host's vitality as nourishment unless the host is a perfect eligible person. If not, the chip will ultimately turn against the host, transforming them into a monster. Sumo's gaze fell on the screen where there was an anatomical diagram of a failed experimental subject parasitized by the chip. Its veins turned black and its bones grotesquely protruding, looking extremely hideous. Is there a solution? Sumo asked. Yes. Old John pointed at the silver gray injection on the table, an inhibitor. This was refined by Victor, capable of temporarily suppressing the chip's activity, deceiving it into thinking the host is dead, thus entering a dormant state. But this is just a stopgap measure. Sumo picked up the injection, watching the silver gray liquid swirl inside. What if I'm the so-called eligible person? Then you are the asset the company most desires, or the threat they most want to eliminate. Old John said seriously, no matter which, you are already on their hunting list. The explosion in B-19 won't be kept under wraps for long. They will soon trace you through the remaining clues. Let them come. Sumo stored the injection away, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. How is this used? Directly injected into the carotid artery. But the side effects are significant, as it will lower your sensory acuity. Old John warned. Only use it if absolutely necessary. Sumo nodded. I want a backup copy of the data here. Sumo said. Of course, this is my lifeline. Old John quickly operated, copying the data onto another chip. With this, I have leverage to negotiate with certain big shots. At least it will help us maintain our territory in Zone 4. Sumo took the backup chip. What do you plan to do next? Old John asked. Continue hiding here. No. Sumo stood up, red-raping the optical camouflage cloak, his figure gradually fading into the air. The best defense is offense. Since they see me as prey, I will let them know that the identities of hunter and prey can be interchangeable. Where are you going? A cold voice echoed in the air. To clean up the remaining tails. Old John stared at the empty doorway for a long time, then picked up the cigar from the ground, relighting it with a bitter smile and shaking his head. Madman. But in this world, only madmen can survive a bit longer. After leaving the abandoned transfer station in Zone B12, Sumo did not rush to take action. He was like a drop of water merging into the ocean, silently lurking atop a high industrial exhaust tower in Zone 4. At approximately 200 meters above ground, the acid rain was more intense at this height, pattering against the optical camouflage cloak with a fine rustling sound. However, this was also an excellent observation point, allowing him to see the movements of the entire core street of Zone 4. Sumo sat cross-legged on the slick metal beam, letting the rain wash over his body. He was calibrating. First was his body. With microscopic insight activated, his sight penetrated the outer layer of skin. The aftereffects of forcibly activating overload mode in the B-19 laboratory were more severe than he had imagined. Although the bioweapon armor implanted under his skin blocked most physical impacts, the muscle fibers exhibited a shocking fracture pattern at the microscopic level, resembling a rubber band that had snapped after being stretched to its limit. Still too much strain. Sumo took a deep breath, controlling his mental energy to slowly cover the triceps of his right arm. Material reconstruction activated. This time he did not use brute force with this ability. Instead, like a doctor suturing a wound, he guided the protein molecules at the cellular level to reconnect. Although he could not achieve instantaneous healing, he could at least repair the tiny tears, allowing the muscles to regain their structural integrity. After 10 minutes, the soreness in his right arm had significantly lessened. Sumo clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking crisply. He had regained 80% of his strength. Next was his equipment. He drew 2 Viper kinetic pistols from his waist, dismantling them into a pile of parts before him. In the upcoming hunt, these 2 guns would be his primary fangs. Through microscopic insight, he could see several micrometer-level abrasions on the interior surface of the gun barrel caused by previous high-frequency firing, which would affect the ballistic accuracy of the bullets at 400 meters. His mental energy brushed over the wear, instantly filling in the damaged areas and sculpting the rifling anew even more perfectly than when it left the factory. Su-Imo twisted a standard 9mm kinetic round in his fingers. Ordinary lead-core bullets had limited lethality against company special agents equipped with exoskeleton armor. He needed something more deadly. Material reconstruction activated again. The lead core of the bullet was compressed and reorganized at the microscopic level, forming a spiral structure similar to a drill bit. The bullet tip was hardened, and within the bullet, Su-Imo intentionally created several pre-fragmentation grooves due to uneven stress. Once it struck a hard object, this bullet would shatter upon penetrating the armor, creating a cavity effect within the target. This meticulous operation consumed an immense amount of mental energy, and Su-Imo spent a full half-hour calibrating a total of 24 bullets into 2 magazines. Huff! Su-Imo wiped the rain from his face, his gaze once again becoming clear. Finally, it was time for the prey. He donned the tactical windbreaker goggles, scavenged from Victor, though half of it was broken. The thermal imaging module still worked, looking down at the street below. In the rain curtain, several black drones were hovering at low altitude along the path he had previously taken. They were not aimlessly patrolling like ordinary drones, but exhibited a clear sniffing posture. The sensors beneath their bellies continuously opened and closed, as if capturing some residual molecules in the air. Biological trace analyzer. Su-Imo squinted. Old John was right. The company's personnel were tracking his biological pheromones. Although the B-19 laboratory had exploded, the sweat skin flakes, and even the exhaled waste gas he left behind during his escape, were markers in front of these high-tech hounds. In a dark alley behind the drones, Su-Imo saw 3 figures dressed in dark gray tactical raincoats. They moved in perfect unison, devoid of any superfluous actions, with their weapons hanging at their sides ready to shoot at any moment. The company's security department's cleansing squad. They were far superior to the ragtag group, known as the Black Serpent Gang. Su-Imo counted. There were 3 teams, 9 individuals coordinated with 5 drones. 9. Su-Imo constructed a 3D map of the area in his mind. Narrow alleys, abandoned billboards, the layout of steam pipes, and even the trajectory of rainwater. He did not need to confront them hidden. What hunters excel at is pulling the trigger when the prey thinks it is the hunter. Su-Imo stood up and reinserted the Viper back into its holster. The optical camouflage flowed again, completely engulfing his figure. He leaped down from 200 meters in height, the electromagnetic adhesive gloves precisely gripping every protruding steel beam as he glided silently towards the inevitable path of the hounds. Calibration complete. The hunt begins. Rain in Sector 4 intensified steadily. It was no natural precipitation. Merely acidic condensate formed when upper-level cooling water mingled with industrial exhaust. It coursed along labyrinthine pipelines and neon-lit signage, pooling on the ground into filthy, sluggish rivulets. HUA squad leader of Purge Team B wiped acid rain from his visor and scanned the surrounding shadows with sharp, vigilant eyes. Biotrace scanner reading, he murmured over the comms channel. Signal is intermittent, severely disrupted by acid rain and exhaust interference. The comm officer's voice crackled through. But the target is definitely nearby. The pheromone concentration is rising. HUA signaled sharply. 2 team members instantly fanned out behind him, advancing in a tight triangular tactical formation. They wore the corporation's latest Jazui exoskeletal combat rain gear, reinforced with composite ceramic plates across the chest and joints capable of stopping standard kinetic rounds at close range. A faint high-pitched hum resonated overhead. A Black Scout drone skimmed low, its crimson scanning beam cleaving through the rain like a blade. Maintain silence. The target is extremely dangerous, HUA warned again. The B-19 detonation wasn't the work of any ordinary human. At that moment, the drone passing overhead abruptly stalled midair. No explosion, no gunfire. As though seized by an invisible hand, it convulsed violently, its rotors shrieking with a grating metallic whine, before plummeting straight down. Thud! It struck the rain-licked pavement, shattering into scattered debris. Contact. 9 o'clock. HUA reacted instantly. His assault rifle snapping up, muzzle trained on the shadow above where the drone had fallen, and he fired. BRRT, BRRT, BRRT. Flames spat forth. Bullets tore through the curtain of rain, striking black pipes and spitting sparks. But the shadow held only empty air. Misidentification. HUA frowned. No, Captain. Above you. The comm officer's voice cracked with panic. HUA jerked his head upward. Flickering neon light revealed a translucent silhouette suspended upside down from a steel girder 10 meters above ground. That figure defied gravity entirely, anchored to the slick metal surface by a single hand, motionless and predatory, like a colossal spider poised to strike. In the next instant, the silhouette vanished. 2 muffled gunshots followed, deep, guttural, and chillingly precise. Thump, thump. Not ordinary gunfire, rather the supersonic scream of silenced rounds tearing through humid air. Hei felt as though a sledgehammer had slammed into his chest. The impact hurled him backward, slamming him hard into the flooded street. Cough. He struggled to rise, terror flooding his thoughts. Impossible. His armor was Jiazui. Standard 9mm rounds couldn't penetrate the ceramic plating, not even at point-blank range. At worst, they might fracture ribs. Yet he felt warm, wet fluid spreading across his chest. He looked down. The ceramic plate remained intact, yet pierced clean through by a finger-thick, horrifying aperture. Around the wound, the armor exhibited a grotesque radial fragmentation, as if drilled open by a hyperspinning bit, then explosively ruptured from within. Armor-piercing, explosive. His consciousness blurred. He watched the translucent figure land lightly, so softly that the puddle beneath barely rippled. The remaining 2 team members broke into panic. They emptied their magazines wildly at the figure, but the ghost blurred across the rain, leaving afterimages, optical camouflage warped light during rapid movement, rendering him indistinct, a shifting, elusive wisp of fog. Sumo observed coldly through his scope's thermal overlay. Under microscopic insight, enemy motions slowed to frame-by-frame stillness. He traced each bullet's trajectory, saw the twitch of muscles as fingers squeezed triggers, and discerned every seam in their tactical rain gear. But he didn't need to exploit seams. That first shot had already confirmed the lethality of the specialized armor-piercing rounds. Their micro-restructured spiral projectiles upon impact exploited centrifugal shear force to rupture the ceramic layer. Then under kinetic compression, pre-fractured fragments detonated inward, generating catastrophic cavitation within the target. 1 shot, 1 kill. Sumo slid sideways, evading a blind burst of fire, and his Viper roared again. Bang! A helmet visor exploded outward, crimson and ivory spraying across the rain-soaked pavement. Bang! The second soldier lunged for cover, but the round punched cleanly through the thin sheet metal of a trash bin and buried itself deep in his back. Less than 3 seconds. Team B eliminated, utterly. Sumo didn't pause. He didn't even glance at the bodies, because he heard distant rapid footfalls and the rising whine of approaching drones. Teams A and C were closing in. Fast response. A faint icy smirk curled Sumo's lips. He raised his left hand, electromagnetic adhesion gloves activated, and launched himself upward, magnetically latching onto a vertical drainage pipe before scaling it with uncanny gecko-like agility. 2 seconds after he vacated the spot, a storm of suppressive fire saturated it. Miniature missiles streaked in trailing incandescent contrails before detonating, showering the area in scalding mist and jagged shrapnel. Damn it! Team B's vitals flatlined. Target possesses heavy ordnance. Repeat, heavy ordnance capable of penetrating Jiazhou armor. Frustrated shouts erupted over the comms channel. From his vantage high above, Sumo reactivated optical camouflage, melting seamlessly into the gloom. Below, 6 more soldiers scrambled frantically, searching blindly. Sumo's fingers idly stroked the still warm barrel of his rifle. That had merely been a greeting. Since you rely so heavily on technology and armor, I'll strip away your shell piece by piece. The rain continued, washing blood from the pavement until not a trace remained. Yet the coppery stench of blood thickened in the air, growing heavier with every passing breath. The bombardment lasted a full 30 seconds. Micro-missiles turned the derelict drainage pipe zone into a honeycomb, hurling concrete shards and twisted rebar in all directions. Yet for a professional hunter, such saturation fire usually betrays fear and uncertainty. Sumo hung like a bat, inverted and motionless, clinging to the shadowed flank of a cooling tower 200 meters away, his electromagnetic adhesion gloves gripping the steel. From this vantage, he could clearly observe the 6 figures below, advancing in alternating cover, their movements precise and disciplined. Team A and Team C had converged. Target signal lost, a voice crackled urgently over the comms channel. Biotracing sensor readings are spiking erratically. Sulfur and cordite saturate the air. Maintain formation. He can't have gone far, bellowed a towering operative who appeared to be the squad commander. Those armor-piercing rounds aren't limitless. Drone ascent. Activate wide-area thermal imaging. The 4 remaining seeker drones surged skyward, casting crimson scanning grids across the entire district. Sumo narrowed his eyes slightly. Though the phantom cloak perfectly masked his infrared signature in this torrential acid rain, rapid movement would inevitably shatter the downpour, leaving behind a visible human-shaped void. His adversaries clearly understood this, hence their tight, interlocking formation, rigidly controlling every critical vector of movement. Escape would be easy, but Suemo had vowed to eliminate every tail. He glanced at his left arm, still oozing blood, the gash inflicted moments earlier when he'd slid down a jagged pipe edge. Crimson droplets mingled with rainwater splattering across the metal beam beneath him. Blood. A thought flickered across Sumo's mind. The biotracer didn't detect heat or motion, it tracked pheromones. In this industrial hellscape thick with exhaust fumes, nothing emitted a stronger, fresher pheromonal signature than freshly spilled blood. He withdrew a roll of spare hemostatic bandage from his waist pouch and deliberately smeared it with blood from his wound. Then, activating microscopic insight, he swept his gaze across the surroundings, locking onto an industrial exhaust fan still idling at low speed. Its blades faced directly down the narrow alley below, the only viable path for the tactical team. A cold, razor-thin curve lifted the corners of Sumo's mouth. He moved swiftly, scaling the structure, and wrapped the blood-soaked bandage tightly around the fan's overheating motor bearing. Intense heat instantly vaporized the blood's moisture, releasing a concentrated volatile pheromonal plume that roared into the storm flooding the alley below. Without hesitation, he launched himself upward, magnetic gloves gripping steel as he scaled to the overhead gantry crane above the alley. 3 seconds later. Beep, beep, beep. The squad leader's wrist terminal shrieked with piercing urgency. High-concentration biosignature acquired. 12 o'clock, 50 meters, shouted the comms officer, elated. He's hiding behind that fan. So he couldn't stay hidden after all. Commander grinned savagely. All units, prepare high-explosive grenades. Level that fan now. 6 operatives instantly reoriented their weapon muzzles. Underslung grenade launchers snapped into firing position. They advanced with extreme caution, maintaining a flawless triangular defensive formation, step by measured step deeper into the alley. And just as they reached its midpoint, Suemo, perched atop the gantry, flicked his fingers, softly, decisively. While planting the decoy, he'd already rigged 3 salvage-triggered cutting traps onto the rusted lampposts flanking the alley. Originally designed for large-game hunting, these traps had been micro-calibrated by Suemo, rendering their activation sensitivity almost preternaturally acute. HSSSS. An almost imperceptible current hum vanished beneath the drumming rain. 3 monomolecular filaments snapped taut across the alley, nearly invisible, crisscrossing into a lethal web. The 2-point men in front never even registered pain. Their bodies kept moving forward, but their helmets and upper torsos slid grotesquely askew, cleanly severed. Squelch. High-pressure arterial spray painted the alley walls crimson. Ambush. Trap. The squad leader reacted with lightning instinct, slamming flat to the ground just as a death line whistled overhead. But his comms officer was not so fortunate. The terminal in his hand, and half his palm, were sliced off with surgical precision. Hawk. His scream tore through the rain-lashed night. Don't move. Monomolecular wire. The commander roared from the mud. Everyone down. He's above us. Though grievously wounded, the elite unit displayed astonishing discipline. The remaining 3, including the maimed comms officer, immediately dove for cover and unleashed furious suppressive fire upward. But Suemo was no longer there. The instant the trap triggered, he descended, not like a man, but like a meteor. This time he carried no firearm. In such chaotic close-quarters carnage, bladed weapons reigned supreme. The phantom cloak billowed violently in the descent. Suemo materialized midair, then struck the ground like thunder. His pneumatic wrist blade snapped outward, its tungsten carbide tri-ged tip gleaming with predatory coldness under the dim streetlights. Thwip. A trooper raising his rifle felt only a sudden chilling numbness in his throat. The tri-blade pierced the seam in his neck armor with surgical precision. The pneumatic piston detonated, shattering his cervical vertebrae in an instant. He's here. He's here. Another operative whirled in terror, his submachine gun barely clearing the hip before Suemo's left hand clamped over its barrel. Material reconstruction. Crack. The rifling inside the barrel warped inward, sealing shut. Bang. He pulled the trigger, but the round detonated inside the chamber. The explosive force obliterated the weapon, sending shrapnel screaming backward, embedding deep into the operative's face. Within seconds, only the squad leader remained. He lay prone, watching the figure of death approach, step by deliberate step. His comrades, the corporation's vaunted purge squad, now lay in pieces across the rain-licked pavement. What are you? The commander trembled, raising his sidearm, only for Suemo's boot to crush his wrist beneath it. A sickening snap echoed. Suemo looked down, calm, detached, his tactical windproof goggles revealing eyes utterly devoid of emotion. I am. Thwip. The tungsten tri-blade drove downward, piercing the commander's heart. Suemo withdrew the blade and wiped the blood clean on the corpse's uniform. Meanwhile, the unmanned aerial units, now unmoored from command, continued circling blindly overhead, their sensors baffled by the sudden, inexplicable surge of high-intensity biosignatures across the ground. Su-Mo retrieved a high-yield fragmentation grenade from the commander's body, yanked the pin, and tossed it upward without glancing back. Boom. A violent detonation erupted midair, roiling shockwaves engulfing all 4 drones in a firestorm. Silence at last settled over the ruins. Only the rain remained. Su-Mo crouched, swiftly recovering the 3 monomolecular wire traps, though one had snapped beyond repair, and scavenged intact magazines and high-capacity batteries from the fallen operatives. With that, he pulled his hood up once more and dissolved into the downpour. Sector 4, the Purge squad, ceased to exist. The rain in Sector 4 had ceased, or rather it had been violently severed by the updraft generated from the massive explosion. Su-Mo walked through the shadowed alleyway, his phantom optical camouflage cloak deactivated. Though prolonged activation of the optical refraction array no longer imposed a time limit, it still exacted a heavy toll on mental energy. He could afford to conserve every ounce of strength. He did not rush to leave the area. Instead, he drifted like a specter, circling 3 times beneath the labyrinthine overpasses, ensuring no drones or biological signatures trailed him. Due to the earlier electromagnetic interference and blast, most surveillance cameras in this sector remained offline. Only after absolute safety was confirmed did he pause before an unassuming maintenance hatch, tapping out a complex rhythmic sequence. Beneath the hatch lay no sewer, but a private access tunnel leading to the rear entrance of Deep Diver Heavy Industries. 10 minutes later, the thick, blast-resistant airtight door sealed shut behind him, sealing out the acrid, corrosive air of the outside world. Su-Mo lowered his soaked hood, revealing a face pale but eerily calm, his eyes unnervingly still. Old John stood waiting at the workbench. This black market merchant, normally as sharp and cunning as an old fox, now stared fixedly at Su-Mo, his mechanical ocular implant word frantically scanning for even the faintest trace of hunted panic upon his visitor. He found none. Only the thick scent of gunpowder and blood clung to Su-Mo. That blood belonged to others. Madman. Old John choked out the word after a long silence. Did you blow up the entire district's sewage network? The company's comms channels are now nothing but static. The head of security is screaming into the void. Su-Mo said nothing. He strode straight to the workbench and emptied several items from his waist pouch onto the metal surface. Clang. Charred metallic fragments, and a half-transparent blood-stained identity badge. Old John's pupils contracted sharply. He recognized the badge's material, high-strength memory polymer, the exclusive insignia of a corporate special operations captain. And though warped beyond recognition, the serial numbers on the twisted metal shards remained legible. Captain of Team B, Black Hammer. Old John's voice trembled. And Teams A and C as well. All eliminated. Su-Mo's voice was hoarse. He reached for a bottle of industrial lubricant on the table, hesitated, then set it aside, and seized instead a half-empty bottle of cheap synthetic whiskey, tilting it back in one long burning swallow. The fiery liquid burned down his throat momentarily, easing the hollow gnawing exhaustion deep within his body. The price of overextending his abilities. 9 operatives. 5 drones. Su-Mo set the bottle down, speaking with chilling composure. Neither ceramic armor nor infrared tracking made any difference. They are dead. I disposed of the bodies. Aside from this badge, there is no evidence linking the act to anyone, though the company will certainly deduce it was me. Old John winced inwardly. Deduce? Of course they would. In Sector 4, who else but the bounty-marked M could obliterate an armed purge squad in such a manner? But that was not what terrified him. What chilled him was that Su-Mo had brought the badge here, to him. You're shoving me straight into the furnace. Old John hissed, lowering his voice to a guttural growl. If the company discovers our connection, this shop, and these old bones, will be melted down in the smelter without a second thought. You're already in the furnace. Su-Mo met his gaze, his eyes piercing, unnervingly perceptive. From the moment you helped me fence the red spider, we've been bound together, like insects on the same thread. Do you truly believe that if I'm captured, the company won't trace every piece of gear back to its source? Old John froze. Indeed, every item Su-Mo carried, from the phantom cloak to the heavily modified Viper sidearm, bore Old John's unmistakable signature. Moreover, Su-Mo shifted tone, adding a subtle edge of enticement. Greater risk yields greater reward. The Purge Squad's annihilation has created a temporary power vacuum in this sector. It will take the company time to deploy higher-tier assets. This window of opportunity is ours. Old John drew a slow, steadying breath and crushed the badge in his mechanical hand before hurling the fragments into the nearby acid bath. As the badge sizzled and dissolved in the caustic fluid, Old John's expression hardened, shifting from fear to the ruthless resolve of a gambler staking everything. What do you need? Supplies. Su-Mo gestured to his left hand, still trembling faintly. High-energy nutrient solution. If you have red spider serum, even better. Also, I require 6 hours of rest here. My body has reached its limit. Relentless combat and repeated use of material reconstruction to sabotage gun barrels and construct traps, especially the final overloaded micromanipulations, had pushed both his mental stamina and physical endurance to the breaking point. He could feel it. The black biotic chip embedded within him stirred restlessly, ravenous, demanding energy. Old John paused in silence for several seconds, then turned toward the safe in the corner. Red spider is gone. The substance is now guarded more tightly than nuclear warheads. Old John retrieved a row of deep green injectors and several high-density energy bars, military-grade cellular repair serum, and high-output rations. 2,000 credit points. Su-Mo negotiated no further. He transferred the credits instantly. Then he snatched one injector and drove it straight into his carotid artery. The icy fluid surged through his bloodstream, knitting torn muscle fibers back together. One more thing. Old John spoke suddenly, watching Su-Mo sit motionless with closed eyes. Though the company tried to suppress the news, I intercepted an encrypted channel transmission. They aren't dispatching a large-scale military response. Not yet. Su-Mo opened his eyes. Why? Because they consider you a valuable asset. Old John sneered. The Purge Squad's destruction only confirmed your worth. Word is HQ has dispatched someone called the Cleaner. Not an ordinary soldier. Be wary. The Cleaner. Su-Mo rolled the name across his tongue, a cold, mirthless smile curling at his lips. Whoever comes will become prey. I'll sleep for a while. Su-Mo moved to the cot in the corner and lay down, yet kept his weapon within reach. Keep the surveillance active. If I show signs of instability, sudden psychosis, mutation, don't hesitate. Put a heavy machine gun round through my skull. Old John blinked, then studied Su-Mo's exhausted yet unyielding face, a complex chill rising in his chest. This man was harsher on himself than on any enemy. Understood. Old John muttered, settling back into his seat before the monitor bank. Su-Mo closed his eyes, his breathing quickly deepening into slow, steady rhythm. Yet deep within his consciousness, the black double-helix chip pulsed with a faint crimson glow, like a ravenous eye watching, waiting, as the vessel it inhabited grew ever stronger. In this fragile lull, a far greater storm was gathering. Deep Diver Heavy Industries, Sublevel 3 High-Risk Quarantine Chamber. A thick lead-lined isolation door sealed off all external scrutiny. The low resonant hum of the air circulation system was the only sound in this silent domain. Su-Mo snapped his eyes open. Deep within his pupils flickered a fleeting, nearly imperceptible crimson gleam, vanishing instantly into the obsidian depths of his irises. He did not rise immediately. Instead, he lay still like a predator just roused from slumber. Every muscle coiled in delicate tension, his senses unfolding outward like a tide across the silence. 3 seconds passed before he confirmed the environment posed no immediate threat, and only then did he slowly sit up from the austere military cot. HSS. Even that slight motion tugged at the half-healed musculature along his back, unleashing a searing, lacerating pain. Yet this pain was not pure. It carried with it an eerie, crawling numbness, the unmistakable signal of cells dividing and reassembling at a pace far beyond human limits. Su-Mo lowered his gaze to his own hands. His skin, once merely coarse, now bore a sickly pallor. Beneath its surface, pale blue veins traced delicate web-like patterns across his wrists and knuckles. Through the lens of microscopic insight, he observed his blood flowing nearly 30% faster than before, and his red blood cells saturated with oxygen at an astonishing near-total capacity. This was the lingering aftermath of overload mode, and irrefutable proof of the black chip's systemic reconfiguration of his body. It was hungry. A bottomless hunger surged from the chip's implant site deep within his chest, spreading along his nerves until it saturated every limb and fiber. This hunger was not for sustenance, but for higher-tier energy, for evolution itself. Su-Mo reached into his inner coat pocket and withdrew an exquisitely crafted metal case. Inside rested a single vial of silvery gray injectable fluid, class suppressor. According to previously decrypted data, this compound effectively suppressed the activity of the abyssal key, preventing full host assimilation into a mindless, monstrous entity. But the cost was steep. Neural conduction speed would drop by 15%, sensory acuity by 20%. In this post-collapse wasteland, where hunter and prey swapped roles with lethal unpredictability, a 20% reduction in perception could mean death. To weaken oneself to survive, or to gamble one's life upon strength. Su-Mo's fingers brushed lightly over the cold glass of the syringe. After a moment of silence, he closed the case and slipped it back into his inner pocket. Not yet. He still needed this power. The corporation's cleansers were already en route, and threats of that magnitude could not be survived through suppression alone. Beep. The wall-mounted comm unit flashed crimson, illuminating the weathered, oil-streaked face of old John on its screen. Gone was his usual cunning avarice. In its place sat grim gravity and an unmasked tremor of fear. "Kid, no, mister." "Sue," old John corrected himself, his voice dry and strained. "How did you rest? Get to the point." Sue Mo rose, rolling his neck with a crisp, audible pop. "The wind outside is wrong." Old John lowered his voice as though fearing eavesdroppers behind every wall. By corporate protocol, after a full squad's annihilation, they'd seal off all of Sector 4 and deploy security forces for house-to-house sweeps. "But it's too quiet out there." "Quiet?" Sumo's brow furrowed faintly. "Yes, quiet as a tomb." Old John swallowed hard. "No patrols. No drone swarms. Not even bounty bulletins remain posted. There's only one explanation. They cleared the sector to make way for him." Sumo finished the sentence calmly. Old John paled and nodded. "The cleanser. A corporate executioner deployed exclusively against targets deemed extremely high risk and non-publicly acknowledgeable. They obey no laws. They spare no collateral. Where they pass, nothing remains, not even grass." "Understood," Sumo replied, his expression unchanged, as if hearing news of distant weather. "Understood. That's a cleanser." Old John's voice tightened. "My informant says the one coming is codenamed Ash. 3 years ago, an inexplicable inferno consumed Sector 9. 2,000 lives erased overnight. Rumor holds he ignited it while containing an experimental breach." "Then I can't stay here." Sumo strode to the corner and hoisted his gear pack. You're leaving?" Old John blinked. Then his eyes flickered with layered emotion. Relief, yes, but also reluctant admiration. Relief because this harbinger of ruin was finally departing, his den secured. Reluctance because the sheer lethality Sumo had demonstrated was dangerously intoxicating. "If I remain, your deep diver heavy industries will be rubble within 30 minutes, Sumo said coolly, checking the mechanisms of his Viper pistol. "I'll credit the suppressor's cost to my account." "Ah, right, of course." Old John rubbed his palms together awkwardly. "Actually, I have something else. You might find it useful." With a soft where the quarantine chamber's delivery port slid open and pushed forth a sleek black oblong case. Sumo lifted the lid. Inside rested a close combat weapon of singular design. It resembled an elongated tactical straight blade, but its edge was not forged from steel. Instead, it shimmered with a translucent, ultra-dense crystalline lattice. Its hilt housed intricate circuitry and a compact microbattery array. High-frequency vibrational particle blade, confiscated years ago from a smuggling vessel, Old John explained. Not quite a beam saber, but it slices through titanium plating like tofu. The battery's degraded. Only 5 minutes of sustained resonance remain. Even as a conventional blade, however, its edge remains lethally sharp. Sumo grasped the hilt. Material analysis activated instantly. Item name: prototype high-frequency particle cutter, degraded variant. Composition: carbon crystal composite, micromagnetic pulse coil. Status: power core, aged 6.5. Residual efficiency: microscopic oxidation present in internal conduction pathways. Assessment: a perilous, unfinished weapon, yet in a master's hand a fong that kills without mercy. "How much?" Sumo asked. "Yours. Consider it gratitude for wiping out the cleansing squad and removing those pests who plagued me. And if you survive, my next big contract will be yours." Sumo held Old John's gaze for a long moment. The old fox wasn't offering charity. He was placing a wager. He was betting Sumo would live and grow into a force vast enough to shatter the corporation itself. "Deal." Sumo fastened the particle blade at his hip and draped the flawlessly repaired phantom optical camouflage cloak over his shoulders. As he pulled up the hood, his form warped in the air, distorting, dissolving, until nothing remained but empty space and the echo of his final glacial words. "Let no one know I was here. For your own sake." After exiting Deep Diver Heavy Industries, Sumo did not flee Sector 4. As Old John had warned, the streets were unnervingly silent. The neon-lit avenues, usually teeming with life, now held only scattered drunks and oblivious vagrants. The streetwise gangs and merchants, who normally sniffed out danger before it arrived, had vanished, sensing the metallic tang of blood in the air. Cloaked in optical stealth, Sumo moved like a wraith between building shadows. His mind raced. Flee? No. Against a hunter of the cleanser's caliber, flight would only expose his back and invite annihilation. Worse, abandoning Sector 4's labyrinthine terrain for open ground or unfamiliar zones would strip him of every environmental advantage. He needed a battlefield, a hunting ground of his own design, utterly favorable, utterly lethal. Sumo halted and lifted his eyes toward the colossal silhouette piercing the darkness ahead, the derelict Sector 4 geothermal energy conversion station. Its architecture was a maze of ducts and conduits saturated with scalding steam and disruptive electromagnetic fields, an ideal ambush site. Since the target called himself, Ash let them see whose ashes would scatter first. Just as Sumo prepared to move, the black chip embedded in his chest pulsed violently. Tum! A muffled heartbeat detonated directly within his auditory nerve. Instantly, microscopic insight forced itself open, and his vision flooded with chaotic, splintering data streams. He saw countless motes of gray dust suspended in the air, not natural particulates, but carbonized organic residue. An acute primal sense of peril pierced his spine. Without hesitation, Sumo threw himself sideways. Pure instinct. Crockham. Where he'd stood moments before, a searing crimson energy beam pierced cleanly through 3 layers of reinforced concrete, leaving behind a molten blackened aperture, its edges still glowing white-hot. Had he hesitated, his upper body would have vaporized instantly. Sumo rolled hard, vanishing behind cover, cold sweat drenching his back in an instant. No report, no aura of malice, not even the faintest ripple in the air, suppressed by some unseen technology. So this was a cleanser. Reflexes are commendable. A rasping, electronically modulated voice cut through the hollow street, neither loud nor soft, yet emanating simultaneously from every direction. Sumo pressed himself flat against the wall, breath stilled, particle blade drawn in utter silence. Even under optical camouflage, the enemy had locked onto him with flawless precision. His detection systems operated far beyond thermal imaging or sonar, on another tier entirely. The hunt had begun. The sensation of being locked onto by a cold gaze did not dissipate even after taking cover. Instead, it became increasingly vivid, as if it were a festering wound. Sumo pressed against the rough concrete wall, gasping for breath. The frequency of the black chip in his chest was accelerating, as if conveying some dangerous signal to his brain. Once again, a silent red light appeared. This time it pierced directly through the advertisement support 30 centimeters above Sumo's head. There was no explosion, no debris flying. The solid steel pillar, as thick as an arm, melted and broke apart like butter sliced by a heated knife. The massive advertisement, now without support, crashed down, raising a cloud of dust on the street. Heat-melting ray? No, it's some kind of focused high-energy particle beam. In the chaos, Sumo activated his electromagnetic gloves again, adhering to the metal pipes on the wall, moving like a gecko across the vertical surface. The opponent's weapon had no trajectory, no sound, and even the beam itself was extremely contained, only releasing terrifying heat upon striking a target. This meant that once hit, his biological armor would most likely not withstand a single blow. Running away is meaningless. Sample 073. The hoarse electronic synthetic voice rang out again, this time seeming to be right beside him. Sumo abruptly released his grip on the gloves, forcibly twisting his body midair, and fell into the intricate entrance of the underground drainage system below. At the moment he let go, the metal pipe he had been clinging to instantly turned to a pool of molten iron dripping onto the ground with a hissing sound. The prediction of this strike was disturbingly accurate. As Sumo fell into the drainage system, he did not pause for a moment. The sewage here was up to his ankles, and the pungent stench hit him facian. But instead of revulsion, he felt a hint of relief. This complex environment and foul odor could interfere with the opponent's perception on a broader scale. But it was merely interference. He glanced down at the still operating phantom optical camouflage cloak. In the face of the opponent's unknown detection methods, this piece of invisibility gear, which he had once been proud of, now felt like the Emperor's new clothes. Turn it off. Sumo decisively cut off the cloak's power. Since invisibility was impossible, there was no need to waste precious battery power, nor to allow the cloak's thermal radiation to become a target for the opponent. He began to sprint. Destination: the abandoned geothermal energy conversion station, 400 meters ahead. The feeling of being watched slightly diminished, but did not disappear. The cleaner, codenamed Ashes, was like an unwearied reaper, leisurely trailing behind him, seemingly enjoying this game of cat and mouse, or perhaps assessing the quality of the prey. 3 minutes later, Sumo dashed into the outer barbed wire of the geothermal station. A wave of heat instantly enveloped him. This was once the main heating core of Zone 4, abandoned decades ago due to a serious pipeline leak, yet the underground heat source had not exhausted, and a large amount of high-temperature steam still leaked through the damaged valves. Surrounding him were massive rusted pipes, some as thick as pythons, others as thin as arms, crisscrossing to form a steel maze. White steam filled the air with visibility below 10 meters. This was the battlefield Sumo had chosen. He quickly halted behind a huge diversion valve node, gasping for breath. His lungs burned with pain, protesting from the overload mode. But he couldn't afford to care. His black pupils shrank instantly as he activated microscopic insight. His vision penetrated the swirling steam, locking onto the gigantic main pipeline ahead with a diameter exceeding 2 meters. Although abandoned for years, high-pressure geothermal fluid still flowed within the pipe. Sumo could see the tiny metal fatigue cracks on the pipe walls and several rusted bolts at the flange precariously hanging. This is it. Suemo placed his palm against the scorching pipe wall. Material reconstruction activated. His mental energy seeped into the metal structure like mercury. He did not directly destroy the pipe, but meticulously disrupted the metal lattice structure of the critical bolts, making them incredibly brittle, as if they would crumble into powder with the slightest touch. He completed all of this in less than 3 seconds. Then he retreated, disappearing into the shadows of a pile of abandoned condensers, drawing out the prototype high-frequency particle cutter, his finger lightly resting on the activation switch. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Footsteps appeared. Very light, yet exceptionally clear in the desolate silence of the abandoned station. Tap, tap, tap. The figure emerged through the white steam, slowly coming into Sumo's view. It was a person completely encased in gray-white matte armor. The armor's design was extremely streamlined with no unnecessary attachments. The head featured a smooth, black visor devoid of facial features save for a faint blue glow at its center. In hand, he held a slender silver-gray rifle, the muzzle still emitting barely perceptible heat waves. The cleaner ashes. He walked nonchalantly down the main avenue, as if completely unconcerned about any ambush that might be lurking nearby. The environment here is quite nice. Ashes paused, tilting his head slightly, the faint blue glow scanning the surroundings. High temperature, high humidity, filled with magnetic interference. It seems you are well aware of your disadvantages and wish to use the environment to level the playing field. Suemo did not respond, even slowing his breathing to the extreme. However, Sample 073, you know nothing about the company's technology. Ashes raised his rifle, not pointing it at Sumo's hiding spot, but rather at the valve he had tampered with. Sumo's pupils contracted sharply. Had he been discovered? No, that was not it. The opponent did not realize what Suemo had done to the valve, but rather that the valve itself was a hotspot in this area. At this distance, my full-spectrum pop scan can penetrate this ridiculous steam layer and see the thermal traces of your blood flow inside. Ash's voice carried a hint of mockery. Come out, or I'll blow this place up first. The gun's muzzle began to charge red light, igniting. Sumo's heart raced. Was this the gap in strength? In the face of absolute technological suppression, the so-called tactical arrangements felt so pale. But a cold smirk suddenly curled at the corner of Sumo's mouth. Since you can see the heat traces, then let me show you plenty. At the moment Ashes was about to pull the trigger, Suemo suddenly hurled an old battery he had been gripping tightly, just picked up along the way, and using material reconstruction mixed its internal chemicals to the critical point, turning it into a simple bomb toward that valve. What? Ashes reacted swiftly, instantly redirecting his rifle and firing in midair to detonate the battery. Boom. A small explosion blossomed in the air. But this was exactly what Suemo desired. Though the shockwave was minor, it was enough to be the last straw that broke the camel's back, crashing into the already fragile valve flange. Crack, bang. The bolts Suemo had modified instantly shattered. The high-pressure geothermal steam, now free from restraint, erupted like a released wild dragon, accompanied by a deafening shriek. Rumble. Steam at several hundred degrees surged outward at high speed, instantly transforming the space within 50 meters into a blinding death sauna. This extremely high-density superheated steam not only obstructed vision, but its intense thermal disturbances and ionization effects were a nightmare for all thermal imaging and spectral scanners. Alarm: environmental temperature rising sharply, sensor overload, vision lost. A frantic alarm blared inside Ash's helmet, the faint blue glow flickering erratically. Damn rat. Ashes cursed, retreating violently, attempting to escape the core steam area. But behind him a pale shadow had already torn through the white mist. Suemo appeared like a ghost at Ash's side, the high-frequency particle cutter in his hand, buzzing ominously, the blade shimmering with a blurred phantom due to the high-frequency vibrations. This was not a sneak attack. This was a hunt. Die! Suemo shouted, the particle blade slicing through the air, striking fiercely at the connection point of Ash's neck. Clang! A piercing metallic clash resonated throughout the factory. Sparks flew. Suemo felt a tingling in his hand, his whole body being rebounded back 2 meters. Yet Ashes merely staggered 1 step. A hexagonal translucent energy shield materialized before his neck, firmly blocking this lethal blow. Directional shield. A hint of shock flashed in Sumo's eyes. This technology, which was only equipped on the secondary turrets of interstellar battleships, had actually been miniaturized for individual soldiers. A powerful strike. Ashes steadied himself, the voice beneath the visor turning icy cold. Unfortunately, your intel is outdated. He raised his gun, not even needing to aim. The heat dissipation grills on the gun body suddenly sprang open, a terrifying energy fluctuation beginning to gather. This time it was not a single shot. Burning mode. Boom. A fan-shaped wave of flames erupted from the gun's muzzle, instantly covering all directions where Suemo was. At this moment, the abandoned geothermal station in Zone 4 truly transformed into hell. Scorching crimson light crashed like a tidal wave upon the steel jungle of the derelict geothermal station, instantly vaporizing the residual moisture in the air with a grating, sizzling hiss. In the split second before the firestorm engulfed him, Su-Mo smashed through a rust-eaten maintenance hatch at his feet and tumbled headlong into the underground cable trench. Above him, flames licked across the metal grating, red light bled through its gaps, bathing him in an infernal glow. Alert: external temperature exceeds 400 C. Surface activity of bioarmor is degrading. The warning did not chime in his mind. It was an instinctive judgment drawn from his body's visceral feedback. He could feel the subdermal biofibers recoiling in agony under the searing heat. The acrid stench of charring even pierced his filtration mask and flooded his nostrils. Yet he did not move, because that footstep still echoed, precise, unhurried pacing rhythmically across the grating directly above the trench. Tap, tap, tap. Ash did not rush to confirm his kill. He savored the exquisite thrill of absolute domination. Hiding in a rat hole changes nothing. Subject 073. His voice crackled through an amplifier laced with electric static. Your bioelectric signature blazes across my scanner like a lighthouse in utter darkness. Are you trembling? From fear, or from the backlash of catastrophic system overload? A deafening boom shattered the air as a high-energy beam punched straight through the grating above Su-Mo, missing his left shoulder by less than 5 centimeters. Molten iron dripped onto his shoulder armor, branding blackened scars. Su-Mo clenched his teeth until his jaw ached, his obsidian pupils reflecting the faint shifting silhouette of gray above. He waited. In his grip, the indicator light of his prototype high-frequency particle cutting blade flared in urgent, deep crimson, the unmistakable warning of imminent energy depletion. This exquisitely engineered weapon had sustained damage during its earlier clash with the deflector shield. Microscopic misalignments now marred its magnetic storm coil structure. To any ordinary person, it would be scrap metal. But to Su-Mo, it was a bomb teetering on the edge of detonation. He drew a slow, deliberate breath, even though the air scorched his lungs. His spiritual energy lanced into the hilt like a precision probe, bypassing all safety protocols to lock directly onto the critical junction between the volatile high-energy battery and the magnetic storm coil. Matter reconstruction activated. Not to repair, not to reinforce, but to erase the damping layers separating battery and coil vanished entirely. The once contained fury erupted unchained. The blade convulsed violently, its low thrum escalating into a piercing, dying shriek. Moi. Ash paused mid-step. His enhanced sensors had registered the anomaly of violent spike in localized energy. That was the moment. Su-Mo exploded upward, driving off the trench wall, with both legs launching himself like a cannonball through the half-molten grating above, emerging in a whirlwind of smoke and embers. Foolish. Ash reacted with preternatural speed. His silver-gray rifle had already pivoted to target the moment Su-Mo breached the surface. Yet he held his fire. Su-Mo had closed the distance in a heartbeat. So close that the hexagonal cobalt-blue deflector shield shimmered into existence between them, an impenetrable barrier. This was the absolute defensive threshold. Ash was certain neither physical cleave nor energy discharge could breach the shield's calculated tolerance at this range. All he needed was to absorb this one strike. Then his rifle barrel would press flush against the insolent test subject's chest, reducing him to crimson mist. But then he saw Su-Mo smile, a grin grotesque and savage amid soot and blood. And Su-Mo did not swing the blade. Instead, he slammed the shrieking white-hot particle blade, its surface glowing incandescent, directly onto the shield's surface. Detonate, Su-Mo whispered. His spiritual energy triggered the battery's critical overload, while simultaneously using matter reconstruction to unravel every molecular bond within the blade itself. It was a suicide-level saturation assault. A blinding white flash erupted between them, deafening, searing absolute. This was no mere explosion. It was a maelstrom, high-frequency particle flux, raw chemical energy from the battery, and the instantaneous vaporization of metal, all converging in chaotic synergy. Such unstructured, overwhelming energy exceeded the deflector shield's logical processing capacity. Its stable cobalt-blue field flickered wildly, emitting sharp, splintering cracks. What a... For the first time, Ash's voice carried genuine alarm. A shockwave surged through the failing shield. He was hurled backward, staggering under its force. Black smoke billowed from the overloaded generator as the invincible barrier dissolved. And before the white glare had even faded, a charred hand, black and blistered, thrust through the smoke and clamped unyieldingly onto Ash's helmet visor. Su-Mo's hand. His right arm was a ruined bioarmor, shredded muscle laid bare, and glistening with blood bone gleaming starkly beneath. Yet he felt no pain. Adrenaline and primal will had seized total dominion over his mind. Got you. His voice rasped like gravel grinding in dry sand. At point-blank range, his matter reconstruction abilities surged along his fingertips, slipping unimpeded into the seemingly impregnable composite armor of Ash's helmet. The matte gray-white plating was indeed top-tier, exceptionally dense, nearly indestructible. Yet at the microstructural level, all matter possessed architecture. And architecture implied vulnerability. Suemo made no attempt to pierce it. Instead, he fused every locking mechanism at the visor's seam into a single, seamless mass. Then he permanently sealed the intake valve of the respirator. Click, click, click. Ash thrashed wildly, trying to raise his rifle, but Suemo bore down upon him, knees pinning his weapon arm with crushing force. No, no. The voice behind the visor grew muffled, panicked. Sealing the respirator meant immediate collapse of the oxygen recycling system within the fully sealed power armor. But it was not enough. Suemo's eyes blazed crimson as his spiritual energy surged forth, not toward the armor, but toward the array of optical sensors embedded in Ash's helmet. Under microscopic interference, the delicate crystalline lenses fractured at their lattice foundations, reduced instantly to opaque, useless slag. Darkness. Suffocation. Ash plunged into absolute despair. His pride, the pinnacle of human engineering, had become his own iron coffin. He flailed blindly, hammering fists into Suemo's back. Each blow forced a cough of blood, but Suemo's grip remained unbreakable, welded to the helmet as if forged there. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. His struggles weakened, faltered, then ceased. With one final shuddering spasm, the gray-white armor slumped lifelessly onto the scorching floor, like discarded sculpture. Suemo did not release his grip immediately. He held the position until he confirmed Ash's heartbeat had ceased entirely, until the last vestige of that predatory locked-on threat dissolved from his awareness. He finally let go, collapsing sideways in utter exhaustion. Then, like a returning tide, agony flooded his senses. His right hand was nearly destroyed. His palms split open, fingers bent at unnatural angles. 2 ribs were likely broken, crushed in Ash's final desperate counterblow. His lungs burned as if packed with live coals. Each breath tasted of iron and ash. Yet he had survived. Again, in Sector 4, the cursed monster-haunted wasteland, he had cheated death once more. Suemo lay on his back, staring up at the shattered dome of the geothermal station. Through the fissures, a pallid, rain-washed light filtered down. The storm had ended. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself upright and turned to the corpse beside him. The silver-gray high-energy rifle lay nearby, slightly scuffed, yet its core mechanisms intact. The gray-white armor, though ruined at the helm, retained immense value elsewhere, especially the damaged deflector shield generator. With his uninjured left hand, Suemo lifted the rifle. Its weight was substantial, austere. No manufacturer's insignia, only a discreet triangular emblem etched onto the stock, the Special Operations Division of the corporation. Acquired item prototype high-energy beam rifle locked. In. Acquired item personal deflector shield generator damaged reparable. In. Acquired item sanitizer identity card encrypted. Suemo's gaze lingered on the ruined generator. Double helix. On its reverse side, the familiar chilling double helix insignia reappeared, etched with cold precision. Not the corporation's triangle. This was the double helix. Suemo's expression hardened into glacial stillness. The sanitizer was not merely the corporation's hound, but an infiltrator for that organization. Or had the corporation's upper echelons long been entwined with that entity? The game had just grown infinitely more intriguing. He stifled the pain and began securing the battlefield. The explosion and steam venting had surely drawn attention from other factions in Sector 4, and corporate reinforcements would follow swiftly. Immediate extraction was imperative. Suemo gathered his spoils, then cast one final glance at Ash's corpse. Next time the welcome gift will be heavier. He murmured softly, then dragged his ravaged body into the labyrinthine shadows deep within the geothermal station. Behind him, the sealed visor, once smooth and flawless, was now webbed with fine hairline fractures, silently bearing witness to the horror that had just unfolded. The so-called thermal meltdown threshold, a scenario deemed inescapable terminal, had been shattered not by cunning or evasion, but by sheer brutal force. The air underground in Sector 4 always carried a nauseating, moldy stench, the fermented amalgam of stagnant recirculated water, machine oil, and decaying organic matter. But to Suemo's nostrils now that odor was overpowered by something far more pungent, his own scent of blood and charred flesh. The storm-drained tunnels were bitterly cold after the downpour. Suemo leaned against a rusted, abandoned floodgate, his chest heaving violently. Each breath sent jagged shards of broken ribs scraping against his lungs, a searing, excruciating agony. Yet he dared not pause. The commotion at the geothermal station had been deafening. The company's quick reaction force was likely already en route. He had to vanish into Sector 4's labyrinthine subterranean river network before the containment net sealed shut. HSS. Suemo glanced down at his right hand. It could no longer be called a hand. Bioarmor fibers hung from it like scorched, desiccated skin. The webbing between thumb and forefinger had ruptured entirely, exposing pallid finger bones beneath. Worse still, the backlash from his earlier overload had set his entire right arm ablaze with involuntary neural spasms, as though swarms of ants gnawed relentlessly within his veins. This was the price of forcibly erasing the energy damping layer. System, compensation protocol, Su-Mo commanded silently within his mind. No response came. This so-called system was never a solicitous AI assistant. It was more akin to a frigid, immutable logic core offering capability, without care power, without pity function, without follow-up. Su-Mo twisted his lips into a wry self-mocking smile and reached with his intact left hand into his tactical belt, retrieving a syringe. It was the military-grade cellular regenerative serum he'd purchased from Old John. A single dose cost 800 credits, enough on the black market to trade for 2 lives. He snapped off the needle cap and plunged it without hesitation into a vein on his right arm. An icy liquid surged in as he depressed the plunger, then instantly ignited into a scorching torrent racing along his vessels to the wound site. The serum activated, triggering frenzied cellular division, accelerating tissue regeneration. Yet for comminuted fractures, such unguided healing would only fuse bone askew, leaving behind a grotesque, useless limb. Su-Mo closed his eyes. What came next was even more reckless than slaying Ash. He would reset his own bones. His spiritual energy stirred once more, though depleted like a well nearly drained to its last drop. Yet he wrenched forth a final thread, focusing the microscopic insight ability upon his right hand. His vision telescoped inward. At the microscopic level, he saw the jagged, splintered bone fragments, the severed tendons, and the raw, proliferating granulation tissue surging under the serum's stimulation. Su-Mo drew a deep breath, even though the inhalation lanced his lungs with white-hot pain. Material reconstruction engaged. With no weapon as conduit this time, he acted directly upon his own body. Click! A grating, teeth-clenching snap echoed through the deathly silence behind the floodgate. Su-Mo's body locked rigid, cold sweat erupted instantly, soaking his already drenched combat suit. With sheer force of will, he wrapped his spiritual energy around the fractured finger bones and shoved them one by agonizing one back into their rightful alignment. The pain was like a dull blade slowly flensing his bones. But this was only the beginning. Crack! Click! 2 more brittle snaps followed. Su-Mo bit through his lower lip, blood dripped steadily from his chin onto the mud-caked floor. Through micro-reconstruction, he realigned each of the 27 displaced bones in his right palm, not as a surgeon, but as a master horologist assembling the most delicate timepiece imaginable. The cellular regenerative serum surged like a flood released from its dam, flooding the fissures between bone fragments. Guided by Su-Mo's focused spiritual energy, the nascent osteocytes arranged themselves with flawless density, forming a skeletal lattice even stronger, even more resilient than the original. 10 minutes. For Su-Mo, those 10 minutes stretched longer than an entire century. When the final phalanx clicked into place, he collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent, drenched not in rain, but in exhaustion. The blinding agony in his right hand began to recede, replaced by a creeping, insistent itch. He flexed his fingers. They moved stiffly, awkwardly. His skin remained char-blackened, but the skeleton was whole again. This was the compensation mechanism. When the body could not keep pace with the demands of combat, capability itself became the scalpel and the suture. When conventional medicine failed before such wounds, he would edit his own flesh with microscopic reconstruction. Su-Mo gazed at his trembling right hand, and in his eyes flickered a shadowed, unreadable light. This ruthless, intimate re-engineering of his own body stirred something unsettling within him. A thrill, or dread. He shook his head, sharply banishing the dangerous thought. Now was no time for philosophical inquiry. He activated the wrist comm, dialing a backup frequency known only to himself and Old John. The moment the channel opened, Old John's hushed voice crackled through, underlaid by the muffled thuds and groans of heavy objects being shifted. Old John's voice tightened. You're alive. Disappointing. Su-Mo replied, his voice a ragged, guttural rasp. Damn it. Do you have any idea how chaotic it is out there? Old John seemed to roar into the comm, yet kept his volume low. The geothermal station's energy readings spiked off the charts. Company satellites captured thermal signatures there, like someone detonated a tactical nuke. Not quite that dramatic. Just a battery bomb. A battery bomb blew off half the geothermal dome. Old John clearly didn't believe it. And what about the cleaner? Where's Ash? His signal vanished. Dead. Silence swallowed the line, absolute suffocating. 5 seconds passed before Old John whispered, trembling, You killed him. If you want his ID card as a keepsake, I can bring it back. As he spoke, Su-Mo slung the captured silver-gray beam rifle across his back with his left hand. But I suggest you stop asking questions, for now. I need a clean location. And, is my cargo ready? Old John exhaled sharply, a rapid shallow gasp. Sumo could feel it, fear radiating across the comm link. Once Old John had viewed him as a promising partner, or at least a reliable tool. Now having witnessed Sumo execute a corporate elite operative, brutally decisively, that dynamic had irrevocably curdled. To Old John, Sumo had become a live grenade. Unstable, unpredictable, perpetually primed to detonate. And that was precisely what Sumo intended. In this merciless world, being feared was infinitely safer than being coveted. B12's safe house is compromised. The company's sweeping that sector. Old John finally spoke again, his tone deferential, unprecedented. Go to Sector 9. Beneath the rust water treatment plant lies an abandoned pipeline network. There's an old smuggling syndicate way station there. I'll transmit the coordinates. Also, Old John paused, hesitant. That blade, if it's still intact, destroy it. It's a deep diver heavy industries prototype, with serial markings. If traced back, the blade detonated. Sumo cut in. Detonated? Old John's voice leapt an octave. That was a 20,000 credit prototype. It fulfilled its purpose, Sumo said, gaze fixed on his newly reconstructed right hand, his expression utterly still. Like the cleaner. He terminated the call. Then gripping the wall, Sumo slowly rose to his feet. He glanced at the silver-gray briefcase beside him, still locked, still inert. Another legacy left by ash beyond the shattered shield generator and the rifle. This was likely the most valuable prize. The cleaner's personal terminal. Sumo lacked the strength or stability for deep decryption now, but instinct warned him whatever lay inside would burn hotter than the beam rifle. The double helix. The company. The cleaner. What bound these three together? Sumo fastened the briefcase to his waist, then cast one last look down the dark, echoing tunnel behind him. From this day forward, he was no longer a scavenger clinging to life in the cracks. He was the one who churned this stagnant pool to chaos. An anomaly. Sumo tightened the clasp of his still functional optical camouflage cloak. His silhouette shimmered, warped, and dissolved into the murky air of Sector 4. Moments after his departure, several silent microdrones glided across the zone, scanning with crimson beams, capturing only a fading thermal ghost, vanishing like breath on cold glass. The rust water treatment plant in Area 9 was abandoned 10 years ago due to severe pollution, yet the underground pipeline still pulsates like the veins of a dying beast, beating incessantly day and night. What flows here is not water, but industrial waste liquid seeping down from the upper levels, carrying a pungent odor of sulfur and heavy metals. Sumo, like a rat nesting here, silently glided through the oil-stained maintenance passage. The so-called transfer station is merely an expanded cavity located beside the main sewage pipe, with heavy lead-sealed doors covered in dark red rust. Sumo used the key card given by Old John to swipe open the heavy airtight door. Accompanied by the dry, creaking sound of the hydraulic lever, a wave of long-sealed, dry air rushed in. It was very rudimentary. An army cot, an old-fashioned terminal machine that was disconnected from the network, and a few cans long past their expiration date. But for Sumo, this place was paradise. No drones, no biological tracing devices, and no ghost named Ashes. He casually tossed the silver-gray suitcase onto the table, the heavy impact echoing in the cramped space. Sumo did not rush to inspect the spoils. Instead, he first removed the tattered optical camouflage cloak. Without the protection of the optical coating, he looked like a monster that had just crawled out of a meat grinder. Although his right arm had regained its shape under microscopic realignment, the surface of the skin still exhibited a strange purplish-black hue, a mark left by subcutaneous bleeding and rapid cell regeneration. He fished a tube of nutrient paste from his waist pouch and squeezed it into his mouth like toothpaste. The taste of low-quality synthetic protein exploded in his mouth, yet he didn't even frown, mechanically swallowing it. His body screamed, every cell craving energy. Since that overload incident, that insatiable hunger had settled in his stomach, or rather deep within his brain. The black chip parasitizing his spine was like a greedy tyrant constantly demanding offerings. Eat your fill before you work. Sumo muttered softly, his voice hoarse like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other. He sat at the table, his gaze landing on the silver-gray suitcase. His fingers gently brushed against the textured surface of the case, a special memory metal that felt cool and delicate to the touch. Click. The case opened. Apart from a defunct shield generator and an unlocked beam rifle, the most eye-catching item was the palm-sized black terminal. It was the brain of Ashes and the key to the truth. Sumo picked up the terminal, its screen lit up, revealing a blood-red double helix symbol slowly rotating in the darkness, followed by a biometric iris verification interface. Conventional hacking methods were meaningless here. At this level of military terminal, once violent cracking was detected, the internal storage chip would physically melt, turning all secrets to ashes. But Sumo did not need to crack the password. He only needed to bypass it. His spiritual power extended like tentacles, instantly activating the microscopic insight. Sumo's vision penetrated the black shell through the complex circuit board, directly locking onto the encrypted chip at the core of the terminal. From a microscopic perspective, the transistors inside the chip resembled a grand maze with billions of electrons flowing within, forming a tightly knit logical defense. Found it. Sumo's pupils contracted slightly. He saw the logic gate responsible for verifying biological information. It was like a heavily guarded checkpoint blocking the path to the core data. Since there was no key, then let's tear down the wall. Material reconstruction activated. Sumo did not attempt to modify the complex codes. That would be too taxing on his spiritual power. He made a simpler, more brute force choice that aligned with his current style of action. Physically, he used his microscopic reconstruction ability to directly build a bridge inside the chip. Hundreds of silicon atoms were forcibly shifted through his spiritual power, reconnecting the originally broken circuit. It was akin to directly opening a hole in the wall of the maze, bypassing all the guards. Such an operation would be a fairy tale for any electronic engineer, as no one could see atoms with the naked eye, let alone manipulate them with their hands. But in Sumo's logic, this was merely stacking blocks. Z. The terminal screen flickered. The red double helix symbol suddenly stuttered, then shattered like broken glass. Lines of green data streams cascaded down like a waterfall. Access rights confirmed. Executive ashes. Security level A. Sumo expressionless swiped through the screen, bypassing a multitude of insignificant tactical logs until a red-marked top secret document caught his eye. Task code star key target sample 073 escaping priority capture eradication. Sample 073. Sumo's finger paused on the screen. The document was accompanied by a photo, a blurry surveillance snapshot from when he was in the slums, yet the coldness in those eyes was unmistakable. He continued scrolling down. Note: this sample exhibited unique level tolerance during the Abyss adaptation test. The Double Helix Council has confirmed that Subject 073 may be the only qualified candidate to unlock the lower-level protocol of the orbital ladder. If capture is not possible, the Abyss key black chip within the spine must be recovered without damage. Orbital ladder. Qualified candidate. Sumo chewed on these words. So the so-called company and that mysterious Double Helix were not merely after his life, but sought to use him to unlock the door to the heavens. To seal off the atmosphere of this planet, prohibiting any aircraft from ascending was not to isolate pollution, but to cover up something. Sumo closed the document, his gaze gradually turning cold. He was no one's sample, nor was he anyone's key. He was the one holding the knife. Sumo shifted his gaze to the last item in the box, the experimental high-energy beam rifle. Its body was long and silver-white with a streamlined design exuding a deadly beauty. But this rifle was now just a stick. The biological sensor on the grip was flashing a red light, denying access. The things the company makes always love to have these flashy locks. Sumo let out a cold laugh, placing his left hand on the gun's body. The microscopic view expanded once more. This time he lacked the cautiousness of facing the unknown, instead carrying a near-violent desire for destruction. Since this gun only recognized Ash's hand, then let it become a masterless beast. His spiritual power surged violently into the gun, directly locating the complex biological identification module. He did not attempt to simulate Ash's biological signal, but directly used material reconstruction to melt the entire identification module circuit. Then he reconnected. Using the most basic physical means, he forcibly short-circuited the trigger with the firing core, bypassing all safety protocols and identity verifications. It was like dismantling a sports car's electronic lock and directly connecting the two ignition wires. Simple, brutal, and effective. Boom. With a low humming sound, the indicator light on the gun turned from red to green. The heat dissipation grids on both sides of the barrel slowly opened, revealing the bluish energy coils within, a chilling high-energy reaction brewing inside the chamber. Sumo raised the heavy rifle with one hand, looking through the holographic sight at the rusty valve on the floodgate. In that moment, he felt as if he and the weapon were one. No more cumbersome verifications, no more so-called security restrictions. This gun now obeyed only the purest logic of slaughter. Just then, Sumo suddenly felt the black chip in his spine quiver slightly, a cold chill spreading through his nerves, calming his agitated brain that had been in pain. It was not soothing, but a deeper erosion. It was telling him this is right. Abandon those excess emotions, discard those pointless hesitations, think like a machine, kill like a machine. This was the direction of evolution. Sumo lowered the gun, staring at the eyes reflected in the pitch-black surface of the weapon. Deep within his pupils, a flicker of bluish light seemed to flash. Logical erosion, huh? He murmured softly, the corner of his mouth curling into a temperatureless arc. If becoming a monster was the only way to survive, he didn't mind being the most terrifying monster. After all, in this wasteland, only the sharpest knife had the right to survive until the end. Suemo shut down the terminal, closed the suitcase, and slapped the magazine, filled with special ammunition, into his waist. The night was still long, and the hunt was just beginning. Beep, beep. The urgent shrill alarm echoed through the deathly silent abandoned transit station like a countdown to doom. On Sumo's black terminal screen, a blood-red countdown flickered wildly. 02913. This was not a self-destruct sequence, but a mandatory handshake request from the upper tier. Targeted communication request. Signal source triangulation indicates geosynchronous orbit. Suemo stared at the parsed origin displayed on screen. Even his pupils, long stilled into placid stillness by logical erosion, contracted faintly. Above the wasteland stretched thick radioactive cloud cover. Beyond those clouds floated the legendary untainted Eden, the orbital space station. To the ant-like survivors of the lower city, that station was the abode of gods. And now the gods were calling a ghost warden from hell. If the connection failed, or if it succeeded but failed biometric verification, the terminal would not only lock permanently, but likely expose this exact coordinate, inviting far more terrifying retribution: kinetic orbital strikes raining down from the heavens. Hui Jing is dead. His biological signature cannot be forged. Sumo's mind raced with icy precision. Countless solutions formed and collapsed in an instant. Cut off Hui Jing's finger. No. His corpse had been reduced to charcoal by high-energy particle streams, like fingerprints were long obliterated. Simulate bioelectric signals. Without professional signal generators, military-grade biometric sensors could not be deceived. Wait. Sumo's gaze suddenly locked onto an unassuming test port on the terminal's side. If deception at the software level was impossible, then he would intervene at the hardware level. Biometric verification at its core measured skin resistance, pulse frequency, and neural potential differentials. Feed it an electric signal that conformed to logic, and the machine would accept its master as still alive. Microscopic insight, activate. The world dissolved before Sumo's eyes into countless fine lines and particles. He did not glance at the terminal screen. Instead, he peered directly into its internal circuitry. The intricate integrated circuits transformed into a meticulously engineered labyrinth. Current pathways glowed with crystalline clarity. He swiftly located the pin connected to the biometric sensor. That was the gatekeeper. Just bypass the gatekeeper and tell the processor, I am the master. Suemo extended his left index finger, lightly touching the test port. Matter reconstruction activated. This time he did not destroy, he created. His fingertip hardened and restructured instantly, extruding a silver probe finer than a human hair, precisely piercing the microscopic test aperture. At the microscale, the probe surged forward like an invading silver serpent, dodging every alarm fuse, then anchoring itself directly onto the primary control chip's low-level protocol pin. Link established. Suemo closed his eyes and channeled the last vestiges of his spiritual energy through the silver filament, generating an exquisitely faint, yet rhythmically precise electrical pulse. It was not Hui Jing's pulse. It was a universal handshake signal forged by Suemo using matter reconstruction to microadjust voltage. He was gambling that in battlefield mode this terminal would lower its security thresholds to prioritize uninterrupted communication. ZZZT. The crimson light on the screen froze abruptly. The countdown locked at 00542. The next second, the red glow shifted to green. Biometric signature, fuzzy match confirmed. Battlefield assistance protocol engaged. Link established. Suemo slowly exhaled, beads of cold sweat glistening across his forehead. Such microscale circuit surgery demanded an astonishing toll on spiritual energy. The screen flickered once, then displayed a line of stark white text. ID Hui Jing. Report mission progress. Has the Ascension specimen been recovered? No voice, only text. Suemo allowed himself a quiet breath of relief. He paused. Then the cold, ruthless persona forged by logical erosion seized control of his thoughts. He knew precisely what they wanted to hear, and how to phrase it to maximize leverage. With one hand, Suemo tapped out a message on the holographic keyboard. Encountered heavy resistance. Target possesses high-threat counter-surveillance capabilities. Shield generator destroyed, primary weapon insufficiently charged. Request tactical reinforcement. Sent. 2 seconds of silence stretched like an age. Then, reply arrived. Waste. 2 words, cold, arrogant, dripping with condescension. Immediately followed by a new directive. Orbital strike window remains closed. Ascension specimen must be retrieved intact. Authorization granted for tactical supply crate no. 9. Coordinates transmitted. Proceed immediately to resupply and execute recovery. Failure will trigger purge protocol. A new map coordinate appeared on screen, deep within Subsector 9's underground network, less than 3 kilometers away. The communication link severed abruptly, unilaterally terminated. Suemo watched the screen dim, a thin frost-laced smile curling at the corner of his lips. You want me to capture myself, and even deliver supplies to aid the hunt. The sensation was surreal. He was like a mouse burrowed deep inside an elephant's nostril, harnessing the colossal beast's own might to arm himself. Tactical supply crate no. 9. Suemo withdrew his finger, the silver probe retracting, dissolving, and seamlessly reabsorbing into normal dermal texture. If this crate was intended for a cleaner of Huijing's caliber, its contents would certainly surpass mere ammunition or rations. Perhaps it held the critical components needed to repair that deflector shield. Suemo turned his head, glancing toward the shattered shield generator resting in the corner. In the battle moments before, that device had absorbed the brunt of Huijing's shot. If not for it, Suemo would have been vaporized instantly. A portable energy shield of this class was nothing short of a divine artifact in the wasteland. Even damaged, Suemo refused to abandon it. Since it was prepared for Huijing, it belongs to me now. Suemo rose, rotating his newly regenerated right arm. A dull ache lingered deep in his bones, but the searing, tearing agony had vanished, replaced by a subtle, tingling sense of renewal. This was the terrifying medical potential of matter reconstruction, given sufficient spiritual energy, and provided death had not yet claimed him outright. He could forcibly resurrect himself through microscopic reconstruction. Pack up, Suemo murmured to himself. His movements were crisp, efficient, utterly devoid of hesitation or waste. The newly unlocked prototype high-energy beam rifle rested heavily across his back, a dense, reassuring weight. 2 modified Viper kinetic pistols nestled in thigh holsters. The damaged shield generator was carefully secured inside his pack. Finally, he glanced back at this temporary refuge. It was no longer safe. If the terminal could locate him, then the so-called orbit undoubtedly possessed approximate coordinates. Though he had bought time with deception, lies inevitably unraveled. Once they detected Huijing's vital signs extinguished, or sensed prolonged immobility, new hunters would descend like vultures, swift and merciless. He had to move. Suemo pulled up his hood and activated phantom optical camouflage. A ripple of transparency shimmered through the air, and his form dissolved into the dim, subterranean gloom. Subsector 9, abandoned drainage conduit. Its environment was even more hostile than the rust water treatment plant above. The air reeked of concentrated sulfides. Yellow-green acidic runoff gurgled sluggishly beneath his feet. Suemo moved like a phantom along maintenance catwalks bolted to the pipe ceiling. His gaze remained fixed on the navigation coordinate glowing in the lower left corner of his vision. Distance to target 300 meters. Ahead loomed a massive circular sump chamber where several thick conduits converged. Suspended at the chamber's center hung a metal container thickly encrusted with grime, resembling nothing more than a discarded electrical cabinet. Yet Suemo's microscopic insight revealed the truth. Though rusted on the surface, its shell was flawless titanium alloy, and its perimeter bristled with infrared laser tripwires invisible to the naked eye. Of course, something like this wouldn't lack defenses. Suemo halted on a crossbeam 50 meters from the box. In the past, he would have painstakingly disarmed each trap. Now he possessed a far more direct method. He raised his left wrist. The terminal flared with a soft, silvery light. Since I am Huijing, these defenses should recognize me. He broadcast the identity authentication code, extracted moments earlier from the terminal, via near-field communication protocol. Beep. That single clean tone rang with startling clarity in the cavernous pipe. The infrared lasers surrounding the metal box winked out. Camouflage plating split open across its surface, revealing smooth, silver-white alloy beneath. A blue holographic lock seal materialized, hovering silently, awaiting activation. Suemo deactivated camouflage and landed lightly upon the platform atop the box. He did not open it immediately. Instead, he scanned the interior with microscopic vision, confirming the absence of booby traps or toxin dispersal systems, before pressing his palm against the holographic seal. Click. A hiss of pressurized gas escaped as the heavy metal lid slowly lifted. A plume of frigid white vapor billowed forth, the cryogenic nitrogen cooling system activating. Suemo leaned in. The crate's interior was compact, but every cubic centimeter had been optimized. At the top sat 3 gleaming silver cylinders perfectly aligned. High-energy polymer battery cells. Suemo's eyes lit up. Universal-grade military power sources, capable of energizing both his beam rifle and advanced exoskeletons or heavy cybernetics. Each cell packed energy density equivalent to hundreds of standard wasteland batteries. With these 3, the weapon slung across his back ceased being a disposable fire stick and became a true scythe of death. Beneath the battery array lay a sealed medkit. Suemo opened it. No bandages, but a single deep blue injector labeled neural inhibitor. Suppresses pain, forces hyperarousal, trades vitality for explosive output. Suemo shook his head and stowed it away. Its side effects were severe, but in extremis it might prove invaluable. What thrilled him most lay at the crate's base, a rectangular module, a spare deflector field generator core. Though its model differed slightly from the one Su-Mo had salvaged, matter reconstruction rendered such distinctions irrelevant, as long as the underlying principles aligned. This is the heart I sought. Su-Mo drew a slow breath and swiftly emptied the crate of every item. As he prepared to close the empty crate and depart, his fingers brushed something rigid tucked into a hidden compartment beneath the base. A black metallic card, devoid of magnetic strips or chips, bearing only one suffocating emblem on its face: the double helix. Beneath the symbol in minute gold foil lettering ran a phrase in an archaic language Su-Mo had never seen. Yet as his eyes fell upon it, the black chip embedded in his mind shuddered violently, flooding his consciousness with an involuntary translation. The stars are a prison. We are the wardens. Su-Mo's finger stiffened. Wardens? Of whom, or what, was this prison built? Was it this planet itself? A nameless chill crept up his spine, colder, deeper than even the touch of logical erosion. He felt for the first time that he had brushed against the darkest, most profound secret buried at the heart of this world. The orbital station hanging high above. The enigmatic double helix organization. The cryptic Ascension project. All threads coalesced into a vast tightening net. Su-Mo clenched the black metal card tightly in his fist, shock receding from his gaze, replaced by a colder, deeper resolve. Whether you are wardens or gods. He lifted his eyes toward the thick concrete dome overhead, his gaze seeming to pierce hundreds of meters of Earth, staring straight into the fathomless void of space. If you want my life, you'll have to come down and take it yourself. Su-Mo slammed the hollow supply crate shut and vanished once more into the shadows of the winding conduit. Only those words, "The stars are a prison," echoed like a deep space resonance, reverberating endlessly within his mind. Deep within the dim underground pipeline, a dry, abandoned pump room. This was originally a temporary resting area for servicing the pumps. Now, it has become Su-Mo's makeshift workshop. The heavy explosion-proof door, although rusted shut, provided a perfectly sealed safe space. Su-Mo sat cross-legged on the ground with the recently acquired directional force field generator core and the damaged shield generator set before him. "Let's begin," he murmured softly, his voice calm, like still water. As he activated micro-insight, the world before him changed once again. The damaged shield generator transformed in his eyes into a tangle of distorted metal lines and broken energy circuits. The core area had completely melted down, resembling a lump of solidified asphalt stubbornly stuck to the intricate mainboard. For an ordinary technician, facing such extensive damage would mean opting for scrap. But Su-Mo was not a technician, he was a reconstructor. He extended his right hand, gently placing his fingertips on the melted core. Material reconstruction initiated. There were no flames nor the sounds of tools striking. The hardened melted metal began to disintegrate and separate at the microscopic level, as if confronted by a hot knife through butter. Su-Mo's mental power was like a series of nanoscaled surgical knives, precisely severing every connection point between the discarded core and the mainboard, while regrowing the carbonized circuit boards. Such operations consumed tremendous mental energy, yet Su-Mo felt no fatigue. The black chip was continuously pumping out a certain cold energy, sustaining his exertion. Or rather, it was overdrawing his life force to exchange for absolute precision at this moment. Old core removal complete. Su-Mo casually tossed the lump of scrap iron aside and picked up the brand new backup core. This was a rectangular crystal encapsulation module with a faint blue glow flowing inside it. Insert. Su-Mo pushed the new core into the slot. Click. It fit perfectly, but mere physical connection was not enough. The directional shield was precious because it required a very high phase synchronization rate. If the energy frequency of the core did not match the magnetic field coils of the generator, it would explode into fragments upon activation. This was also why such military equipment, once damaged, was hard to repair on the black market. Su-Mo closed his eyes, his mental power delving into the interior of the new core. He saw countless pulsating energy nodes, chaotic like a herd of untamed wild horses. Phase calibration. Reconstruction. With a thought, Su-Mo's mental power forcefully intervened in the energy channels within the crystal. He did not adjust the coils, that was a clumsy method, but directly modified the lattice spacing of the core crystal at the microscopic level. He changed the refractive index of light, altered the flow speed of energy, forcibly adapting this universal backup core to the generator that had been privately modified by ashes. This was a violent conquest at the microscopic level. 10 minutes later, Su-Mo opened his eyes, a glimmer of blue light flashing in his pupils. He pressed the activation button. Hum, a crisp hum echoed. The air around the generator instantly warped, and a layer of faint blue, translucent light membrane appeared enveloping it. The surface of the light membrane flowed with intricate geometric patterns, a manifestation of energy vibrating at a very high frequency. Directional force field generator repair complete, status phase synchronization, rate 120 microscopic optimization, remaining energy 100 perfect. Suemo picked up the generator and secured it into the armor slot on his left arm. With a soft sound, the shield generator merged seamlessly with his implanted armor, and the faint blue light shield instantly contracted into an invisible force field adhering to his body. With this layer of defense, he was no longer the fragile assassin who could be killed by a stray bullet. He stood up and loaded one of the 3 high-energy batteries into the beam rifle on his back. As energy surged, the heat dissipation grid on the rifle opened up again, and the faint blue light illuminated the dim pump room in a stark white. Now I have both spear and shield. Suemo stretched his neck, the bones cracking with a crisp sound. Just then a slight tremor suddenly shook the ground. The tremor was rhythmic, not like an explosion, but more like the sound of countless mechanical feet striking the ground. Suemo looked at the terminal on his wrist. The screen he had hacked displayed a bright red warning pop-up: warning, purge protocol activated. Deployment unit Hunter IV type swarm. Coverage area entire underground pipeline of Zone 9. Command, leave no survivors. That was quick. Suemo felt no panic. Instead, he experienced a strange excitement. It was the side effect of logic erosion, the instinct of a hunter upon spotting prey. He walked to the explosion-proof door, lifting the heavy high-energy beam rifle with one hand. Perfect, I'll use you for target practice. Suemo yanked open the explosion-proof door. In the pipeline outside, the previously silent darkness was now filled with a dense cluster of red dots. They were a swarm of palm-sized spherical drones gliding silently in the air, using magnetic levitation engines beneath, which hung mini laser cutters and self-destructing warheads. On the ground, a dozen mechanical terrors resembling dogs were racing toward him with silent strides. The instant they spotted Suemo, all the red dots shifted to a high-frequency locking state. Squeak. The shrill alarm rang out instantly, countless red laser targeting lines converging on Suemo. Suemo did not dodge. He stood at the door, his left hand slightly raised. The faint blue directional shield instantly expanded, transforming into an indestructible wall of light. In the next second, a torrential downpour of laser beams and mini missiles bombarded the light shield. Boom, boom, boom. Flames engulfed everything. Yet when the smoke cleared, that blue light sphere stood tall and unwavering, not even a ripple stirred. The optimized phase shield had withstood the first wave of saturation attacks. Now it's my turn. Suemo, through the light shield, coldly gazed at the mechanical monsters that were recharging. He raised the rifle in his right hand, its muzzle locking onto the most densely packed area. He pulled the trigger. There was no recoil, only a blinding blue light beam that instantly pierced through the entire pipeline. That was a high-energy particle stream with a temperature exceeding 3,000 degrees. Everything in its path, be it metal, plastic, or flesh, vaporized in an instant. The light beam acted like an infinitely extending light sword, directly slicing through the walls of the pipeline and cleaving the dozen terrors and dozens of drones in half. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror, a mark left by the instant high temperature melting and then solidifying. Burn mode. Power is acceptable. Suemo looked at the debris scattered around, making an evaluation. But he did not stop. More red dots were surging from the depths of the pipeline. Then let's fight our way out. Suemo stepped out of the pump room, bracing against the blue light, shield, the beam rifle in his hand, began rhythmically spewing forth beams of deadly light. In this unequal massacre, he resembled a soulless reaper, harvesting all creations that dared to obstruct him. Meanwhile, that black chip trembled joyfully in his mind, as if reveling in this feast. The eerie blue beams lashed out like the whip of death, striking furiously within the narrow corridor. Another Ripper mechanical dog was severed in half by the beam, molten metal droplets at the cut, yet to hit the ground, vaporized into a pungent white smoke by the subsequent high temperatures. Suemo pulled the trigger with an expressionless face, each shot precise to an alarming degree. He did not need to aim. Rather, his brain had already taken over the task of targeting. In the state of logic corrosion, everything in his field of vision was digitized. The speed of the enemies, the curvature of the pipes, the angle of the beam's refraction, even the decay rate of energy due to dust in the air. All parameters converged in that moment into a singular optimal solution. He only needed to raise his hand and fire. The slaughter became a simple mathematical problem. Warning, energy remaining at 78. Warning, barrel temperature too high, cooling system at full load. The terminal's alerts echoed in his ears, but Suemo paid them no mind. The red dots in his sight did not decrease, instead they increased. The spherical drones seemed to realize that charging Hedon was a death sentence, and they began to change their tactics. The once dense swarm suddenly spread apart, weaving quickly along the top and dead angles of the pipes. Some drones even actively collided with the beams Sumo fired, using the electromagnetic pulses from their self-destruction to disrupt subsequent attacks and cover their comrades. He is learning. This thought flashed through Sumo's mind. The ones controlling these mechanical units were not simple programs, but a tactical AI capable of learning. It was collecting Sumo's attack patterns through its continuous sacrifices and rapidly iterating and upgrading. In the first wave, they would only charge straight forward. In the second wave, they learned serpentine maneuvers and cover evasion. Now in the third wave, they began to understand tactical coordination and sacrifice. Is this what they call the Purge Protocol? Sumo scoffed, suddenly leaping backward to avoid a miniature missile shot from a side angle. Boom! The shockwave of the explosion struck the blue deflective shield, creating ripples. If this continued, even with 3 sets of high-energy batteries, he would be submerged by the endless tide of machines. Moreover, the barrel of this prototype beam rifle was already glowing red-hot, at risk of exploding at any moment. He had to break this deadlock. While maintaining suppressive fire, Sumo quickly scanned his surroundings. Both front and back were blocked, while the sides were thick concrete walls half a meter thick. The only way out. Sumo suddenly looked up at the ceiling. There was a long sealed vertical maintenance shaft, its cover a heavy lead sealed steel plate marked with the words Zone 9 B12 Heavy Industrial Area. That was the way to the upper levels. But that steel plate was welded shut with high-strength alloys. Even with a high-energy beam rifle cutting through it would require at least several seconds of continuous exposure. And in such a high-intensity battlefield, stopping for even a few seconds would be tantamount to suicide. Unless... Sumo's gaze suddenly turned icy. He abruptly ceased firing, allowing the drones and mechanical dogs to close in madly. 100 meters. 50 meters. 20 meters. The swarm emitted a piercing shriek. Thinking the prey had given up resistance, they rushed forward, eager to complete the final kill through self-detonation. Just as the first mechanical dog leaped into the air, its claws about to touch the light shield, Sumo moved. He did not fire. Instead, he inverted the scalding beam rifle into the ground, the barrel aimed directly at the lead-sealed steel plate above. His right hand pressed down hard on the energy core of the rifle. Material reconstruction overload mode, give me. Fire. The dark light in Sumo's eyes surged. He did not reconstruct the rifle's structure, but directly infused his mental energy into the newly replaced high-energy polymer battery pack. He dismantled the physical damping layer inside the battery, breaking the valve of energy output. This was no longer shooting, it was a flood release. Buzz. A terrifying beam, several times thicker than before, shot up into the sky. This was no longer a gun firing. The whole gun had transformed into a volcano erupting in a directed explosion. The violent stream of particles evaporated the barrel in just 0.1 seconds, and in exchange unleashed a momentarily catastrophic power that surpassed critical levels. The impervious lead-sealed steel plate above did not withstand even a second before vanishing in the white light. Along with it disappeared dozens of drones that had pounced. The shockwave of the overloaded energy created a circular shockwave that instantly swept through the entire pipe. Those precise mechanical creations fell like a metallic rain amidst the high temperatures and electromagnetic storms. Cough. Sumo grunted, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The backlash from the overload made his brain feel like it was being pierced by needles, but he did not pause for a moment. Seizing the brief vacuum created by the shockwave, he grabbed the half-destroyed rifle. Though the barrel had melted, the core was still intact, activated the hydraulic assist of his exoskeleton, and shot upward like a cannonball through the gaping hole. Zone 9 underground pipeline detected high-energy reaction. Signal source lost. Rescanning. Target appeared at the ground level of B12 Heavy Industrial Area. In the distant control center, the cold electronic voice continued reporting. But Sumo could no longer hear it. He rolled out of the maintenance shaft and landed heavily on the oil-stained metal floor. This was a vast abandoned factory, the air thick with the smell of rust and oil. Huge gears and conveyor belts lay quietly stagnant in the darkness, resembling the corpses of steel behemoths. Sumo gasped for breath, the rifle in his hand still emitting wisps of smoke, its barrel now a twisted piece of scrap metal, clearly unusable. What an expensive fireworks display. He glanced at the ruined weapon in his hand, a flicker of regret in his eyes, but more so a sense of relief at having survived. He had bet right. That tactical AI had predicted all his shooting trajectories, anticipated his evasive maneuvers, but failed to foresee that he would unhesitatingly destroy his strongest weapon just to achieve that moment of explosion. This was the irrationality of humanity, a variable that machines could never comprehend. Sumo struggled to his feet, ready to leave, when suddenly his steps came to a halt. Before him, in the center of the massive factory, stood an unfinished giant apparatus. It was a circular metal door towering several dozen meters high, surrounded by countless thick cables and pipes. Though abandoned for years, the structure, filled with the aesthetic of industrial brutality, still evoked awe. At the top of that metal door was a symbol he recognized all too well, a double helix. Yet beside this symbol, a hasty spray-painted line read, evidently left by later individuals: "The tower to heaven has been severed. Oh, we are all orphans." Sumo's pupils constricted sharply. The tower to heaven. Could this be the base of the so-called orbital ladder? Just as he was in shock, the black metal card that had been quietly lying in his pocket suddenly grew hot. A faint projection shot out from the card, pointing towards an entrance hidden below that circular metal door. There it seemed lay a concealed entry. The rain in Zone 9, Area B12's heavy industrial district, always carries a pungent sulfur smell. The raindrops trickled down Sumo's tattered combat suit, washing away the still fresh bloodstains. His current state was utterly disastrous. The aftereffects of overload mode felt like countless tiny files frantically grinding against every nerve ending. His internal organs twisted in spasms of pain. Although his right arm had undergone microscopic skeletal realignment, it still felt as heavy as if it bore a lead weight. Yet he did not stop. Before him stood a creation so imposing that any human would feel insignificant in its presence. It was a massive silver-gray metallic ring, half buried in rubble and muck. It was not fully closed. The upper half jutted into the gloomy sky like a broken rainbow, its jagged edges revealing a complex honeycomb structure, with each stinger as thick as a grown man's thigh. Even partially buried, the structure's height still surpassed 300 meters. Standing beneath it, Sumo felt like a tiny ant gazing up at a celestial marvel. This is the base of the heavenly ladder. Sumo's retina did not display any data annotations, but his logic, corroded by the black chip, provided an unequivocally certain judgment. It was not merely a building, it served as an anchor, a violent attempt to connect this planet with the depths of outer space. At that moment, the black metal card in his pocket was heating up rapidly, the temperature almost burning through the fabric. Sumo took it out. The once pitch-black card's surface now revealed countless flowing ghostly blue light paths. These light paths seemed alive, converging in his palm to form a dynamic arrow firmly pointing towards a shadowed depression at the ring's base. Right there. Sumo took a deep breath. The air mixed with acid rain choked his lungs, bringing about a fiery sting. He forcibly suppressed his body's protests, dragging his heavy footsteps towards the shadow. A faint humming sound emerged from the rain curtain behind him. It was the distinctive sound of the Hunter IV drone's turbofan engine. The company's pursuers had not given up. Like sharks sensing blood, they were quickly tightening their encirclement. Sumo did not look back. He was acutely aware that in his current state, even encountering a single mechanical dog could be fatal. The only chance for survival lay ahead. He stumbled into the shadowy area at the base of the ring. Here stood an astonishingly smooth metallic wall, which despite centuries of erosion, remained as pristine as new without a single scratch. Raindrops fell upon it and instantly slid off without leaving a trace. There were no seams nor any structures resembling a door. Sumo raised the black metal card in his hand and tentatively pressed it against the wall. Virum. A deep hum, almost inaudible to human ears, yet capable of resonating through bones, suddenly rang out. The contact point rippled with circles like water waves. The once solid and unknown alloy wall exhibited a fluid-like property at that moment. The ghostly blue light paths on the black metal card erupted rapidly, spreading along the wall, sketching a complex double helix pattern towering 3 meters high in just half a second. Detecting D-player protocol carrier sample no. 073 genetic sequence comparison. Past logic lock released. Welcome back, navigator. Sumo did not hear any system notification in his mind. This information was directly burned into his cerebral cortex through that card in the form of neural impulses. Unlike the cold mechanical nature of a system, this voice bore an ancient and solemn quality, resembling an elder who had waited in deep slumber for millennia. The metallic wall before him silently flowed apart, revealing an unfathomable passage behind it. There was no scent of decay, instead a dry, cool air wafted in, carrying a faint ozone odor. The drone's roaring sound from behind suddenly closed in. 2 beams of red laser targeting lines pierced through the rain, wavering over the puddle at Sumo's feet. Target detected. B12 area base ruins, request immediate fire. Without hesitation, Sumo sidestepped into the passage. Behind him, the fluid metal wall instantaneously closed. Boom, boom. Several mini-missiles struck the wall at the moment it closed, the explosive light and shockwave perfectly blocked by that seemingly thin layer of metal. Inside, he felt not even a slight vibration. The world fell silent. Sumo leaned against the cold wall, his body slowly sliding down as he gasped for breath. Only then did he have the energy to survey the scene before him. It was a long corridor entirely white, with walls and floors made of some glowing synthetic material, casting a soft white light from an unknown source illuminating the space in minute detail. There was no dust, no rust, and no slime from mutated creatures. It was so clean it was unsettling. In stark contrast to the dirty, chaotic wasteland world filled with neon lights and scrap metal outside, this place seemed to exist in another dimension. This is not a refuge. Suemo struggled to stand, leaning against the wall, his pupils slightly constricting. His micro-insight was surprisingly suppressed here. The seemingly smooth white walls revealed an extremely terrifying sight under microscopic vision. It was a dynamic equilibrium composed of innumerable tiny self-reorganizing nanomechanical insects. This building was alive. He looked down at the black metal card in his hand. The ghostly blue glow had not extinguished, but continued to steadfastly point deeper into the corridor. Navigator. Suemo chewed on the title from the previous neural pulse, a self-deprecating smile creeping onto his lips. I never intended to take anyone to any new world. I just want to survive. He took a step forward, heading deeper into the corridor. As he advanced, the walls on either side began to change. The originally pure white surface became transparent, revealing a vast internal space behind it. Suemo halted, stunned, as he gazed at the sight beyond the wall. It was a bottomless, gigantic cylindrical cavity. Suspended in the center of the cavity was a black, shuttle-shaped object. It was about 100 meters long, its surface covered in armor resembling obsidian, the streamlined body exuding an aesthetic of violent beauty. No obvious thruster nozzles were visible. It merely floated silently in the anti-gravity field like a sword waiting to be unsheathed, pointing directly at the sky sealed off by thousands of meters of rock layers and wasteland. This was what they had been searching for. Not merely a refuge, nor an ark built to evade disaster. This was a ship. A strike vessel specifically designed to tear through the atmosphere and break free from the gravitational prison of this planet. On the side of that black strike ship, a line of massive ancient text was etched in silver metal, identical to the script on the black card, Broken Shackle. Sumo's fingers gently touched the transparent wall, his black eyes reflecting the image of the slumbering giant ship. Deep within his brain, the black chip that had long been parasitic in his body had suddenly ceased all its agitation. An unprecedented sense of tranquility enveloped Suemo, as if a traveler had finally returned home, or as if a key had finally found its lock. Detecting main control center connection, request permission, level highest, waking sleeping crew. Error. Energy system offline. Error. Orbital synchronization deviated. Error. Life support system reserves insufficient. A series of red warning messages flooded Suemo's retina, pulling him back from a brief shock. As expected, it's not that simple. Suemo scoffed, the fervor in his eyes rapidly cooling, replaced by extreme rationality. This ship was dead. At least for now. It had no power, no maintenance, and even the launch bay's exit had been sealed off by centuries of geological changes. To make this giant beast roar again, he needed not only permission, but also vast resources, energy, and a war capable of overturning the entire lower district. But at least he had found the fulcrum. A fulcrum powerful enough to leverage the entire world. Suemo turned around, no longer looking at the alluring giant ship, but instead towards the end of the corridor. There stood a tightly shut door flickering with faint red light. That should be the control center, or perhaps the armory. I can't operate you yet, Suemo murmured to himself, the sound echoing in the empty corridor, but I will return. Once I've cleaned up the trash out there. He tightened his grip on the high-energy rifle in his hand. Though its core was intact, the barrel had melted away. Now that he had obtained the ticket, the next rules of the game would have to be set by him. Suemo stepped towards the door, glowing with red light. Even if it was a relic left by the gods, if he saw it, it would become his prey. This was the first rule of survival in the wasteland. And the only rule. The door, emitting a faint red glow, was not locked. When the black metal card in Suemo's hand neared the sensor, the tightly sealed metal panels slid apart soundlessly like toy blocks, revealing the space beyond. It was not the armory he had imagined, but a tactical maintenance chamber filled with a cold, clinical air. The room was small, roughly 50 square meters. The walls were still made of that unnerving, luminous white material, but here silver-gray metal workbenches and translucent data panels had been added. The atmosphere carried a dry scent, as if frozen for centuries. There was not a speck of dust. The cleanliness made the mud and blood-stained combat uniform clinging to him appear unbearably conspicuous. Suemo trudged inside, each step heavy. As he entered the room, sensor lights awakened in sequence, and the dormant equipment emitted a faint electrical hum. Detected personnel entry. Identity verification. Passed. Tactical maintenance, Bay B04 activated. Warning: primary power offline, fabrication modules unavailable, only basic physical terminal functions maintained. A cold, synthesized electronic voice echoed through the room, utterly different from the aged voice that had spoken in his head earlier. This was the ship's mainframe, more a rigid program than a presence. Sumo approached a long metal bench in the center and let his fingers trail over its icy surface. The bench flared to life beneath his touch. Torrents of intricate data streamed across his fingertips and congealed into a detailed bodily scan, an exact readout of his present condition. The image of Sumo was pitiful. His right arm, though set, was riddled with hairline fractures, muscle fibers were torn in multiple places, internal organs flagged in yellow for mild failure. Most ominous was the dim red blotch pulsing in his brain region. It was the corporeal manifestation of logic erosion. The body is approaching its limit. Sumo stared at that dying reflection without emotion. His tone is flat, as if appraising a machine destined for the scrap heap, but it is still usable. He slammed the high-energy beam rifle, its barrel fused and ruined, down onto the workbench. Not only me, you must be usable as well. This killing instrument had been seized from Huijin. In his hands it now resembled a charred stick. The core power module remained intact, yet the precision focusing lens and acceleration rails had been welded into a lump of ruined metal by prior overheating. Any ordinary wasteland technician seeing such damage would advise selling it for scrap. Sumo was not ordinary. He studied the rifle. A pale blue gleam suddenly rose in his obsidian eyes. The dormant black chip seemed to sense its host's intent and stirred to life. Material reconstruction, initiating. Sumo's vision shifted in an instant. The silvery rifle fragmented before his eyes into multitudinous microscopic particles. Twisted metal lattices, severed molecular bonds, chaotic energy residues. Every defect lay bare. At the same time, the workbench beneath him began to resonate. On the bench screen, a schematic titled Individual High-Energy Particle Projector, Prototype, popped up automatically. It was the closest technical match the ship's database had to this weapon. I see. Sumo's mind raced. The terrifying computing power granted by the black chip revealed itself in full. He need not copy the blueprint in entirety. He only had to borrow the crucial parameters to reconstruct the damaged segments of the weapon in his hands. Disassemble, he ordered softly, and pressed his left hand to the rifle. There were no sparks, no sounds. The twisted, fused barrel, weathered as if by millennia, crumbled into a heap of fine metallic dust within 2 seconds. Next came reconstruction. Sumo produced from his pocket the remnants of a deflected shield generator seized in Sector 9, the raw material he had set aside. The alloy was top-grade memory metal, more heat-resistant than the rifle's original barrel material. Under the pull of an unseen force field, the black metallic dust rose and swirled like a living dark storm, circling the rifle's core components with frenzied purpose. At the microscopic level, countless metal atoms were being forced into new lattice positions. Sweat beaded cold on Sumo's brow. Of such high-precision, microscopic manipulation taxed him heavily. Yet the blue light in his eyes flared ever brighter. The exhilaration of commanding matter and rewriting reality began to drown out his bodous agony. This was the change wrought by logic erosion. Pain was treated as interference to be filtered out. Fear was cast aside as a useless emotion. What remained was absolute reason and an obsessive pursuit of the objective. I still need a focusing lens. His gaze swept the chamber and finally rested on a discarded optical microscope lens. Use it. With the last crystal seamlessly set into the rifle's chamber, the bench's energy readouts collapsed to 0 and then surged upward. Click. A brand new weapon exuding a cold, uncanny aura appeared upon the bench. It was no longer the bulky long rifle it had once been. Sumo stripped away every unnecessary decorative shell and stabilizer, reconstructing it into a compact, stockless carbine. Matte black and severe, its lines were hard and sharp. The original barrel had been replaced by a rugged hexagonal heat dissipation structure. Within, a dark red energy core throbbed faintly. Sumo closed his hand around the grip. A visceral sense of kinship traveled through his palm. The handle had been rebuilt precisely to the contours of his hand bones, every curve fitting perfectly. Weapon reconstruction complete. Designation undefined. Current condition good. Energy output adjustable 10120. Call it Panjua. He said it mildly and slid an unused high-energy compact cell into the magazine. With the crisp sound of chambering, the heat vents along the weapon's flanks opened slightly, leaking an ominous red glow. At that moment, the maintenance bay's surveillance monitor flicked on. The feed showed the white corridor he had just traversed. Outside the heavy fluid metal door, a shrill cutting sound screamed. Red lasers were laboriously burning through the supposedly impregnable defense. The company's response is surprisingly swift. Sumo watched the screen, swarms of drones crawling like ants and a few figures in heavy exoskeleton armor setting breach charges. They were follow-up reinforcements from the Suching squad, perhaps mixed with higher-tier hunting units. They assumed their quarry was trapped in a dead end. A faint, merciless smile curved Sumo's mouth. He lifted a hand and tapped the console a few times. The chamber's lights extinguished instantly, leaving only the pale red glow of Panjua to illuminate his ashen, indifferent face. Main control, Su-Mo commanded into the air. Listening navigator. Open the outer defensive isolation gate for B-12. Warning: opening the outer defensive gate will expose that sector to hostile fire. Open it. Command confirmed. Executing lower level override. On the screen, the fluid metal door being cut suddenly ceased its vibrations. The demolitionist outside froze. Before he could react, the once tightly sealed gate split open to either side without warning. It did not open slowly. It vanished in an instant like an eyelid blinking. A swarm of hunter drones black as hornets poured in, followed by several armored soldiers bearing heavy shields. They were not met by a panicked fugitive. At the end of the dark corridor, a sudden scarlet light flared like a single eye opening within an abyss. Boom. A thick, dark red beam ripped through the frozen air of the corridor, its destructive heat and kinetic force cleaving through the two foremost drones, and then crashing into the alloy tower shield of the heavy soldier behind them. The alloy tower shield, designed to withstand anti-tank missiles, melted as if made of paper. The soldier did not even have time to scream. His upper body vaporized beneath the onslaught of high-energy particles, leaving only two convulsing legs. No littering in here. Su-Mo emerged from the darkness, Panju's muzzle still curling a thin wisp of smoke. He stepped through the pool of cooling molten metal, his black coat snapped in the turbulence of the energy currents. Now it is my turn. The dark red beam that pierced the tower shield did not dissipate. Instead, it sliced through the heavy infantry's chest armor as effortlessly as a scalpel through butter. No scream echoed. Only the sizzle of instantly carbonized tissue and the muffled thud of collapsing bodies. Target defense coefficient 0. Threat neutralized. A cold data stream flashed across Su-Mo's consciousness. At this moment, his sensory world had been stripped of color and warmth, leaving only contours, raw metrics, and the optimal path to resolution. This was logical erosion. Under the black chip's influence, pain was blocked by neural inhibitors, fear suppressed by hormonal regulators, and empathy or hesitation, deemed ineffective redundant data, was purged without hesitation. He was now a precision killing machine draped in human skin. Enemy contact. Suppress with heavy ordnance. B3 sector, scatter all units. The company commander's voice roared through the comms channel, ragged and desperate. The remaining 5 armored soldiers reacted instantly, raising their tower shields into a tortoise formation while rear-mounted auto turrets began rotating and heating up. The old Su-Mo would have fled such a fortified position without hesitation. But now, his pupils faintly glowing blue contracted slightly. Microscopic insight activated. The world slowed to a crawl before his eyes. Every airborne particle of gunpowder smoke, every thermal ripple emanating from preheating gun barrels, even the subtle tremor of a soldier's finger tensing on the trigger, each detail resolved with crystalline clarity. He did not retreat. He charged headlong into the hail of bullets. His carbine judgment hummed softly in his grip. Reconstructed entirely by Su-Mo himself, the weapon abandoned its original bulky barrel for a compact bullpup configuration, its muzzle-mounted focusing lens array, ground from microscope optics, refracted in eerie violet shimmer. ZZZT, a short lethal burst. Unlike the original beam rifles, sustained irradiation judgment fired hypercompressed high-energy particle pulses. The first shot struck the seam between the leftmost soldier's ballistic visor and helmet, the sole physical structural weakness in the entire armor, a gap barely 2 millimeters wide. The beam penetrated. The skull detonated inward. The second shot hit the turret's rotary bearing, microscopic superheating instantly vaporized, its lubricant causing catastrophic mechanical seizure. Third shot. Fourth shot. Su-Mo's figure flickered in and out of visibility beneath the refractive distortion of his phantom cloak, a gray lightning bolt cleaving straight into enemy ranks. Each muzzle flash coincided with another enemy's collapse. This was no battle, it was unilateral execution. A monster. He's a monster. The last surviving soldier broke mentally. He watched wide-eyed as Su-Mo sidestepped point-blank shotgun fire with impossible grace, then pressed the still scorching muzzle of judgment directly into his comrade's armor breach. Logical correction: fear induces excessive adrenaline secretion, degrading targeting accuracy. Physical recalibration advised. Su-Mo raised his hand expressionless and drove the rifle but hard into the soldier's temple, then delivered a final precise round. The engagement ended faster than anticipated. 10 seconds. A standard corporate tactical squad, equipped with heavy armor and automated firepower, had been eradicated in 10 seconds. Bodies lay strewn before the tactical prep room door, fused metal mingling with charred flesh reeking of acrid stomach-churning decay. Su-Mo registered none of it, not even a rise in heart rate above 80 beats per minute. He glanced down at judgment in his hands. Its display showed energy reserves depleted by 12%, barrel temperature hovering in the amber warning zone. Energy conversion efficiency 87. Thermal dissipation requires optimization. He delivered the assessment with detached clinical precision, then turned and inserted the black terminal of a cleaner into the prep room's main control interface. Though the assaulting infantry had been eliminated, they were merely an appetizer. On the terminal screen, crimson warning pop-ups flashed violently. Warning: outer defense gate of Sector B12 has opened. Unauthorized units detected in large numbers. Identified signatures: Hunter IV drone swarm count 40, O Ripper mechanical hounds count 12. The corporation's mechanized legion had arrived. Numerical superiority. Yet against absolute computational dominance, numbers hold no meaning. Sumo's fingers flew across the keyboard. His mind resonated in perfect synchrony with the black chip, torrents of code cascading across his retinas like digital waterfalls. Cracking each drone's firewall individually would be too slow. What he sought was not intrusion, but revision. Revision of the battlefield's fundamental rules. Initiating connection to Skyladder Base's sublevel power grid. Authorization confirmed. Cleaner ash. Overriding environmental parameters. Overhead, the massive lighting arrays lining the underground drydock ceiling abruptly died. Sector B12 plunged into absolute, suffocating darkness. Then a piercing alarm shrieked through the void. Warning: artificial gravity simulation system offline. Warning: magnetic adhesion array engaged at full capacity. Dozens of Hunter drones just entering the dock airspace instantly lost stability. A precisely engineered physical kill. Sumo had severed artificial gravity while simultaneously activating industrial-grade magnetic adhesion arrays embedded in floor and walls, systems originally designed to secure colossal starship components. The drones, deprived of gravitational anchoring, careened wildly like headless flies. And the Ripper hounds, equipped with lightweight alloy chassis, were worse off. Their prized metallic frames became their greatest liability, seized instantly to the steel deck by overwhelming magnetic force, limbs scrabbling futilely, utterly immobilized. This is what they call catching fish in a barrel. In the darkness, Sumo's voice emerged low, hoarse, and utterly devoid of inflection. He activated thermal imaging on his tactical visor. Within the blackness, overheated circuits and magnetically overloaded components flared like radiant targets. The hunt begins. He shouldered judgment and melted into the shadows. In zero gravity, his electromagnetic grip gloves performed flawlessly. He clung inverted to the ceiling like a spider, gliding swiftly, silently across the vaulted expanse. Beams crisscrossed the dark, weaving a lethal web. This was asymmetrical slaughter. The magnetically pinned hounds could only spin their rotary cannons uselessly into empty air. Airborne drones, blinded by magnetic interference, suffered total sensor failure, and one by one Sumo obliterated their cores. Explosions bloomed in rhythmic succession, casting stark, flickering light upon the colossal black warship moored motionless at the drydock's center, the shattered shackles. Even amid this chaos, the vessel radiated an oppressive, suffocating aura. Its obsidian hull seemed to devour all light. Its sleek, scarred armor bore the deep etchings of time, yet could not conceal the savage, predatory ferocity of its design. Sumo fired, all the while watching the ship. When the black chip registered its presence, the icy certainty of logical erosion flickered, just once. A sensation akin to homing instinct. Not yet. He swapped in his final output battery, then used material reconstruction to forcibly cool and repair the damaged barrel of judgment. Once I clear this trash, we go home. At that instant, the cleaner terminal vibrated sharply. An encrypted message breached B12's signal lockdown, projecting directly onto Sumo's retina. Sender unknown, encryption tier SSS, subject unit 073. Your performance exceeds expectations. However, the corporation has lost patience. The Arbiter has been deployed. Countdown 3 minutes. Sumo's movement froze for a single suspended heartbeat. The Arbiter. Within the corporation's hierarchy of force, the Arbiter stood above even the cleaner. If a cleaner was a surgical scalpel, the Arbiter was a planet-shattering hammer, deployed only against mass uprisings or capital-class vessels. So, I truly angered them. A cold, humorless curve lifted the corner of Sumo's mouth. He glanced once more at the writhing wreckage below, felt no attachment, and turned sprinting toward the shattered shackles bridge access hatch. If the ground could not be held, then the battlefield must change. Within that ship lay something he needed. And behind him, the half-meter-thick blast door of Sector B12 groaned inward, slowly, inexorably melted from the outside by an unspeakable heat, flowing downward as rivers of incandescent iron. Molten blast doors still dripped crimson iron like drool left behind by a demon. A massive hand clad in matte black obsidian armor seized the doorframe, softened and warped by searing heat. SSSSSKRRR. With a grating, teeth-rattling shriek of tearing metal, the half-meter-thick composite armored door peeled open as easily as soaked cardboard. No towering mecha emerged, only a humanoid figure nearly 2.5 meters tall. It was encased head to toe in featureless black heavy exoskeleton armor. Its head was a seamless polished black crystal, eyeless expressionless, exhaling steady plumes of white steam from beneath its jawline. Judicator Mark I, the corporation's ultimate single-soldier weapon engineered for planetary-scale threats. It ignored the mechanical wreckage clinging magnetically to the floor like dead flies. Its smooth facial crystal pivoted slightly, then locked instantly onto the recently sealed boarding hatch hundreds of meters away. Target acquired. Designation 073. Threat level S. Without hesitation, it raised its right arm. The armor plates retracted with hydraulic precision, revealing a thick jet-black cannon barrel. Boom! A high-explosive anti-armor round detonated midair. Inside the shackles broken, the shockwave slammed violently against the airtight boarding hatch. The entire vessel shuddered. Ancient dust rained silently from the ceiling. Suemo staggered forward a step, but did not look back. The air hung thick and stale, redolent of decay, as if time itself had fermented a corpse. Emergency lights were long dead. Only the sickly green glow of his tactical visor's night vision illuminated the gloom. The corridor was narrow, suffocating, its walls crisscrossed with unidentifiable conduits pulsing like exposed arteries of some colossal beast. The floor consisted of perforated grating plunging into bottomless darkness below. Warning: external armor integrity loss 30. Secondary airtight door, estimated survival time 15 seconds. A cold, logical voice echoed within his mind, counting down with mechanical indifference. Suemo sprinted through the labyrinthine passageways. No map required. The black chip embedded along his spine burned fiercely as though aflame. It was exhilarated, a prodigal son after decades of exile finally catching the scent of home. Fragments of shattered imagery flooded his optic nerves, vast stellar charts. The Orion arm consumed in fire, fleets of identical black warships arrayed in silent formation across the void. Silence. Suemo snarled, forcibly suppressing the hallucinatory static. Behind him came a muffled, resonant impact, the sound of the second airtight door giving way. The Judicator advanced faster than predicted, less a soldier, more an unstoppable bulldozer. Turn left. Lower deck. Node 3. The chip transmitted the route directly into his nervous system. Without pause, Suemo veered sharply left at a junction, slid under a half-open bulkhead, and dropped headfirst into a vertical maintenance shaft. Mid-fall, he activated his electromagnetic gloves, slowing against the shaft wall, then rolled to land hard on a platform marked E7. This appeared to be a secondary control nexus. Several dust-caked command terminals formed a ring around a massive, transparent column stretching vertically through multiple decks, now desiccated, its interior lined only with dried dark red crystalline residue. Zzz. A blinding red light flared at the shaft's upper entrance. Suemo looked up, just in time to see the Judicator's black silhouette appear at the rim. It didn't slow, not even a fraction. It leapt, its 2.5-meter frame plummeting like a meteor under gravity's full force. Madman. Sumo's pupils contracted violently as he hurled himself sideways. Crockham. The Judicator struck the platform with cataclysmic force. Metal buckled, cracked, and cratered beneath it. The concussive wave shattered nearby consoles. Before the dust settled, a black gauntlet burst through the haze, screaming towards Sumo's skull. Its speed defied reason. Suemo barely raised his rifle, verdict reforged and reinforced, to block. Clang. A deafening clang echoed. The carbine groaned in protest, near structural failure. A tsunami of force slammed into him. He flew backward, crashing into the wall like a baseball struck by a titan. Cough. Blood spattered the inside of his visor. His sternum, possibly fractured. Was this truly the Judicator? Such strength, such velocity, beyond any human physiology. Target neutralized. Initiating retrieval protocol. Its emotionless synthetic voice intoned. Step by deliberate step, it approached Suemo, crumpled and breathless in the corner. Its right arm reshaping, deploying a high-frequency vibrasaw. Suemo gasped, vision blurring with blood-flooded haze. Yet his gaze did not fix on the approaching Reaper. He locked instead upon a peculiar interface embedded in the wall beside him. Its shape was an uncanny double helix. The chip's heat had peaked. Suemo could even smell the acrid tang of his own scorched nape. It yearned for that interface. If he wanted. A savage grin twisted Sumo's lips. With his last reserve of strength, he drove the base of his skull, the implant site, straight into the helical port. Then, take IT. There was no physical insertion. The moment the chip neared the double helix interface, an invisible field snapped into alignment. In an instant, Sumo's consciousness was wrenched from his body, ripped free, and thrust into a boundless luminous network. High-dimensional command set detected. Handshake protocol initiated. Identity confirmed Navigator 073. Synaptic backflow commencing. Time froze. The Judicator's vibrosaw hovered less than 10 centimeters from Sumo's throat. It froze, motionless, because the ship had awakened. The dormant control nexus flickered to life, hundreds of cobalt blue light ribbons igniting across walls and floor. Those ribbons writhed like sentient vines. Within the desiccated central column, residual crimson crystals vaporized instantly, swirling into roiling scarlet mist. A terrifying energy surge erupted from the ship's core, sweeping across the entire hull in a single pulse. Warning. Unknown high-energy reaction detected. Warning. The Judicator stiffened, its black carapace flashing frantic crimson alerts. Slowly Sumo lifted his head. His eyes were now pure, depthless black. No scara, no iris. Only abyssal void. He was no longer Sumo. At least not in this moment. He was the mind of this 600-meter deep space cruiser. He saw every gear, every circuit, every battery inside the Judicator. Microscopically, they were primitive, Stone-Age toys. Authority, override. Sumo opened his mouth, but what emerged was a thunderous multi-layered mechanical resonance. Internal defense system gravity well activated. Click. Gravity parameters shifted instantly within the Judicator's vicinity. Not increased, distorted. Its left foot bore tenfold gravity, its right shoulder 0g. Its torso endured lateral shear forces 5 times standard. Scree crunch. Its indestructible exoskeleton contorted under invisible contradictory physics, groaning with bone-chilling distortion. System error. Gyroscopes offline. Structural integrity 40. Staggering backward, the Judicator tried to flee the lethal field. Sumo watched, cold unmoved, and slowly raised a single finger. Nanite repair swarm. Reverse command disassembly. Micron-scale dust particles, normally maintaining the ship, coalesced midair into a swirling silver-gray vortex enveloping the Judicator in an instant. They no longer repaired. They became microscopic rasps gnawing voraciously at its armor. No. Target. Threat level. Updating. Its voice fragmented, stuttering. Its vaunted plating thinned visibly, vanished, exposing intricate hydraulics and circuitry. Then the circuit severed. Hydraulic fluid gushed forth. 3 seconds. That invincible killing machine, torn apart by gravitational chaos and nanoscopic dissolution, collapsed into scattered, inert wreckage. The moment the Judicator's core went dark, the blackness receded from Sumo's eyes like a tide. His legs gave way. He slid down the wall, collapsing to his knees, gasping raggedly. A searing migraine drilled into his skull, like a power drill spinning in his brain. Those few seconds of connection had drained every ounce of his mental reserves. Yet the ship did not sleep again. The cobalt blue ribbons remained lit, faint but steady. Backup power online. Current energy level 2. Life support systems partially restored. Welcome home, Navigator. A soft, feminine electronic voice resonated through the cavernous chamber. Sumo wiped blood from his lip and, gripping the wall, rose unsteadily to his feet. He gazed down at the heap of scrap that had been the Judicator, and then up at the awakening steel leviathan surrounding him. He had won. This was no mere vessel. It was a vault, an arsenal, a war fortress capable of standing against the entire corporation. With current energy levels, can I fire Verdict's main cannon? Sumo asked hoarsely, half to himself. Main cannon offline. CIWS point defense arrays retain residual ammunition. Sumo smiled, a chilling predatory curve. Good. Through the unbroken neural link, his gaze pierced outward, beyond the hull. Outside dry dock, B-12, more corporate forces massed, confident, complacent, believing they'd trapped their prey. They had no idea they'd just awakened a dragon. Open all external launch bays. Sumo commanded. Help me, clear the field. Perimeter of the heavy industrial dry dock, Sector B-12. Blinding searchlight beams illuminated the shattered remains of the massive blast-proof gate, casting everything in stark white-hot clarity. Sector A secured. Sector B secured. All evacuation routes confirmed sealed. Inside the mobile command vehicle, the tactical commander stared intently at the holographic display, where a black signal labeled Arbiter pulsed ominously. 3 minutes after entering the interior of B-12, that signal abruptly turned gray, the universal indicator of signal loss. The commander's brow furrowed deeply. Signal jamming. Or, he dared not entertain the alternative. The Arbiter represented the corporation's highest-tier solo combat unit. By all theoretical standards, no ground-based individual weapon system on this planet could possibly destroy it. Unless, of course, an orbital battleship's main cannon had been deployed. Sir, high-energy signature detected inside B-12. The radar operator's voice sharpened into a piercing cry. Energy level, off the scale. This is not a man-portable weapon. Repeat, this is not a man-portable weapon. The commander shot upright from his seat. Before he could issue a single order, the earth shuddered violently. It was no ordinary explosion's tremor, but a deep, resonant subterranean roar, as if some colossal entity, slumbering for millennia beneath the crust, were slowly stretching its rusted sinews. Rumble. Fine fissures erupted across the dry dock's outer concrete blast walls, meters thick, yet now fracturing with frantic spiderweb speed. What in the hell? A heavily armored frontline soldier craned his neck upward, eyes wide with terror. Through the churning dust cloud, the enormous metallic pillars crowning the dry dock, long assumed to be mere architectural ornaments, suddenly unfurled outward like colossal petals. With a guttural groan of hydraulics, 6 black gun turrets rose steadily into position, arranged in a perfect hexagon. Their surfaces bore thick layers of grime, yet as they rotated, glimpses of vicious dark-clustered weaponry gleamed beneath. These were no conventional artillery pieces. They were CIWS, close-in weapon systems designed specifically to intercept micrometeoroid swarms and enemy missiles during sublight transit. Each turret mounted 4 electromagnetic acceleration rails 3 meters long. Their gaping muzzles exuded a chilling aura of death beneath the searchlights. Unidentified hostiles, open fire. All units, open fire. The commander roared hysterically over the comms channel. Below, soldiers and mechs scrambled frantically, raising their weapons. Countless crimson laser beams and kinetic rounds rained down upon the turrets like hail. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks exploded in furious showers. Yet those impacts, powerful enough to pierce tank armor, struck the turret's thick nano-composite plating like raindrops against granite. Not a single scuff marred their surface. All turrets ceased rotation simultaneously. 24 barrels locked in unison, pointing downward, directly at the corporate legion below. In the next instant, hell descended. Whee! No thunderous detonation. Only the searing, ultrasonic shriek of electromagnetic coils surging to full charge. Then, the air itself tore apart. Rate of fire 12,000 rounds per second. The projectiles were no ordinary bullets, merely uranium-tipped armor-piercing darts no larger than a human thumbnail. Accelerated along electromagnetic rails, they launched at 5 times the speed of sound, transforming into a metallic tempest invisible to the naked eye. This was slaughter without contest. The frontline heavy assault mechs didn't even have time to raise their shields before being atomized, reduced instantly to scattered components. Not penetration, annihilation. That dense barrage acted like an invisible titanic file, grinding multi-ton war machines into heaps of shredded scrap metal. Ag! Screams erupted, then vanished, swallowed whole. Desperate soldiers huddled behind concrete cover only to realize in horror that those barriers crumbled like tofu before electromagnetic kinetics. The darts pierced tundra-thick walls, effortlessly shredding bodies behind them, and continued onward, punching clean through armored vehicles beyond. Blood lubricant pulverized concrete, twisted metal fragments. Everything fused together by that apocalyptic kinetic storm into an indistinguishable slurry of crimson and black. Inside the command vehicle, the commander paled as he watched the holographic display. Friendly signals did not vanish one by one. They winked out in clusters, like a hand sweeping a blackboard eraser across a slate covered in chalk marks. Retreat, retreat. He snatched up the comm device and bellowed. But at that very moment, a stray round, deflected by ricochet, pierced the command vehicle's side armor, grazed his shoulder, and blasted the entire roof clean off. The storm raged for precisely 30 seconds. Then, silence. Abrupt absolute. The perimeter of dry dock B-12 had become a desolate, lifeless ruin. No intact corpses remained. No whole machines. Only smoldering earth, and the suffocating stench of blood and ozone hanging thick in the air. Bridge of the shattered shackles. Sumo still knelt halfway, yet his consciousness floated high above the vessel, suspended amid countless ethereal cerulean light streams, observing the infernal scene below with cold, detached sovereignty. This was the power of a starship. Even operating at only 2% energy, even activating only its most rudimentary point defense systems, it delivered a dimensionally superior assault against any terrestrial conventional force. Threat neutralized. Projectiles expended 1. 2. Current energy reserve 1. 8. Recommend initiating low-power standby mode. The synthetic female voice remained soothing, utterly unperturbed, as though the preceding carnage had been nothing more than routine dust cleaning. Sumo severed his link to the external weapons network. The godlike omniscience dissolved instantly, replaced by crushing physical fatigue and searing pain. His brain felt scorched, desiccated. So, this is the navigator's perspective. Bracing himself against the console, he staggered upright, gazing at the flickering holographic displays. This ship was alive. Not merely cold steel and circuitry, it possessed its own nervous system, and the black chip embedded in his nape served as the sole neural interface to that system. During the battle, he'd, even sensed each round's departure from its barrel, felt the faint sting of overheating barrels. That sensation was addictive. Logical erosion level increased to 23. Immediate mental dormancy advised. A warning flashed across his mind. Suemo shook his head, sharply forcing himself back to lucidity. Now was not the time to rest. Though the external forces had been eliminated, the ship remained an immobile iron coffin. Energy reserves stood at a mere 1.8, insufficient even to ignite the primary engine, let alone activate shields or achieve liftoff. And with such a cataclysmic disturbance, corporate leadership would already be in full panic. The next wave would not consist of conventional troops, but aerial bombardment, perhaps even orbital strikes. We must get this thing moving before they react. At the very least, activate the cloaking field. Sumo's gaze settled upon the star chart console at the bridge's center. There a schematic displayed the ship's internal status. Vast sections glowed red, offline, or destroyed. Only the bridge and the power core chamber emitted faint amber light. At the power core's energy gauge, a small line of text read: warning, primary reactor fuel depleted. Refuel with high-purity etheric fuel or compatible bioenergy source. Detected trace quantities of compatible onboard energy. Suemo paused, startled. Trace compatible energy. Following the system's guidance, he traced the pulsing light, only to find it emanating from the shattered remnants of the Arbiter he'd dismantled. More precisely, from the Arbiter's core power source, which had not been fully destroyed. Sumo's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he turned and strode toward the wreckage. He sifted through the twisted metal for several moments, then used his electromagnetic gauntlet to extract a fist-sized black metallic sphere. Its surface was webbed with cracks within which pulsed a viscous, dark red fluid, exuding a scent eerily familiar to Suemo. Was this Red Widow element? No, far purer than Red Widow. High-concentration Red Widow polymer, Suemo murmured, eyes narrowing. So even the corporation's elite weapons run on this substance. The black chip in his hand throbbed again, a hungry pulse. System, can this be used? High-energy biofuel detected. Purity 89. Eligible for emergency recharge. Estimated energy restoration 0.5. Initiate conversion 0.5. Suemo offered a wry smile. Better than nothing. In the past, such a minuscule amount would have been useless. But now, with his matter reconstruction ability, he might attempt something far more audacious, such as optimizing combustion efficiency at the microscopic level. Just as he once fed scrap metal to an ion thruster aboard a freighter. Suemo clenched the core tightly. Cerulean light flared anew in his eyes, now edged with a streak of manic crimson intensity. Not just consume it, extract every last drop of energy. But first he needed to make a call to old John. Given the scale of this chaos, that wily old fox was likely already packing his bags. A cold, knowing smile curled Sumo's lips as he reached for the communications console. Connect to Deep Diver Heavy Industries. Tell him, if he values his life, he'll deliver every hidden cache he owns. Right now. The moment the communication was established, a holographic screen displayed the oil-stained and extremely terrified face of old John. The background was the swaying cabin walls, accompanied by the roaring sound of the overloaded engine. This old fox was clearly on the run and had already boarded the transport plane. Listen, no matter who you are, I'm not buying that batch of goods. Old John roared into the camera, his gaze wandering, clearly mistaking Suemo for the company's pursuers or remnants of the Black Snake gang. Damn it, I've already left Zone 4. Don't bother me again. Suemo looked expressionlessly at the hysterical old man on the screen, the blue light in his eyes flickering slightly, a manifestation of the absolute calm brought on by logical erosion. Where are you going, John? Sumo's voice was light, yet it pierced through the engine noise, clearly reaching old John's ears. Old John stiffened. He was too familiar with that voice. Mr. M. Old John's throat tightened, his previously terrified expression morphing into a more complicated fear. You're still alive. You seem to wish for my death, Suemo said indifferently, his fingers lightly tapping a rhythm on the control panel. No, God is my witness. Old John hastily denied, his old face twisting into a withered chrysanthemum. The commotion in Zone B12 is too big. That's the Judicator. The company even released such a monster, I thought. Suemo interrupted him, his tone void of any emotional fluctuation, as if stating an objective fact. Old John awkwardly opened his mouth, his gaze evasive. This is called a strategic retreat. Mr. M. We small business types can't withstand great storms. The company is biting like a mad dog. All nodes that have interacted with Zone B12 are being cleansed. Suemo stated. You can't escape. One word from Suemo was like a bucket of ice water poured over Old John's head. Once the company's purging protocol is activated, it won't only target a specific area. Suemo pulled up a star map and casually pushed it to Old John's terminal. Look at the airspace ahead of your route. 3 minutes ago, 2 Eye of the Storm unmanned attack drones have already blocked the airspace leading to the outer ring. If you go there now, you're delivering yourself to the target. Old John looked at the 2 crimson dots on the terminal, his face turning as pale as a ghost. What? What should I do? Old John's voice began to tremble. I'm just a parts seller, I don't want to die. Suemo coldly said, turn around. Take all your stock, all your equipment, and those few trusted technicians. Immediately right now come to the underground dry dock at Zone B12. Go. Back. Old John widened his eyes as if hearing the craziest joke. Are you crazy? That's a war zone. It's hell. The company's army could. There I will be. Suemo interrupted him, his voice still calm, yet carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. On this planet, now only around me is safe. Old John was stunned. He looked at the young man on the screen. It was still that familiar face, but at this moment Suemo gave him an extremely unfamiliar feeling. That feeling was like staring at a finely tuned killing machine or some existence surpassing mere mortals. He recalled the previous rumors. The one who single-handedly killed the Ashes and annihilated the Purging Squad. Now this monster was telling him, I can keep you safe. Old John gritted his teeth, his murky eyes spinning wildly in their sockets, seemingly engaged in a fierce psychological struggle. What do you need me to do? Old John finally relented, his voice hoarse. I need your skills, your parts, and your loyalty, Suemo said. In exchange, I will give you a ticket. Ticket. A ticket to leave this prison. Suemo raised his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the screen, looking towards the unreachable deep space. If you don't want to spend your life as a rat in the sewers, this is your only chance. Old John remained silent for a full 5 seconds. Finally, he took a deep breath and suddenly shouted into the cockpit, turn around. Go to Zone B12. Quickly. Step on the gas. As Old John hung up the communication, the blue light in Suemo's eyes gradually retracted. Intimidation successfully established. As long as this old fox was given a glimmer of hope and all his escape routes were blocked, he would become the most loyal ally. This is the game, this is logic. Suemo turned around and looked at the judicator core on the control panel, still emitting a faint red glow. All right, it's your turn now. He extended his left hand and pressed it against the cracked black sphere. Material reconstruction initiate. As the system prompt sounded, Suemo's vision instantly zoomed in, entering that bizarre microcosmic world. The internal structure of this core was even more violent than he had anticipated. Countless dark red molecular chains surged like a pack of mad dogs trapped in a cage, wildly crashing against the outer binding force field. These molecular chains were extremely unstable, constantly yearning for rupture, desiring to release the immense energy contained within the chemical bonds. This is the essence of the red spider element, an extremely active high-energy biological enzyme polymer. The company's technology was very crude. They simply and brutally compressed these polymers together using a magnetic field. Once the shell broke, this energy would instantly go out of control, triggering a violent explosion. Such a waste, Suemo coldly evaluated in his mind. This method of utilization was akin to burning nuclear fuel, as if it were firewood. Microsurgical scalpel, prepare for intervention. Suemo concentrated countless nano-level spiritual tendrils probing deep into the core. He did not destroy those molecular chains, but began to weave. He aimed to place reins on this pack of mad dogs. He used the tungsten-titanium alloy atoms on the metallic sphere's shell to construct tiny grids at the microscopic level, separating the red spider's molecular chains and forming a honeycomb-like stable structure. This structure would allow for controlled energy release. No longer a one-time explosion, but a continuous and stable high-energy output. It was like transforming a bomb into a reactor. As the reconstruction progressed, the originally violent red light began to soften, ultimately turning into a deep crimson like flowing lava. Reconstruction completed. Obtained item: high-density biological fusion, core modified. Energy utilization rate increased to 300. Suemo let out a sigh of relief, a fine layer of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. This kind of precise operation at the microscopic level consumed a great deal of mental strength. But he did not rest, directly grabbing the modified core and forcefully stuffing it into the emergency energy interface beneath the control panel. Click! A crisp locking sound rang out. The next second, the entire bridge shook violently. Detected high-energy fuel connection. Energy conversion in progress. Main reactor preheat initiation. Failed. Insufficient energy. Switching to secondary energy network. The previously silent black panels around the bridge began to light up one by one. Although they were merely weak indicator lights, this slumbering giant finally showed a hint of breath. Current energy 2. Free. Ship's life support systems online partial. Internal monitors online. Optical camouflage generator ready. That's enough. Suemo looked at the words optical camouflage generator ready with a cold smile. He quickly typed a series of commands on the keyboard. Break the shackles, activate wide area optical camouflage, cover the entrance to the underground dry dock at Zone B12. Open the door for our guests. Command confirmed. Camouflage field activated. Half an hour later, an old heavy transport plane crookedly passed through the camouflage layer of the abandoned factory in Zone B12. Old John sat in the co-pilot's seat, his heart almost leaping out of his throat. He looked at the melted metal doors outside, at the countless mechanical wreckages scattered on the ground, remnants of the purging squad and the mechanical legions. This place had just experienced a war and a one-sided massacre. My God, Old John murmured. The transport plane slowly landed on the enormous underground platform. When the hatch opened, Old John trembled as he stepped down, completely stunned by the sight before him. In the dim light, a 100-meter-long black warship quietly hovered in the dry dock. It resembled an ancient black beast covered in countless scars, yet still emanating an overwhelming majesty. Beneath the warship, a thin figure stood silently, holding a strangely shaped modified firearm, coldly watching them. At that moment, Old John felt he was not facing a person, but the soul of this warship. As Old John's feet finally touched the ashen-black metallic deck, a bone-deep chill surged through him, not born of temperature, but of civilizational hierarchy pressing down with crushing weight. His heavy transport aircraft sat motionless at the center of the vast dry dock, resembling a barnyard fowl that had strayed bewildered into an imperial palace. Before it, a 100-meter-long black warship hovered silently within a counter-gravitational field. Its hull armor possessed a flawless matte finish, seamless without a single weld, as though carved whole from obsidian. My God! Several technicians behind Old John emitted involuntary groans. Still clutching grease-stained wrenches and welding torches, they now stood like primitive men gripping firewood, transfixed before a divine miracle. Su-Mo descended from the ship's elevator ramp. His combat suit was tattered beyond repair, and dark crimson scabs clung to exposed skin. Yet his stride remained unwavering, each step calibrated with surgical precision, devoid of superfluous motion. Old John noticed it immediately. Su-Mo's gaze had changed. If the Su-Mo of before had been a blade sheathed in quiet lethality, sharp yet still bearing the warmth of humanity, this Su-Mo had become part of the warship itself. His eyes no longer reflected mere azure luminescence. They held something far more unsettling, an absolute chilling rationality. Welcome aboard the shattered shackles. Su-Mo's voice echoed across the cavernous docks, stripped of all emotion. Though only a temporary berth, it should be rather more spacious than your scrap recycling depot. Old John let out a dry chuckle, attempting to dispel the suffocating pressure. Mr. M. No. Should I address you as Captain now? This is nothing short of a miracle. How did you do it? Is this vessel even alive? It remains dormant. Su-Mo stepped forward until he stood before Old John, his gaze sweeping over the trembling technicians. And your task is to assist me in awakening it. He raised a hand and tapped lightly into empty air. Instantly, a holographic interface shimmered into existence before Old John. Dense rows of hundreds of crimson fault codes scrolled across the screen alongside an exhaustive list of required repair materials. The power system is temporarily stable, yet external armor integrity has fallen to 70%. The port attitude control engine is offline, and the internal ecological recycling system has failed. Su-Mo spoke coldly. Unload every piece of equipment you brought. You will establish a provisional maintenance assembly line within 3 hours. Old John stared at the daunting list, his scalp prickling. 3 hours. Mr. M., you're joking. Much of this technology is utterly alien to us. Take the repair of phase deflection armor, for instance, that demands molecular-grade welding tools. All we've brought are industrial welders and plasma cutters. Technical challenges are mine to resolve. Su-Mo cut him off. You supply raw materials and manpower. Where knowledge fails, I will grant you access. AC access. Old John froze. Su-Mo offered no explanation. Instead, he reached out and placed his palm firmly against the interface port of Old John's mechanical prosthetic limb. Matter reconstruction link initiated. External hardware detected. Target load ear industrial prosthetic obsolete. Protocol execution graybox authorization. In the next instant, Old John shrieked, a raw, terrified sound, as a torrent of data violently flooded his neural core through the prosthetic interface. It was not mere data, it was perception. In that flash, he felt a fragile resonance with the warship, and countless three-dimensional schematics and maintenance parameters bloomed unbidden in his mind. Those once incomprehensible high-tech armors now resolved in his thoughts with crystalline clarity, like assembling child's blocks. What is this? Trembling, Old John lifted his mechanical arm, watching its indicator lights flare erratically. I have granted you Engineering Division, Tier 3 access. Su-Mo withdrew his hand, speaking with quiet finality. You may now directly interface with the ship's maintenance logs via your prosthesis. The system will guide you. Attempt no unauthorized escalation. The onboard AI will incinerate your neural chip on detection. Old John gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Yet fear swiftly gave way to feverish fervor. A lifetime spent wrestling with rust and scrap had forged in him an insatiable hunger, for this intoxicating godlike omniscience surpassed even the most potent narcotics. His gaze upon the warship transformed, not with dread but with the rapturous awe of a man beholding transcendent beauty. Get to work. Move now. Old John whirled around and roared at the stunned technicians, spittle flying. Unload everything, down to the last screw. Hurry. Anyone who lags behind gets fed straight into the reactor core. As the crew erupted into frantic motion, Su-Mo turned away expressionless and reboarded the elevator ramp. Yet he did not return to the bridge. Instead, he made his way to the tactical armory located amidships, the sole area besides the bridge preserved in near-pristine condition. Its silver-white walls gleamed immaculately. 2 rows of transparent weapon racks stood mostly empty, yet their austere silence radiated lethal authority. Sumo approached a metal workbench and laid upon it the severely warped carbine verdict. In the prior battle, it had borne the full force of Adjudicator's strike. Its barrel twisted, its focusing lens shattered. It had given its all. Well done, Su-Mo murmured, fingertips gliding gently over the rifle's frigid, scarred metal. Yet he had no intention of repairing it. At this tier of warfare, jury-rigged arms were obsolete. What he required was true fangs. He lifted his gaze toward the space above the workbench. There floated the high-purity red spider core excavated from the Adjudicator's wreckage. Though much of its energy had already been siphoned to sustain the ship, its residual essence still thrummed with terrifying potency. Beside it rested a crate. Old John had just delivered military-grade shape memory alloy ingots, a slab of ultra-pure focusing crystal, and the prototype high-frequency particle cutting blade, a gift from the old mechanic himself. Sumo's eyes flared anew with cobalt light. Deep within his pupils, the enigmatic double helix symbol flickered into view. Logic erosion left no hesitation. Dozens of weapon blueprints materialized instantly in his mind, refined and optimized in milliseconds to yield the singular optimal design. Base the blade upon the particle cutter, integrate the Adjudicator's microengine architecture, and reconstruct the blade body using memory alloy. Su-Mo whispered, hands descending slowly onto the materials. Matter reconstruction initiate. Microscopic fusion commencing. This time, he would forge a blade capable of cleaving corporate armor, severing every chain of bondage. Behind him, a colossal holographic star chart rotated slowly. The entire B-12 sector spread across its surface. At its periphery, several crimson points pulsed ominously, silent, relentless, converging upon their position. The corporation's second wave had begun its advance. But this time, perhaps the roles of hunter and prey were due for a reversal. Under the control of absolute rationality, time seemed to stretch infinitely. In Sumo's eyes, the world transformed into countless trembling particles connected by chemical bonds. On the workbench, the experimental high-frequency particle cutting blade had been completely disassembled. The original tungsten steel blade had been removed, leaving only the core vibration generator. This was an extremely precise military device that allowed the blade to vibrate at a frequency of 20,000 times per second, enabling it to cut through steel as easily as butter. But for Su-Mo, this was still insufficient. The frequency is too low. He coldly rendered his judgment, then grasped the remnants of the red spider core, radiating a dangerous red glow. This energy aggregation, derived from higher dimensional beings, contained a violent biological electric energy. Even the remnants could instantly turn an ordinary person into charred remains if touched directly. Yet Su-Mo did not let go. Material reconstruction forced fusion. Blue arcs of electricity leaped at his fingertips, colliding violently with the red biological energy. His skin began to carbonize, only to be instantly repaired by nanorobots, and throughout this cycle of destruction and rebirth, Su-Mo did not even furrow his brow. The pain signals were deemed invalid interference by the logic center and were directly blocked. In his microscopic vision, the memory metal flowed like liquid mercury, enveloping the vibration generator and extending outward to form the shape of the blade. And that violent red energy was forcibly compressed into countless circuits finer than a strand of hair, densely interwoven within the blade like blood vessels. This was not merely forging, this was the creation of life. As the energy circuits closed, the memory metal instantaneously solidified, its originally silver surface rapidly dulling into a deep, dark hue capable of swallowing light. A straight blade approximately 1 meter long appeared on the workbench. It had no handguard, and the hilt was seamlessly integrated with the blade, presenting an extreme simplicity and coldness. The blade was extremely narrow, slightly curved, and devoid of any shine save for a faint dark red line visible at the center of the spine, as if sealing some kind of living entity. Sumo extended his hand and grasped the hilt. Buzz, there was no switch, no preheating. The moment they touched, the biological energy circuits within the blade directly connected to Sumo's nervous system. A sound extremely faint yet painfully piercing to the eardrum suddenly rang out. The air was torn apart. The space around the blade exhibited visible distortion, a phenomenon of air ionization caused by high-frequency vibrations. Tiny black arcs of electricity leaped at the edge as if the very fabric of space were trembling beneath this terrifying frequency. Annihilation frequency achieved. Sumo looked at the blade in his hand, the blue glow in his eyes flickering for a moment. This blade was no longer a mere physical cutter. It utilized the vast energy provided by the red spider core to elevate the vibration frequency to a molecular level. Any matter that came into contact with the edge would have its molecular bonds instantaneously shattered by the high-frequency vibrations, resulting in a physical form of annihilation. It did not need to be sharp for it, embodied breakage itself. Name. Sumo's mind flashed with countless codenames, finally settling on a single word. Sin. Since it was to sever the damned shackles of fate, since it was to resist that towering corporation, then this blade was the greatest sin he committed against this orderly world. At that moment, a piercing alarm shattered the silence of the preparation room. Warning. High-energy reaction detected approaching. Warning. High-energy reaction detected approaching. Old John's panicked voice came through the ship's intercom. Mr. M. There's trouble. Radar has detected a heat source rapidly approaching 3 kilometers away. Not a drone. Oh my god, it's a siege hammer. It's the company's heavy obstacle-breaking tank. Sumo casually performed a flourish with his blade, the black edge slicing through the air, effortlessly cutting a corner of the hard metal workbench, leaving a smooth mirror-like incision without generating any heat. He sheathed Sin into the newly generated magnetic sheath behind him and turned to walk outside. Open the main gate to Area B12. Sumo's voice was as calm as if ordering a meal. Let them in. B12 Heavy Industrial Zone entrance. 2 siege hammer heavy tanks, painted jet black, trampled through the ruins like beasts. These iron monsters, designed specifically for urban warfare, boasted 800 millimeters of composite armor and a 120 millimeter plasma cannon capable of demolishing buildings. Behind them followed a fully equipped Cleaner Special Forces team. 12 fully armed elite soldiers advanced in tactical formation, wielding heavy kinetic rifles. Target area confirmed. A cold voice from the tank's communication channel declared, according to intelligence, the escaped subject No. 073 is right behind this door. Orders from above, no need for prisoners, eradicate completely. Understood. Charging main cannon, preparing to breach. The tank's cannon began to gather dazzling blue light. However, just a second before firing the heavy bomb-proof door suddenly opened by itself. Accompanied by the dull sound of hydraulics, the massive metal door slowly slid open to reveal a dark, deep passage. At the end of the passage stood a figure. Due to the backlight, his face was obscured, but those frighteningly bright blue eyes in the darkness could be seen. Target confirmed. Fire. Boom. The plasma cannons of the 2 tanks roared simultaneously, 2 blazing blue fireballs hurtling towards that diminutive figure. Such an attack would vaporize anyone, even someone in powered armor, instantly. Yet that figure moved. Not to evade, but to charge forward. In the commander's retinal projection, the target's speed instantly surpassed human limits, becoming a blurred gray line that charged towards the plasma fireballs. Seeking death. Just when everyone thought he would be blasted to pieces, a black arc of light suddenly flickered within that gray line. There was no sound. The 2 terrifying plasma fireballs, upon contact with that arc of light, were cleanly bisected, as if sliced by a knife, through jelly, passing on either side of Sumo's body and crashing into the wall behind, causing a violent explosion. What? The commander's pupils constricted sharply. This is impossible. That is plasma. How could it be sliced? Before he could react, Sumo had already charged in front of the first tank. Facing this 60-ton steel monster, Sumo did not slow down. He merely lowered his stance slightly, and Sin traced a mournful black arc through the air. As he brushed past, time seemed to solidify for a second. Then at the base of the indestructible siege hammer tank turret, a thin red line suddenly appeared. Crack. Accompanied by a painful metallic fracture sound, the massive tank turret slowly slid down along that red line and crashed heavily to the ground, the incision smooth as a mirror, while the internal precision circuits and crew hadn't even had time to react to what had happened. A single cut, severed head. High-frequency vibration weapon. How is this possible? The infantry team behind was thrown into chaos, frantically pulling their triggers as a torrential downpour of bullets rained down. Sumo's figure ghosted through the hail of bullets. At this moment, he had completely entered the state known as logical erosion. In his eyes, these were no longer enemies, but moving data blocks. The trajectories of bullets, weak points of armor, signs of muscle contraction. All information processed in an instant. He merely needed to swing his blade. The black light of the blade was like the scythe of death, each flicker taking a life. Even elite soldiers clad in heavy body armor were as fragile as a sheet of paper before the molecular-level cutting of sin. Along with firearms, armor, and bones, they were all severed. In less than 10 seconds, when Suemo stopped, all that remained behind him were shattered remains and burning scrap metal. He flicked away the non-existent blood on the blade, because the high-frequency vibrations would instantly displace any attached matter, and slowly turned around to face the last tank, trying to reverse and escape. In his blue eyes there was no frenzy after slaughter, only a deathly stillness like an abyss. Clearing complete. He spoke softly and vanished from his original spot once again. A nauseating stench of charred polymer hung thick in the air. The acrid residue of high molecular composite armor instantly vaporized. Suemo stood motionless at the heart of the smoldering ruins, flanked by two severed siege hammer heavy tanks. Their cut surfaces were mirror smooth, so flawlessly cleaved that even the intricate hydraulic conduits within and the driver's corpse had been bisected in a single stroke of black arclight, leaving not a single ragged edge. Drip! A droplet of coolant fell from the fractured turret, its sharp echo piercing the silence of the corridor. Suemo lowered his gaze slightly, eyes settling upon the blade in his hand. Inversion sin. The obsidian longsword trembled faintly now, as if exhilarated by the slaughter it had just wrought. The dark crimson bloodline running along its spine pulsed with renewed vividness, like a parasitic entity sated by a recent feast, greedily digesting some invisible energy. High-frequency oscillation module overheating 0.03, negligible. A stream of data, visible only to him, flickered across the cobalt luminescence of his eyes. Absolute rationality born of logical erosion rendered him utterly unmoved by this hellscape before him. To him, this was merely a data purge, the forced deletion of redundant code that had no right existing within Sector B12. With a fluid reverse sweep, inversion sin carved a black afterimage through the air before snapping precisely into the magnetic sheath across his back. Click! As the blade slid home, the suffocating pressure, so intense it seemed to sever the very air, ebbed if only slightly. Suemo turned and strode toward the dry dock. Behind him, the last tank, its chassis twisted in futile flight, finally gave way with a thunderous collapse, crumbling into a heap of true scrap metal. Inside the dry dock, silence reigned, absolute, tomb-like. Old John and his team of technicians stood frozen, petrified, staring at the figure emerging from the gloom. They had watched it all unfold on surveillance feeds. That slender, almost bookish young man, who usually moved with quiet reserve, had in that instant become a monster draped in human skin. He hadn't fired a single shot. With nothing but a blade, he had dismantled two armored leviathans of land warfare and an elite special operations squad in 10 seconds flat. That wasn't combat. It was slaughter. When Suemo stepped before them, the technicians instinctively recoiled, their eyes wide with raw terror. Even old John, who had weathered storms most men couldn't fathom, now gripped his wrench with trembling hands. He looked upon Suemo not as a man, but as an alien deity. Why has work stopped? Suemo's voice was calm, almost glacial, as though nothing extraordinary had occurred. Repair progress stands at 15%, behind schedule. Ah, yes. Yes. Old John snapped back to awareness, cold sweat drenching his back. We'll get right to it. Just now, the external debris has been cleared. Suemo cut him off, his gaze sweeping over every face present. Within this vessel, so long as you are not redundant data, your safety is guaranteed. Understood. His tone held no menace. Yet to those listening it carried more weight than any threat ever could. Understood, understood. The technicians jolted awake, scrambling toward their stations like fugitives racing against annihilation. Each second delayed, risking judgment as redundant data and immediate erasure. Mr. M. No, Captain. That blade just now, was it forged using that core? As a veteran mechanic, he knew precisely what that black arc meant. The convergence of materials science and energy theory, a forbidden weapon impossible to fabricate in the lower city. Suemo offered no elaboration, only a terse affirmation. It is called inversion sin. Inversion sin. Old John rolled the name over his tongue, a complex light flickering in his eyes. Swimming against the current, bearing original sin, a magnificent name. Truly a damn magnificent name. Suemo paid no heed to Old John's reflection. He walked straight through the crowd, heading for the bridge's elevator shaft. Yet he did not see, nor could he know, that the moment he turned away, Old John's fear dissolved, replaced by the feverish gleam of a gambler who believed at last he had backed the winning horse. This old fox sensed that this young man might just pierce the ceiling that had suffocated them all. The upper city, the cloud spire. Here stood the corporate headquarters, a celestial metropolis, suspended above dense, eternal cloud layers. Sunlight was a common luxury, the air perfumed with rare, costly essences, a realm of luminous opulence worlds apart from the damp shadowed depths of the lower city. Security Division's Special Operations Command Center. A colossal holographic screen replayed on loop the battle in Sector B12. It was the final transmission from a tank's black box, captured moments before destruction. In the footage, a blurred gray figure charged headlong into plasma fire sliced through the energy round midair, then ghosted along the tank's hull with preternatural grace. The frame froze at the climax, the turret sliding free and the young man turning away from the lens slowly sheathing his blade. Impossible, absolutely impossible. A senior analyst in white uniform cried out. That's the Siegehammer's composite armor, 800 millimeters thick, with ceramic and depleted uranium laminates. Even a battleship's main gun couldn't achieve such surgical cleavage. It defies physics. Unless it employs high-frequency oscillation. A cold voice emanated from the head of the conference table. Its speaker was a woman with silver-cropped hair clad in deep black military regalia, her chest adorned with a golden double helix insignia. Her eyes were an uncommon pale violet, arrogant, icy, radiating the unmistakable aura of absolute authority. She was the executive director of corporate security, the direct supervisor of the arbiter Yelena. Elevate oscillation frequency to the molecular level. Exploit resonance to shatter chemical bonds. Yelena extended a finger tracing the arc of that fatal slash through the air. Theoretically feasible, but demands extreme energy density and neural reaction speeds beyond human capacity to control such frequencies. A normal person's nervous system would liquefy upon contact with such a weapon, she added. So you mean? The analyst whispered, voice shaking. He is not human. A frigid smile curled Yelena's lips. Or rather, he has ceased to be human as we define it. She tapped the table lightly, summoning an encrypted dossier. Its cover bore a crimson top secret stamp and the designation sample 073. Escaped subject 073. It appears we all underestimated him. Yelena studied Sumo's image on screen, her gaze alight with the predatory focus of a hunter who has finally sighted his apex quarry. He is not merely a qualified subject. He has learned to wield the power of the abyss itself, to arm himself with it. That blade, if I am not mistaken, was forged using the stolen red spider core. Affirmative, Director, replied her aide, bowing his head. Energy spectral analysis confirms full alignment. He has integrated it as the weapon's primary power source. Madman. Genius. Yelena delivered her verdict. Director, if conventional forces are ineffective, shall we authorize orbital strike? Fool. Yelena's gaze, sharp and contemptuous, swept over him. That blade didn't just cleave tanks. It breached the protective shielding of the fracture shackle. Can't you see? He is in Sector B12. That vessel is one of the double helix's most vital assets on this planet. Do you wish to obliterate the ship along with him? The aide bowed, low voice strangled. I dare not. Subject 073 is now designated dirty data. Yelena rose, adjusting the collar of her uniform. Standard eradication protocols have failed. A bug of this magnitude requires a higher-tier antivirus solution. Issue my order. Her voice resonated with unassailable command. Awaken the hunter sequence. Since he prefers blades, send him a true swordsman for company. And additionally, she paused, her gaze drifting to the azure sky beyond the window, her expression inscrutable. Seal all logistics corridors between sectors 9 and 4. If he chooses to scurry like a rat beneath the earth, we will seal his burrows and starve him out. Let us see how long that derelict vessel endures without resupply. Sector B12, a fracture shackled the bridge. Suemo sat in the broad captain's chair. Around him, control panels glowed with soft rhythmic pulses. He stared down at his right hand. It appeared steady, utterly still. Yet within his microscopic insight vision, he observed subtle, undeniable changes unfolding across his fingertips. Epidermal cells rearranged themselves with tighter, near-crystalline lattice precision. His blood coursing through veins ran deeper in hue, tinged faintly with a dark fluorescent crimson. These were side effects of overusing material reconstruction and prolonged exposure to abyssal energy. His body was being assimilated. Logical erosion, level 24. 5. The numeral pulsed once in his mind. That brief, brutal engagement, scarcely more than 10 seconds, had elevated his erosion by another 1. 5 percentage points, fueled by hypercom and utter indifference toward life. Yet he felt no fear. Instead, profound, unshakable serenity. Like a masterfully engineered machine purged of extraneous noise and vibration, operating with ever greater perfection. Are human emotions evolutionary impediments? Suemo murmured, fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. No. He dismissed the thought swiftly. Though the double helix's voice incessantly urged such logic, he sensed, beneath the glacial surface of absolute reason, a flame still burning fiercely. It was fury. Fury at having been treated as experimental fodder, as prey, as disposable dirty data, slated for arbitrary deletion. That fire alone kept him from becoming a cold, flawless program. Mr. M. Old John's voice crackled over the ship's intercom. The battle just now damaged 2 external optical camouflage emitters. We're essentially exposed. While our subterranean position offers concealment, a corporate-wide scan. Noted. Suemo closed his eyes. Instantly his consciousness interfaced with the ship's central systems. Activate auxiliary camouflage protocol. Also reduce total energy output to 5%. Initiate deep dive mode. Heat signatures below main battery activation will be masked by geothermal conduit emissions. Yes. Oh, and one more thing. Old John hesitated. Our food reserves will last 3 days. And your bodily regeneration serum is nearly depleted. Suemo opened his eyes. A flash of cobalt ice flickered within them. A blockade. The corporation's response arrived faster, and far more deliberately, than anticipated. Rather than rushing expendable forces to their deaths, they chose the most methodical form of strangulation. 3 days. Suemo rose, gazing through the bridge viewport into the dim, cavernous world below. That is enough. He spoke softly. Before starvation claims me, I will show them how profoundly foolish it is to cage a starving beast. In the underground of Zone B12, the broken shackles. The red warning pop-up on the retina flickered frantically like a tireless fly at the edge of Sumo's vision. He expressionlessly tore open the packaging of the military energy bar in his hand. It was a paste-like substance resembling brown mud with a texture akin to chewing wax, providing necessary calories, but lacking any pleasant flavor. Suemo mechanically chewed, feeling the viscous substance slide down his esophagus into his stomach. In the state of logic erosion, eating had become a purely fuel injection act. His taste buds seemed to have been muted, or rather the brain determined that taste was useless data and filtered it out directly. Suemo swallowed the last bite of food and glanced at the back of his hand. The skin there exhibited an abnormal grayish-white hue, and upon closer inspection, the epidermal pattern revealed a regular hexagonal lattice, an indication of semi-metallic assimilation. His cells were yearning for a higher grade of energy. Ordinary organic food could no longer satisfy this transforming body. Old John approached with an electronic tactical board, his old face etched with anxiety. Bad news. The company's blockade has completely formed. He handed the tactical board to Suemo, which displayed a holographic map of the lower city of the Greystone space station. All major passages from Zone 9 to the outside world were marked with dense red crosses. This time they didn't use a heart attack, but implemented a vacuum tactics. Old John pointed at the red crosses. All logistical pipelines have been cut off, ventilation shafts have been sealed, and even the underground sewage outlets are rigged with proximity mines. The news from Zone 4 indicated that any vehicles attempting to transport supplies to Zone B12 would be directly blown to bits by drones on the tracks. Old John swallowed hard, his voice somewhat hoarse. They want to starve us alive in this hole. Although we still have an air circulation system, food, and your repair fluid will only last for 3 days. 3 days. This was a precisely calculated countdown to death. Suemo looked at the map, his blue pupils showing no fluctuation. They assume we will weaken due to hunger and become chaotic from weakness, Suemo said calmly, his finger lightly tracing a red line on the map, a typical siege logic. So, what do we do? Break through? Old John asked through gritted teeth. Although inverse sin is strong if they have set up hundreds of cannons on the outskirts. No, Suemo interrupted him, the besiegers also need supplies. His finger stopped at a node on the edge of Zone 9. It was the junction between Zone 9 and Zone 8, an abandoned subway transfer station. But on Old John's intelligence map, it was marked as a temporary no-go zone. In recent days, the company's heavy troops have been continuously deployed to the periphery of Zone 9. Such a massive force consumes astronomical amounts of ammunition, energy, and food daily. Sumo's voice was eerily calm. They cannot airdrop directly from the upper city. That would be too costly. They must establish a frontline supply transfer station in the lower city. Old John paused for a moment, then his eyes widened. Are you saying they cut off my supply line so I will go eat theirs? Suemo stood up, the black combat suit on him making a slight rustling sound. He reached for the inverse sin placed on the table and clipped it onto the magnetic buckle at his lower back. But that transfer station is definitely heavily guarded. Old John urged, in your current condition. My current condition is excellent. Suemo turned his head, his eyes flashing with a near-cold light. My body is telling me it is very hungry. He gently pressed the start button of the mask, and the black tactical mask instantly covered the lower half of his face, revealing only a pair of eerie blue eyes. Hunger is the most efficient algorithm. At the edge of Zone 9, the abandoned subway transfer station. This used to be one of the busiest transportation hubs in the lower city, but it has now been transformed into a steel fortress by the company. Piercing searchlight beams crisscrossed in the darkness, with 4 automated sentry guns set up on high ground weaving a deadly web of red laser targeting lines. On the ground, 2 teams of fully armed cleaners were conducting cross patrols, their mechanical hunting dogs occasionally emitting low electronic growls. In the core area of the defense line, 3 huge hovering transport vehicles were parked. Workers were unloading metal boxes marked with military supplies from the vehicles. Everyone stay alert. A security captain shouted over the communication channel. The higher-ups say that no. 073 might go berserk. Anyone who dares to zone out during duty, I will execute him. Captain, you're too tense, a soldier holding a gun laughed. This is the rear area 20 kilometers away from Zone B12. And we have 4 Sentinel systems here, not even a fly can get in. His words were abruptly cut off. It was as if a duck had its throat cut. Hey, no. 09. Why is there no sound? The captain frowned looking at the holographic radar. No. 09, report your status. The communication channel fell silent. Immediately after the signal of the second person disappeared. No. 08 no. 07 no. 06. The green dots representing the life signs of soldiers were extinguishing at an astonishing speed. It was as if an invisible hand in the darkness was snuffing out candles one by one. Enemy attack. The captain suddenly reacted, his piercing roar tearing through the night sky. All personnel to combat positions. Sentry system scan for heat sources. Fire. Fire. His voice was interrupted by a harsh metallic tearing sound. Under the captain's terrified gaze, the thick 10-centimeter blast-proof door in front of him suddenly cracked open without warning. It was a thin, dark line. In the next second, the entire door slid down along that line and crashed to the ground with a smooth cut that could reflect a person's silhouette. A tall figure stood at the door. He wore tattered black combat gear, and the optical camouflage cloak behind him shimmered due to insufficient energy, resembling a twisted phantom. He held no gun in his hand, only an excessively long black straight knife, which emitted a low-frequency buzzing that made one's teeth ache. Target detected. Focus fire. 4 automated sentry guns instantly locked onto the figure, and the large-caliber cannons spat out dazzling tongues of fire. But the figure vanished. It was not invisibility, it was speed. So fast that it exceeded the limits of human dynamic vision. In the captain's eyes, he only saw a series of black afterimages refracting and advancing through the rain of bullets. The armor-piercing rounds capable of shredding tanks all struck empty air, kicking up clouds of debris. And that grim reaper was already in front of him. Swish! A black arc flashed by. The nearest sentry gun went silent instantly, its massive barrel and base neatly cut in half. Next was the second, then the third. Sumo's figure darted across the battlefield, each swing of the knife refined to perfection. There were no unnecessary movements, no flashy techniques, just pure geometrically aesthetic shortest paths. Logic erosion, level 25. 1. Heart rate 65 beats min. Target elimination progress 85. A cold stream of data flowed through Sumo's mind. He sidestepped a high-explosive grenade, the inverse sin in his hand, following suit, slashing through a soldier attempting a sneak attack along with his weapon. Blood splattered onto the optical camouflage, instantly shaken off by high-frequency vibrations. He resembled a machine executing the hunger algorithm, efficiently devouring all obstacles in front of him. 1 minute later, gunfire ceased. The entire transfer station returned to silence with only a few sparks crackling. Sumo stood in front of the 3 hovering transport vehicles, surrounded by debris. The captain slumped to the ground, his legs severed, letting out a desperate scream while clutching the stumps. Sumo didn't even glance at him, striding directly toward the middle transport vehicle. Material reconstruction decoding. His finger pressed on the electronic lock, a blue light flashed, and the compartment door opened with a click. Inside was a pile of military first aid supplies, the most conspicuous of which were 3 silver briefcases marked with biological hazard symbols. High-purity cell repair fluids specially supplied by the company. Found it. A flicker of excitement crossed Sumo's eyes. Every cell in his body cheered at that moment. He reached out, grasping for the silver briefcase. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch the case, an unprecedented sense of dread surged up his spine. It was a death warning from microscopic insight. Without any hesitation, Sumo instantly withdrew his hand and forcefully leaped backward against the laws of physics. Whoosh! An invisible blade of air sliced past his nose. A deep, bottomless crack instantly appeared on the hard wall of the transport vehicle. If he had been even 0.1 second slower, that hand would have already been gone. Sumo landed quickly, creating distance, the inverse sin horizontally positioned before him, his gaze fixed on a certain corner in the darkness. Come out. he said coldly. Impressive reflexes. A somewhat lazy voice came from the shadows. Then a rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed. Tap, tap, tap. It was the sound of metal heels striking the ground. A man dressed in a white trench coat slowly walked out. He looked young, even somewhat delicate. His pale face was adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and he held no gun, but instead carried a long knife. Without a sheath. The knife was peculiar. Its blade was semi-transparent, as if crafted from some type of crystal, but along the edge of the blade flowed visible high-frequency air currents. The man stopped 10 meters away from Su-Mo, adjusted his glasses, and revealed a gentle smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am from the company's security department Special Operations Unit serial number Hunter-09. He glanced at the inverse sin in Su-Mo's hand, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. Director Yelena mentioned that there was an intriguing piece of dirty data here, someone who likes to play with knives. She was concerned that ordinary antivirus software might not clean it up thoroughly, so she sent me to take a look. As the man spoke, he casually waved the crystal-long knife in his hand. Whoosh! A piercing shriek erupted in the air. It was a sound of oscillation with a frequency higher and more unstable than that of the inverse sin. I originally thought it would be a boring task. The man's smile gradually twisted, a sickly fervor emanating from his eyes hidden behind the lenses. But it seems that this sharpening stone has a nice quality. Inside the abandoned subway transfer station, the air seemed to have solidified. The long-neglected fluorescent lights above emitted a crackling sound, their flickering glow casting twisted and menacing shadows of two figures. Number 09, you may call me the artist. The man in white gently flicked the long knife in his hand, which was entirely translucent, refracting a mesmerizing spectrum of light in the dimness. His smile was gentle and elegant, resembling a gentleman at the center of an art exhibition rather than in a slaughterhouse filled with corpses. The higher-ups say you are dirty data, but in my eyes you are a perfect material. Su-Mo remained silent. In the vision of logic erosion, the man's gentle smile was deconstructed into numerous strands of muscle-driven, disguised data. The opponent's heartbeat was rapid at 140 beats per minute, but it was not out of fear. Rather, it was an extreme excitement catalyzed by some drug. The crystal-long knife in his hand was not electrified, yet it vibrated at an extremely bizarre frequency, cutting the surrounding air into visible fine ripples. Warning: high-frequency oscillation source detected. The frequency is unstable, but at peak values due to the crystalline properties, the sharpness is extremely high. In the depths of Su-Mo's left eye, red data streams cascaded down like waterfalls. Not going to speak. How boring. Hunter-09 sighed regretfully, and in the next moment, his figure vanished without a trace. It wasn't invisibility, it was speed. So fast that the image lingering on the retina remained in place while his body had already crossed a distance of 30 meters. A sharp explosion echoed through the air. It was the wail of the sound barrier being torn apart. Su-Mo still stood in place, but at the moment the opponent's blade touched his brow, the black straight knife in his hand, reverse crime, struck upwards at an extremely cunning angle, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. When a high-frequency sharp sound erupted loud enough to pierce eardrums. The two weapons, both possessing high-frequency oscillation characteristics, collided in midair without any embellishments. A massive shockwave radiated outward from the two. The heavy concrete floor instantly crumbled, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. Countless fragments suspended momentarily in defiance of gravity before turning to powder. The disdain in Hunter-09's eyes froze in an instant. His proud crystal blade, this experimental weapon crafted by the company's top technology department using alien meteorite cores, let out an unbearable wail the moment it made contact with the opponent's black long knife. How is that possible? He used the momentum to leap back, landing on a metal beam in midair, looking down at his weapon. A tiny chip had appeared on the translucent blade, barely the size of a grain of rice. Meanwhile, the reverse crime in Su-Mo's hand, having absorbed the violent energy of the red spider core, now emitted a chilling dark red glow. The space around the blade, showing a bizarre sense of distortion, as if even the light had been severed. Your blade is quite brittle. Su-Mo finally spoke. His voice was hoarse, carrying a cold metallic texture. At this moment, the half-metallic hexagonal patterns on his body subtly pulsed with his breath, resembling scales that had come to life. An extreme hunger was consuming his reason, but under the suppression of logic erosion, this frenzied appetite was transformed into pure killing intent. At this distance, your heartbeat sounds as loud as thunder. Su-Mo raised his head, his emotionless gaze locking on a Hunter-09 on the beam. In the next moment, the balance of the hunt reversed. The ground beneath Su-Mo erupted into a deep pit, and he transformed into a black lightning bolt shooting upwards. Arrogant. Hunter-09 laughed and raged, the crystal blade in his hand vibrating wildly, drawing a myriad of blade lights in the confined space. 1,000 blades mirror kill formation. Countless transparent air blades poured down like a torrential rain, each capable of slicing through the armor of a tank. This was his signature technique, utilizing high-frequency oscillation to create vacuum slashes covering the target without any blind spots. However, Su-Mo did not retreat. In the vision of micro-insight, this seemingly impenetrable web of blades was filled with loopholes. Frequency chaos. Single trajectory. Energy dissipation rate too high. Su-Mo defied the laws of physics, bending several times in midair, each time precisely weaving through the gaps in the web of blades. Even the occasional unavoidable air blade was casually sliced apart by the reverse crime in his hand. Indeed, sliced apart. The vacuum slashes capable of cutting through steel appeared fragile as glass before the molecular-level vibrations of reverse crime. In the blink of an eye, the Black Reaper had charged right in front of Hunter 09. Hunter 09's pupils constricted violently, instinctively raising the crystal blade to block in front of him. It's over. Su-Mo's reverse crime suddenly erupted with a blinding red light, the oscillation frequency skyrocketing to its peak. Annihilation frequency activated. The black blade traced a perfect arc, gently grazing the crystal blade, skimming past Hunter 09's body and slicing through the metal pillar behind him. There was no sense of obstruction. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Su-Mo elegantly landed on the other end of the beam, slowly sheathing his knife. Behind him, Hunter 09 still maintained a blocking posture, his expression frozen in terrified anticipation. Crack! A crisp cracking sound shattered the silence. The priceless crystal high-frequency blade broke at the point of contact, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Immediately after, Hunter 09's body, along with the massive metal support pillar behind him, slowly misaligned along a neat red line and slid down. Blood mist gushed forth, but before it could touch the air, it was instantaneously vaporized by the high temperature. This was the terror of reverse crime. Before the molecular level cutting, all things in the world were but illusions. Su-Mo did not glance back at the corpse. For him, now the dead held no value unless. He turned around, his gaze settling on the broken body of Hunter 09, where a silvery metal injection gun had fallen along with a half piece of faint blue crystal still emitting a soft glow. That was the core of the crystal blade. The hunger surged again like a tide. Su-Mo walked over to the corpse and picked up the half crystal. Detecting high-purity spiritual energy crystal damaged. Would you like to absorb? Absorb. As the command was given, the crystal in his hand visibly disintegrated and crumbled away, transforming into dots of blue light that merged into Su-Mo's palm. A cool energy instantly coursed through his body, and that hunger which felt like it would consume him entirely finally saw a slight alleviation. The grotesque metallic patterns on his arm also receded a little. He then picked up the silvery injection gun. Special biological repair fluid, military type 3. Not only can it repair bodily damage, but it can also stabilize genetic collapse to a certain extent. Without hesitation, Su-Mo stabbed it into his neck vein. As the fluid was injected, he felt as if he had returned from hell to the mortal realm. Though the cold rationality brought about by logic erosion still lingered, the frailty that felt as though it could collapse at any moment had vanished. He approached the supplier, who was already paralyzed with fear. The plump man was huddled in a corner, a large wet patch in his pants. Pack it all. For you. The fat man trembled, pointing to the warehouse behind him. Su-Mo glanced at the warehouse full of supplies and shook his head. His current carrying capacity was limited, he couldn't take so much. Notify the higher-ups. Su-Mo's voice was calm enough to send chills down the spine. Tell Yeliana not to send out such inferior products anymore. Next time, have her come personally. With that, Su-Mo single-handedly lifted 2 boxes of the most valuable high-energy concentrated rations and a box of medical supplies, turning to walk into the dark depths of the subway tunnel. The black knife named Reverse Crime still flickered with a crimson glow in the darkness, resembling a beast that had yet to be fed. The air in the upper city always carries a nauseatingly sweet scent, a synthetic pheromone pumped in through the central air conditioning system intended to soothe the residents' emotions and keep them in a state of false happiness amid overcrowding and high-pressure work. However, in the top-floor office of the company's security department headquarters, this scent was masked by the cold odor of ozone. Yeliana stared expressionlessly at the holographic projection before her. The screen was looping a first-person video, the last images transmitted back by the Hunter 09 retinal recorder. In the footage, a man wrapped in black bandages with only one eye glowing red sliced through the so-called absolute defense crystal high-frequency blade like a bolt of black lightning. Then a red line appeared, the perspective distorted, and darkness fell. There were no words, no hesitation. It was a flawless slaughter targeting vulnerabilities. Heart rate peak at 140, adrenaline levels normal, pupil reaction unusually calm. Yeliana's fingers gently tapped the expensive obsidian table, producing a rhythmic crisp sound. What does the tech department say? The technical supervisor standing before the desk wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Minister. According to the analysis, the crystal blade of Hunter 09 encountered a molecular-level shock with a completely opposite frequency before breaking. The opponent's knife. The frequency of that knife was adjusted to the resonance destruction point of the crystal structure at the moment of contact. This is theoretically impossible unless he analyzed the material structure of the crystal blade in the microsecond of contact and adjusted the frequency of his own weapon in real time. Yi Lian Na coldly took over the conversation. The technical supervisor opened his mouth, but dared not speak, because this conclusion was too crazy. What kind of terrifying computational power and control would that require? The human brain cannot process this level of data flow. He is no longer dirty data. Yi Lian Na waved her hand to turn off the holographic projection, her originally delicate features now appearing particularly grim. He is a virus that is evolving itself and beginning to grow by devouring our firewall. She stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Below her was the dazzling light of the upper city shimmering like a galaxy. Further away, the pitch-black silence of the abyss was the lower city. Raise the level of the cleansing protocol from B to A. The technical supervisor's eyes widened in horror. That means mobilizing orbital forces which may even affect the pillar industries of District 4. Do it. Yi Lian Na's voice was devoid of warmth. Also unlock the first phase permissions of the divine punishment system. Since the hunter cannot deal with him, let God intervene. But the board. I will explain. Tell them that if we do not eliminate number 073, none of us will get a ticket to the stars. B12 District, the abandoned heavy industrial area. Acid rain continued to drizzle down, corroding the exposed metal pipes on the ground, producing a hissing sound. Suemo walked through the rain curtain, the two massive supply boxes behind him seemingly weightless. Raindrops struck his semi-metallic cheek, flowing down the hexagonal patterns. He did not activate his optical camouflage, nor did he deliberately hide his tracks. In this area, he was the only king. Ziz. Suemo. Is that you? Anxious voices from Old John came through the earpiece, accompanied by strong electromagnetic interference. It's me. Suemo replied briefly, open the door. A few seconds later, the heavy rusty blast door ahead let out a dull rumble and slowly slid open. Warm light spilled out from the crack of the door, dispelling the chill of the rainy night. Old John stood at the door, followed by several fully armed engineering robots. When he saw Suemo stepping out of the darkness, holding a box marked with the company's high-end tactical supply emblem, his mechanical eye almost popped out of its socket. Oh my God, you really went and came back alive. Old John quickly approached, scanning Sumo's body. What about that hunter? He's dead. Suemo casually tossed the two heavy boxes onto the ground, producing a loud crash. Medical supplies are yours, rations are mine. Additionally, he pulled out a half-piece of crystal core, emitting a faint blue light from his pocket, and threw it to Old John. Old John fumbled to catch it, and upon closer inspection gasped this. This is a high-purity spiritual energy crystal. Such purity can only be synthesized by the company's most core laboratory. Did you extract that core from the hunter? Can it be used on the ship, eh? Suemo ignored his astonishment, walking inward while unfastening his soaked combat suit. It can. Absolutely. Old John was so excited that his beard trembled. With this, I can attempt to restart the broken Shackle's secondary reactor. Although it won't output at full power, it can at least restore the ecological circulation system and gravity generator to 80 efficiency. Go do it. Suemo walked into the shower, the cold water washing over his body. In the mirror, his half-human, half-mechanical form looked particularly grotesque. The right side of his body was almost completely covered in black metallic patterns, a consequence of the red spider core overload and also the source of his power. He raised his hand and looked at his fingertips. Their tiny arcs of electricity were dancing. After killing Hunter 09 and devouring his core, Suemo could feel the black chip inside him seemed to have become a bit more calm. The hunger that wanted to devour his flesh and blood had temporarily receded, replaced by a cold, abundant sense of power. But he knew this was only temporary. As the chip evolved, its appetite for energy would grow stronger. Hunter 09 was just the beginning. The next enemies would be even stronger. Ding! At that moment, the cleaner terminal thrown onto the pile of clothes suddenly lit up. It was not an internal company communication, but a strange, encrypted frequency. Sumo's expression tightened as he walked out of the shower, picking up the terminal. The screen displayed a simple line of text with a strange green cursor blinking. The cloud rift has been opened. On the 53rd floor beneath the fictitious daylight, there is a key you want. The signature was double helix. Suemo stared at the familiar emblem, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, forming a cold arc. It seemed that whether it was the company or the mysterious double helix, they were both eager to pull him into the game. Old John. Suemo connected the intercom. Yes. What is it? Old John's voice still sounded immersed in the euphoria of obtaining the crystal. Prepare yourself, or we are going on a long trip. Where to? Upper City. The communication line fell into a dead silence. After a long time, Old John trembled and asked you, "Are you serious? It's estimated that even a fly couldn't get in there now. So we won't fly in." Suemo looked at himself in the mirror, the red mechanical eye glinting with a dangerous light. "We will take the dead end. There are only 3 conventional routes leading to the upper city: the central freight elevator, the VIP shuttle route heavily guarded by soldiers, and the waste recycling entrance accessible only through the garbage disposal pipelines. However, in Old John's yellowed structural map from a bygone era, there exists a 4th path, a ventilation maintenance shaft marked as structural redundancy. This was a heat dissipation passage reserved during the initial construction of the space station located in the interlayer between Area 4 and the base of the upper city. Due to design flaws, the noise levels here reach a staggering 160 decibels, enough to instantly shatter the internal organs of an ordinary person, and it is perpetually filled with lethal high-pressure steam, which is why it has been completely abandoned and sealed off. Not even the most reckless smuggler would dare to consider it. But now it has become the only breakthrough point. Are you sure you want to go this way? Standing before the massive entrance of the ventilation shaft, Old John gazed at the screen, displaying the terminal readings, his face turning pale. Sound pressure level 158 decibels. And that's just the periphery. Once you go in, you'll be instantly reduced to a mush by the sound waves. Suemo checked his gear. He did not wear the heavy exoskeleton armor, but instead donned a tight-fitting black nanofiber combat suit. Ordinary physical soundproofing won't work, Suemo said calmly. Sound is vibration. As long as you stop the vibration, sound ceases to exist. Easy for you to say. This is industrial-grade noise covering the entire passage. Old John thought Suemo was insane. Suemo offered no explanation. He closed his eyes, activating microscopic insight in an instant. In his vision, the air was no longer transparent, but transformed into countless wildly oscillating ripples. Those ripples collided with the walls, the ground, even striking against his skin, triggering minute resonances at the cellular level. This is the essence of noise, disordered, frenzied energy transfer. Let's begin. Suemo extended his right hand and pressed it against the trembling metallic wall of the ventilation shaft. Material Reconstruction Inverse Resonance. A hum centered around his palm, an imperceptible wave rapidly spread outward. The frequency of this wave was completely opposite to the surrounding noise, with peaks aligning with troughs and troughs filling in peaks. A miracle occurred. The deafening roar that had been shaking the ground around Suemo suddenly vanished within a 3-meter radius. There was an eerie silence. It was as if someone had pressed the mute button on the world. Old John gaped, watching the sound pressure detector's reading drop to 0, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. What principle is this? Did you create an acoustic black hole? Just a simple waveform cancellation. Suemo's voice sounded exceptionally clear in the silent domain. I can't maintain this for long. Stay close. I won't go. Old John swallowed hard, taking a step back. I can't handle such godly feats. They'll provide technical support from outside and cover you. Suemo glanced at him and nodded. That works. Keep the channel silent. With that, he slipped into the pitch-black ventilation shaft. The interior of the passage felt like hell. Even with the protection of inverse resonance, Suemo could still sense the terrifying energy contained in the surrounding air. It was a kind of suppressed frenzy. If his mental focus wavered even slightly, the silent sphere would shatter, instantly swallowed by the external sound waves. Each step required immense computational power to adjust the cancellation frequency in real time. This was because the noise was not constant. The fan speed, airflow, turbulence, thermal expansion, and contraction of the metal pipes. Every variable would alter the noise frequency. Suemo had to perform tens of thousands of Fourier transformations per second in his mind to calculate the reverse waveform for the next moment. This was a battle against sound. Sweat trickled down his forehead, dripping onto the ground without making a sound. The logic erosion level was slowly rising. 27. 1. 27. 3. In this extreme focus, Suemo's humanity was gradually stripped away, replaced by a calculating logic as precise as a machine. He even began to find the chaotic noise ripples around him beautiful, like intricate mathematical geometric patterns. Time lost all meaning. A faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. That was the exit. But blocking the exit was a dense infrared laser grid and 2 automated sentry cannons suspended from above. This was the terminus of the zero-noise zone, as well as the backdoor of the upper city security system. Suemo halted, slightly out of breath. His mental energy was greatly depleted, and the area of inverse resonance began to flicker unstably. Sharp shrieks pierced his ears, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. He had to act quickly, but he couldn't fire a gun or create an explosion. In this acoustically sensitive zone, any sound exceeding 30 decibels would trigger the highest level of alarm, bringing the entire security force. Suemo took a deep breath and drew inverse sin from his waist. Since he couldn't make noise, he would make death silent. He released the gravity constraints on his body, his legs slightly bent. In the next second he moved. There was no sound of air being cut, nor any footfall. Material reconstruction generated a special sound-absorbing sponge structure beneath his feet, swallowing all reaction forces. He passed through the gaps of the infrared laser grid like a ghost. The sentry cannon's sensors detected the disturbance in airflow, and the red cameras quickly turned. But it was too slow. The black blade flashed through the air, cutting a silent death line. The barrels and sensors of the two sentry cannons were severed simultaneously. The cuts were as smooth as mirrors. The internal circuits and mechanical structures hadn't even had time to short-circuit and spark before being destroyed by the high-frequency annihilation field attached to inverse sin. Metal pieces fell. Suemo reached out, steadying himself to catch the falling components. The entire process was at 0 decibels. He gently placed the scrap metal on the ground and looked up at the sleek new white alloy door above. An elegant sign was printed on the door: Level 53, Ecological Simulation Zone Resident Access. This was the upper city. Suemo sheathed his blade, took out the cleaner's terminal from his pocket, and connected it to the access interface. With a wave of silent data flow, a green light illuminated. The door slid open silently. A rush of fresh air filled with the scent of grass and flowers greeted him, contrasting sharply with the oil and ozone-laden exhaust behind him. Suemo stepped out. Behind him, the dark ventilation shaft continued to roar silently, while ahead lay a false luminous world. The moment Suemo stepped through the maintenance door, his pupils constricted sharply. What met his eyes was a vast expanse of blue sky. The clouds were as white as cotton, gently drifting in the breeze. Golden sunlight spilled over the neatly trimmed lawn, and in the distance a shimmering artificial lake sparkled where a few egrets were preening their feathers by the water's edge. The streets were wide and clean, lined with the sycamore trees he had seen in the database. Men and women dressed in exquisite casual attire were strolling along the tree-lined avenue, while the laughter of children mingled with the sound of a fountain, composing a picture titled Heaven. There was no acid rain. There were no flickering neon lights. There was no litter or beggars in sight. Even the air was infused with a faint aroma of coffee. If not for the occasional hexagonal holographic grid flashing overhead, Suemo would truly believe he had traveled back to the surface of Earth in the olden times. This was the 53rd layer, the Ecological Simulation Zone, a fictional world constructed within a massive space station using billions of holographic projection units and gravity simulators. Suemo stood in the shadow of the maintenance door, his black combat suit and the aura of killing intent starkly contrasting with this beautiful world. He looked like a malevolent spirit intruding into a fairy tale world. Ding! The terminal in his hand vibrated. The message from Double Helix reappeared, its arrow pointing towards a white spire building in the center of the ecological zone. This was the Dawn Library, one of the landmarks of the upper city. Suemo pulled up the hood of his combat suit, activating the disguise mode of the Phantom Cloak. Although optical camouflage would have refractive flaws under sunlight in such an open and sparsely populated area, it would be difficult to be discovered as long as he maintained his distance. He blended into the crowd. Walking on the white tiles, Suemo felt an inexplicable absurdity. Just minutes ago, he had been scurrying like a rat through filthy, noisy pipes, and now a little girl in a white dress passing by him held an ice cream cone that might be worth a month's worth of food for a family in the lower city. "Mommy, why is that brother's shadow distorted?" The little girl suddenly pointed in Sumo's direction and innocently asked. Sumo's heart tightened, and he instinctively reached for the reverse sin at his waist. The young mother glanced at the empty street and smiled, gently patting the girl's head. "Silly child, there's no one there. Maybe the sunlight is too glaring." No one. In their eyes, people from the lower city were indeed not considered people. Suemo loosened his grip and quickened his pace. The closer he got to the central spire, the higher the level of security around him. He saw peacekeepers dressed in white uniforms. They were not equipped with heavy exoskeletons, but carried light electroshock batons and elegantly styled electromagnetic pistols. The patrolling drones were also painted to resemble pigeons. If one did not look closely, they would not notice the cameras hidden beneath their wings. Everything here was a disguise. All the beauty was to cover up the fact that this space station was essentially a massive prison. Suddenly, Sumo's steps halted. Ahead in an outdoor cafe sat a man. He wore a perfectly tailored gray suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and held a newspaper. A genuine paper newspaper, not a holographic screen. In this age of rampant digitization, such an act itself was an extreme luxury and a symbol of power. The man seemed to sense something, lowered the newspaper, and glanced in Sumo's concealed direction. That gaze was calm and deep as if it penetrated through the optical disguise and directly saw Sumo's beating mechanical heart. He smiled faintly and lightly tapped on the table with his finger. 3 long, 2 short. Morse code, I am waiting for you. Sumo's nerves instantly tensed to their utmost. Micro-insight fully activated. However, the data that came back sent a chill down his spine. There was no heartbeat, no body temperature, no breath. What sat there was not a living person, but a shadow formed by countless tiny nanobots. Sample no. 073, or perhaps Mr. Sumo. The man's voice did not speak, but resonated directly through a certain frequency, vibrating in Sumo's eardrum. Welcome to the fictional day. I am an agent of Double Helix. You can call me Darwin. Sumo revealed himself. Since he had already been discovered, the disguise was meaningless. The surrounding citizens seemed oblivious to the sudden appearance of this figure in black, continuing their lively conversations. Cognitive shielding. The man named Darwin explained with a smile, I have modified the visual neural signals of everyone within 100 meters of us. To them, you are simply a tree or a trash can. What do you want? Sumo kept his hand close to the hilt of his knife. Don't be nervous. If I wanted to kill you, you would already be a corpse in the ventilation shaft. Darwin elegantly took a sip of coffee, though Sumo suspected that the coffee was simulated by nanobots. I invited you here to give you something. He pulled out a black card from his suit pocket and gently pushed it across the table. The card bore no insignia, only a complex pattern Sumo had never seen before, resembling a star map. What is this? A ticket to the real. Darwin looked at Sumo, his gaze behind the lenses filled with fervor. The company wants to cage you for research, while we want to see you fly. The Break the Chains ship is a good vessel, but it lacks a core navigation module, a star map. Without a star map, it is blind and will be reduced to debris by orbital cannons before it can escape the atmosphere. And this card records the safe jump points of Route No. 9. Sumo did not reach for it. What is the price? The price. Darwin laughed a somewhat eerie laugh. The price is. You must live to rush out. And one day in the future, when you see that truth, do not go mad. What truth? Darwin raised his index finger, placing it by his lips, making a shushing gesture. Shoo, it's getting dark. No sooner had he spoken than the blue sky above them suddenly shattered like a broken mirror. The piercing alarm instantly tore apart the surrounding tranquility. The holographic projection flickered a few times before completely extinguishing. Revealed was the cold metallic dome overhead, along with densely packed auto turrets charging up. The beautiful fictional day crumbled in an instant, exposing the steel cage of reality. It seems that madwoman Yelena has discovered us. Darwin shrugged, his body starting to disintegrate like sand. Take the card and run, Sumo. In this false world, only death is real. Sumo grabbed the black card from the table. In the next second, a thick beam of laser descended from above, vaporizing the cafe instantly. Boom. In the violent blast wave, Sumo's figure darted out like a cheetah, charging toward the only exit. The game has leveled up. Warning. High-energy reaction detected. Coordinates lock adjustment in progress. A bright red warning window cascaded across Sumo's retina like a waterfall. But he didn't need the system's prompt, as the scorching sensation on his skin, which seemed to almost evaporate moisture instantly, already said it all. The sky overhead, once as blue as the ocean, was now curling and peeling like burning plastic, revealing the dark pipeline-laden steel dome behind it. The giant spotlights that once simulated sunlight were now all extinguished. In their place were dozens of crimson targeting dots darting around the exquisite park lawn on the 53rd floor, like piranhas smelling blood, ultimately converging on Sumo's rapidly moving figure. Boom! Another beam, over 2 meters in diameter, descended. This time it did not hit Sumo, but pierced through the artificial lake behind him. Thousands of tons of lake water were instantaneously boiled, and white steam rose like a mushroom cloud, followed closely by a deafening explosion. The scalding wave of steam instantly engulfed the nearby residents, who had not yet managed to escape, their screams cut off before they could even be uttered by the extreme heat. Sumo did not look back. In the absolute calm state of logic erosion, these deaths were merely zeros in his data. His brain was rapidly calculating the frequency and trajectory of the beams. Interval 1. 2 seconds. Prediction delay 0.03 seconds. Coverage radius 15 meters. This was true war-grade firepower. The company, in order to kill him, not only tore apart the hypocritical facade of peace in the upper city, but even destroyed this expensive ecological simulation area. Unit 073, abandon resistance. This is the 53rd floor. You have nowhere to escape. A cold voice echoed from a loudspeaker in the sky, accompanied by a massive mechanical roar. Sumo glanced up. At the gap in the shattered dome, 3 enormous black shadows were slowly descending. These were not ordinary drones, but heavy airdrop pods, codenamed Tyrant. Once these things landed, they would unfold into mobile artillery or release an entire squad of heavily armored cyborg soldiers. Is this what they call in a class purge? Sumo's mouth curled into a cold arc. If it had been in the past, he might have despaired. But now, under the frenzied operation of that black chip, fear had long been eliminated. He abruptly halted. Ahead was the edge of the park, blocked by a 5-meter-high glass viewing wall. Beyond the wall lay a bottomless courtyard, well revealing the densely packed lights of the lower districts like ants. The infrared targeting dots behind him had already chased down to his heels. The Tyrant airdrop pod overhead was opening its deceleration nozzles. Deadlock. No. Sumo's gaze instantly locked onto the ground beneath him. Here on the 53rd floor, the ecological simulation area. To support tens of thousands of tons of soil, artificial lakes, and buildings, this deck had an astonishing thickness of 5 meters, constructed of a honeycomb high-strength alloy structure. But in the vision of microscopic insight, there is no absolutely solid shield in this world. As long as it is matter, it has structure. As long as there is structure, there are weaknesses. Sumo knelt on the ground, his left hand thrusting into the scalding asphalt surface, reaching down to the metal base beneath. Material reconstruction, reverse collapse. Buzz. A visible gray ripple expanded outward from his palm. The tightly bonded metallic molecular bonds were infused with violent repulsion at that moment. The hard alloy steel plates began to crumble and crack like rocks weathered for 1,000 years. What are you doing? A panicked voice suddenly burst into the communication channel belonging to the company commander monitoring this area. He had clearly detected the abnormal vibrations in the foundation structure. Sumo looked up and revealed a chilling smile to the 3 descending airdrop pods overhead. Let me open a door for you. The next moment, boom. Accompanied by the biting sound of metal breaking, a circular area with a radius of 20 meters beneath Sumo, along with the soil, trees, burning debris, and a Tyrant airdrop pod that had just landed at the edge, collapsed instantly. At that moment, gravity became the most terrifying weapon. The unsupported ground transformed into a massive funnel. Sumo began free-falling along with countless fragments of stone and metal. The wind howled past his ears. He was falling. Passing through the interlayer of the 52nd floor, passing through the ceiling of the administrative hall on the 51st floor, passing through the cargo transport track on the 50th floor. Each layer's floor, under the reconstruction energy he had previously infused, became fragile, like layers of crispy biscuits being smashed. This was a vertical escape, and also a vertical murder. The unfortunate Tyrant airdrop pod was falling less than 10 meters above Sumo's head. Before it could deploy its weapon systems, it was turned into a pile of scrap metal amid the continuous impacts. Warning: falling speed too fast. Impact imminent with the structure layer of the 45th floor. The red numbers on his retina were jumping wildly. Sumo struggled to adjust his posture in midair, his right hand gripping reverse and tightly. The sensation of weightlessness from the fall made every cell in his body tremble, but the dopamine called madness was being secreted in abundance. Almost there. Just before crashing into the dense metal protective net below, Sumo suddenly swung the black knife in his hand. Annihilation frequency. The black blade light drew a perfect circle in the air. The protective net, capable of shredding tanks, disintegrated silently upon contact with the edge of the blade. Sumo passed through the hole, and the ghost cloak behind him suddenly spread open, activating the gliding mode. Although it was not enough to completely negate the kinetic energy, it at least turned the deadly fall into controllable gliding. Thud. He crashed heavily onto a suspended metal walkway, rolling over a dozen times to dissipate the impact force. Dust billowed. Sumo staggered to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of bloody spit. Here was the 45th floor, the industrial cooling area. Surrounded by massive cooling towers and roaring turbines, the air was filled with the familiar smell of machine oil and sulfur. Although still dangerous, at least the suffocating fall sunlight was gone. Cough, cough. He glanced down at his left hand. The recent large-scale material reconstruction had nearly drained all his stored energy, and the skin on his left arm had turned completely gray-black, rigid like an iron rod. That was the price of overusing his abilities. But before he could catch his breath, a series of engine sounds suddenly came from the massive hole he had smashed through overhead. Dozens of pitch-black drones surged into the hole like hornets. Among them, a humanoid creature wrapped in silver fluid armor was hovering on a flying skateboard, slowly descending. It had no face. The entire head was a smooth mirror displaying only a red countdown. 000010. Cleaner sequence, codename mirror. The figure slowly raised its hand, and the palm opened, revealing a ghostly blue cannon muzzle. By the order of Director Yelena, physical recovery of sample 073 is to be conducted. Life or death is irrelevant. Sumo squinted his right hand, forming a knife flower, positioning reverse, sin horizontally in front of him. Then let's see what you can do. In this industrial maze filled with high-temperature steam and complex pipelines, the game of hunter and prey was just beginning. A crimson countdown pulsated on the mirrored face for a second. Accompanied by the shifting numbers, a dazzling beam erupted from the dark blue cannon in his palm. However, this beam did not shoot out in a straight line. Instead, it bizarrely refracted 3 times in midair, resembling a wandering lightning bolt, bypassing the massive cooling tower ahead and heading straight for Sumo's back. Optical induction. Sumo's pupils slightly constricted. In the view of microscopic insight, he clearly saw countless tiny hexagonal crystal dust suspended in the air. These dust particles instantly arranged themselves into an invisible lens group, under the manipulation of some force field, altering the trajectory of the beam at will. He suddenly dove to the left. Sizzle! The beam grazed his right shoulder, striking a thick exhaust pipe beside him. The 12 centimeter thick alloy pipe wall was instantly pierced like paper, the cut smooth as a mirror, edges glowing with a strange red light. Reaction speed 0. 15 seconds. Still within the estimated range. The mirror glided on an anti-gravity skateboard, hovering in midair, its featureless mirrored face devoid of expression, only a cold electronic synthesized voice. 00008. As the countdown ticked, a dozen drones behind him opened fire simultaneously. Dense laser beams wove into a net of death, and each beam continuously refracted and changed direction in the air, making it impossible to predict the trajectory based on the gun's aim. This was nothing short of a chaotic shooting that defied the laws of physics. Sumo frantically darted through the steel jungle, akin to a bird dodging raindrops in a storm, using the complex surrounding pipes and machinery as cover. Puff, puff, puff. High-temperature lasers exploded around his feet and by his ears, splattering countless molten metal droplets. Not just refraction. Sumo briefly gasped behind a turbine, his mind rapidly analyzing the battlefield data under the influence of logic erosion. There's also visual deception. He had clearly seen a beam shoot to the left, his body instinctively dodging to the right, nearly colliding with the actual attack. Those suspended crystal dust particles could not only refract lasers, but also light, creating a parallax. In this domain filled with crystal dust, everything seen by the eyes was mislocated. You thought the enemy was directly ahead, yet they were actually 30 degrees to the left. You thought the cover was within reach, but there was actually half a meter distance. This was a massive parallax trap. Number 073, your heartbeat is accelerating. The voice of the mirror fluctuated, seeming to come from all directions. Give up. In this prism domain, your vision, hearing, and even radar perception are distorted by me. You are like a mouse lost in a funhouse mirror maze. 00005. The countdown continued. Sumo glanced down at his entirely metallized left arm. That arm now felt as heavy as if it were burdened with lead, fingers stiff and unable to bend, devoid of any sensation. Little energy remained. Perception was disrupted. The enemy held air superiority. A dead end. A glimmer of cold blue light ignited in Sumo's pitch-black eyes. Since the eyes can deceive. He suddenly closed his eyes. In that moment, the noisy world seemed to quiet down. Microscopic insight activated at full power. Since the macro light and shadow could be distorted, he would observe the micro substances. The flow of dust in the air. The vibrations of the liquid inside the pipes. The faint pressure sensation emanating from the metal floor. And that source suspended in midair, continuously emitting strong electromagnetic waves. Found it. Sumo suddenly opened his eyes, gripping reverse sin with his right hand, not looking at the conspicuous silver figure in the sky, but turning to charge towards the seemingly empty void beside him. What a... For the first time, the mirror's voice exhibited a hint of fluctuation. Because the direction Sumo charged towards was precisely where his true body was located after optical invisibility refraction. 00003. Died. The countdown on the mirror suddenly accelerated. The light of the cannon in his palm surged, attempting to blast Sumo before he got close. But Sumo was faster than him. Or rather, Sumo had already predicted his prediction. He did not directly attack the mirror, but instead thrust reverse sin violently into an inconspicuous rusty pipe beneath him. Material reconstruction, instant rust. This strike was not meant to kill, but to destroy. But the fluid flowing through this pipe was neither water nor steam, but liquid ammonia. The 45th floor was the industrial cooling zone, and this pipe was one of the main return lines of the entire cooling system, flowing with liquid ammonia at -30 degrees. Sizzle. Accompanied by the excruciating sound of metal tearing, high-pressure liquid ammonia erupted forth instantly. The extreme cold encountered the scorching air from outside, rapidly undergoing a violent phase change. A white cloud of ammonia gas exploded like a miniature nuclear detonation, engulfing a 50-meter radius in the blink of an eye. The precise optical crystal dust that was originally suspended in the air immediately crystallized into a thick layer of white frost upon encountering the ammonia mist. The optical refractive index had changed. Snap, snap, snap. A series of crisp cracking sounds echoed in the air. The originally perfect invisibility and parallax field collapsed completely in this sudden chemical fog. In midair, the originally ethereal silver figure flickered a few times, fully exposed in the white mist. Its flying skateboard emitted an unstable wheezing sound from inhaling excessive ammonia. 00001. Sumo's figure pierced through the white mist like a specter appearing before the mirror. Frost clung to his hair and eyebrows while the metallized left arm emitted a chilling glow in the low temperature resembling a natural cold weapon. Your mirror has fogged up, Sumo said coldly. The reverse sin in his hand vibrated to its utmost, emitting a buzzing that craved blood. Flash. The black blade light cut through the white mist, slicing through the fluid armor that boasted absolute defense. The mirror attempted to raise its arm to block at the last moment, but its prideful reaction speed seemed like a joke in front of Sumo's blade. With a single stroke, it was severed. The smooth mirrored head soared into the sky, its crimson countdown freezing at 000. Boom. The mirror's headless body collided with the cooling tower in a spiraling loss of control, exploding into a magnificent fireball. Sumo landed, sheathing the long knife in his hand. Yet he did not relax in the slightest. Instead, he began to cough violently, each cough expelling blood-streaked ice shavings. Liquid ammonia is toxic. Although he held his breath, the high concentration of ammonia still seeped through his skin into his bloodstream. Coupled with the overexertion from earlier, his body was on the brink of collapse. Warning life signs have dropped to critical levels. Immediate sleep is advised. The system prompt on his retina remained cold. Sumo leaned against the cold pipe wall, pulling out the Slevel suppressor from his waist, which was worth a fortune in this world. Just one injection would alleviate his suffering, but it would also suppress logic erosion, reverting him back to the ordinary person who fears and hesitates. In this upper district filled with monsters, mercy equates to suicide. He hesitated for a second, shoving the suppressor back into his waist pouch. Then he gazed at his left hand. That metal arm during the recent low-temperature spray surprisingly did not frost over, but rather it faintly shimmered with a strange purple light. It's not over yet. Sumo could sense that the earlier mirror was merely an appetizer. The real threat was awakening deep within this cooling zone. There lies the core of this floor, and the only way to the 54th floor, the central liquid nitrogen hub. The shattered remnants of the mirror still burned, emitting a pungent, acrid stench of charred metal. Sumo did not waste a second on the corpse. Through the lens of his microscopic insight, he could clearly perceive the air currents on this floor growing increasingly turbulent and unstable. Alert: abnormal pressure detected in central cooling core. Core meltdown expected in 3 minutes. In the mechanical voice echoed hollowly through the vast empty factory hall, while crimson alarm lights bathed the entire 45th floor in a blood-red glow. Self-destruct protocol. Sumo frowned. The corporation was indeed ruthless, willing to obliterate an entire industrial cooling sector just to erase a single experimental subject. Should the liquid nitrogen and high-pressure coolants here undergo sympathetic detonation, the blast would be powerful enough to rip the floors above clean off their foundations. He had precisely 3 minutes to cross this seething death zone and reach the auxiliary elevator shaft leading to the 54th floor. And that was his only path to survival. Gritting his teeth, Sumo surged forward, sprinting deep into the heart of the factory. The metal grating beneath his feet scorched with unbearable heat. Nearby pipes groaned under mounting stress, while white steam erupted violently from their joints, transforming the chamber into a colossal pressurized cauldron. Ahead loomed the central liquid nitrogen core, a spherical storage tank over 50 meters in diameter, its surface now webbed with hairline fractures. Deep blue liquid nitrogen seeped from the fissures, instantly vaporizing upon contact with ambient heat and hissing like a dying serpent. Atop the tank, the elevator shaft gate to the upper levels remained sealed shut. Damn it. Sumo cursed inwardly. The gate had been physically locked. It was a military-grade heavy isolation door, at least half a meter thick. Even using his ability inverse sin to cut through it would take no less than 5 minutes. Yet the countdown had dwindled to 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Subject 073, your resistance is truly admirable. And in a massive holographic projection suddenly materialized above the tank. Yelena's exquisitely sculpted, utterly impassive face. But this is where your journey ends. For the sake of the corporation's future, your sacrifice is necessary. After all, only a dead subject can cease generating corrupt data in our perfect society. Sumo lifted his gaze to the woman suspended high above him, his expression unreadable. And in sacrifice, and in corrupt data, and in Is your so-called perfection nothing more than reducing human beings to machines and turning the world itself into a cage? His voice was hoarse, yet edged with cold metallic resolve. And then abruptly he raised his fully metallic left arm and pressed it flat against a primary coolant pipe before him. This pipe fed directly into the colossal liquid nitrogen tank. And in Yelena's hologram arched a delicate eyebrow. What do you intend to do? That is a cryogenic circulation line operating near absolute zero. Any assault will only hasten the tank's collapse, freezing you solid in an instant. And is that so? A wild, feverish curve tugged at Sumo's lips. And under the peak computational intensity of logical erosion, he perceived a microscopic reality invisible to ordinary eyes. Liquid nitrogen was indeed profoundly cold. And yet cold was not a substance. It was merely the deceleration of molecular motion. And so what if he forced those molecules to move again? And have you ever heard of phase transition criticality? Sumo murmured softly. And within him the black chip flared with an unprecedented pulse, not draining his stamina, but consuming his very life force. Matter reconstruction entropy, reversal vivivivrar. And an eerie high-frequency vibration surged from his metallic arm, injecting itself instantly into the pipe. This was not destruction, it was heating. And in brutal, violent heating at the molecular level. And in using his microscopic perception, he forcibly accelerated the vibrational frequency of the liquid nitrogen molecules. In that singular instant, the placid flow of ultra-cold fluid underwent violent physical phase transition within the confined pipe, transforming explosively from liquid to gas, expanding nearly 700-fold in volume. Sumo channeled that terrifying expansion with surgical precision, not rupturing the pipe, but reversing its flow, propelling the compressed surge upward like a hyper-compressed air projectile, slamming it directly into the already fracturing interior of the massive tank. Boom. And in a deep, muffled detonation. And in the 50-meter sphere did not explode. It shattered. It fractured like a blown glass orb under unimaginable internal pressure, disintegrating into countless shards. And but far more terrifying was what lay within. Tens of thousands of tons of liquid nitrogen were suddenly unbound and instantly vaporized. And in a blinding white sub-zero tempest erupted from the tank's epicenter, radiating outward in all directions. Flames died, and in steam froze midair. And even Yelena's hologram was shredded into static by the sheer ferocity of the cold storm. And Sumo stood at the storm's eye. And he did not retreat. And no, he had gambled everything on this precise moment. The glacial torrent capable of flash-freezing steel struck his left arm, and instead of freezing him solid, it was voraciously absorbed by the gray-black alloy of his limb. The intricate patterns across his metallic arm writhed as though alive, greedily devouring lethal cold energy. Its dull, ashen surface shimmered, now suffused with a crystalline, ice-blue luminescence. Absorption, conversion, reconstruction. And in this was the true application of matter reconstruction. And in matter was but vessel, energy the essence. Warning: left arm energy overload. Structural integrity increased by 300. Temporary trait acquired absolute 0. And in the system's alert chimed inside his mind. Sumo swung his left arm downward in a brutal arc. And in crack. And in a visible shockwave of ice-blue light lanced forth, striking the sealed heavy isolation door overhead. There was no explosion. No fire. And in the half-meter-thick alloy door turned brittle as glass the moment the wave touched it, then crumbled under its own weight into glittering shards of frost. The passage was open. And in the countdown read 30 seconds. And in Sumo glanced back. The entire 45th floor had become a silent, frozen wasteland. Every machine, every pipe, even the very air, was locked in absolute stasis. And in this was the power of phase transition criticality. And he did not look back. He leapt into the elevator shaft. As he shot upward through darkness, he gazed at his left arm, glowing with a soft, eerie blue light. And in this was no longer a human limb. It was a weapon forged for slaughter. And now that weapon was aimed squarely at the 100th floor high above. Yelena. And in Sumo whispered into the void. And since you crave a perfect world, I shall shatter it to pieces. The pitch-black elevator shaft resembled a vertical conduit leading to either hell or heaven. The howling wind roared in his ears, mixed with the scent of machine oil and a hint of something charred. Sumo's figure darted swiftly between the intricate cables and tracks, his back adorned with the phantom cloak that rustled in the airflow. Although the gliding mode could not provide sustained lift with the aid of his electromagnetic gloves, he ascended like a spider dancing on a tightrope at an astonishing speed. Warning: abnormal gravity detected above. Just as the red pop-up appeared on his retina, a terrifying sense of oppression surged from above. It was not a gravity wave weapon. Instead, it was a more straightforward and brutal form of physical destruction. Above the unfathomable shaft, a massive square shadow was rapidly enlarging. It was a heavy cargo capsule laden with industrial waste having detached from its cable, bearing thousands of tons of kinetic energy, like a square meteorite crashing down towards Sumo. This was the company's method. Since the precision assassination had failed, they resorted to the most primitive physical laws, gravity and mass, to crush everything. Impact countdown 3 seconds. There was no way to evade. The elevator shaft was completely filled by the capsule, and the surrounding tracks were burned red from the friction. Sumo looked up at the steel behemoth roaring down with death, his gaze devoid of any fear, only absolute coldness. In the vision of logical erosion, there was no such thing as a dead end in this world, only equations yet to be solved. Kinetic energy, 12 mass velocity superscript 2. To counteract this kinetic energy, brute force would be suicidal. The vector had to be altered. Sumo suddenly released his grip from the track with his right hand, entering a state of free fall, in complete weightlessness. But he did not fall. Instead, he violently slammed his chilling metal left arm against the wall of the shaft. Yet he did not make contact with the wall. Just half a meter away he halted. Material Reconstruction Absolute Zero Virum. The icy blue patterns on his metal left arm suddenly blazed bright, and a chill capable of freezing souls erupted instantly. However, this chill did not spread outward. Instead, Sumo forcefully compressed and shaped it with his mental power, transforming it into a visible icy blue torrent that precisely struck a high-pressure water pipe on the shaft's side. It was an artery for delivering cooling water to the upper level with a diameter exceeding 1 meter. Crack! The extreme cold instantly shattered the alloy pipe wall, and then the internal high-pressure water burst forth. But at the moment it erupted, it was instantly frozen. Countless tons of high-pressure water underwent a phase change within a tenth of a second, transforming into a massive and menacing ice spike, like a crystalline spear that grew from thin air spanning across the center of the elevator shaft, slightly angled upward. This was a speed bump. It was also a launch pad. Boom! The falling heavy capsule crashed violently into this gigantic ice spike. Ice shards exploded like snowflakes in the air. Although the ice spike shattered under thousands of tons of impact in less than half a second, that half second was already sufficient. The immense recoil forcibly altered the capsule's descent vector. The capsule, originally falling vertically, underwent a slight deflection and crashed heavily against the opposite wall of the shaft. The piercing sound of metal tearing echoed throughout the shaft, sparks cascading like a waterfall. The capsule got stuck. It was wedged like a beetle nailed down, skewed between two layers of tracks, less than 5 meters from Sumo's head. A blast of air carrying shards of ice and metal shavings slammed into Sumo, but he did not even blink. Just as the capsule got stuck, he moved. With the electromagnetic gloves at full power, he surged forward like a flash of black lightning, diving into the swirling ice debris. His left hand swung. The residual chill crystallized in the air, forming a translucent frost chain that instantly wrapped around the severed cable at the bottom of the capsule. Using the force, he swung up. Sumo's figure traced a perfect parabola in the air, directly crossing over the trapped death trap and landing on top of the capsule. Is this the freezing vector? Sumo looked down at his left hand. In that split second, he had not consumed much mental energy. He had merely utilized the water pressure in the environment and the almost infinite cold from his left arm to create a physical lever. This was a key that could pry open the laws of physics. Ding! The capsule beneath him suddenly trembled. It was not a descent, but the activation of some electronic signal. Amidst the pile of industrial waste atop the capsule, dozens of red light points suddenly lit up. That was a self-regulating spider mine. No, wait. Sumo's pupils slightly contracted. The debris was moving. Old mechanical arms, broken gears, twisted steel plates. These once lifeless metallic scraps began to frantically combine and splice together under some invisible magnetic field. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by the painfully grating sound, a grotesque monster, forcibly pieced together from countless scrap iron, slowly stood up on top of the capsule. It had no fixed form, only countless rotating blades and flickering electronic eyes, like a nightmare crawling out from a garbage heap. Intruder detected. Executing cleanup protocol. The monster emitted intermittent electronic sounds from within. Magnetic reconstruction. Sumo narrowed his eyes. This was no ordinary security system. This was some kind of qualified ability. No, it was that thing. His gaze penetrated the monster's metallic shell, locking onto a black chip at its core. It was a double helix chip, just like the one in his hand. However, that chip was gray and filled with a brutal noise. A failure. Sumo coldly uttered 3 words. His right hand reversed and unsheathed the black blade, tracing a silent arc in the dim shaft. His left hand formed a fist, the chilling frost swirling around his fingertips. In this rapidly rising death elevator shaft facing this monster constructed from scrap iron and failed chips, Su-mo did not retreat a single step, but actively charged forward. Since it obstructed his path, he would dismantle it, whether it was steel or ice. The battle ended faster than anticipated. Or rather, it could hardly be called a battle, it was a precise disassembly. Although the scrap metal monster possessed powerful magnetic control and an almost undying ability to restructure itself, to Su-mo, it was riddled with flaws. Because it was hot, its core chip was emitting astonishing heat to maintain such a high-intensity magnetic field. In the thermal imaging vision of microscopic insight, the core glowed red like a heart. Su-mo did only one thing. He pressed his left hand against the monster's massive metallic arm and activated Absolute Zero. The extreme cold instantly conducted through the metal. Heat expansion and cold contraction. This is a physical principle understood even by elementary school students, but when the temperature difference exceeds 200 degrees and occurs in mere tenths of a second, it becomes the most terrifying weapon. The core area of the monster instantly suffered catastrophic material fatigue. The precision-geared teeth and bearings shattered on their own like glass amid the violent clash of extreme heat and cold. Crash! The once invincible steel behemoth disintegrated into a pile of genuine scrap metal in an instant. The gray chip fell at Su-mo's feet, flickered a few times, and then went completely dark. Su-mo did not pick up the chip. It was a burnt-out scrap containing no valuable data, only endless madness and chaos. He raised his head and looked up. The previously unreachable exit was now within arm's reach. The 62nd floor logistics transfer hub. Here there was none of the false blue sky and white clouds of the 53rd floor, nor the dirty chaos of the lower city. This was a pure cold mechanical world. Countless transparent pneumatic transfer tubes filled the entire space like blood vessels, with innumerable capsule cargo holds swiftly traversing the tubes, creating a buzzing sound like a swarm of bees. The ground was a smooth silver metal plate occupied solely by busy automated transport robots with no humans in sight. Su-mo glided silently along the ceiling maintenance passage like a ghost. Although the ghost cloak could refract light in this area filled with high-precision sensors, even a slight disturbance in airflow would trigger an alarm. But he wasn't worried about that right now, because his brain was overheating, not physiologically, but from the overload caused by logical erosion. As he continuously utilized the abilities of his left arm, the black chip seemed to fuse deeper with his nervous system. The world before his eyes was undergoing a transformation. Those tubes were no longer tubes, but flowing streams of data. Those robots were no longer machines, but moving IP nodes. The entire 62nd floor in his eyes transformed into a colossal matrix composed of countless green codes. Is this the truth of the world? Su-mo pressed against his throbbing temples, forcibly suppressing the nauseating dizziness he felt. Suddenly, a peculiar wave penetrated through layers of firewalls, resonating directly in his mind. Zzz. Zzz. That was not a sound, but a frequency. An extremely faint frequency, filled with a sense of sadness. Su-mo abruptly halted, pulling out the star map card that Darwin had given him. This card, which had originally been pitch black, was now slightly warm, with a faint layer of starlight appearing on its surface. It was vibrating the frequency, perfectly synchronized with the sound in his mind. This is the broken chains. Please respond. Navigation module missing. Unable to calibrate. We are waiting for you. Navigator. Su-mo's pupils contracted sharply. This was the voice of that ship. No, that's not right. This voice did not come from the underground B-12 area, but from above. He abruptly looked up, his gaze seemingly penetrating hundreds of layers of heavy decks, staring into the distant space. This was a resonance. It was the ghost frequency left by that ship in space. The double helix ship was not just a vessel, it was a living organism. Part of its body lay dormant underground, but its soul, or rather its navigation beacon, was still drifting in orbit. This star map card was the key connecting the two. Warning: illegal signal access detected. Source unknown. Threat level S. The central AI of the transfer hub suddenly issued a red alert. The lights on the entire floor instantly changed to blinding red. All automated transport robots simultaneously halted their work, their red electronic eyes turning towards Su-mo's hiding place in the ceiling. He had been discovered. The resonance of the star map card was too strong. Even the company's firewalls could not ignore such a level of energy fluctuation. Since I can't sneak around, Su-mo leaped down from the ceiling, landing in the center of the hall. The tattered ghost cloak behind him slowly dissipated, revealing his current fierce appearance. His battle suit was stained with blood, his completely metallic left arm exuded visible frost, while the black knife reverse sin in his right hand hung low, its tip pointing to the ground. Then let's kill our way through. In his eyes, the human pupils had vanished, replaced by two frantically pulsating streams of data. In the vision of logical erosion, the surrounding robots, which were deforming and revealing weapon ports, moved as slowly as slides. They were not enemies. They were merely a heap of codes waiting to be disassembled. Just write my hand. Feels a bit warm. Sumo's lips curled into a cold smile as he forcefully clenched his left fist. Crack. The air temperature in the hall dropped by 30 degrees in an instant. The Ice Age has arrived. The world in Sumo's eyes was fracturing apart. Or rather, it was being reconstructed. The automated transport robots, surging from all directions, no longer appeared as mere conglomerates of steel and circuits in his logic-eroded mind, but rather as moving bright red data codes. Too slow, Sumo murmured softly. In that state of absolute rationality and coldness, it felt as if time itself had been stretched. A heavy transport robot equipped with a cutting saw rushed forward first, its high-speed rotating blade emitting a piercing shriek aimed directly at Sumo's throat. In the past, Sumo would have dodged and then sought a flaw to counterattack. But now he felt no need to. He simply raised his left arm, emanating a chilling aura at the moment when the line representing the attack trajectory was about to touch him. There was no blocking. His palm pressed lightly in the air. Material Reconstruction, thermal plunder. There was no sound. The robot's movements suddenly froze. Its originally high-speed rotating alloy blades stopped within a tenth of a second, not due to breaking, but because the metal bearings had instantaneously been stripped of all heat, plunging the temperature to 100 degrees below zero. The lubricating oil solidified into hard crystals, and the metal structure gripped together tightly, due to extreme cold shrinkage. Crack. The thick mechanical arm broke off at the joint under great inertia, shattering like a crispy cookie, falling to the ground in dozens of pieces. The break was smooth as a mirror with no metallic ductility, only deep blue frost. Error. Error. Drive module offline. The robot emitted a chaotic electronic sound, but before it could restart, Sumo's figure had already passed through it, and the black blade reverse sin smoothly sliced through its central processing unit. This time the blade encountered no resistance. The armor, rendered brittle by extreme cold, was weaker than paper in the face of reverse sin's high-frequency oscillation. Boom. The robot exploded behind Sumo, erupting into a fireball laced with ice. But this was just the beginning. Dozens of robots surged in like a tide, their laser beams, rivet guns, and cutting saws weaving an impenetrable net of death. Sumo stood in the center of the net, his gaze hollow like a deep well. His left hand spread open, pressing forcefully against the metal floor beneath him. Diffuse. Buzz. A visible ice blue ripple surged outward from him, sweeping madly in all directions. This was not magic, it was a manipulation of physical laws. He utilized the bizarre devouring characteristic of his left arm to frantically extract heat from the ground, the air, and even from the robots themselves. The logistics hub on the 62nd floor instantly transformed into a vast cold storage. Moisture in the air condensed into fine ice crystals suspended in midair, refracting the red alarm lights, forming a tragic, blood-colored galaxy. The movements of the robots visibly slowed. Low temperatures caused battery performance to degrade, leading to hydraulic system delays and circuit transmission obstructions. And in Sumo's eyes, the red codes representing the enemies were rapidly turning into sluggish gray. That was enough. Swish. The black figure left a residual shadow in the ice mist. Sumo resembled a ghost traversing frozen time. With each swing of his blade came the disassembly of a robot, with each punch the crisp sound of metal fracturing. This was an unequal massacre. To master the variable of temperature was to grasp the lifeline of the machines. In just 1 minute, the hall was filled with shattered mechanical debris. No longer did broken pipelines spew sparks, but frozen coolant ice shards. Sumo stood in the center of the ruins, slowly sheathing his blade. On his left arm, the layer of gray-black metallic luster deepened, and a thin diamond-like layer of ice crystal armor formed on the surface. Having devoured so much heat, it seemed to still be hungry. Warning. Threat level raised to SSS. Initiating full lockdown protocol for the 62nd floor. The central control AI's voice grew sharp and urgent. With a rumble, the heavy blast doors around the hall began to slowly descend. From the ventilation ducts overhead, countless automated turrets extended their gun barrels. The company no longer wanted live captures. They intended to turn this place into an iron coffin and blow Sumo and this entire floor to the sky. Lockdown. Sumo glanced at the closing doors, a mocking smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He turned around and looked towards the end of the hall. There lay the core area for logistics transmission. Dozens of transparent pneumatic tubes with diameters exceeding 2 meters led straight to the ceiling, and enormous cylindrical freight capsules were waiting to be launched inside. That was the blood vessel leading to the upper levels. Since the elevator was locked down, he would use the freight passage. Sumo approached the control panel. A heavy alloy protective shield obstructed the control panel, flashing a red access denied light. Attempting physical breach. The system prompt just popped up when Sumo ignored it. He extended his left hand, pressing it directly against the 10-centimeter thick protective shield. Absolute zero. Crack. The indestructible alloy protective shield shattered instantly under the extreme cold. Sumo's fingers sank directly into the circuit board inside, but he did not destroy it. In his eyes shimmering with data streams, the circuit board was no longer just copper wires and silicon chips, but an open port. Accessing. As he focused his mind, the star chart card he held in his arms began to vibrate again. The ghost frequency from space surged along his nerves down his left arm and violently injected into the main control system of the 62nd floor. This was not a hacker invasion. This was a dimensional strike. The main control AI, which had been frantically alarming, suddenly fell silent, as if having its throat squeezed. The red alarm on the screen vanished in an instant, replaced by a constantly rotating double helix pattern composed of countless star points. Permission overriding successful. Navigator signal detected. Taking over logistics transmission protocol. The previously sealed pneumatic transmission pipe gate 3 burst open with a bang. An empty freight capsule slowly slid out, stopping in front of Sumo. The hatch opened automatically, as if a respectful servant awaited its master. Target level 99th floor. Sumo glanced at the setting on the screen, slightly furrowing his brow, then manually modified it. No. His fingers tapped on the virtual keyboard. Go to the 80th floor. Though that voice called him to a higher place, he understood clearly that rushing directly into the core area would be tantamount to seeking death. He needed supplies, needed to catch his breath, and most importantly needed a new springboard. The 80th floor was the junction between the upper city's commercial and residential areas, also the place with the densest population and the most complex environment. Only by mingling with the crowd could this drop of dirty data truly spread. Sumo stepped into the capsule, and the hatch closed heavily behind him. Launch countdown 3, 2, 1. Bang! The immense pressure pushed him back. The capsule shot upward like a fired bullet, racing through the transparent tube and instantly vanishing into the dark vertical tunnel. All that remained were shattered robot remnants and the double helix symbol slowly rotating on the screen, seemingly mocking the incompetence of the company. Darkness. Velocity beyond reason. A crushing super heavy force pinned Sumo to the capsule's shock-absorbing seat, as if an invisible hand sought to squeeze his insides out through his spine. The pneumatic transit tube had already exceeded 600 kilometers per hour. Here gravity lost meaning, and any sense of direction was stripped away. Only the roaring wind at his ears and the sharp vibration where the capsule's hull scraped the track kept reminding him that he was climbing upward at a maddening pace. Current altitude level 68. Ascent speed 180 ms. Estimated time to arrival 45 seconds. On the capsule's crude internal screen, green digits jittered wildly. Sumo turned his head with difficulty and peered out through the porthole. Outside was a blur of streaming light. When the capsule passed certain transparent viewing segments, the great space station beyond looked like a tiered cake, stacked layer upon layer. Level 65, automated factories. Level 70, civilian residential districts. Level 75, airborne gardens. Each level was flung behind him in the blink of an eye. This was Scavenging. Here altitude equal class. Each layer climbed meant cleaner air, clearer light, a more privileged life. And now he a rat from the lowest strata rode their dedicated elevator to smash their livelihood. Warning. Anomalous pipe pressure detected ahead. Suddenly the capsule's red warning light flared. Sumo's eyes narrowed. It had begun. The company would never let him flee without a fight. Through micro-insight, he could sense it clearly. Several hundred meters ahead, the tube's air pressure was fluctuating violently. Someone was draining the air from the section ahead. If the capsule plunged into a vacuum segment, losing the resistance of forward air at speed would go instantly out of control. And at the far end of the tube, they would surely have a heavy sluice gate ready to close. They meant to grind him into meat paste. Trying to play the vacuum trap? Sumo sneered. There was no panic. He strained and lifted his metal left arm, pressing it directly against the capsule's control panel. Override. A hum. The ghost frequency band from space answered his call once more. He could not seize direct control of the company's infrastructure, but he could command the vehicle he sat in. Deploy emergency braking flaps. Initiate reverse thrust. Clack, clack, clack. Metal wing plates suddenly sprang from the capsule's hull, scraping the tube walls in the high-speed airstream and throwing off blinding sparks. The violent shuddering made the capsule tremble as if it would fall apart. Speed plunged, but it was not enough. The vacuum section ahead yawned like an open maw waiting for him to leap in. Sumo drew a deep breath and closed his eyes. If the air ahead had been sucked away, then he would create some of his own. Matter reconstruction, phase change expansion. His spiritual force flowed down his left arm, pierced the capsule's alloy shell, and struck the hydraulic balance system at its rear. About 5 liters of hydraulic oil were stored there. Explode. Boom. At a microscopic level, the oil was instantaneously superheated to boiling, its volume swelling by hundreds of times. A tremendous blast of gas surged from the capsule's tail. But that force was not meant to propel the craft forward so much as to strike outward. The reactive force of the explosion, together with the flaps scraping the tube, yanked the capsule's speed down from 600 kilometers an hour to 200. At the same moment, the capsule entered the vacuum zone. There was no runaway acceleration as expected, because Su-Mo had used the directional explosion to alter the capsule's attitude. It no longer slid smoothly, it rolled sideways like a massive plug wedging itself against the tube. SSSHH. A teeth-grinding screech tore through the air. The capsule ground wildly against the wall, the alloy shell flared red-hot in an instant. In that near-suicidal deceleration, it finally came to rest before striking the deadly sluice gate. Less than 10 meters separated it from the gate. Su-Mo exhaled a foul breath. The capsule was badly deformed, and the interior filled with the acrid stench of char. Arrived at tier transitional section of level 79. Not yet the 80th level, but it would do. Su-Mo kicked open the warped hatch. Outside lay a vast pipe maintenance platform, dim-damp, with only a few repair bots flickering red lights in the corners. This was the interlayer between level 79 and level 80, the sewer of Scavenging. To Su-Mo, however, it was the perfect concealment. He stepped out of the capsule and flexed his aching limbs. The ice-blue gleam on his metal left arm had faded, reverting to a gray-black. The feral energy had quieted for the moment, but Su-Mo felt it like a sated beast coiled within him, waiting for the next hunt. So this is the smell of Scavenging. He drew in a long breath. Even this maintenance interlayer's air quality was hundreds of times better than Scavenging. No sulfur, no mildew. Only a faint, almost artificial sweetness in the air. It was the scent of money. He moved to the platform's edge and peered down through a maintenance viewport. Beneath his feet yawned a bottomless abyss. Countless lights glittered like a river of stars. Above the legendary Tiankong Jiqing towered. Above the 80th level lay the true Cloudlands. Su-Mo clenched an Izue in his hand. From the first level up to here, he had spent 60 chapters of his life. He had bled broken bones and turned half his body into a monster. But at last he stood here. Hey! He spoke suddenly into the air. No answer came. But he knew the guiding presence. The ghost, or the fellow called Darwin, was listening. I do not care for your god-making schemes, nor do I care what that abyss truly is. His voice was soft, yet it carried across the empty platform. I have come to collect a debt. He turned and slipped into the shadow leading to level 80. Behind him, the ruined capsule's screen long dark flickered to life. A line of green code scrolled up. Welcome to the New World Navigator. The vent's grill was silently melted away, with faint wisps of white smoke still rising from the cut, quickly swallowed by the surrounding cacophony. Su-Mo slipped from the shadows like a black gecko, landing silently on a polished tile that could reflect a person's silhouette. The air had changed. Gone was the sour, rotten smell of the lower city, mixed with oil mildew and cheap synthetic food, replaced by the dry, static scent of the maintenance crevice. Here it was filled with fragrance. The scent of expensive perfume, the toasty aroma of brewed coffee, and a freshener mimicking natural flowers and grass mingled together, creating a dizzying sweetness. Su-Mo raised his head, squinting his eyes. It was too bright. Countless gigantic holographic advertisements intersected in midair, illuminating the entire 80th floor as if it were daylight. A massive virtual whale swam between the buildings, sprinkling blue luminescent dust. Stylish virtual idols danced on a stage hundreds of meters high, their booming voices projected onto every street through directional sound waves. The streets were wide and clean, flanked by streamlined buildings, most of whose outer walls were made of transparent, high-strength glass and luminous materials. There were no ragged scavengers, no rats crawling through the gutters, nor any imminent gang confrontations. Passers-by were all dressed in well-tailored synthetic fabric clothes, wearing calm and even arrogant smiles on their faces. Occasionally, a patrolling police drone would fly by, but unlike the killing machines of the lower city armed with machine guns, it was painted in a cute white, even gently reminding pedestrians to be cautious, with a soft electronic voice. This was the upper city. The 80th floor of the Greystone space station, a mixed commercial and residential area, also known as the so-called civilized world. Su-Mo stood at the entrance of a narrow alley, half of his body concealed in shadow. In the vision of logic erosion, everything in front of him was stripped of its facade. The swimming whale was a massive photon projection matrix, consuming as much energy as an entire block in the lower city would use in a day. Those well-dressed pedestrians were each a walking data package. Su-Mo could clearly see the signals from their implants. Most were civilian-grade auxiliary chips or cosmetic bioprosthetics. Too weak. At this distance, Sumo only needed to raise his hand and sweep with the high-frequency blade aura of inverse sin or use the absolute zero of his left arm to create an instantaneous freeze, killing everyone within sight in 3 seconds. A brutal impulse throbbed deep within his mind. That was the desire of the black chip. It craved destruction, yearning to convert these fragile lives into energy, longing to tear apart this world filled with false order. Shut up, Sumo coldly commanded in his heart. That pulsating killing intent was instantly suppressed by absolute rationality. He could not kill now, at least not in the streets. He was here to escape and to settle debts, but not to act as a terrorist. Though in the eyes of the company he was more dangerous than a terrorist. Sumo glanced down at himself. His combat suit was stained with blood, although it had been roughly wiped, it still exuded the scent of blood. His entirely metallic left arm, although currently dimmed to a dull gray, appeared to the well-dressed upper city dwellers as a sign reading, "I am a dangerous individual." The long knife inverse sin was already sheathed in the magnetic scabbard on his back, but its aura of killing could not be concealed. If he walked out like this, the alarm would be triggered within 10 seconds. He needed to disguise himself. Sumo's gaze swept across the alley entrance and fixed on a man buying a drink at a vending machine. He was a young man of similar build, dressed in a long dark gray trench coat and wearing a wide-brimmed hat, looking like a down-and-out artist or a low-key office worker. Importantly, the trench coat was quite large enough to conceal his left arm and weapon. Sumo silently slid out from the shadows. The young man had just taken his drink from the vending slot when he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. There was no sound nor any chance to resist. A cold hand precisely pressed against his carotid sinus. Micro-insight instantly locked onto the nodes of the vagus nerve with weak bioelectric currents flowing into him through the fingertips. The young man didn't even let out a sound before he lost consciousness, collapsing limply backward. Sumo caught him with one hand and dragged him into the depths of the shadow. 1 minute later, Sumo emerged from the alley again. The bloodstained combat suit on him was now concealed beneath the deep gray trench coat. The wide collar stood up, obscuring half of his face. The wide-brimmed hat was pulled low, hiding his eyes that shimmered with data streams. As for the long knife, it was clipped to the magnetic clasp on the inside of the trench coat, pressed against his spine. Though it felt a bit stiff, while moving, it ironically fit the image of a passerby who was unwell. The young man, stripped down to his underwear, lay sleeping behind a trash bin. Sumo did not kill him. He merely created a tiny blood clot in his cerebral blood vessels using micro techniques, which would likely keep him asleep for 12 hours, waking up with a splitting headache, believing he had a hangover. Sumo pressed down his hat brim and blended into the flow of people on the street. On the surrounding holographic screens, an urgent news broadcast was interrupting. It has been reported that a severe gas leak occurred at the 62nd floor logistics hub, causing damage to multiple facilities. The company's engineering department is conducting emergency repairs. Residents are advised not to panic and to refrain from spreading rumors. The visuals showed barricades and busy maintenance robots. There was no mention of the attack, no mention of intruders, let alone the ghost that had penetrated half the space station. The company was covering up the truth. They did not dare to let the upper city residents know that a monster from the lower city had crawled up. This was good news for Sumo, but it also meant that the covert pursuit would become even more frenzied. Sumo kept his head down, walking seemingly aimlessly, but in reality, he was using micro-insight to scan the surrounding shops. His physical condition was quite poor. Though the metallization of his left arm granted him immense power, it also brought a hefty burden. That bone-chilling cold was slowly eroding his nervous system. If left unchecked, he might become a true ice sculpture. Moreover, after a series of high-intensity battles, his cells were in desperate need of energy. Ordinary food could no longer satisfy his needs. He required something with higher energy, such as high-purity biological agents or energy liquids. Suddenly, Sumo's footsteps paused slightly. His gaze passed through the crowd, locking onto a lavishly decorated shop. In the shop window, various exquisite prosthetic limbs were displayed, shimmering with alluring metallic luster under the soft lighting. The sign read in elegant cursive, "Venus High-End Bioprosthetic Customization Center." In Sumo's eyes, this store was more than just a shop. Behind that enormous holographic sign lay numerous high-power energy lines. And in the depths of the store's warehouse, he smelled a familiar scent. It was the scent of high-purity cell repair liquid and inhibitors. It was also the scent of food. Sumo's lips curled slightly as he pushed open the heavy glass door and walked inside. Dingling. The crisp sound of wind chimes rang out as if signaling the hunter's entrance into the hunting ground. "Welcome to Venus, sir. How may I assist you? Are you interested in our latest Hermes overclocked leg cybernetics, or perhaps something else?" But the moment her gaze fell upon Sumo, that flawless smile stiffened. just for an instant. It was not coldness of temperature, but a chilling, death-haunted silence, as if he had just crawled from a mass grave. Especially beneath the low-slung brim of his hat, where something feral and coiled waited, ready to strike at any second. I don't need cybernetics. Sumo's voice was hoarse and low like metal grating over sandpaper. He did not remove his hat, only strode straight toward the counter. I need medicine. Medicine. The attendant blinked, then swiftly recomposed herself with practiced professionalism. Sir, we specialize in cybernetic customization and maintenance. For standard pharmaceuticals, you might try the pharmacy next door, not standard medicine. Sumo cut her off. With his right arm, the one still wholly human, he tapped lightly on the sleek glass countertop. Tap, tap. At each tap, the holographic display above the counter flickered, its glossy advertisement for a cosmetic implant dissolving into a dense, scrolling inventory list. S3 Cellular Vitality Restoration Serum, 2 units. Neuronal Stabilizer Military-grade, 1 vial. High-energy glucose polymer gel, 5 boxes. Sumo recited the items with clinical precision, each a tightly regulated high-tier medical asset ordinarily reserved only for VIP clients undergoing deep cybernetic integration. The attendant's expression shifted. Sir, these are prescription-only substances, requiring verified identity and medical authorization. I have authorization. Sumo said, calm and detached. From his trench coat pocket, he withdrew a black identification card, the scavenged clearance pass of a Scourge operative. Though most functions were encrypted and locked, it held more than enough privilege to override civilian facility access protocols. He swiped it across the reader. A crisp, clear chime echoed, access confirmed, Tier 1 privileged user. Her eyes widened instantly. Tier 1 privilege belonged exclusively to corporate executives or operatives from certain classified departments. Her gaze towards Sumo transformed, no longer wary but reverent, edged with fear. Apologies, officer. I had no idea it was you. Hurry up. Yes, yes. Please wait just a moment. Flustered, she hurried toward the rear storage room. Sumo remained motionless before the counter, vigilance unrelenting. His microscopic insight remained fully active, enveloping the entire shop. He heard the attendant's rapid breaths and the rustle of her frantic search in the storeroom, and even the faint electric whir of surveillance lenses rotating overhead. He turned his head toward a floor-to-ceiling mirror beside him. Reflected within it stood a tall, shadowed figure. His oversized trench coat concealed him completely, but Sumo knew precisely what lay beneath that fabric. His left arm was pure, frigid metal, etched with intricate circuitry scarred by the corrosive imprint of absolute zero. Bioarmor had been grafted across his chest and back. Beneath his skin, countless microsensors and neural filaments pulsed silently. And most terrifying of all, his eyes. Even in the mirror, he could not discern his own pupils. Only 2 swirling vortices of dim, flickering data streams. In that instant, a disquieting illusion seized him. The thing in the mirror was not human at all, merely a precision-engineered killing machine draped in stolen flesh. And the cybernetic mannequins displayed around the shop, those flawlessly proportioned arms and legs gleaming with polished metallic luster, seemed to mock him. They were masterworks of artifice, designed to elevate humanity. He, by contrast, was a grotesque assemblage, a monster forged not for beauty but for survival, forced to discard his humanity piece by piece. Sir, your order. Her voice broke his reverie. She held out a silver metallic tray neatly arranged with every item he'd requested. Sumo withdrew his gaze and accepted the tray. Without a word, he uncapped a cobalt blue vial of cellular repair serum and, in full view of the attendant, pulled aside his coat collar and injected it directly into his carotid artery. HSSSS. The high-pressure injector drove the icy liquid deep into his bloodstream. Instantly, a wave of searing warmth flooded his veins. His cells, screaming from exhaustion, drank the infusion like parched earth absorbing rain, greedily metabolizing its energy. His ashen pallor visibly softened, flushing with life. Next, he seized the neuronal stabilizer and plunged it without hesitation into the junction between his left shoulder and arm, a dose intended to suppress the black chip's violent agitation. As the compound entered his system, the ceaseless grinding drone in his skull, the sound of a chainsaw biting through timber, finally receded. The piercing cold radiating from his left arm also eased just slightly. Sumo exhaled long and slow. He was alive again. He swept the remaining glucose polymer gel into his coat pockets, then tossed an anonymous credit chip onto the counter. Keep the change. He turned to leave, when a smooth, resonant male voice emerged from the lounge area near the shop's corner. Officer, please hold a moment. Sumo's body tensed instantly. His hand dropped to the hilt of the blade hidden beneath his coat. Yet his microscopic insight had registered no presence there. Not a single heartbeat, not a whisper of thermal signature, until that voice spoke. Slowly he turned. Seated on the lounge sofa was a middle-aged man absorbed in an electronic magazine. He wore an immaculately tailored beige suit, his hair combed, with surgical precision gold-rimmed spectacles resting on a refined nose, resembling either a scholarly academic or a discreet family steward. Yet Sumo sensed danger, not of blood or gunpowder, but of something far more unnerving, an absolute clockwork-like order, precise, silent, and utterly inescapable. "What is it?" Sumo asked, voice glacial. The man closed his magazine and rose with quiet grace. "No need to tense up, young man. I'm simply intrigued by your discernment." His gaze drifted downward, lingering subtly on the hem of Sumo's coat, where the edge of his metallic left arm remained half concealed. Ordinary augmentees chase power, speed, or aesthetic grandeur. You are different. The man adjusted his glasses to a flash of white light glinted off the lenses. Every component grafted onto your frame screams, not for glory, but for survival. That is raw. That is beautiful. A madman, or perhaps a deranged artist. That was Sumo's first instinctive judgment. "I have no interest in art." He turned to leave again. "Perhaps this will catch your interest." The man raised his hand and tossed something small and metallic. Sumo caught it reflexively. It was a coin, an archaic, obsolete metal currency extinct in this era of digital credits. One side bore a double helix insignia, the other a single eye, weeping. "Should the day come when you feel that monster inside you is about to consume you whole," the man watched him meaningfully, "visit the antiquarian bookshop on level 88. Mention my name, Mobius." Mobius. Sumo frowned. He had never encountered that name in any official dossier or archival record. "Who are you?" "An observer," Mobius replied, smiling as he settled back into his seat and reopened his magazine. "And a patient one. One small note: your disguise is excellent, but your thermal signature is dangerously low. On infrared scans you appear less like a man and more like a walking block of dry ice." Sumo's pulse spiked. This man had seen through him, completely. And yet, was he offering aid? Sumo held Mobius's gaze for a long, silent moment, then pushed open the door and stepped outside. Behind him, the storefront of Venus shimmered under artificial light, the perfect cybernetic mannequins frozen in serene, eternal smiles, as if bidding farewell to one of their own. Mobius was right. As Sumo stepped out of the shop, he realized the issue within 100 meters. In the field of view of microscopic insight, he could clearly see the heat distribution of the surrounding environment. The passers-by, whether cybernetically enhanced or purely organic, radiated orange-red infrared waves, proof of body temperature, the evidence of life burning. As for himself, in the infrared view he appeared like a ghost, or rather like a walking corpse. Though his metallic left arm was concealed by his trench coat, the extreme cold it emitted was constantly absorbing the heat around him. This caused his entire body surface temperature to drop at least 10 degrees compared to an average person. While ordinary people might not notice to any surveillance camera or drone equipped with thermal imaging, he was the most conspicuous white noise against a pitch-black background. He was that erroneous equation appearing incongruous in the world's equation. Buzz. A faint buzzing sound came from above. It wasn't a bee, it was a miniature drone disguised as an advertising delivery device. It had circled above Sumo 3 times, and while it hadn't directly locked onto him, its lens followed his movements closely. He was being targeted. Sumo didn't look up, nor did he stop his steps. He rapidly constructed a 3-dimensional model of his surroundings in his mind. This was a bustling pedestrian street with a large flow of people. 200 meters ahead was an intersection. Turning left led to the observation elevator to the 81st floor, while turning right opened into a holographic gaming experience area. Under the absolute logic of logical erosion, everything around transformed into data. The crowd's flow speed was 1.2 meters per second. The drone's flying height was 15 meters. And those anomalies hidden within the crowd. Sumo's gaze swept ahead. On the left side of the intersection, 2 casually dressed men appeared to be chatting leisurely, but their positioning effectively blocked the entrance of a small alley. At the entrance of the cafe on the right, a woman reading a newspaper hadn't turned the page in 3 minutes. And right in front, 3 young men with guitar bags were moving upstream, subtly forming a pocket formation. They were herding, like sheepdogs herding a flock. They didn't directly intervene, but through their positions and aura, they subtly forced Sumo to move in only one direction. That direction was towards the observation elevator. Sumo glanced at the transparent elevator. It led straight to the Sky Garden on the 85th floor, appearing to be a perfect escape route. But Sumo's brain immediately issued a red deadlock warning. The elevator was an enclosed space. Once inside, if the other party cut off the power or locked the cabin, he would become a sardine in a can. At that point, whether they released poison gas or simply let the elevator plummet, he would undoubtedly perish. This was a meticulously designed trap. The other party had calculated that he was a mouse freshly scurrying up from the lower city, and in the panic of being pursued, he would instinctively choose the escape route that seemed fastest and most open. Unfortunately, they had overlooked one variable in their equation. The current Sumo was not a panicked mouse. He was the calculator. Sumo suddenly stopped in his tracks. He was standing beneath a massive holographic advertisement. This billboard was playing an immersive game advertisement for Deep Sea Hunter, where a gigantic virtual great white shark was opening its massive jaws, seemingly bursting forth from the screen, causing onlookers to gasp. This is the place. Sumo turned around, leaning against the control box of the advertisement, seemingly adjusting his collar. His left hand, through the trench coat, gently pressed against the cold metallic surface of the control box. Material Reconstruction Microscopic Short Circuit. His mental power acted like an invisible probe, instantly piercing into the internal circuit board of the control box. He didn't destroy it, as that would trigger an alarm. He merely modified the parameters of a few key resistors, causing the voltage to spike by 300 in an instant. This was a simple little prank. But in a precision projection device, this was disaster. Z. The massive holographic projection overhead suddenly emitted a piercing explosion. The virtual great white shark, which should have been swimming within the screen, suddenly inflated tenfold, as if it had taken a stimulant. Its data model had severely distorted and collapsed due to voltage overload, transforming into a flickering red, toothy mosaic monster. Worse yet, the angle of the projector had shifted. This enormous monster directly charged into the crowd, accompanied by a deafening sound of distorted roars. Monster! The monster is out! Run! The previously orderly crowd erupted into chaos. Although reason told them this was merely a projection, under the dual impact of such visual and auditory stimuli, panic was contagious. Screams, shoving, and alarm sounds blended into one. The entire pedestrian street turned into a chaotic mess. The few plainclothes agents responsible for herding were instantly scattered by the surging crowd. The woman with the newspaper was knocked down to the ground, and the three young men with guitar bags were pushed around haphazardly. Only Sumo remained steadfast like a rock, unmoved in the torrent. He moved amid the chaos. But he did not run towards the elevator, which was the trap, but rather against the flow of people heading towards the woman who had just gotten back up. She was the closest sheepdog to him. The woman had just managed to stand up awkwardly and was still trying to contact her teammates through her earpiece. Target lost. Scene is chaotic. Repeat target. Suddenly a hand steadied her arm. "Ma'am, are you all right?" A deep voice sounded in her ear. The woman instinctively turned her head, meeting a pair of emotionless eyes. In that instant, she felt the hand holding her arm was as cold as ice. Before she could react, the hand gently pressed under her ribcage. Material reconstruction nerve interruption. A faint yet lethal stream of extreme cold instantly penetrated her flesh, accurately striking her diaphragm nerve cluster. The woman's body suddenly stiffened, her pupils dilating in an instant. She wanted to scream, but her lungs felt frozen, unable to draw even a breath of air. Suffocation. Silent suffocation. Sumo smoothly embraced her softening body like a kind-hearted passerby helping a lady who had suddenly fallen ill. "Looks like you need to take a break," he whispered, assisting her towards a bench by the roadside, letting her lean against it, even thoughtfully covering her fallen newspaper over her face. To outsiders, she merely appeared to have fainted or fallen asleep amid the chaos. But in Sumo's view, the red glow, representing her vital signs, was rapidly dimming. One down. Sumo pressed down his hat's brim and turned to merge into the even more chaotic crowd. The white noise that had been targeted by the drone completely disappeared into the multitude of panicked heat sources at this moment. He did not head towards the elevator nor any conspicuous exits. He walked towards a large mall beside the pedestrian street, specifically the employee passage on the side of the mall. There was a freight track leading directly underground. Since going up was a trap, he would go sideways. Before pushing open the iron door marked "No Entry," Sumo glanced back at the massive billboard still flickering with red mosaics. The distorted monster was still clawing and thrashing. "Miscalculated," Sumo said softly. "In this world, chaos is the only constant." The heavy fire door silently closed behind him, completely isolating him from the noisy and chaotic pedestrian street. The world beyond the door was a stark contrast of desolation. This was a spacious white corridor filled with the scent of disinfectant and damp cardboard. The fluorescent lights above emitted a faint buzzing sound, casting a pallid light on the cargo pallets stacked along both sides of the corridor. This was the internal organs of the shopping mall. If the pedestrian street outside was the exquisite facade presented to the residents of the upper city, then this was the bloodstream flowing with sewage beneath that facade. Sumo lowered the brim of his hat, his steps light as a cat. His gaze quickly swept around. There were no cameras, or rather none visible on the surface. But in the perspective of micro insight, a pinhole camera was hidden in the smoke alarm at the end of the corridor, with infrared sensors embedded in the decorative frames on the side walls. This was the employee passage, also a key monitored area for security. Beep! A sudden electronic sound came from ahead. An automated guided stacker was carrying half a ton of synthetic fabric slowly approaching along the magnetic sensing line on the ground. The indicator lights on the vehicle flashed yellow, emitting a monotonous warning sound. Suemo did not evade. He walked straight towards the stacker. At the moment of imminent collision, his body slid past the side of the stacker like a boneless snake. His left hand gently rested on the control panel of the stacker at that moment. Material Reconstruction Signal Deception, a weak current surged into it instantly. The stacker's sensors were blind for a second. In its system logs, it had encountered no obstacles, only a slight bump on the ground. Sumo's figure once again vanished into the shadows. His goal was clear: to leave this place of turmoil. The chaos he created on the pedestrian street could only delay the plainclothes team for a few minutes. Once the company reacted and locked down the entire 80th floor, it would only be a matter of time before he was caught like a turtle in a jar. He needed a way out. A path that would not undergo security checks or facial recognition, allowing him to escape from this glamorous cage. The cargo transport track. Suemo murmured to himself. According to the logistics agreement he obtained on the 62nd floor, the entire space station's logistics network was interconnected. Since this was a large shopping mall, its basement must have a track interface leading directly to the regional logistics center. He continued down the corridor. The further he went down, the darker the surroundings became. The originally pristine white walls began to show stains and scratches, and the scent of disinfectant was replaced by the smell of machine oil. 10 minutes later, Suemo stopped in front of a massive gate painted with yellow warning paint. It read B3 Area Cargo Station. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. The lock was a military-grade electronic password lock accompanied by an iris scanner. But this was no challenge for Suemo. Or rather, this was exactly what he wanted. He pulled out the cleaner identity card from his pocket. Although most of the permissions on this card were locked, deceiving the access control system of such civilian facilities was like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Beep. Access granted. The gate opened with a loud rumble. A strong gust of air rushed towards him, carrying the smell of burnt metal friction. Behind the door was a vast underground chamber. Countless complex tracks crisscrossed like a spider web in the air, and countless cargo trains raced through the darkness, emitting deafening roars. This was the logistics distribution center of the 80th floor. Suemo stood at the edge of the platform, looking down into the bottomless abyss of tracks. There were no security checks here, no plainclothes agents, only cold machines and cargo. This was the route that truly belonged to him. But just as he was about to jump onto a slowing train, his left arm suddenly trembled violently. That feeling was like a starving beast catching the scent of blood. What was happening? Suemo furrowed his brows, pressing down on his uncontrollable left hand. The metal arm was heating up, and beneath the layer of dark gray metallic sheen a strange purplish red hue was faintly visible. It craved something. Suemo followed the direction guided by his left arm. At the end of the track, beyond the busy flow of trains, there was a dark, seemingly abandoned side track. That track led into the depths of darkness, with even the indicator lights extinguished. But in Suemo's micro-insight perspective, an extremely faint, yet pure energy fluctuation was emanating from that darkness. That fluctuation was exactly the same as the aura he felt on the coin given to him by Mobius. Is this the place you want me to go? Suemo took the coin out of his pocket. The coin felt slightly warm in his palm, as if resonating with something distant. Mobius did not deceive him. In the glamorous maze of the 80th floor, there indeed lay a hidden path leading into the depths of shadows. Suemo stowed the coin away, abandoning his original plan to leave by train. He took a deep breath and leaped. The black trench coat unfolded in the air, resembling a giant bat, silently gliding into the dark abandoned track. The darkness instantly swallowed him. And behind him, that massive gate slowly closed, completely shutting out the bright world. In the darkness, time held no meaning. Only the brittle crackle of rotting railroad ties beneath his feet and the distant rhythmic drip of water from corroded pipes. The air hung thick and stagnant, saturated with the musty scent of decades-old mildew and the acrid tang of rust. Concrete slabs peeled away from the walls in great patches, revealing skeletal ribs of corroded rebar jutting outward like desiccated bones. This was not Layer 80. It felt more like Layer 8, or even deeper, the buried ruins of a forgotten stratum. A station interlayer. Suemo halted, pressing his palm against the damp, crumbling wall. He had begun to grasp where he stood. The Greystone station had not been built all at once. It grew like a tree, ring upon ring, layer upon layer. Its oldest, most primordial core lay buried beneath successive shells of grander, newer construction, eventually abandoned to silence and shadow. This rail line belonged to an age decades, or even a century, gone when the station knew no holographic interfaces, no anti-gravity elevators, only these heavy, clattering wheelrail trains. Click! A faint mechanical tick pierced the suffocating stillness of the dark. Sumo's pupils contracted sharply. His microscopic insight instantly registered the subtle turbulence in the air. 3 meters ahead beneath the cracked floor, a taut steel cable had just been triggered by the loose tie he'd stepped on. Not a laser, not a proximity mine, a purely mechanical trap. Whoosh! A piercing shriek split the air as a rusted iron spear thick as a man's wrist erupted from a concealed aperture in the sidewall, aimed straight for Suemo's chest. Suemo did not retreat. In this narrow tunnel, backward motion would only seal his fate beneath cascading traps. Instead, he twisted sideways, and his metallic left arm snapped forward like a vice, seizing the spear mid-flight with surgical precision. Scree! The weapon's immense kinetic force dragged him half a meter backward, his boots grinding sparks from the concrete floor. Yet he held firm. The iron spear, capable of punching through armored plating, was locked motionless in his grip, its tip hovering less than 5 centimeters from his sternum. Purely mechanical. Suemo glanced at the spear in his hand. No explosives, no circuitry, only springs, levers, and cold, relentless physics. That made it far more dangerous. His logic, erosion, and cybernetic intrusion protocols were useless against such inert analog machinery. He discarded the spear and pressed onward, more cautious now, every sense sharpened. The next 500 meters became a grim gallery of antique lethality, collapsing floor panels, crushing boulders, pendulum axes, even copper pipes that vented scalding steam. These exquisitely engineered, brutally effective relics stood in jarring contrast to the hyper-advanced world above, yet they functioned with chilling efficiency. A conventional high-tech operative, even armed with state-of-the-art electronic jammers, would likely already be reduced to pulped remains. But Suemo was different. He possessed microscopic insight. To him, the grating mesh of hidden gears, the strained whine of coiled springs, the whisper of metal fatigue, all blazed like searchlights across the blackness. He moved like a ghost, threading through the heart of a colossal clockwork, dodging each turning gear with serene, unhurried grace. At last, the track ended. Before him yawned a vast circular vertical shaft, over 30 meters in diameter, plunging into unfathomable depths. Suspended at its center hung a staggering, awe-inspiring mass. A colossal pendulum of tarnished metal, rusted, massive, ancient, hovering silently over the abyss like the dormant heart of some slumbering titan. It hung suspended by thick, groaning chains and an intricate lattice of colossal gears. This place was a giant's clock. Is this the end? Suemo approached a control console at the shaft's edge, entirely mechanical, devoid of screens or buttons, bearing only a single circular recess. Its shape matched the coin perfectly. Suemo withdrew the coin given to him by Mobius. The weeping eye engraved upon it seemed to stir, glowing with a soft, spectral blue light. So it's a key. Without hesitation, he pressed the coin into the recess. Click, perfectly seated. After untold centuries of silence, the gear train groaned, a deep, resonant thunder. Boom! The entire shaft shuddered violently. Massive chains began to wind and strain, shrieking with tortured friction. The great metal pendulum, drawn by gravity alone, began to move. Whoosh! It cleaved the air with a sound like the breath of a sleeping leviathan. With each swing, a platform at the shaft's rim slowly rose upward. A crude, open-air metal basket, unprotected, unguarded, suspended from the pendulum's counterweight. Suemo stepped inside. With every oscillation, gears engaged, lifting the basket incrementally upward. Once, twice. This archaic ascent possessed a strange, hypnotic rhythm, like the pendulum of time itself, ticking backward, counting down. Suemo stood within the basket, watching the dark, sheer walls recede into the void. He was leaving behind the clamorous chaos of Layer 80, ascending toward a place erased by time. How long had passed? 10 minutes. A century. The basket finally came to rest. Before him loomed a grand Victorian-style brass door. Its surface bore intricate, swirling engravings. Above it hung a modest wooden sign, weathered, unassuming. The faded lettering remained legible. The Antiquarian Bookshop. This was Layer 88. Suemo stepped out of the basket and pushed open the heavy door. Tinkling, familiar, gentle chimes. But this time no aloof sales clerk greeted him, nor any cold, silent automaton. Instead, a warm breeze enveloped him, rich with the scent of ink and aged paper. And a calm, measured voice spoke. You arrived sooner than I anticipated, Subject 073. Or perhaps, Suemo. The bookstore was very quiet. There was no noise from machinery, no clamor of holographic advertisements, only the crackling sound of burning wood in the fireplace and the rustling of turning pages. It felt like a bubble forgotten by time, suspended above a sea of steel and neon. Suemo stood at the door, the black knife in his hand, in verse, sin still half-drawn, his eyes shimmering with streams of data, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. In the vision of micro-insight, everything here appeared so unreal. The bookshelves were made of solid wood, exuding the fresh scent of oak. The carpet was woven from wool, thick and soft. The oil paintings hanging on the walls were intricately brushed with layers of paint showing distinct signs of age. Most importantly, there were those books. Thousands of paper books densely filled the 10-meter-tall shelves. In an era where even toilet paper has been replaced by synthetic fibers, a paper book is a luxury more precious than gold. Owning a book means you have the privilege of cutting down a tree. And here there was an entire forest. Sit. Mobius sat on a deep red armchair in front of the fireplace, holding a steaming cup of coffee. He had changed into a different outfit, no longer wearing the beige suit, but a loose gray wool cardigan, looking like an old gentleman resting in his own living room. He pointed to another sofa across from him. Suemo did not move. "Where's this place?" he asked, his voice still hoarse, carrying a metallic coldness. "The 88th floor," Mobius replied with a smile, or as you young people might say, a save point. The term save point made Suemo's eyebrows raise slightly. "Who are you?" Suemo asked this question again. "I have already told you." Mobius. The middle-aged man set down his coffee cup and picked up a book from the coffee table, gently closing it. "A person who reads." Suemo's gaze fell on the cover of the book. It was a black-covered book without a title, only the familiar double helix symbol embroidered with silver thread. "Double helix," Suemo said coldly. "Are you one of those people from that organization?" "Organization?" Mobius seemed amused by the term. "No, young man. The double helix is not an organization. It is a symbol. A symbol of life, evolution, and cycles." He stood up and walked to the bookshelf, lightly sliding his fingers over the spines of those ancient books. Before this space station was built, before the company ruled this planet, and even before humanity had flown out of the atmosphere, the double helix already existed. Mobius pulled out a book, casually flipped it open, and handed it to Suemo. "Take a look at this." Suemo hesitated for a moment, his left hand still resting on the hilt of the knife, and took the book with his right hand. It was an illustrated guide. The pages had already yellowed, depicting various strange creatures. Winged serpents, giants covered in scales, and Suemo's pupils dilated sharply. On page 107, there was a drawing of a black monster covered in spikes. A red crystal was embedded in its chest, and its eyes were voids of black. Wasn't that the scrap iron monster he had killed in the elevator shaft? No, it was more than that. Next to the monster, there was a drawing of a person. A person in a trench coat with a fully metallized left arm holding a black long knife. That was him. "This is impossible." Suemo abruptly closed the book, staring intensely at Mobius. "When was this drawn?" This book looked like it had at least several hundred years of history. The fibers of the paper had become brittle, and the ink had seeped into the back of the paper. This could not have been drawn recently. "Time." Mobius turned around, looking at the flickering flames in the fireplace, his voice becoming somewhat ethereal. "In this universe, time is not a straight line. It is a circle, just like the ring in my name." He pointed to his temple. "Everything you are experiencing now, your escape, your killings, your evolution, in a sense has already happened. Or it is happening simultaneously across countless parallel planes." "I don't understand what you're saying," Suemo said coldly. "I only know that the company's people are hunting me outside. If you're trying to delay time with these nonsense words, you've got the wrong person." Impatient, Mobius shook his head, seemingly a bit regretful. "No. 073, you have gained the power to break the laws of physics, yet you remain trapped in the low-dimensional logic of survival. Do you think that if you kill all your enemies you can survive? Do you think that if you reach the 100th floor you can escape this cage? Isn't it? Of course not." Mobius suddenly turned around, his eyes behind the lenses flashing with a sharp light. "Above the 100th floor there is nothing. No freedom, no paradise, only a colder vacuum and a more desperate abyss." Suemo was stunned. "What do you mean?" "It means that you are on the wrong path." Mobius walked in front of Suemo, extending a finger and gently tapping on Suemo's chest, right at the position of that black chip. "The real exit is not in the sky, but in the heart. Heart, or rather, deep within the genes." Mobius retracted his hand, took out a brass key from his pocket, and placed it on the book in Suemo's hand. "Go check the basement. There is something there that was left by you from long ago, or rather from long in the future. For the you of the present." Suemo looked at the key. The key was ordinary, with no electronic chips, just the most primitive mechanical teeth. "What if I don't go?" Suemo asked. "Then you can only keep wandering in this maze." Mobius shrugged, returning to the sofa, picking up that cup of coffee, "Until your logic erosion completely consumes your humanity, turning you into the monster depicted in the book." Suemo fell silent. He looked down at his left arm. The chill was indeed deepening. Even with the suppressant injected, he could still feel the coldness of metal spreading along his nerves to his brain. Perhaps Mobius was right. He was turning into a monster. Suemo took a deep breath and grabbed the key. "Where is the entrance to the basement?" "Behind the bookshelf." Mobius pointed to a row of books about ancient navigation in the corner. "Push it aside." Suemo turned and walked towards that corner. Just as his hand touched the bookshelf, Mobius' voice came from behind. "Oh, by the way, there's one thing I need to correct you." Suemo stopped turning back. The firelight from the fireplace illuminated Mobius' face, making his smile appear somewhat enigmatic. The drawings in this book are not prophecies. They are a manual. Suemo pushed the bookshelf aside. A dark spiraling staircase appeared before him. A breath of air older and more weathered than outside rushed towards him. Mixed within it was a scent Suemo was extremely familiar with. It was the smell of the broken shackles and also the smell of the starry sky. The stone steps were long and spiraled downward, seemingly leading to the earth's core. Sumo's military boots echoed hollowly on the stone steps. The surrounding walls were no longer the warm oak panels of a bookstore, but had transformed into rough, unpolished black rock. The further he descended, the more intense the familiar scent became. It was a scent mingled with ozone remnants of ionizing radiation and the oxidation of some special alloy. For an ordinary person raised in the Greystone space station, this scent only signified carcinogenic radioactive waste. But for Suemo now, it was the scent of power. He had smelled it in the sleep pod of the broken shackles and in the high-energy beam rifle chamber of the cleaners. This was the scent of the starry sky. Not knowing how long he had walked, a faint glimmer finally appeared in the darkness. The stone steps came to an end. Suemo stopped, gripping the reverse sin tightly in his hand. Before him was a circular underground hall. The hall was not large, measuring only about 100 square meters. The ground was laid with black metal flooring intricately etched, with complex silver patterns resembling a gigantic circuit board or an ancient magic array. At the center of the hall stood a mirror. It was a massive full-length dressing mirror. The frame was made of an unknown black metal carved with two entwined snakes, double helix. Aside from this, there was nothing else. No things as Mobius had described, nor any astonishing ancient weaponry. Only this mirror. Suemo frowned. He slowly walked into the hall, his gaze scanning the surroundings warily. Microscopic insight activated. Yet in his field of vision, the hall was a void. No heat sources, no electronic signals, not even the trace of air movement. It was like a blind spot existing independent of the real world. Except for that mirror. The mirror's surface was as smooth as water, reflecting the hall's scene and Suemo himself. Suemo stepped closer to the mirror. In the mirror, he saw himself wearing the black trench coat he had stripped off a passerby, his wide-brimmed hat atop his head. His metallic arm was partially visible beneath the coat's sleeve, emanating a chilling aura. His face was pale and gaunt, with deep-set eyes, and faint blue data streams flickered in his pupils. That was the hallmark of logic corruption. "Is this what you want me to see?" Suemo murmured softly, his voice echoing in the vast hall. The Suemo in the mirror stared back at him, expressionless. Suddenly, the data streams in the mirror changed. The originally faint blue data streams turned into a crimson garble in an instant. Sumo's pupils constricted sharply. He instinctively took a step back, the black knife held horizontally in front of his chest. But the Suemo in the mirror did not move. It remained standing there, but those eyes were no longer filled with rationality and indifference, but with madness, hunger, and a desire for destruction. Then the Suemo in the mirror began to change. Its skin started to rot and peel away, revealing black tar-like muscle fibers beneath. Countless sharp bone spurs protruded from its shoulders, spine, and joints. The metallic left arm expanded wildly, transforming into a grotesque mechanical claw. In just a few seconds, the person in the mirror had turned into the monster depicted in Mobius' compendium. Abyss. A hoarse, deep voice, as if from the depths of hell, exploded directly in Sumo's mind. Suemo grunted, feeling as if a glowing steel needle had been driven harshly into his brain. Warning. Mental threshold fluctuation abnormal. Warning. Logic corruption level rising. 26, 28, 30. The red warning box on his retina was flashing uncontrollably. Suemo gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he raised his head to look at the mirror. The monster in the mirror was grinning at him. It was a smile that spread to the roots of its ears, filled with mockery and malice. "Who do you think you are?" The monster's lips did not move, but its voice echoed clearly in Sumo's consciousness. "You are 073. You are a specimen. You are a monster. Shut up." Suemo growled the reverse, sin humming ominously, the high-frequency, vibrating blade cutting through the air. "Want to kill me?" The monster laughed, even more gleefully, extending its grotesque claw, pointing at Sumo's heart through the mirror. "Killing me is killing yourself. Look at your left hand. Look at your eyes. You are becoming me. Every second, every breath, you are drifting further from the concept of human. Admit it." The monster's voice was filled with temptation. "You don't need that hypocritical humanity. You don't need old John, nor those so-called companions. In this cold universe, only power is eternal. Shatter this mirror. Embrace me. We shall become gods." The mirror began to ripple like a pool of stagnant water being disturbed. Black mist seeped from the mirror, winding around Sumo's body like tentacles. Cold. Biting cold. Sumo felt his thoughts freezing, those memories belonging to Sumo. The days of scavenging on the wasteland, the first taste of synthetic milk, old John's cunning smile, blurred in this cold. In their place was the thrill of slaughter, the warmth of blood, the crisp sound of tearing apart enemies. As long as he gave up resistance, he could gain ultimate power. He could no longer suffer. Sumo's gaze began to blur. The originally blue pupils deep within were rapidly spreading with crimson. The black knife in his hand slowly lowered. The monster in the mirror extended its hand, seemingly waiting for the final fusion. God! Just as that black claw was about to touch Sumo's forehead, he suddenly spoke. His voice was soft, but steady. In a world where even breathing is taxed, how much does a god cost in credit points? The monster's movement paused for a moment. The next second, clang! A clear knife sound reverberated through the hall. The lowered reverse and surged without warning, transforming into a black lightning bolt that struck the mirror fiercely. But this strike, capable of slicing through a tank, did not shatter the mirror. The blade hovered a millimeter from the mirror's surface, held back by an invisible force. Sumo raised his head. In those eyes about to be swallowed by crimson, there now burned an unprecedented cold flame. I am a monster. I know. Sumo looked at himself in the mirror, a smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. That smile bore some resemblance to the monster in the mirror, but it held something more. Arrogance. The kind that belongs to humanity, never bowing to fate. But I am also Sumo. This body, this consciousness, this knife, all belong to me. Want to take my things? Sumo took a deep breath. The metallic armor on his left arm emitted a loud bang. The ability of material reconstruction was pushed to its limits. But he did not reconstruct the mirror. He was reconstructing himself. Material reconstruction, neural overwrite. He transformed his mental energy into countless microscopic scalpels, fiercely cutting into the mutated neurons in his brain. Excruciating pain. Pain beyond comprehension. But he did not even furrow his brow. Get back into your cage. Sumo roared. The blue data streams erupted like a storm, forcibly pushing that crimson back. The monster in the mirror let out a piercing scream. Its grotesque body began to collapse, those black bone spurs and scales dissipating like a receding tide. Moments later, the mirror returned to tranquility. The monster had vanished. In its place was Sumo's pale but clear-eyed reflection. And, at the center of the reflection, a glowing heart. Crack. A crisp sound. The mirror cracked open in the middle. Not shattered, but opened. This mirror was surprisingly a door. Sumo sheathed his knife, calming his violently rising chest. He had won the gamble. The so-called trial was not about defeating strong enemies, but about conquering instincts. If he did not admit he was a monster, he would be consumed by one. If he fully accepted the monster, he would lose himself. Only by acknowledging, then mastering. This was the quality that a navigator should possess. The mirror slowly slid open on both sides, revealing a small hidden compartment behind it. Inside the compartment lay a black metal box. The box had no complex password lock, only a simple fingerprint recognition area. Sumo extended his left hand and pressed it down. Ding! A green light illuminated. The box popped open. Inside lay a syringe quietly resting. In the syringe flowed a silver-blue liquid, deep as the starry sky. Next to the syringe was a yellowed note. On it was only a scrawled line of handwriting, and judging by the script, it looked remarkably like Sumo's own. To the unfortunate one in the future, if you see this, it means you have gone quite mad. Then, go a little crazier. The characters appeared like a cruel prank, wry, world-weary, and laced with sardonic amusement. Sumo stared at the note for a long time. Future misfit. A faint twitch tugged at the corner of his mouth. How apt. He picked up the syringe. Silver-blue liquid swirled slowly within the glass tube, as if cradling countless specks of stardust. Even through the glass, Sumo could sense the terrifying energy coiled inside. This was the key Mobius had spoken of. It was also the crimson gem depicted over the monster's chest in that book. Only now it was liquid. Sumo did not hesitate. Nor could he afford to. Outside, the city was locked down under a sweeping manhunt. Inside, his body, logical erosion simmered, ready to erupt at any moment. He stood balanced on a razor-thin wire. Abysses yawning before and behind him. If so, better to leap and see what lies beneath. Uft. The needle pierced his carotid artery. Sumo depressed the plunger steadily, injecting the silver-blue stardust into his bloodstream. Cold. That was his first sensation, as though an entire glacial river had been poured into his veins. The chill surged through his vessels in an instant, sending an involuntary shiver rippling across his frame. Then, fire. Without warning, the icy torrent converged upon his heart and detonated. Ugh. Sumo collapsed to his knees, fingers clawing desperately at the floor, nails shrieking against the metal surface. Pain. His bones felt shattered and reassembled. Every nerve screamed, each cell burned. This agony dwarfed all prior injuries, not because it tore flesh, but because it ravaged him at the genetic level. His DNA strands were being violently unspooled, then forcibly spliced with alien fragments. Ancient memories, memories of the stars. Boom. Darkness swallowed Sumo's vision. His consciousness was wrenched into a kaleidoscopic vortex. Warning. Gravitational well collapse. Warp drive offline. Captain, we're descending. Piercing alarms. Blinding fire. Sumo found himself standing on a vast bridge. Around him, crew members in deep blue uniforms rushed past in frantic motion. Through the colossal viewport, a cerulean planet loomed, growing larger faster. Earth. No, not Earth. It was an unfamiliar world, shrouded in ashen clouds. Initiate Protocol 0. A voice unervingly calm echoed beside Sumo's ear. He turned his head and saw a man. Clad in black captain's regalia, the figure stood atop the command dais, his back turned. His posture was unbending, like a pine rooted in mountain stone. His left arm was a mechanical limb pulsing with a faint, eerie blue light. Captain, Protocol 0 will seal the entire planet. We'll be trapped here for centuries, cried the first officer, voice raw with terror. That is for future generations to bear. The captain turned. In that instant, Sumo beheld his face. It was his own, identical in every line and contour. Yet older, harder, eyes heavy with millennia of sorrow and exhaustion. The captain gazed directly at Sumo, as if bridging centuries across time itself. Survive. His voice resonated, not only towards Sumo but across the entire vessel. Survive within this prison, until someone reignites the engines. Crash. A cataclysmic impact struck. His vision shattered. Ha ha. Sumo jolted awake, still kneeling in the basement chamber, drenched in cold sweat. A puddle of sweat glistened on the floor, mirroring his present form. No monstrous transformation. No superhuman physique. Outwardly, he looked unchanged. But he knew. He had changed. Everything had changed. The chaotic, crimson warning boxes, logical erosion, that once cluttered his field of vision, gone. In their place floated a sleek, frigid, yet crystalline interface, pale blue and immaculately precise. System reboot complete. Biometric verification passed. Navigator 073. Genetic lock disengaged. Current clearance level Tier 2. Access to Starship Core Database. Material Reconstruction Module upgraded to molecular grade. Sumo rose slowly to his feet. He raised his left hand. That once heavy, freezing, ravenous metal arm now felt light, intimately fused as if born of flesh and blood. He could even feel the whisper of wind brushing across its metallic fingertips. This was no prosthetic. It was part of him. Sumo willed it. ZZZT. The armored plating along his left arm liquefied, flowing like mercury, reforming instantly into a razor-edged blade, then dissolving back into a human hand. Effortless. No more sluggish resistance. No more searing backlash. So that's how it is. Sumo clenched his fist, feeling power surge through his veins. Logical erosion was never a virus. It was the starship's operating system, straining to force compatibility with incompatible hardware and ordinary human body. Now with the genetic lock undone, drivers installed, and hardware upgraded, he was no longer a thief stealing power. He was its sovereign. Sumo drew a slow, deep breath and turned toward the mirror. Its surface had sealed shut again, appearing utterly ordinary. Protocol 0. Sumo recalled the phrase from the vision. Was that captain, the one who mirrored his face, the first generation? And was he a clone? Or a genetic heir? Planetary quarantine, waiting for reboot. Was this the origin of the double helix, the corporation, and all this conflict? Sumo did not know all the answers, but he knew he had drawn nearer to truth. And now he held the power to overturn the entire board. Time to go. Sumo retrieved the black blade inverse sin from the floor and sheathed it at his waist. Then he ascended the stone steps back into the bookstore. The shop stood empty. The hearth fire had died. Only embers remained. His cup of coffee still sat on the table, cold and untouched. Mobius was gone. As mysteriously as he had appeared, he had vanished, leaving behind only the bookstore and its shelves of silent waiting books. Sumo approached the door and pushed open the wooden frame, adorned with a wind chime. Tinkling. The clear, delicate chime echoed through level 88. Beyond the threshold, the once deserted corridor teemed with figures. Dozens of crimson laser dots bloomed across Sumo's chest and forehead. Fully armed corporate tactical units, shields raised, high-energy rifles leveled, formed an impenetrable cordon around the bookstore entrance. At the vanguard hovered a figure mounted on a gravitic hoverboard. A cleanser, encased entirely in silvery fluid armor, but not the one called Mirror. His armor was thicker, shoulders bristling with twin microelectromagnetic cannons. His visor flickered with violent yellow data streams. Cleanser 02 Shield. Specimen 073. A synthesized voice emanated from Shield's speaker, cold, imperious, final. You are charged with Class 1 desertion, homicide, property destruction, and unauthorized intrusion. Per directive of Director Yelena, authorization granted for Alpha Class purge. You have 3 seconds to surrender. 3. Suemo stood atop the steps, calmly surveying the lethal formation before him. 10 minutes ago, he might have hesitated, perhaps even retreated into the shop, to exploit its narrow corridors and tight angles. But now, Suemo tilted his hat brim downward. In his pale blue eyes, stillness reigned, deep, fathomless, and absolute. 2. Every rifle barrel hummed with charging energy. Suemo took a single step forward. 1. Open fire. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of high-energy beams and electromagnetic rounds erupted, engulfing the bookstore entrance in blinding annihilation. Yet in the very instant that devastation flared, Suemo vanished. Not invisible. Fast. Faster than the human retina could register. A black afterimage slashed through the inferno, like a white-hot blade cleaving butter. ZZZZT. The 3 frontline shield-bearers didn't even register what happened before their alloy tower shields split cleanly in half, bisected with surgical precision. Then their armor. Then their bodies. Blood sprayed. Suemo materialized at the center of the crowd. He hadn't drawn his blade. His left hand remained buried in his trenchcoat pocket. Only his right hung loosely at his side. Around his body, countless hair-thin silver filaments drifted, suspended in midair. They were metallic particles, ripped from the air itself by instantaneous material reconstruction. Purge. Suemo lifted his gaze toward shield hovering above. Perfect. I've been wanting to test how well this new system performs. An uncanny stillness hung in the air, the suffocating hush before a storm, as if all oxygen had been drained away. Dozens of elite operatives remained locked in firing stances, fingers rigid upon their triggers, yet utterly paralyzed. The 3 heavily armored soldiers in the front rank, along with their alloy tower shields capable of withstanding anti-tank missiles, slid downward in perfect unison like toppled building blocks. The cuts were mirror smooth, devoid of even the faintest red glowing edge one might expect from thermal severance. Pure, absolute physical separation. Blood erupted only after the body struck the floor, staining the ancient wooden planks of level 88 crimson. Suemo stood motionless at the center of the chaos, his black trench coat flaring faintly, though no wind stirred. He did not tense his muscles in preparation to evade as he once would have. Instead, he exuded an eerie, unnerving calm. Before his eyes, the world had transformed. The gun barrels that once threatened him, the armor plates, even the kinetic potential coiled within his enemy's taut muscles, all now resolved into shimmering streams of pale blue data. Target: heavy infantry, 24. Threat level E. Composition: carbon fiber composite armor, titanium alloy skeletal frame. Vulnerability analysis: joint articulations, visor, seams, oxygen supply conduits. No deliberation required. No judgment necessary. His tactical UI had already projected the optimal solution directly onto his retina. Monster. One operative finally broke free from shock, trembling as he attempted to raise his rifle. But Suemo merely tilted his head, just slightly, and glanced. That gaze held no malice, no fury, only a chilling detached serenity, as though observing scrap metal. Reconstruct. He whispered 2 words. There was no thunderous explosion, no blinding flash. His left hand never left the pocket of his trench coat, not even a flicker of movement, only the silent command of will. The silver metallic motes hovering around his body suddenly surged to life, coalescing instantly into resorthin, glistening filaments. Puff, 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 puff. A rapid staccato of muffled detonations. The operative's high-energy rifle exploded in his hands, its rifling grooves micro-reconstructed into obstructions, causing built-up energy to violently backfire. Simultaneously, the silver filaments slithered like vipers into the armor joints of nearby soldiers. Their screams died mid-throat. For the moment the filaments pierced inward, they bloomed into countless microscopic spines, shredding vocal cords and tracheae from within. This was slaughter, and it was art. Suemo strolled calmly through a hailstorm of gunfire. Electromagnetic projectiles and high-energy beams screamed toward him, yet in his vision, they crawled like snails. He needed only a subtle shift of his torso or a gentle sweep of his left hand. His solid metallic left arm liquefied instantly, flowing upward into a fluid, silvery, disc-shaped shield that absorbed every assault, then cascaded down his coat, like liquid mercury recondensing behind him into several lethal whip-like tendrils. The tendrils lashed outward. 5 more operatives were bisected at the waist. Break formation. Scatter. Use cover. The floating shield finally snapped out of stunned disbelief, its loudspeaker erupting in furious, ragged shouts. He had never imagined that the rat described in intelligence reports, reliant solely on traps and ambushes, could wield such terrifying dominion on the open battlefield. This was no mere cybernetic augmentation. It was divine intervention. Target threat level revised glass. Shield hesitated no longer. Twin microelectromagnetic cannons mounted on his shoulders surged with power, crackling arcs of cobalt lightning dancing wildly at their muzzles. Die. Boom. Two depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds tore forward in supersonic fury, trailing shockwave clouds. At this range and velocity, even the finest hunters could not evade. Yet Suemo did not move to dodge. He simply raised his right hand and drew the black blade at his waist and eyes. Its blade hummed, activating high-frequency oscillation instantly. But he did not strike. Instead, liquid metal surged from his left arm, coating Zue's obsidian surface in a seamless silvery sheath. Black and white, shadow and light. Two opposing substances fused flawlessly in that instant. Suemo flicked his wrist. The blade carved a perfect semicircle through the air. Tink, tink. Two crystalline impacts. Those two depleted uranium rounds, capable of piercing main battle tanks, were deflected midair with surgical precision. Not merely deflected. At the instant the blade contacted each, projectile matter reconstruction activated. The hardened uranium cores softened instantly, liquefying like sludge, then splattered against the wall, leaving shallow craters. Silence fell, absolute suffocating. All gunfire ceased. The surviving operatives stared at the man standing alone in the hall's center, as if gazing upon a specter. Catch bullets barehanded. Suemo flicked droplets of molten metal from Zue's edge, then lifted his gaze toward the hovering shield. His voice quiet, yet piercing, cut cleanly through the stillness of level 88. Within his pale blue irises, tactical UI data streams scrolled feverishly, locking onto every energy node embedded in Shield's chassis. Too slow. Suemo shook his head. Too weak. He shook it again, then smiled. That smile carried the fierce arrogance of newly awakened power and the unruffled composure of absolute mastery. Now it's my turn. Before the final syllable faded, Suemo vanished once more. This time a 3-meter-wide radial fissure cratered the floor beneath him. Immense recoil launched him skyward like a human artillery shell, straight toward Shield suspended 10 meters above. You're dead. Shield roared in panic and fury, immediately activating his maximum output energy barrier, a shimmering cobalt-hood spherical dome enveloping him completely. This was the corporation's most advanced personal defense system, designed to withstand direct fire from naval point-defense cannons. But what confronted it was no weapon of war. It was Suemo. Midair, his left arm erupted outward, liquid metal surging into a colossal silver-clawed talon that slammed toward the energy dome. Skrara. A grating, teeth-rattling shriek of energy friction filled the air. The supposedly indestructible barrier warped violently under the talon's grasp, distorting, dimpling as fragile as a soap bubble. High-energy field detected. Architecture analysis complete. Reconstruction protocol, reverse frequency interference. Sumo's tactical UI delivered the solution instantly. His left fingertips began vibrating, thousands of times per second. Crack. The dome shattered. Suemo shot through the rain of dissipating energy fragments, closing the distance in an eye blink until he stood face-to-face with Shield. Their helmet visors nearly touched. Through Shield's thick tactical lenses, Suemo saw, eyes wide with terror and utter shattering disbelief. This can't be. Shield's voice trembled. In this world, Suemo murmured softly in eyes already pressed to Shield's throat, there is only one impossibility. That you vermin continue standing atop me. A flash of steel. There was no suspense whatsoever. Not even the slightest hesitation. The black blade infused with liquid metal known as reverse sin under the microscopic aid of material reconstruction brought the phrase cutting through iron like mud to its ultimate expression. The proud fluid armor of Shield began to disintegrate at the molecular level the moment the blade made contact. Metallic bonds broke and the lattice structure collapsed. The heavy neck armor was sliced through effortlessly like butter meeting heat. Not even a spark was produced. It was only when the blade severed the cervical spine and cut through the trachea, finally emerging from the back of the neck, that the visual processor of Shield displayed the bright red critical damage warning. Cough. Cough. Shield tried to speak, but its vocal cords had been severed, producing only a hissing noise. The yellow data stream in its eyes began to flicker wildly before quickly dimming. Suemo withdrew the blade. The motionless heavy body fell like scrap metal from a height of 10 meters, crashing down and kicking up a cloud of dust. Suemo landed lightly, his toes resting on Shield's chest. The remaining dozen or so special operations team members collapsed completely. Even a Shield-level cleaner was killed in an instant. What are we even fighting for? This is a death sentence. No one knew who dropped their weapon first, but soon after the rest fled like they had seen a ghost, abandoning their armor as they rushed towards the elevator at the end of the corridor. Suemo did not pursue. In his eyes, these foot soldiers held no value even as data. He lowered his head, looking at the corpse beneath him. Shield was not yet completely lifeless. Its brain, relying on the built-in life support system, was still hanging on. Its increasingly unfocused eyes were fixed on Sumo, filled with unwillingness. If you could see the world I see. Sumo crouched down, extending his left hand to gently press against the broken faceplate of Shield. You would realize that what you deem solid is merely a castle on the sand. Zzz. Liquid metal flowed from Sumo's fingertips into the cracks of Shield's faceplate, directly connecting to its neural interface. Detected external data access. Decrypting encryption protocol. Permission confirmed. Double Helix Navigator 073. Force takeover. A new window popped up in Sumo's field of vision. It was Shield's communication channel. At that moment, the channel was filled with chaotic calls and inquiries. 0202. Report the situation. Life signs detected to be rapidly declining. What happened? Requesting support. Repeat. Requesting a level support. With a thought, Sumo muted all the noise. He only retained one line. It was the encrypted line leading to the highest command center of the company's security department. Upper City Level 1. At the headquarters of the company's security department, in the strategic command hall. On the massive holographic screen, the green that representing Shield suddenly turned a blinding red before completely extinguishing. The entire hall fell into dead silence. Everyone stopped their work, staring in terror at the vanished light point. Yelena stood at the command platform, and for the first time a crack appeared on her exquisitely sculpted face. Dead. How could this be possible? Shield was the top-tier war weapon crafted by the company. With all its resources, its combat power was sufficient to suppress a small-scale armed rebellion. It was actually taken down by that garbage in less than 5 minutes. Playback battle footage. Yelena yelled through gritted teeth. Report, Commander. There is no footage. The technician trembled as he replied, all data was lost during transmission. It was as if it had been directly erased by a higher-level firewall. Yelena's pupils constricted sharply. At that moment, the main speaker in the hall suddenly emitted a piercing electric screech. Zzz. Immediately after, a cold, calm voice echoed throughout the hall. Yelena. Yelena abruptly raised her head, staring intently at the holographic screen. The once complex tactical map had vanished, replaced by a gigantic rotating double helix symbol. Who are you? Yelena took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. You spent so much money to kill me, yet you don't even know who I am. The voice carried a hint of mockery. Sumo. Yelena's nails dug deeply into her palm. Do you think killing a cleaner will lead you to victory? You have no idea what you're up against. I know. Sumo's voice remained calm, so calm it felt chilling. I am fighting against a decaying prison. I am fighting against a bunch of self-righteous jailers. A prison. Yelena scoffed. This is humanity's last sanctuary. Without the company, without this shell, everyone would perish in the space radiation and cold. A sanctuary. Sumo's voice deepened. Dividing people into classes, using the lower tiers as fuel while treating the upper tiers like pigsties. Is this what you call a sanctuary? That is a necessary sacrifice. Yelena shouted. No. Sumo interrupted her. That is the excuse of the incompetent. Listen carefully, Yelena. From now on, the tide of battle has turned. No more sending those useless scrap metals to their deaths. It is futile. Clean your neck and wait for me on the 100th level. I will personally dismantle your so-called paradise. Zzz. The communication was cut off. The hall once again fell into silence. Only Yelena's heavy breathing echoed. Her face turned pale, her chest rising and falling violently. Fear. This was the first time she felt such an emotion in many years. The ant that once seemed like a trivial, dirty data in her eyes had now grown to a point where it could threaten the entire company. Pass my orders. Yelena turned around, her voice as cold as ice. Activate the divine retribution system. Wake up all the judgers. No matter the cost. Even if it means turning the entire lower city into ruins. I want him dead. Level 88. Sumo cut off the communication and slowly stood up. The shield beneath him was completely silent. He had just casually utilized material reconstruction to extract the energy from the core of shield, replenishing his own energy expended in battle. He was in the best state he had ever been. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window at the entrance of the bookstore. This was level 88, already very close to the top of the space station. Through the thick radiation-proof glass, he could see the dark and deep expanse of space outside. Countless stars flickered as if winking or calling out. That was freedom. That was his true home. Huff. Sumo exhaled a breath of turbid air, the white mist blooming on the glass. He raised his left hand and pressed it against the glass. Liquid metal flowed at his fingertips, as if yearning to touch that starry sky. All the way from the garbage pile of the lower tier to the clouds here. How many people had he killed? How much blood had he shed? He could no longer remember. But he knew that as long as he was alive, as long as he had breath, he would not stop. Level 100. Sumo murmured to himself. That was the entrance to the space elevator, the gateway to this prison. Once he crossed over, it would be a new world. He turned around, no longer looking at the corpses and blood behind him. His black trench coat billowed behind him like a solitary battle flag. The footsteps grew fainter, disappearing at the end of the corridor. And on that old illustrated guide, the page that originally depicted a monster quietly began to change without anyone noticing. The monster's claws transformed into a human hand, and those eyes, once filled with madness, became clear and deep like stars. Below that illustration, a line of small text appeared. When he gazed into the abyss also gazed back at him. But he did not blink.